In the 50 years of Konoha, 5 days have passed since the Nine-Tails disturbance. I in the pitch-black night, devoid of moonlight, only a smattering of starlight flickered. Li Yuan, like a wraith, silently approached the edge of Konoha village's cemetery. This place was relatively open, with numerous gravestones arranged in neat rows, each one representing a ninja who had sacrificed their life for the village. Li Yuan navigated through the graves and halted before a newly adorned tomb, overflowing with flowers. The inscription on the gravestone boldly declared, "Grave of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." Gazing quietly at the gravestone, he fell into deep contemplation. In his previous life, he had harbored great admiration for Minato Namikaze. Li Yuan was a transmigrator. Having previously watched the Naruto anime, while indulging in the game under one person, he was uncertain how it happened, but suddenly everything went dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the Naruto world, reincarnated as an 80-year-old orphan named Uchiha Li Yuan. Along with his transmigration came skills from his character in the game: golden light spell, lightning techniques, and dual wielding. Immediately, he began to cultivate the golden light spell, casting aside the need for chakra. True to its reputation as a technique of dual cultivation, the golden light spell refined the minuscule chakra within him into chi, subsequently processing the dormant chakra seeds. Within, perhaps due to the refinement of chakra and its seeds, the chi enabled a more proficient release of ninjutsu. Chi allowed for a perfect concealment of his presence to others. Li Yuan initially exuded a trace of chakra, which later vanished entirely. Thus, by the age of 10, he withdrew from the ninja academy, choosing instead to live as an ordinary villager in Konoha. This was the outcome he desired. With such formidable power, why should he engage in missions for mere monetary gain or participate in fruitless wars? To sacrifice himself for the benefit of Konoha's elite was folly. Moreover, he felt little sense of belonging to Konoha. 5 days prior, during the Nine-Tails disturbance, Minato Namikaze perished, and 16-year-old Li Yuan perceived this as a prime opportunity to extract the Flying Thunder God. Techniques, memories, using dual wielding. Since cultivating chi, he had developed an acute sensitivity to chakra, allowing him to remain undetected as long as he did not engage directly. Li Yuan sensed his surroundings, finding no traces of chakra, confirming the absence of others nearby. Minato Namikaze, I apologize for disturbing your rest. With that, he produced a scroll from his waist and infused it with chi. Suddenly, 3 shovels materialized, striking the ground. Shadow clone technique. Li Yuan formed hand seals. With a series of puffs, 2 clones of Li Yuan manifested, and the 3 of them commenced digging with fervor. The sound of earth being displaced echoed through the silent night. Moments later, the coffin was fully unearthed. Li Yuan took a deep breath and pushed open the coffin lid. Inside lay 2 entwined corpses, a golden-haired man and a red-haired woman, emanating a foul odor of decay. Li Yuan grimaced and withdrew a tissue from his pocket, stuffing it into his nostrils. His left hand glowed with blue light as it rested upon Minato's forehead, his eyelids drooping. Perhaps due to the state of the corpses, there was no resistance the moment his hand made contact. He began to absorb memories. He had previously feared that the corpses might be disturbed, preventing him from retrieving the memories, as there existed techniques in this world that were effective for only 24 hours. He calculated that extracting the Flying Thunder God memories would take half an hour, primarily due to the extensive filtering and organizing of the memories. One of his shadow clones vanished with a puff, while another remained vigilant, attuned to the surroundings as Li Yuan focused on memory consolidation. 25 minutes later, the clone suddenly stood upright, its gaze fixed toward the village. Li Yuan followed its line of sight and sensed a chakra presence approaching. Kakashi was on his way, less than a kilometer away. At a normal person's pace, he would arrive in under 5 minutes, and in less than 4, he would surely notice any anomalies. Li Yuan assessed the scene. The gravestones were intact, but a large pit had been dug behind one, with the lower part of the coffin still buried in the soil, and the ground was strewn with displaced earth. This was problematic. What to do? Li Yuan dispelled the shadow clone and created another one that possessed half of his energy. With his left hand glowing blue, he lifted Minato's corpse with his right, deftly vanishing into the darkness without leaving a trace. He swiftly cleaned up the remnants of his actions, transforming into a middle-aged man with dark skin, continuing to dig with the shovel. Unable to sleep, Kakashi decided to visit the cemetery to pay his respects to his teacher and Abido, feeling a pang of sorrow knowing he was the only one left in their team. As he entered the cemetery, he heard the sound of shoveling, and then he spotted a figure carrying a coffin behind his teacher's gravestone. Kakashi rushed to Minato's grave, his pupils dilating in shock as he fixated on the figure sprinting away with the coffin, his jaw clenched tightly, producing a grinding sound. He lifted the mask on his left eye, revealing his Sharingan, which rapidly began to spin, locking onto the retreating figure. Li Yuan felt a surge of apprehension. He recognized that the Sharingan locking onto him possessed the rare space-time ability. Fearing he might be instantaneously obliterated by Kimui, he dashed into the forest, albeit hindered by the coffin on his back, making rapid movement nearly impossible. Chidori, piercing spear, Li Yuan hurled the coffin to the ground. Sidestepping a flash of cold steel that whizzed past him, that he realized that he must engage in combat to buy himself some time. It was the perfect opportunity to test the prowess of the golden light spell he had cultivated for 8 years and the lightning techniques he had honed for 2. Even though he was merely a shadow clone with half his strength, if he couldn't stall Kakashi, who was only 14, for even 10 minutes, his ambitions for the future would be dashed. Heaven and earth, the profound ancestor, all chi originates from the root. With the body enveloped in golden light, I cloak myself. Li Yuan formed hand seals with one hand as golden light rapidly enveloped his entire being, drawing a kunai from his waist and charging toward Kakashi. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing weapons resonated, occasionally accompanied by the crackle of flames and the sizzling of electricity. After yet another exchange, the two figures broke apart, and a smile graced Li Yuan's face, his lips curving upward that in their previous skirmish, he had not utilized lightning techniques or any ninjutsu, relying solely on the few techniques his parents had entrusted to him. However, Kakashi, at just 14, had yet to learn the 8 gates and had not employed Kimui, possibly unable to do so at this stage. He had managed to hold his own for several minutes, using only the golden light spell. The task was nearly complete, and he decided to incorporate lightning techniques into his approach. In the next moment, his body crackled with white lightning as he charged toward Kakashi once more, doubling his speed. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. This was the lightning release chakra mode. The figure before him, with dark skin, unmistakably bore the traits of a ninja from the lightning village. Bang. A wooden beam splintered under the force of Li Yuan's attack. Li Yuan halted, sensing Kakashi using earth release to sink underground, swiftly traversing away. 100 meters away, Kakashi emerged from the ground. He had opted not to confront that last strike heathen. The lightning release chakra from the lightning village was notoriously formidable. Whoosh boom. A signal flare erupted in the sky, awakening countless souls from their slumber. Chapter 2. A confrontation. Li gazed at the sky as the signal flare exploded, illuminating the figure of Kakashi, who once again charged towards him. Kakashi utilized the substitution technique and earth transformation to evade the attack. From the previous skirmish, he was acutely aware of the enemy's rapid speed and formidable defense. But their proficiency in ninjutsu was limited. They were classic ninjas from the Reikage village. His strategy was simply to stall, waiting for reinforcements to arrive to deal with this blasphemer of a teacher. Li, observing Kakashi's reluctance to engage him directly, understood his intentions. He planned to attract the firepower of the approaching reinforcements, as he was merely a shadow clone meant to draw attention. Grasping the coffin once more, Li sprinted deeper into the forest. Kakashi followed closely behind, his gaze fixated on Li's retreating figure. In a spacious clearing, Li halted his steps. He positioned the coffin before him, having sensed multiple chakra signatures converging in his direction. Calculating the time since he had begun his escape with the coffin, he realized it had been over 10 minutes. His original body should have completed its task by now. This meant he could now unleash his full potential. Today, he intended to confront the ninjas of Konoha single-handedly, inspired by the audacity of Madara's lone battles against the ninja world. With the passing of Minato and the absence of the legendary 3 ninjas, Kakashi and Mangekyō were still but youths. It seemed that Konoha lacked any formidable experts at present. Suddenly, several figures emerged swiftly from the forest surrounding Li, with even more chakra signatures approaching from behind. The first to appear were masked Anbu ninjas, on duty for the night. Li's body flickered with brighter lightning as he charged towards the crowd, thinking to himself that these nameless foes were no match for him. Today, he would be invincible. With a series of clashes, the battle rapidly escalated as more ninjas joined the fray. Earth techniques, decapitation techniques, shadow imitation techniques, body flicker techniques, wind techniques, cutting techniques, fire techniques, and grand fireball techniques were unleashed. Following a barrage of ninjutsu, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the dark figure that had been present vanished without a trace. Alarmed, they realized it was a shadow clone. The real individual must still be near the village. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan scouts quickly took action. Another signal flare erupted, prompting the ninjas present to disperse and investigate. Kakashi, explain what is happening, inquired a ninja wearing a monkey mask, the captain of the Anbu unit on duty that night. Kakashi hastily approached the coffin, his hands gently brushing over it as he responded, I couldn't sleep tonight, and planned to visit the cemetery to pay respects to my teacher. Upon entering the cemetery, I spotted that individual running away while carrying a coffin behind my teacher's tombstone. As he spoke, Kakashi pushed aside a corner of the coffin lid, his brows knitting together as a surge of disbelief and shock washed over him. The body of his teacher, Minato, was nowhere to be found. An Anbu ninja approached and fully removed the coffin lid, revealing Kushina lying inside, but Minato's body was conspicuously absent. Kakashi, you must report to Lord Hokage immediately. At the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, held a pipe, slowly lighting it and inhaling deeply as he listened to the reports from the Anbu and Kakashi. It has been confirmed to be the lightning chakra mode, he stated gravely. Confirmed, Kakashi and the other ninja replied in unison. The third Hokage furrowed his brow in concern. It appeared that the Reikage village was testing Konoha's strength upon hearing of Minato's demise. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, what is it now? He asked, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Hokage-sama, we have located the body of the fourth Hokage, an Anbu ninja reported. Where was it discovered? Have you examined it? Was there anything unusual? The third Hokage inquired urgently. It was found behind his tombstone, and after inspection, there were no strange findings, the ninja replied. The third Hokage pondered, unable to comprehend the motives of the Reikage village. Had they unearthed Minato's grave only to return it? Could they have developed a technique akin to the impure world reincarnation? You may all leave, maintain vigilance, and continue searching the village. Kakashi, ensure Minato is reburied properly. Keep tonight's events confidential to avoid causing unrest in the village. After a brief silence, the third Hokage set down his pipe and spoke. Understood, Hokage-sama. The ninjas in the office bowed and quickly exited. Shinobu, a masked ninja, appeared. Notify the intelligence department to increase personnel in Reikage village. Inform the border station ninjas to report any unusual movements from Reikage village immediately. As he watched the departing messenger, the third Hokage continued to smoke his pipe, his expression laden with worry. Konoha could not endure another war. The village was already in a precarious state, and he hoped it would not lead to conflict. Li remained unaware of the turmoil his actions had wrought upon the third Hokage. Even if he were to learn of it, he would surely applaud his own audacity. When the first signal flare erupted, Li had already completed the extraction of Flying Thunder God techniques from Minato and had returned him to his resting place. At that moment, Li strolled along the outskirts of Konoha, navigating a block predominantly occupied by Uchiha clan establishments. By crossing this street and traversing a small forest, he would reach the Uchiha compound. Due to the signal flare's explosion, ninjas were scattered throughout the village. He dared not run hastily, uncertain of where vigilant eyes might be watching. Though he could not sense chakra, he also could not render himself invisible. He chose not to return to the clan compound. Instead, he approached a modest 3-story building and entered. The establishment was named Huayuan Pavilion, a restaurant he had opened with his parents' funds after dropping out of school at the age of 10, specializing in the unique cuisine from his past life. The restaurant had garnered a decent reputation. A ninja with a forehead protector binding his head and Byakugan activated silently observed Li as he approached and entered the premises. Not detecting any chakra flow from Li, he contemplated reporting his activities, noting that it was unusual for someone to return home at such an hour, especially one living in this area, which raised his suspicions. Knock, knock, knock. Open up, we need to conduct a search. Li opened the door to find an Anbu ninja accompanied by a Byakugan user approaching him. "So late at night, where have you been?" the Anbu ninja queried. "Ninja, sir. The fireworks startled me awake, so I decided to take a midnight stroll," Li replied, bowing slightly, feigning a look of trepidation and apprehension. The Anbu ninja, observing Li's demeanor, saw no trace of the Uchiha clan's pride. He placed a hand on Li's shoulder, chakra flowing from his palm into Li's body. Li felt a surge of chakra enter him, instinctively suppressing the energy within, allowing it to remain dormant in his dantian. As expected, the Anbu ninja did not detect any chakra fluctuations. "Indeed, just an ordinary Uchiha," he remarked, turning to the Byakugan user. The Byakugan ninja opened his eyes, scanning the entire house before shaking his head. "Ordinary folk should refrain from wandering out at night. Do not trouble us further," the Anbu ninja stated before departing. Li watched them leave, deep in thought. The recent probing had sparked an idea. Perhaps he could refine chakra into his own energy, and one day experiment with a tailed beast. He contemplated the natural energies of this world, which he surmised were akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Tailed beasts and chakra fruits likely qualified as rare treasures. Shaking off these thoughts, he reminded himself that his power was still insufficient. The Uchiha clan's massacre was projected to occur in approximately 56 years, granting him a few more years to prepare. His three-tomo Sharingan might soon evolve into the Mangekyō Sharingan. Closing the door behind him, he ascended the staircase. The first floor housed the dining area. The second floor contained private rooms, while the third floor held his personal quarters. Entering his bedroom, Li picked up a kunai from the table, attempting to inscribe coordinates onto it using his energy. Having extracted the memories of the Flying Thunder God, the greatest challenge in mastering this technique lay in sensing spatial fluctuations. For Li, this was the simplest task, as he practiced the Golden Light Incantation, a technique that nurtured both body and spirit. His mental strength and perception are formidable. As long as he can imprint his coordinates, he can learn swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, dawn has already broken. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent sound of knocking at the door roused Li Yuan from his slumber. Chapter 3. The dual-handed technique unlocks the kaleidoscope. Li Yuan descended the stairs and opened the door. Outside stood a pair of youths, a boy and a girl. The boy, donned in athletic attire with a vest, wore a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konoha. His short black hair framed a handsome visage. His name was Uchiha Keiki, 17 years of age, a nin. The girl, attired in a white kimono, had flowing black hair that shimmered like obsidian. Her porcelain skin as fair as snow, and delicate, refined features. She was named Uchiha Keiko, 16 years old, lacking any innate ninja talent. Li Yuan had grown up alongside this sibling duo, sharing a childhood bond. With practiced ease, Li Yuan fully opened the door. It was time for Huayuan Pavilion to commence its business for the day. He led the pair upstairs, accepting the breakfast Keiko had brought with her. "Was there any commotion in the clan yesterday?" Li Yuan inquired while munching on his meal, sensing the atmosphere around him before finally taking a seat. Since he had ceased his duties as a ninja, he had lost direct insight into the clan's affairs, relying instead on Keiki and Keiko for information. Ever since the Nine Tails incident and the death of Minato Namikaze, the areas surrounding the clan had been under constant surveillance by Anbu operatives. The previous day's uproar left him pondering its repercussions. "I'll take this one," Keiko interjected. "When the signal flare exploded yesterday, I was already outside and witnessed the chaos among the clan members." "Allow me to elaborate," Keiki sighed. "Upon hearing the flare, I quickly donned my attire and prepared my gear before stepping outside. A throng of clan members was rushing toward the source of the flare. Just as I was about to leave the clan grounds, I saw several of our kin being intercepted by Anbu ninjas, which led to further unrest among those with volatile tempers, as Keiko observed. The village's relationship with our clan has deteriorated further, Keiki concluded, a bitter expression crossing his face. "You have heard some rumors circulating recently, haven't you?" Li Yuan asked with a grave demeanor. On the third day following the Nine Tails incident, it was rumored that the Uchiha clan had controlled the beast using the Sharingan. Li Yuan had indeed heard this rumor and sensed the impending doom of their clan, prompting him to take action with the Flying Thunder God technique. With the Flying Thunder God, he could both attack and retreat, making him virtually untouchable. "How dare they slander our Uchiha clan?" Keiki exclaimed, his anger palpable, veins bulging on his forehead. "They dare because it is sanctioned by the higher-ups." Li Yuan replied calmly. A heavy silence lingered before Li Yuan broke it. "Keiko, Your mother and aunt should be arriving for work soon. Please check on them and prepare for today's business. All right, Kko said reluctantly as she went downstairs. The room was left with only Li Yuan and Kei. Li Yuan, I wish to attempt the awakening of my kaleidoscope, Kei said, reclining on a nearby chair, a serious expression on his face. The kaleidoscope is not as simple as the previous 3 tomo. It requires a mutation and evolution, Li Yuan stated as he approached Kei. Extending his right hand glowing with a red light to rest upon Kei's forehead. After a prolonged moment, Li Yuan then extended his left hand, glowing blue. In order for an Uchiha to awaken the kaleidoscope, a mental stimulus was essential. Kei had previously hesitated to utilize his dual-handed technique, particularly the blue hand, while he had frequently used the red hand for various experiments. After all, the 8 gates technique was a disruptive art, each with its own side effects. He was unaware of the side effects of the dual-handed technique and was reluctant to employ it on himself. As for his own Sharingan, he could simply cultivate it through the golden light incantation. Currently, his eyes possessed the 3 tomo. He lacked the power of the kaleidoscope. And if he wished to achieve a higher level, the golden light incantation would suffice. Li Yuan amplified Kei's negative emotions, intensifying them. Kei's face contorted in a grimace. Damn Konoha, with its hawkish and dovish factions, may they all perish. Kei roared, rising as his 3 tomo rapidly spun, forming a mysterious pattern as his chakra surged. This is bad. We might be discovered, Li Yuan thought, his left hand's blue light flickering. Kei grunted and fell backward, and Li Yuan swiftly caught him, placing him back in the chair. He directed both his red and blue lights at Kei once more, preparing to document, restore, and analyze the recent events. After a brief interval, Li Yuan halted, concluding that the dual-handed technique could assist clan members in awakening the kaleidoscope. However, it was imperative that they first possess the 3 tomo, which was quite perilous. It was best to follow Kei's example, first utilizing the red hand to enhance their bloodline, and then employing the blue hand to stimulate the mind while the red hand stabilized the bloodline and protected the body. An hour later, Kei awoke, feeling a slight throbbing in his eyes, yet overshadowed by exhilaration. I did it. My kaleidoscope, he exclaimed, gazing at Li Yuan with eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you. Without you, I would not have reached this stage for quite some time. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Do not rejoice too soon. Excessive use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan will gradually diminish your vision. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, the entire village will perceive you and me as threats. Kei nodded solemnly. Now that I possess sufficient strength, can we proceed with our previous plans? Are you aiming to vie for the position of Hokage or to lead our clan away from Konoha? Li Yuan countered. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Li Yuan and Kei exchanged glances before rushing downstairs. They found Kko embroiled in a heated argument with several villagers, a crowd gathering around them. How dare you slander our Uchiha clan? Kko shouted, her face flushed with indignation. Humph. The Ninetales incident is undoubtedly linked to you. There are no good Uchiha. A villager snarled. Seeing this scene ignited a fire within Kei. Try saying that one more time. He bellowed, the 3 tomo subtly manifesting. The villagers were taken aback, yet emboldened by their numbers. They retorted, What? Do you wish to fight? All Uchiha are wicked. Kei could no longer contain himself. Ready to strike when Li Yuan glanced at the nearby Anbu and restrained him, whispering, Do not act impulsively. It is unwise for a ninja to engage with civilians. Then, stepping forward, Li Yuan delivered a punch to one of the villagers' faces. Hey, brothers, attack. The villagers, witnessing one of their own being struck, lunged at Li Yuan. And soon a chaotic melee ensued. Not far away, several Anbu ninjas watched the scene unfold, their brows furrowing before turning away. Stop this. A squad of Uchiha guards arrived. Led by Uchiha Jundo, dressed in the uniform of the Konoha Guard. They intervened, separating the villagers from Li Yuan and his companions, engaging in public brawls. Disregarding village rules, everyone involved will be taken away, Jundo declared, fixing his gaze on the villagers. Jundo, they accused us of orchestrating the Ninetales incident. Kko protested, her face a mask of grievance. The villagers glanced around, panic setting in. Ninja-sama, he struck first. What do you mean he struck first? You were all in front of someone else's home, ganging up on one person. Take them away, Uchiha Jiah commanded, escorting the villagers away. We will file a complaint against you with the Hokage. Was there someone in that area just now? Kei inquired, surveying the surroundings. Yes, a few Anbu ninjas. Li Yuan replied. KKO, when your mother arrives, you should come upstairs as well. I have good news to share. Li Yuan led Kei back into their dwelling on the third floor. The rift between our Uchiha clan and the village is widening. We can no longer remain here. Kei lamented. Then let us take action, Li Yuan said, handing Kei an item. Chapter 4. Flying Thunder God Guang Shu received the item handed to him by Li Yuan and upon inspection, discovered it to be a scroll. What is this? Guang Shu inquired, perplexed. It is a summoning beast scroll. You do not possess a summoning beast yet, do you? Sign it so you can establish contact later, Li Yuan explained. As Guang Shu unfurled the scroll, he noticed it bore only one name, Uchiha Li Yuan. A summoning beast? It wouldn't be those two eagles you raised years ago, would it? He exclaimed. Guang Shu pricked his fingertip to inscribe his name and pressed his handprint onto the scroll. 6 years prior, after Li Yuan had dropped out of school, he had taken to nurturing various creatures for experiments concerning qi, natural energy, and the dual cultivation method. Most had perished, leaving only the two eagles from his final experiment alive. After 2 years, these eagles had grown significantly and possessed commendable strength, leading him to contract them as summoning beasts. Presently, those two eagles were thriving outside, having produced 5 or 6 fledglings, all exhibiting a degree of power. Do not use it here. Try it when you return. Li Yuan interrupted, speaking mysteriously. All right, I'll head back to test it immediately, Guang Shu responded, excitement propelling him down the stairs. It was no wonder Guang Shu was elated. He had previously witnessed the eagles' growth, and now they could likely carry a person aloft. Observing Guang Shu's retreating figure, Li Yuan contemplated that he should be safe. Whether it was departing from Konoha with his clan or contending for the Hokage position, Guang Shu needed to shine brightly from this moment onward. Following the Nine Tails disturbance, Uchiha ninjas on missions were often ambushed by Danzo, particularly for young ninjas like Guang Shu, who bore the 3-tomo Sharingan and were not allied with the Hokage faction. The threat was palpable. Now that Guang Shu possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, along with formidable summoning beasts, he also had the ability to soar. Li Yuan refrained from warning Guang Shu, wishing for him to comprehend the village's animosity towards the Uchiha, which extended beyond mere exclusion and rumors. Should he fall victim to the village's schemes, he would become utterly ineffectual. Li Yuan held little optimism regarding the prospect of seizing the Hokage position. He was acutely aware that, due to historical reasons, it was improbable for the Uchiha to ascend to that role without eliminating the Hokage faction and subjugating all others. He also harbored a desire to save the Uchiha clan, having lived alongside them for over a decade, and found the majority to be quite amiable, save for a few exceptions. Guang Shu, whom he had discovered in his youth, was destined to become his foremost general. As for fears of future betrayal, he had prepared a contingency plan. Without having mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Li Yuan was not prepared to step into the limelight. Brother Li Yuan, do you have good news? Guangzi approached excitedly, standing before him. The grievances from earlier now entirely forgotten. The power I taught you can be utilized without concealment in 2 months. Come, sign this summoning beast scroll as well. Li Yuan gestured towards the scroll from before. Noticing the name penned in blood upon the scroll, Guangzi hesitated, her finger poised at her mouth, before her gaze shifted. Brother Li Yuan, help me, she implored, extending her right hand, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Yuan regarded her, seizing a kunai inscribed with runes from the table and swiftly pricking her fingertip, causing blood to flow. He then inscribed his name on the scroll. A flash of red light enveloped Li Yuan's hand, and Guangzi's fingertip shimmered, returning to its original state. You're the best, Brother Li Yuan, she exclaimed, throwing her arms around him and pecking his cheek before blushing and darting down the stairs. Li Yuan stood momentarily stunned, touching his cheek where she had stolen a kiss. Reflecting on their shared upbringing, he recognized Guangzi's affection for him, which he reciprocated. Otherwise, he would not have imparted a martial art to her 2 years prior. This technique, a culmination of his experimental research and personal qi, was meant to harness the natural energies of the world, representing an ancient form of cultivation. Yet, he had always felt a lack of power. The night of the clan's annihilation and the imminent arrival of Otsutsuki loomed. Regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan must be salvaged. They could not be obliterated by Konoha. He could not allow the endearing Guangzi and his kin to vanish. With one hand grasping the memories of the Flying Thunder God, and the other clutching a kunai inscribed with runes he had prepared the previous night, he entered a state of cultivation. By noon, Li Yuan descended to inspect the shop, only to find it devoid of customers amidst the rampant rumors following the Nine Tails incident. He surmised that there would likely be few patrons in the future. After settling the wages with several aunts, he was left with only one, named Uchiha Yuwa. These women were all widows of Uchiha ninjas who had perished for Konoha. The village's meager compensation was scarcely enough to support their children. Such circumstances were prevalent within the Uchiha clan, whose casualty rate during conflicts was notably high. Other clans, such as the Konoha F4, suffered far fewer losses annually. Li Yuan found this situation intolerable but felt powerless to rectify it, knowing he needed to bolster his clan's efforts and solve the issue at its roots within a year. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by. In the depths of the death forest outside Konoha, amidst a dense thicket, a kunai was half embedded in the earth beside a large tree. A figure materialized out of thin air, revealing a striking young man clad in casual attire. Sporting short hair and sharp, expressive features, Uchiha Li Yuan. "Haha, I have succeeded," he exclaimed, throwing his head back in exhilaration. How could he not be elated? Just 3 days prior, he had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With the coordinates inscribed on the kunai he had crafted, he could now perform spatial jumps. He contemplated testing whether the coordinates left by Minato Namikaze could be utilized. Upon finding a coordinate within the Death Forest, he attempted it, and succeeded. Flying Thunder God? Impossible. Who are you, and how can you wield the Flying Thunder God? 2 masked ninjas exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were on their way back to their base in the Death Forest when a figure appeared mere meters away. The manner of his appearance could only be attributed to the Flying Thunder God, especially with the kunai beside him. No wonder they were astonished. Li Yuan's expression darkened. He had been so caught up in his excitement that he failed to perceive their presence. Instantly, he regained his composure, a murderous intent surging in his gaze. "You need not know who I am," he declared. Since they had witnessed him utilize the Flying Thunder God, he had to eliminate them swiftly. No witnesses could be allowed. With white lightning flickering around him, he charged towards the 2 root ninjas. Sensing danger, the ninjas hastily formed seals to counterattack, one reaching into his robes. They understood that anyone capable of using the Flying Thunder God would be formidable. With a resounding crash, one ninja was struck before he could react. Sent tumbling dozens of meters away, crashing through 2 trees along his path. Li Yuan paid no mind to the one he had dispatched. He was aware that the threat had been neutralized, as there was no longer any chakra signature emanating from him. He then delivered a powerful punch to the remaining ninja, sending him crashing against a tree. This time, Li Yuan moderated his strength, avoiding the previous commotion. After briefly sensing the surroundings and detecting no one nearby, he unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, engulfing the 2 corpses in flames. Li Yuan observed the fiery inferno while extending his senses outward, remaining vigilant for any other root ninjas and searching for their base in the vicinity. Having heard previous rumors of a root base hidden within the Death Forest, he intended to investigate further. "I have found you." In the direction of the village, over a kilometer away, he detected several chakra signatures underground. After a few leaps, he landed atop a tree, surveying the dense foliage before him in contemplative silence. Lacking the phasing ability of Abido, he could not infiltrate silently. The Flying Thunder God required coordinates, and there were none here. Li Yuan descended and retrieved a special kunai, embedding it into the crevice of a tree root, leaving only a small portion exposed. Just as he was about to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra. How could he be here? Li Yuan pondered with a hint of astonishment. Chapter 5. The divergent minds of the clan. The chakra emanating from the figure bore the distinct essence of the Uchiha clan, revealing the presence of the clan's 4th elder. Although Li Yuan was not intimately acquainted with him, he had made a mental note of the significant figures within the clan. The 4th elder, Uchiha Fujikawa, was the second in command of the hawkish faction, consistently advocating resistance against Konoha alongside the clan's elder. Today, it was rather intriguing to discover him at the base of Danzo. The myriad questions that once clouded Li Yuan's mind began to unravel. The vast Uchiha clan was being manipulated. The elder, who outwardly championed the hawkish stance, was in fact an ally of Danzo, while the doves clamoring for integration with Konoha harbored many who were in league with the 3rd Hokage. The clan leader, Fujikawa, publicly claimed to be a centrist, but leaned favorably towards the 3rd Hokage. With 2 Mangekyō Sharingan, one inactive and the other a traitor, how could the clan possibly survive? Li Yuan stroked his chin, then suddenly vanished. Moments later, He reappeared, clutching a large handful of shuriken. He dispersed them skillfully into the concealed corners of the forest, strategically placing them between the base and Konoha, ensuring he could maneuver alongside the shuriken. After arranging the shuriken, he leaped onto a nearby tree trunk. Subsequently, he concealed his presence and closed his eyes, focusing intently to sense the surroundings, patiently awaiting the emergence of the fourth elder, Uchiha Fujikawa. Before long, the elder was escorted out from a hidden location by two root ninjas. Upon moving a kilometer away from the base, the two ninjas halted, allowing the elder to proceed towards the village. The sound of footsteps crunching on fallen leaves broke the silence. Li Yuan remained still, eyes shut, listening intently. At that moment, he detected a chakra signature aligning almost perfectly with a flying thunder god coordinate. In an instant, Li Yuan vanished. He materialized less than a meter from the elder, delivering a swift punch. Who is this? Too fast. The elder barely sensed the impending danger before a tremendous force struck him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed onto the ground. The efficacy of spatial abilities was truly remarkable. Instantaneous elimination. Li Yuan's excitement was palpable. Employing the flying thunder god for the first time in battle yielded excellent results. After all, the elder was an elite Jiah. Had he not used the flying thunder god, the outcome would have been significantly delayed. Li Yuan observed the fallen elder and approached to crouch beside him. His hands glowed a brilliant blue as he delved into the elder's mind to extract his memories. Moments later, Li Yuan's brow furrowed in agitation as he suppressed his inner fury. He uncovered that 20 years prior, the elder had been coerced into becoming a pawn of Danzo, subsequently being pushed into the elder position. For years, he had clamored for a coup within the clan, sowing discord while secretly relaying information to Danzo. Danzo had promised him that once he became Hokage, the tensions between the Uchiha and the village would dissipate. Indeed, the Uchiha were a group of political na-fs. Utterly gullible, Li Yuan felt a twinge of exasperation at their credulity. After absorbing the memories, Li Yuan's hands glowed with an intensified blue light as he sought to implement a cognitive modification on the elder. As the blue light surged, the elder's body trembled slightly. Suddenly, a burst of chakra erupted, dispelling the blue light. This approach proved less effective than anticipated. Li Yuan sighed. The elder, being an elite Jiah with a 3-tomo Sharingan, possessed considerable mental fortitude. Considering the implications of the elder's demise, Li Yuan pondered whether to eliminate him or spare him. He decided to enhance the blue light further, this time lowering his ambition, not to force unwavering loyalty, but to subtly adjust the elder's memories and perceptions. As the blue light faded, Li Yuan exhaled in relief. He had finally succeeded, albeit with difficulty. In the next instant, he utilized the flying thunder god to vanish, leaving the elder lying silently on the ground. 10 minutes later, "Why am I lying here? My head hurts," the fourth elder muttered, rubbing his head as he hastily departed. Li Yuan had already returned to the clan's territory, residing in a solitary house at the edge of the compound. Stepping outside, he felt inclined to take a leisurely stroll. The sun had yet to set, casting a warm glow over the approaching dusk. As he wandered through the clan grounds, he encountered numerous clansmen who greeted him amiably. Not far from several houses lay a training ground, where many young ninjas diligently honed their skills. Nearby, children frolicked, while several widows engaged in handicrafts, with a noticeable absence of robust men. As Li Yuan traversed the heart of the clan, he was drawn to a commotion ahead. He quickened his pace to find several clansmen arguing with Shursui. "Shursui, whose side are you on? I merely apprehended a few villagers spreading rumors and had to apologize to them. You resorted to violence. How can we communicate peacefully? Without force, how can we quell the rumors? The Uchiha cannot apologize to them. I and Appos, VE already reported to the third Hokage. I trust he will uncover the source of these rumors." Trust him? The Uchiha are marginalized, and it is not without his doing. Do not slander the third Hokage. Enough. Everyone disperse. This is absurd. An elder interjected, raising his voice. Listening to the heated exchange, Li Yuan shook his head in disappointment at the severity of the Uchiha clan's internal strife. Indeed, Shursui had been profoundly influenced by the will of fire, and Li Yuan sensed no unique aura of the Mangekyō within him. Currently, Shursui still possessed the 3-tomo Sharingan. Initially, Li Yuan had contemplated winning Shursui over, but reconsidered the notion. Shursui was a direct descendant of the Uchiha clan. Deeply indoctrinated from an early age by the will of fire, there was no saving him. In the original narrative, he was not as misguided as the other loyalists. Shui never contemplated the massacre of his own kin. Shui, wait. When did you report this? Go inquire again, an elder inquired. I reported it 2 months ago. Shui hesitated to respond. I'll report again, he said hurriedly before departing. This evening, we shall hold a clan meeting. All J-nin and above in the village are required to attend. The elder instructed the other ninjas with a hint of resignation. The young Uchiha clansmen, faces marked by indignation, nodded in agreement before dispersing to relay the message. A clan meeting? Li Yuan mused that the day's events within the clan had been quite tumultuous. He could sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Alas, he remembered he was not a ninja and lacked an entry pass. Attending the clan meeting this evening would still be entertaining. It was a pity that Kei was absent. Kei had officially become a J-nin a month ago and had left on a mission half a month prior. Li Yuan sensed that Kei might have encountered an ambush. He felt compelled to remind him to stay vigilant, for a significant loss would be incurred if he were to fall victim to treachery. In a dense forest along the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Kei gazed somberly at the 2 fallen ninjas on the ground and asked in a low voice, "Why?" Chapter 6. The Kaleidoscope revealed a fortnight ago. Kei undertook an A-rank mission to the borders of the Land of Thunder, tasked with escorting 2 intelligence ninjas from nearby villages back home. Accompanied by 2 mid-level ninjas designated by the village chief, they faced numerous obstacles along the way, engaging in fierce battles on 7 or 8 occasions. At long last, they safely returned to the borders of the Land of Fire, just shy of completing their mission when they were suddenly ambushed by the 2 comrades. Fortunately, Li Yuan had previously warned him. His enhanced strength also played a crucial role. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. Kei evaded the surprise attack and retaliated, inflicting severe injuries on them to extract information. You are doomed. The malevolent Uchiha must perish. Suddenly, numerous shurikens flew in from all directions, each laced with explosive tags. 6 masked ninjas clad in dark attire leapt forth, forming hand seals to unleash their jutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Lightning style, earth walk. A barrage of ninjutsu ensued. Clang, clang, boom, boom. A towering 3-meter skeleton of green energy rose up, successfully blocking the incoming attacks. The 2 ninjas who had ambushed him were obliterated, and the 2 intelligence ninjas vanished, leaving behind only a dead tree. Root ninjas. Why was Kei, with his crimson Sharingan, glaring furiously at these ninjas? What was this? Regardless of its nature, he had to complete the mission. The 6 ninjas charged at Uchiha Kei, wielding shurikens. Kei dispersed his Susanoo and focused on the strongest among them. Amaterasu. A plume of black flames erupted, causing the target to fall, rolling on the ground in agony. Kei instinctively covered his eyes, feeling a sharp pain emanating from them. This was his first use of the Mangekyō Sharingan today, and its power was indeed impressive. As Li Yuan had warned, he sensed a slight decline in his vision, though it was not significant. He vowed not to rely on the Mangekyō Sharingan any longer, given that only 5 mid-level ninjas remained. Clang, clang, boom, boom. Moments later, the last ninja succumbed to defeat, collapsing to the ground. Using the summoning technique, Kei bit his fingertip and formed hand seals. A cloud of smoke appeared and disappeared, revealing a giant eagle, 3 meters in height. Eagle, 2 enemies escaped earlier. They must be nearby. With a resounding cry, the eagle soared into the sky. Kei approached the sole surviving ninja, gripping his head to ensure his eyes met Kei's. The Sharingan's 3 tomo spun rapidly. Oh no, it's an illusion. The ninja's chakra surged violently, his head tilted, and he perished. Kei meticulously examined the fallen ninjas. Indeed, they were root ninjas. The 2 missing intelligence ninjas observed the scene from a distance. As the battle turned decidedly against them, one ninja reported, quickly informed Danzo-sama, the assassination mission has failed. A root ninja summoned a dog, inserting a pre-written scroll into its mouth, swiftly dispelling the summoning technique. Let us go, he said, letting out a heavy sigh, and they swiftly vanished into the woods. A piercing eagle cry echoed. Oh no, that beast has spotted us. The giant eagle swooped down like an arrow, its sharp beak and talons glinting ominously as it pursued the fleeing ninja on the ground. Snap, snap. The sound of trees breaking echoed, raising clouds of dust. By the time Kei arrived, tranquility had returned, save for the occasional eagle cry. Let us return to Konoha. With a leap, he mounted the eagle and Amp's back and ascended into the sky. In a hidden base of the root organization within Konoha, Danzo observed a glass jar filled with liquid, containing several crimson eyeballs. All of them were 3 Tomo Sharingan. Danzo-sama, the mission has failed. A ninja rushed in. The root ninja knelt, trembling. As he presented a scroll with both hands, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Danzo took the scroll, quickly scanning its contents. His initially calm expression morphed into one of disbelief as he read about the 3-meter-tall energy skeleton and black flames. Could it be the Mangekyō? Impossible. The Uchiha clan has not made an appearance for decades. Pacing back and forth, Danzo suddenly halted, his gaze darkening. Regardless of whether it is the Mangekyō or not, the Uchiha are malevolent. This Kei has grown far too swiftly. He cannot be allowed to remain. Inform the others to monitor Kei's movements. The moment he returns to the village, we shall apprehend him on charges of treason. As the ninja bowed and departed, in the Uchiha clan's territory, Li Yuan felt a sudden mental jolt. He performed the reverse summoning technique, biting his fingertip and slamming it onto the ground. Boom! Li Yuan vanished, reappearing on a deserted island beach. This small, uninhabited island featured a primitive forest spanning about 10 kilometers at its center. This was the location Li Yuan had instructed 2 eagles to find, far removed from the ninja world, over 100 kilometers from the nearest water country. Li Yuan intended to facilitate his clan's relocation from Konoha to this haven. Upon Li Yuan's arrival, the eagles circled joyfully in the sky. A 10-meter giant eagle swooped down and landed not far from him, its feathers resembling scales, with golden pupils and red irises, faintly adorned with tomo. Li Yuan approached, leaping onto the eagle's back and stroking its feathers. With a powerful cry, they took flight. Moments later, Li Yuan dismounted, patting the eagle's neck. The eagle spread its wings and circled away. This was the eagle Li Yuan had raised years ago, naming the 2 giants Eagle Sky and Eagle Flight, while the 5 smaller ones were dubbed Eagle 1, Eagle 2, Eagle 3, Eagle 4, and Eagle 5. The eagle's eyes possessed the Sharingan. Li Yuan had conducted numerous experiments, demonstrating his prowess in manipulating cells. After several trials, he had successfully harnessed the Uchiha clan's bloodline, integrating its power into the eagles. He had also experimented on Kei, enhancing one of his tomo. However, these 2 giants possessed not only the Uchiha bloodline but also mastery over natural energy, thus earning the title of Eagle Sage. Yet, their training was still nascent, lacking the strength of the Frog Sage or Snake Sage. On a large rock on the beach, Kei sat with a furrowed brow. Li Yuan approached and sat beside him. "What troubles you so that you summoned me?" Li Yuan casually inquired. "I was ambushed. The village seeks to eliminate me." Kei replied grimly. "That's quite normal, is it not? Did I not caution you?" Li Yuan responded nonchalantly. "Must they go to such lengths?" Kei's face contorted with anger, veins bulging as he struggled to contain his fury. "I have told you before, Konoha cannot accommodate the Uchiha. Do you recall the history of Konoha and the Uchiha?" Li Yuan maintained his calm demeanor. "Look at the Senju clan, who remains now but Tsunade." Kei sighed, his words trailing off into silence. "My Mangekyō may have been exposed," Kei admitted, shame washing over him as he avoided Li Yuan's gaze. "Exposed? It's the root." Li Yuan massaged his forehead. "Yes." Kei's head drooped even lower. "If you return to the village, Danzo will likely brand you a rogue ninja," Li Yuan sighed. The clan leader, Kei, looked at Li Yuan with hope. "Do not place your hopes on him. He believes maintaining the current peace is paramount. He will hand you over." Li Yuan shattered his expectations. Drawing a kunai from his waist, Li Yuan handed it to Kei. "This is a flying thunder god kunai. You have successfully mastered it." Kei grasped the kunai, rising to his feet. "Indeed, I have succeeded." Li Yuan also stood, ready for what lay ahead. "After you have dispelled the reverse summoning, proceed with caution. I shall seize the position of clan leader in the shortest possible time." "Oh, did you not wish to avoid stepping forward?" Guang Shu gently patted my head. "With the flying thunder god technique mastered, what is there to fear? No one can keep me here now." Li Yuan gazed skyward, his hands clasped behind his back. He understood that as long as the Otsutsuki clan did not arrive, he had nothing to fear from anyone, and he certainly could not act recklessly. "Very well, it shall be as such. I shall keep my kunai close at hand. Should any matters arise, summon me through the summoning technique." With a wave of his hand, Li Yuan dismissed the conversation. In the next moment, he dispelled the reverse summoning and vanished without a trace. Chapter 7. Who agrees? who disagrees the Uchiha clan has long established a tradition regarding the selection of its leader. During the Warring States period, in the era of clan meetings, the one who emerged victorious in the Battle of the Sharingan would take command. However, since Madara's departure from the Hidden Leaf Village, the Uchiha clan has not produced any remarkable figures. The selection of the clan leader now depends on the village's opinion, transforming the leader's role into that of a liaison with the village. This decline has been disheartening, leading to the loss of the Uchiha clan's former glory. By the time of Fugaku, as per the original narrative, the clan faced annihilation around the time of the 56th year of the Hidden Leaf Village. At the South Shrine, it has been several days since the last clan meeting, and now they convene again. The leader is acutely aware of the rampant rumors spreading throughout the village. Whispers allege that the Nine Tails incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha clan using the Sharingan, and that the fourth Hokage was also a victim of their schemes. The common folk cast disdainful glances in their direction, making it increasingly difficult for clan members engaged in business, many of whom have shuttered their shops. The leader has reported these matters to the Hokage with little effect. There is no hope to be found with the Hokage. The village has turned against the Uchiha clan. It appears to me that the rumors are the handiwork of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. We should rise against them, eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, and you shall become the Hokage. Do not be so extreme. We must trust the Hokage. Extreme? Look at how much the Uchiha have contributed to the Hidden Leaf and what we have received in return. During the Third Great Ninja War, we faced a single ninja village alone, the Mist Village, which held back against us. What did we gain? Countless clan members perished, and what remains? Orphans and widows, who receive little to no compensation. In any case, we must integrate into the Hidden Leaf. Only then will we cease to be targets. Integrate into the Hidden Leaf. Like the Senju clan, it would be better to leave the Hidden Leaf altogether and establish our own territory. Inside the South Shrine, the discord reached a crescendo. Uchiha Fugaku, seated at the head, pressed a hand to his forehead, overwhelmed by the cacophony. He had become clan leader only a year prior, at the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. Prior to the war, clan meetings were filled with mere complaints about the village's injustices, with only a handful of radicals. However, post-war, the discontent among the clansmen has escalated, especially following the Nine Tails incident, which has fueled desires for a coup. Fugaku yearns to maintain the status quo until his term as leader concludes. He holds a deep admiration for Uchiha Abido, a mid-sized clan during the Warring States period, whose son ascended to the position of Hokage. He even visited the Hokage to seek permission to name his youngest son Uchiha Sasuke. Outside the South Shrine, Li Yuan grimaced. He sensed the presence of several chakra signatures nearby, clearly the Anbu ninjas sent to monitor the situation. Having been present for some time, he listened to the uproar within the shrine. He lamented the village's attitude and the clan's impotence, noting the ongoing quarrels, as well as Fugaku's inaction. Calming himself, Li Yuan stepped out of the shadows and strode confidently to the front entrance. The Anbu ninjas, observing from a distance, exchanged puzzled glances. Who is that? Does anyone recognize him? One Anbu ninja inquired. Why is there no chakra signature? Another noted. Indeed, he appeared to be an ordinary person. The head of the monitoring Anbu squad, perplexed, ordered, document this and continue surveillance. Report back to the Hokage later. With a creak and a slam, Li Yuan pushed open the door. The previously noisy assembly fell silent. Who is this, arriving just as the clan meeting is nearing its conclusion? Everyone turned, momentarily stunned. Li Yuan, we are in the midst of a clan meeting. What brings you here? Useless Li Yuan, what do you want? Get out of here. This is not a place for you. You are a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Li Yuan's expulsion from the clan had caused quite a stir. Imagine, in a family that values honor above life itself, one who fails to uphold that honor. In an environment rife with the spirit of fire, one who refrains from engaging in the fervor of ambition. Such a rarity. Years have passed, and the memories have faded. Li Yuan, this is not your place. Leave at once. Some scolded, some mocked, others offered well-meaning advice, while a few remained indifferent, as if expecting this. These voices belonged to a handful of young clansmen, merely a dozen or so in number. Silence. What a disgraceful display. An elder, appearing to be in his 50s, scolded, his brow furrowed in annoyance. Li Yuan, what is your business here? We are in the midst of a clan meeting. Wait until we finish, and then you may speak. This individual wore the armor of A.J. Nin and bore the Leaf Village headband, his hair half gray and sporting a goatee. He was none other than the Uchiha clan's elder, the leader of the hawkish faction. Li Yuan closed the door behind him, disregarding the surrounding clamor. Of course, I have matters to discuss. I have come to attend the clan meeting. He replied to the elder, swiftly walking to the center of the shrine, locking eyes with Fugaku. Just you? Here to attend the clan meeting? Haha, you crack me up. You are not even a ninja. Go back and stop causing a commotion. Silence. Throw him out. A commanding voice rang out. Fugaku slammed his hands on the table, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. AJ Nin was preparing to escort Li Yuan out. I said I am here to attend the clan meeting. No, I am here to challenge the clan leader. A golden skeletal figure materialized around Li Yuan, rapidly growing to form a towering golden warrior. Its pupils glowed with a golden light, specifically 3 spinning tomo that appeared to converge. Li Yuan had not yet activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. This was a Susanoo he had simulated using his golden light technique. The golden pupils were a manifestation of the unique aura he had refined from the Sharingan, nurtured into a variant through the golden light technique. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan carries a certain negative aura, which intensifies with higher levels, akin to a demonic energy. For Li Yuan, this was easily identifiable. He sensed no such heavy aura emanating from Fugaku. He had likely not activated his Mangekyō yet. Based on the original narrative and speculation regarding the Hokage, it might begin in a few years, or perhaps it has remained dormant. This is the Mangekyō. Impossible. He has no chakra. The elder rushed over, his expression one of excitement, trembling hands reaching out to touch the golden warrior. Is it, truly, the third godly power? The elder erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face. After 40 years, I have finally witnessed the power spoken of in our clan's legends once more. Fugaku approached, astonished. But why is it so small? Shouldn't it be at least several dozen meters tall? The elder wiped away his tears, confusion etched on his face. He had seen Madara activate his Susanoo. Are you suggesting I demolish the shrine? Li Yuan replied, exasperated, glancing around at the murmurs. A surge of determination rose within him as he crossed his arms and surveyed the crowd. I declare my intent to become the clan leader. Who is in favor? And who opposes? The earlier dozen young ninjas stepped forward, standing behind him, their Sharingan activated, casting their gaze around the assembly. These individuals were all wielders of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Chapter 8. Supporting Li Yuan as clan leader. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Some were rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura, while others were momentarily taken aback, grappling with a multitude of questions within. Why were there so many young individuals with the 3 tomo Sharingan? Hadn't they all previously possessed the 2 tomo? In just a few days, how had they all transformed into 3 tomo? Moreover, how could Li Yuan, who was once not a ninja, aspire to become the clan leader? What power did he wield? As there was no trace of chakra emanating from him, this aura suggested he was at least at the level of a Kage. Furthermore, he had silently activated the Mangekyō Sharingan. It was evident that he had manifested the Susanoo. While there were records of Susanoo in the clan, this one appeared somewhat diminutive. Given that they were in the clan shrine, this was understandable. However, the golden Sharingan looked rather peculiar. Those who had previously denigrated Li Yuan as a disgrace to the Uchiha clan wiped the sweat from their foreheads, feeling a sense of trepidation. After a brief silence, pairs of crimson eyes turned toward the clan leader and several elders. Fugaku's expression darkened, his thoughts a tangled web. He parted his lips, poised to speak. Quickly, retract the Susanoo. Do not waste ocular power. According to clan records, excessive use of the Mangekyō can lead to vision impairment, even blindness. The elder took a deep breath, suddenly recalling something and appearing anxious. Rest assured, I cultivate natural energy. As long as it is not overexerted in a single instance, blindness is unlikely. Li Yuan, in turn, dissipated the illusion of the Susanoo, retracting the golden light back into his body, allowing the rising aura to fade. He was also wary of the Anbu ninjas outside discovering his presence, thus maintaining his aura within the confines of the shrine. With its rise and fall occurring within mere seconds, he had already devised a plausible excuse, knowing that an explanation was necessary for smooth proceedings. Natural energy, sage mode? Yet that too required chakra. The elders, including Fugaku, were left in a state of confusion. They were well versed in the ways of ninjutsu, having witnessed the techniques of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya's sage arts. The clan records did not state that sage techniques were devoid of chakra. My natural energy is pure, not a blend of chakra and natural energy, which is what sage techniques entail, Li Yuan patiently clarified, not allowing them time for further contemplation. I have discovered a new summoning sanctum. Anyone wishing to learn sage techniques may approach me. However, be warned that learning these arts can be perilous. Consider your choices carefully. A new summoning sanctum? Is your mastery of natural energy also imparted by them? What is its strength? What beast do you summon? The elder could no longer contain his excitement, his voice trembling with urgency. He was a leader of the hawkish faction, yet he understood the clan's current inadequacies and yearned for strength. The most vocal dissenters were individuals in their 30s, along with some younger members. They had endured the tribulations of the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars and had witnessed the injustices faced by their village. 2 colossal eagles, each measuring 10 meters, could surely contend with a tailed beast. 5 smaller eagles, ranging from 1 to 3 meters in size, appeared as Li Yuan bit his fingertip to form a hand seal. With a puff of smoke, a 2-meter-tall eagle emerged. Its black feathers gleamed like armor, with a sharp beak and talons flashing with a chilling light. It radiated a formidable chakra presence that signaled it was not to be trifled with. This was Eagle 3, as summoning a larger eagle in this confined space was impractical. As for the Sharingan within its keen eyes, Li Yuan had concealed it, as it was a natural manifestation of their lineage, controllable at will. If the elders were to witness it, it could lead to endless complications. This is the third of the smaller eagles. I fear a larger one might damage the shrine, Li remarked, stroking the eagle's feathers. The elder circled Eagle 3, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan to inspect it, visibly pleased. The surrounding clansmen also activated their Sharingan, noting the chakra levels exceeded that of a Ch-nin. A flying summoning beast was a rarity, especially one capable of carrying a rider. Whispers erupted among the clansmen. The elder slowly approached Li Yuan, casting an apologetic glance at Fujikawa. I support Li Yuan as the clan leader. In truth, he had resolved to back Li Yuan the moment he revealed the Susanoo. It mattered not what path of cultivation he followed, as long as he possessed strength. All eyes shifted to the second elder. Slightly younger than the first elder, he donned the traditional ninja garb. As the leader of the dovish faction, he often communicated with the village and clansmen in a subdued manner. At times he appeared benevolent, while at others, he displayed a volatile temperament. The second elder had also been observing Li Yuan's Susanoo. He had confirmed it was indeed the Mangekyō. When Li Yuan unleashed the summoning beast and revealed his mastery of natural energy, he merely glanced at the assembly before turning his gaze back. Among the youthful clan members, 2 were particularly familiar to him. One was his youngest son, Uchiha Yuji, and the other was a neighbor's child. They had previously lacked the 3-tomo Sharingan and should only have possessed 2. For one to attain the 3-tomo was an evolution. For 2 to achieve it simultaneously was undoubtedly suspect. Is their 3-tomo a result of your abilities? The third elder's brow furrowed, a mix of anxiety and anticipation crossing his face. It is indeed my power, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin, providing the answer they sought. The room fell silent, the tension palpable. The 3-tomo. The third elder clenched his fist, filled with hope. Countless crimson eyes fixated on Li Yuan. Is it truly possible for you? Transitioning from 3-tomo to Mangekyō is a significant leap in evolution. However, enhancing a tomo is not beyond reach. Li Yuan interjected before he could finish, dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. He had no desire for others to learn that he could elevate the 3-tomo to Mangekyō, nor did he possess the ability to do so. Alas, what a pity. A collective sigh resonated through the room, soon giving way to a cacophony of voices. Li Yuan, assist me in upgrading my 2-tomo to 3-tomo. Li Yuan, I support you as our leader. Did you not just declare Li Yuan a disgrace to the Uchiha clan? Who uttered such words? I shall confront him. With a decisive thud, the second elder slammed his palm on the table, silencing the uproar. He stepped forward to stand beside Li Yuan, addressing Fujikawa. I too support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. All attention shifted to the third and fourth elders. Both were in their 40s, clad in traditional ninja attire. The third elder glanced at Fujikawa, whose expression darkened further. He then looked at the fourth elder, silently urging him to speak first. The fourth elder surveyed the room before stepping beside Li Yuan, stating, I too support Li Yuan as the new clan leader. Li Yuan regarded the fourth elder, recalling how he had previously implanted a subtle suggestion in his mind, altering his memories. He had intended to assess its efficacy, and it appeared he would need to test it further on Danzo in the future. Seeing that the fourth elder had already expressed his stance, the third elder quickly added, I also endorse Li Yuan as the new clan leader. All eyes turned toward Fujikawa once more. Chapter 9. We must show our fists. Fuya took a deep breath, calming his mind. Although he was upset about losing the position of clan leader, he was more concerned that Li Yuan might be a hawkish figure. He scanned the surroundings and approached Li Yuan, fixing his gaze intently on his eyes as his three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Did you orchestrate the Nine-Tails incident? According to the village, it was controlled by the Mangekyō. What? Could it truly be so? Absolutely not, Li Yuan replied calmly, meeting Fuya's gaze. I knew it. He could never be responsible for that. It is indeed Konoha village that slanders us. After a moment, Fuya withdrew his gaze and sighed deeply. Then I have no objections. From now on, you are the clan leader. He glanced at the expressions of the clansmen around him, feeling a sense of loss. Not far away, Shursui rushed over. Standing beside Fuya, worry etched on his face. Uncle Fuya, I'm fine. Fuya regained his composure, yet his greatest fear was that Li Yuan, now clan leader, would lead a coup. He decided to observe Li Yuan's actions first. Seeing that the dust had settled, Li Yuan ascended the main stage of the shrine. He surveyed the clansmen and spoke slowly. Listen, everyone. Though I have become the clan leader, I harbor no intentions of instigating a coup. Fuya and Shursui let out a sigh of relief from below. Our Uchiha clan has long harbored grievances against Konoha village, and peaceful negotiations are no longer possible. If reconciliation were feasible, we wouldn't be in this predicament. We must demonstrate our strength and reveal our fists. Only by instilling fear in the village can we alter the current situation. You may wonder why I did not act thus before. It was because we lacked the strength and the Mangekyō. Now, we possess not only the Mangekyō Sharingan, but also a formidable summoning beast clan. I have another piece of good news. Uchiha Mitsuki has also awakened the Mangekyō. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the clansmen. Another member had awakened the Mangekyō, signaling the rise of their clan. A few elders leaped with excitement. 2 Mangekyōs. In the early days of Konoha, there was Madara with 1 Mangekyō, and he was immensely powerful, yet he could not defeat the first Hokage. Without waiting for their reaction, Li Yuan continued his impassioned speech. However, upon returning from a mission, I was ambushed by fellow ninjas from the village, an ambush from the root ninjas. They sought to extinguish our hopes for the Uchiha's resurgence. How could this be tolerated? Are we to accept this? Absolutely not. Fuya and Shursui exchanged glances, looking at the fervent clansmen around them, feeling an impending headache. While this may not be a coup, it was perilously close. The rift between the village and the clan only deepened. The second elder observed the agitated clansmen with a serene expression. If our clan were strong enough, we would not have to resort to such measures. As the uproar among the clansmen began to subside, Li Yuan continued, we do not seek a coup, we seek fair treatment. We must leverage our present strength to fight for rights commensurate with our power. Second elder, please count how many 2-tomo members we have. I will enhance several of their abilities to 3-tomo each day. Long live the clan leader. Another wave of excitement surged through the crowd, with many jumping in enthusiasm. The second elder stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Fuya, you shall be appointed as the 5th elder tomorrow. Li Yuan had initially considered having the guard division detain individuals but changed his mind, deciding to let others handle it, as long as Fuya didn't complicate matters. It would suffice. Elder, you will command the guard division from tomorrow. Anyone spreading rumors will be apprehended. Do not fear the numbers. If someone dares to speak out, let them be dismissed, or they may come to seek me. The elder stepped out and bowed. This will not do. It will only exacerbate the conflict with the village. Shursui interjected, his face filled with concern. We cannot allow this. You must devise a way to halt the rumors. Li Yuan snorted, countering, do you not trust the village, nor the Hokage? Li Yuan gazed at him incredulously, his stomach churning. What an impressive manipulation. How easily you have been swayed. Without a solution, you should remain silent and heed my commands, Li Yuan scolded. In his previous life, Li Yuan had harbored disdain for Shursui, who possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan but failed to utilize it and ultimately took his own life. Compared to that filial piety, Shursui was indeed better. Li Yuan cast a glance at the 4th elder and then at Shursui, addressing the crowd. I am aware that many of you are close to the village, even acting as their spies. After this meeting, you will have the opportunity to relay my words. As Uchiha Li Yuan, I will not endure the same injustices as before. If anyone strikes me, I will retaliate tenfold. His proclamation stirred commotion. Who among you has betrayed the Uchiha? It cannot be Shursui. Impossible. Shursui's face paled as he glanced around, feeling a twinge of unease. He contemplated reporting to the Hokage at the first opportunity. Li Yuan surveyed the moonlit sky. This concludes today's meeting. Those wishing to enhance their Sharingan should come to my home tomorrow. As he moved towards the door, the crowd parted to allow him passage. With a creak, the door opened. Li Yuan stepped outside, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Taking a few steps forward, he bit his fingertip and formed a hand seal. Summoning technique. A gigantic eagle, 10 meters tall, materialized, stirring a cloud of dust. Li Yuan intended to assert his authority as the newly appointed clan leader while simultaneously establishing his presence. Previously, as a non-leader, the presence of observing Anbu ninjas posed little concern. Now, as the clan leader, their watchful eyes felt intrusive. Li Yuan leaped onto the eagle's back, and with a resounding cry, it soared into the air, exuding an overwhelming presence. Nearby, the Anbu ninjas instantly went on high alert, staring at the colossal eagle with confusion. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Where did this eagle come from? I have never heard of the Uchiha possessing such a powerful summoning beast. It is likely stronger than Jiraiya's toads. As a dozen clansmen exited the shrine, several elders noticed Li Yuan performing the summoning technique and halted, blocking the exit for those behind them. Initially bewildered, they then gazed fervently at the imposing eagle. This aura is incredible. It could certainly contend with a tailed beast. Ha ha ha, marvelous. The Uchiha clan indeed had contracts with summoning beast clans, akin to the spiritual beasts like cats, and in the original narrative, Itachi's later crows. These were not combat-oriented, but merely for convenience. Li Yuan paid no heed to the discussions of the clansmen behind him. At a height of several meters, Li Yuan stood atop the eagle, using his senses to lock onto the nearby Anbu ninjas. Behind him, a dozen golden arrows coalesced and shot towards the Anbu ninjas with urgency. Li Yuan initially intended to experiment with the Susanoo while riding the giant eagle. Having found Madara and Appo's Susanoo with the nine tails quite impressive in the anime. However, upon seeing the Anbu ninjas, he deemed it excessive to use such force against them. Boom, boom, boom. Over 500 meters away, in the foliage, several masked ninjas sprang forth, quickly forming three small teams. One ninja, clad in chainmail and a Konoha vest, wearing a fox mask, stepped forward. Uchiha, do you intend to stage a coup? His voice was loud, revealing his seething anger. With flames flickering in his eyes behind the mask, he was the team leader, and two of his comrades had been struck by arrows in the legs and were still in the forest. Li Yuan, standing atop the giant eagle, flew closer, reducing the distance to 100 meters, looking down from his elevated position. A coup? Not quite, he remarked casually. Return and inform Yuan Fury that I, Li Yuan, am the clan leader. From now on, should I see you monitoring us within the clan, I will eliminate each one I encounter. Today, a warning was issued to Li Yuan, whose right hand had transformed into a 10-meter-long golden sword. The captain of the Anbu felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He sensed that the youth standing upon the giant eagle before him was exceptionally powerful, undoubtedly possessing strength on the level of a Kage. The earlier mention of him being a clan leader and the recent change of the Uchiha clan leader were significant matters that required immediate reporting to Lord Hokage. As he gazed at the Uchiha emerging from the shrine, several of them brandished kunai. We must retreat, the Anbu captain murmured, gripping his kunai tightly before vanishing into the thicket. Shadows flickered momentarily before disappearing entirely. In the heart of Konoha, within the domain of the Yuanfei clan, a bustling district lay not far from the Hokage's office. In a lavish room, Yuanfei Rizantian was enveloped in a cloud of smoke, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 10. The blame game. The sound of a thud echoed through the room as the third Hokage withdrew his pipe, releasing a cloud of smoke. A ninja, adorned with a fox mask, leapt through the window and bowed respectfully. Lord Hokage, a new clan leader has emerged from the Uchiha clan. They have expelled us and threatened to kill anyone who continues to observe them. The third Hokage brought the pipe closer to his lips, tightening his grip as he took a deep draw. Who has assumed this new leadership? Is there anything unusual about him? What is his strength? The Anbu ninja glanced at the Hokage, a hint of unease in his demeanor. I do not know him personally, but he claims to be Uchiha Li Yuan. His strength appears formidable. I sense no chakra emanating from him. He possesses a summoning beast, a giant eagle over 10 meters in size, capable of forming golden energy weapons. With a clatter, the pipe fell from the Hokage's grasp. He bent down to retrieve it, trembling as he placed it back in his mouth, exhaling smoke. his expression dark and brooding. This does not sound like an energy skeleton or an energy warrior, merely an energy weapon, likely not a Mangekyō Sharingan. A summoning beast of that caliber, and a flying one at that. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded, "Summon the archived ninjas from the Hokage Tower. They must work through the night to gather information on Li Yuan. Additionally, bring Shui to the Hokage Tower." The third Hokage hastily donned an outer garment and proceeded toward the door. "Are we still monitoring them?" The Anbu ninja inquired quietly. "For the time being, cease the surveillance." "No. Continue, but maintain a safe distance from their clan grounds. Do not be too conspicuous," the third Hokage replied, pausing briefly before continuing toward the Hokage Tower. As the Anbu ninja bowed and vanished, the Hokage's office was illuminated brightly. The third Hokage settled into his designated seat, continuing to smoke. Amidst the rising smoke, his countenance remained dark, revealing a deeply troubled expression. "Lord Hokage, we have found it." An Anbu ninja rushed in, clutching a small stack of documents. He approached the third Hokage, bowing and presenting the files with both hands. The third Hokage took the documents, placed them on his desk, and opened them. Uchiha Li Yuan, age 16, formerly owned a restaurant named Huayuan Pavilion, now closed, an ordinary citizen. Orphaned during the Second Shinobi World War, he entered the Ninja Academy at 6, but withdrew at 10 due to a lack of chakra. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, feeling increasingly perturbed. "You may leave. Check to see if Shui has arrived." With a wave of his hand, he picked up his pipe. The Anbu ninja bowed and exited, leaving the room in a profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic tapping of the pipe against the table. Moments later, Uchiha Shui entered. "Shui, quickly tell me what transpired at the clan meeting," the third Hokage urged, rising to his feet. Observing the Hokage's somber and anxious expression, Shui felt a deeper sense of worry. During yesterday's clan meeting, Li Yuan suddenly interrupted, declaring his intent to become the clan leader while brandishing a Mangekyō Sharingan. "A Mangekyō?" the third Hokage asked eagerly. "Indeed, the elders have confirmed it," Shui nodded. "No wonder he was able to assume leadership." The third Hokage, feeling as though his strength had been sapped, sank back into his seat, lifting his pipe once more, murmuring to himself. He understood all too well the Uchiha clan's reverence for the Mangekyō Sharingan and had witnessed its formidable power. "Continue, Shui," he urged. After the elders' confirmation, they unanimously agreed to Li Yuan's leadership. However, he has issued a warning. Should anyone speak of the Nine Tails incident, he will take action and capture as many as he deems necessary. "Lord Hokage, can you quell these rumors? If not, the villagers' relationship with the Uchiha clan will deteriorate even further," Shui implored. A jolt of alarm surged through the third Hokage's heart. Could he be behind it? The chaos of the Nine Tails was controlled through illusion, and now the Uchiha clan has revealed a Mangekyō. They have been concealing their strength with ill intent. Taking a long draw from his pipe, the third Hokage exhaled slowly, striving to calm himself. "Shui, I will not allow these tensions to escalate. Please, continue with your report." The worry on Shui's face began to dissipate. He also mentioned that Hikari has awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. Upon his return, he was ambushed by the village's ninjas and subsequently by rude operatives. Coughing violently, the third Hokage choked on the smoke he had inhaled, clutching his chest. "Two Mangekyōs, what a predicament! And to be ambushed by Danzo, who has proven to be more of a hindrance than a help. Now, both of them harbor ill feelings towards the village, and they share a close relationship. Are you all right, Lord Hokage?" Shui asked, concern etched on his face. "I'm fine. I merely inhaled too deeply." "Please, continue." The third Hokage waved dismissively. "That's all for now, but you must take steps to prevent this conflict from worsening," Shui urged. "Return to the clan and report to me immediately if there are any developments." "Very well, Lord Hokage," Shui replied, bowing as he departed. The third Hokage watched Shui leave, then resumed puffing on his pipe, hoping to expel the worries swirling within him. "Ninjas, summon the summoning beast left by Jiah." A ninja appeared and swiftly vanished. The third Hokage was determined to bring Jiah back. With two Mangekyō Sharingans emerging from the Uchiha clan, their power was equivalent to that of a Kage. With Minato deceased and Orochimaru having defected, Jiraiya's absence left him feeling vulnerable against the potential uprising of the Uchiha. Before long, the ninja returned, placing a toad the size of a basketball on the table. The third Hokage slipped a letter into the toad's mouth, and with a puff of smoke, it vanished. Meanwhile, in a shadowy base within the land of water, Danzo crumpled the message in his hands, shattering his cane, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Damn those Uchiha, those wicked Uchiha. After a moment, he regained his composure and settled back into his chair. Oil woman, do we continue with Hikari's case? Yes, Lord Danzo, she replied cautiously. In the land of hot water, Jiraiya found himself surrounded by two alluring women, while another poured a drink into his mouth. Suddenly, he pulled away from the women, stepping aside to bite his fingertip and form a hand seal. A toad appeared, holding a letter in its mouth. He took the letter, opened it, and after a brief moment, produced a pouch of money, tossing it onto the table as he made his way to the exit. Don't go. Stay and play with us. The women exclaimed. I have matters to attend to. I shall return another time, Jiraiya replied, strolling out. With the emergence of two Kage-level Uchiha and a clan leader devoid of chakra, could it be that he wielded the pure essence of natural energy? Jiraiya had long suspected that the village was ostracizing the Uchiha. It was only a matter of time before something went awry. As he rushed towards Konoha, he muttered to himself, the Uchiha clan has awakened two Mangekyō Sharingans. I must hurry. Hikari sprinted swiftly through the forest, estimating that he would reach Konoha by tomorrow, provided he did not delay. Chapter 11. Capturing people in the early morning. The streets of Konoha village bustled with the usual liveliness. People flowed in and out, their voices mingling in the air. Inside the hall of the guard department, the elder stood on the platform, casting a stern gaze over the dozens of ninjas below. Do you all understand the mission for today? Today marks the first step for our Uchiha clan. Capture as many as you can. If they resist, incapacitate them. If you can't handle it, call your teammates. Is that clear? The ninjas below shouted in unison, affirming their understanding. Then the meeting is adjourned. Disperse and proceed with the capture, the elder declared as he descended from the platform. The ninjas below formed groups of 4 and departed promptly. Faik, standing nearby, hesitated several times before finally speaking up. After the clan members had left, he voiced his concerns. Elder, is it truly safe to proceed like this? The elder took a seat at a nearby tea table and gestured for Faik to sit opposite him. As Faik settled in, the elder assured him, there will be no issues. Our clan possesses 2 Mangekyō Sharingan, both wielded by the young. The elder leisurely began to brew tea. Observing the elder's relaxed demeanor, Faik felt a sense of relief. He had never witnessed the elder display such ease before. You should return home and spend more time with your children. It will soon become quite lively here, and you may not wish to witness such scenes, the elder remarked, pouring a cup of tea and sliding it toward Faik. Very well, I shall take my leave, Faik replied, swirling the cup before drinking it down in one go. He then stood and exited the guard department. At a roadside breakfast shop, several villagers sat together enjoying their meal when they noticed an Uchiha clad in the clan's insignia passing by. Have you heard? It seems the Uchiha were behind the Nine Tails incident, one villager whispered, leaning in toward the others. I heard they used the Sharingan to control it, another responded. They say they are a cursed clan, a third added. Indeed, I have heard their Sharingan requires the sacrifice of loved ones, blood relatives. Who wouldn't be unfortunate to associate with them? They lamented, casting disdainful glances at the Uchiha. Just as their conversation intensified, 4 Uchiha in guard uniforms barged in, silencing the room instantly. The 3 ninjas surrounded the villagers engrossed in their chatter. Sensing the tension, the villagers exchanged anxious glances, aware of the onlookers gathering around. Do you Uchiha intend to assault us? Aye, one villager began, but the sight of 4 blood-red eyes fixating on him made him falter, cold sweat beading on his brow. Spreading rumors, disturbing the peace, tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Arrest them, the leading captain, his crimson Sharingan ablaze, commanded. The 3 teammates seized the villagers and began to escort them outside. The captain scanned the crowd of onlookers, his gaze sharp. I will report you to the Hokage. You have no right to arrest people, a villager exclaimed, while others nearby sighed in relief, still hearing shouts echoing from outside. Such events unfolded throughout Konoha, with some villagers being captured easily, while others resisted and were subdued. Outside the guard department, shadows flitted about. Occasionally, ninjas in guard uniforms dragged groups of 3 or 4 individuals into the building. The shouts of villagers protesting, "By what authority do you seize us?" grew increasingly fervent. Soon, the prison within the guard department was filled to capacity, and outside, a multitude of protesting villagers gathered, clamoring for the release of their kin while hurling curses at the Uchiha. Had it not been for the clan members restraining the crowd, the villagers would have stormed inside. The elder unleashed a formidable presence, quieting the throng almost instantaneously. Those we have captured are guilty of spreading rumors, undermining the Uchiha's honor, and disrupting the peace of Konoha. They will either serve a 15-day detention or pay a fine of 15,000 Ryo. If they continue to curse, they will be taken in as well. Now, it is either pay the fine or leave. Two ninjas from the guard department brought forth a work table, setting it at the entrance. A young ninja, one hand clutching a basket and the other holding a receipt book, took a seat. Fines are to be paid here. Once the fine is settled, present the stamped receipt from the guard department at the prison gate to retrieve your kin. You can't do this. I will report you to the Hokage. A young villager shouted from the crowd. This is extortion. I believe the Uchiha orchestrated the Nine Tails incident. They are the true villains. The two ninjas lunged at the defiant villager. As the crowd parted, the two ninjas dragged him towards the prison. You cannot arrest me. I am Yuan from the Yuan clan. You said I wouldn't be captured. He protested, scanning the area for any sign of his clan. However, he saw no trace of his kin amidst the chaos. The elder frowned but refrained from intervening. As for the individual named Yuan, he had not made himself known. Thus, the elder chose to let it be. Now, those who wish to pay the fine, line up. Those who refuse, leave. You will be released after 15 days. A clan member bellowed. Many complied and formed a line at the desk, while others departed, seething with resentment. Outside the Hokage building, a cacophony of voices filled the air. We demand to see the Hokage. The Uchiha are forcibly capturing villagers. I must lodge a complaint. They are extorting money. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage listened to the uproar outside, his expression one of exasperation. He was aware of the Uchiha's actions and was curious to see how far they would go. Rubbing his temples, he pondered the challenges posed by the Uchiha's current heavy-handed methods. Shin, go to the guard department and assess their stance. Ideally, secure the release of those detained. Also, disperse the villagers outside. Inform them that I will address the matter. He instructed a ninja who promptly bowed and departed. The third Hokage resumed his work. Inhaling the fragrant smoke, he was reluctant to confront the villagers at that moment, fearing the Uchiha might refuse to release the captives. And he believed the villagers should learn a lesson for their part in the situation. Moments later, the commotion outside quieted down. An hour passed. Shin returned, his expression dark and his eyes ablaze with fury. Hokage-sama, members of the Yuan clan have also been captured. They regard us with utter disdain. The Uchiha must be stopped. Is that so? They refuse to release anyone, then? The third Hokage inquired, setting aside his documents and taking a deep breath. This revelation was not unexpected. He had gleaned as much from the reports brought by Shursui the previous day. However, he had not anticipated that his own clan would be among those seized. It is Yuan Shinji who has been deceived by a member of the Shimura clan, Shin divulged. Let him remain in the cell for a time to reflect. The third Hokage responded, exhaling a plume of smoke. And their attitude? What is it? They are very resolute. They insist that if you, Hokage-sama, wish for the release of the captives, you must settle this bill, Shin stated, placing a scroll on the Hokage's desk. Chapter 12. The Journey with Keiki. The third Hokage unfurled the scroll, which boldly proclaimed the existence of the Konoha Guard Division. Established over 40 years ago with an annual expenditure of 100 million. The scroll contained the detailed accounts. Coughing violently from the smoke, the third Hokage regained his composure. Li Yuan and Appo's intention was unmistakable. If you wish to oversee, provide the necessary funds that have sustained the guard division to this day. If not, refrain from meddling in their affairs. Since its inception, the village had never funded the division, which had been upheld by the Uchiha clan and Appo's own resources. The third Hokage pressed his hand against his chest and resumed puffing on his pipe. In dire need of funds, he contemplated dispatching shinobi to seek financial assistance from the feudal lord. Asking for over 4 billion was preposterous. He could scarcely procure even 1 billion. Shinobu, cease the Uchiha's apprehensions and focus solely on monitoring them. Report any developments immediately, he ordered, puffing deeply on his pipe. Shadows flickered and vanished. Leaning back in his chair, the third Hokage pondered. The Uchiha clan had transformed, and the new clan leader proved to be a formidable adversary. However, allowing the Uchiha to act unchecked within the guard division would jeopardize the village's stability. Suddenly, the door burst open with force. Danzo, leaning on his cane, strode into the office. Sarutobi, will you allow the Uchiha to run rampant? This is a perilous signal. The third Hokage glanced at him and replied slowly. They are merely exercising their legitimate authority within the guard division. Moreover, we both understand that the village lacks the strength to confront the Uchiha at this juncture. Danzo scoffed. You are ever so indecisive. The Uchiha will inevitably become a significant threat to the village. The third Hokage shook his head in resignation. What do you propose? An aggressive suppression now would be counterproductive, especially since their power has significantly increased. After a moment of silence, Danzo suggested, we could attempt to eliminate one of their Mangekyō. The new clan leader has just ascended. There may be an opportunity within their ranks. The third Hokage's expression darkened at this suggestion. Such a tactic is far too risky. I cannot condone it. With a grim expression, Danzo retorted, if you refuse to act, prepare for the Uchiha to break free from our control. The third Hokage's gaze hardened. I believe there are better solutions. We can strive to enhance communication and cooperation with the Uchiha, extending them the respect and trust they deserve. Perhaps this could defuse the tensions. Danzo mockingly laughed. Navi. The Uchiha's ambitions are not so easily appeased. You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. With that, he turned and departed. The third Hokage fell into deep contemplation, acutely aware that Danzo's concerns were not without merit. He recalled the information indicating a close relationship between Kaki and Li Yuan. Regardless of whether or not to eliminate him, he dared not take such a risk. He resolved to wait for Jiraiya's return to devise a plan. For now, he aimed to placate the Uchiha and maintain the status quo to prevent further conflict. Outside Konoha, Kaki perched atop a grand tree, hesitating as he gazed at the village's main road. Returning, will there be trouble? He mused, touching his head. Having cautiously navigated his way back to the forest 2 kilometers from Konoha, he decided to proceed. A hawk soared above, heading towards Konoha. As Kaki approached the village gates, he was greeted by 2 familiar gatekeeping shinobi. They neither accused him of treachery nor appeared eager to engage him in combat. Kaki, you're back, they greeted him in their usual indifferent manner. Kaki felt a wave of relief wash over him as he relaxed his guard. Yes, I'm back. He waved and entered through the gates. However, 2 masked ninjas appeared, blocking his path. Kaki, you are suspected of killing your comrades and betraying the village. Come with us. One of them, donning a snake mask, stepped forward. Ignoring them, Kaki attempted to sidestep and make his way into the village. Suddenly, more masked ninjas emerged, surrounding him. Has Uchiha Kaki truly betrayed the village? This cannot be true. The Uchiha clan was in an uproar just this morning. How could one of their own betray them by noon? Several departing ninjas nearby murmured among themselves. This is not the Anbu. It's from the root, one seasoned ninja noted. An eerie silence fell over the scene. One ninja slipped away, racing towards the Hokage building. Get lost. I am not a traitor. Produce my wanted poster. Kaki glared at them, his hand moving towards the kunai at his waist. Kaki, come with us. The higher-ups will determine whether you are a traitor. The lead ninja with the snake mask brandished his kunai. Tension escalated, and the atmosphere grew palpably charged. Suddenly, one ninja shouted, refuse capture, and hurled shurikens at Kaki. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, Kaki dodged the shuriken and retaliated with his own. The other ninjas joined the fray, launching their shurikens as well, while a few began forming hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. As the skirmish intensified, Kaki maneuvered deftly, evading a kunai from one ninja and countering with a swift strike, retracting his kunai to punch another. His restraint had resulted in a missed opportunity, allowing one ninja to graze him with a kunai, drawing blood. Kaki had intended to avoid lethal force in the village, mindful of the many villagers and fellow shinobi watching. Yet, faced with their deadly intent, he was compelled to respond in kind. Touching the blood on his chest, he gripped his kunai tightly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he re-entered the fray. In a flurry of movement, kunai clashed and shadows shifted rapidly. One ninja executed the shadow imitation technique, connecting his shadow to Kaki's. Kaki skillfully evaded the approaching shadows, striking a kunai into the chest of a nearby ninja, sending him sprawling. As 2 ninjas fell, one bled profusely from a chest wound, struggling to breathe. The other quickly rose to rejoin the fight. Suddenly, a shadow darted forward, linking to Kaki's shadow, causing him to stagger. Seizing the moment, the engaged ninjas hurled shurikens and unleashed powerful jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. A towering green skeleton materialized, shielding Kaki from the barrage of jutsu. Black flames erupted around 2 ninjas. Their screams echoed as they fell, rolling on the ground before falling silent. What is this? The root ninjas stared in astonishment at the green skeleton. Within it, Keiki rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, a group of ninjas rushed in from the distance. Led by Danzo himself. Everyone engage. Danzo brandished his cane. Let us see who dares to harm my Uchiha. One ninja leaped down from a hawk, followed by many others emerging behind him. Chapter 13. Did I let you go? Suddenly, it was Li Yuan leading the Uchiha guard ninja who arrived. They swiftly leapt into the heart of the battle, shielding Guang Shu behind them, vigilantly surveying the surrounding root ninjas. Occasionally, they cast envious glances at the green skeletal frame, one hand reaching out to touch it, only to retract midway. The previous day, at the clan meeting, they had also glimpsed Li Yuan's golden skeletal frame, but the crowd had been too dense. Upon seeing Li Yuan and his kin approach, Guang Shu couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, the green skeletal Susanoo dissipating. His eyes throbbed painfully, and his vision became somewhat blurred, prompting him to rub them. Li Yuan approached Guang Shu, a red light emanating from his hand as he placed it upon Guang Shu's shoulder. He intended to investigate why the kaleidoscope technique led to deteriorating vision, even blindness. With such an excellent subject at hand, it would be a disservice to his abilities not to examine this. The red light entered Guang Shu's body, circulating rapidly before settling around his eyes. Li Yuan discerned minute cracks in the veins surrounding Guang Shu's eyes, and his Sharingan appeared slightly swollen. The red light adhered to the eyes, swiftly repairing the cells and veins. Li Yuan concluded that the deficiency in physical yang attributes was the root cause. Clearly, the activation of the kaleidoscope abilities required both ocular power and chakra to be released through the Sharingan. The ocular veins and Sharingan were struggling to withstand this force. Repeated use of the kaleidoscope accumulated ocular damage, ultimately resulting in blindness. As for transplanting a blood relative's kaleidoscope to unlock the eternal kaleidoscope, that likely involved the ancestral restoration of ocular bloodlines. Li Yuan was resolute in preventing Guang Shu from utilizing photons to activate the eternal eye. As long as he was present, any damage to Guang Shu's Sharingan could be remedied with a touch of his red hand. In truth, there were other methods available, such as integrating the cells of White Zetsu or Hashirama to bolster the physical yang attributes. Much like Abido, who had incorporated White Zetsu into his being. Using the kaleidoscope thereafter would allow for cellular repair of damage, significantly reducing the risk of blindness. Li Yuan also harbored curiosity about the outcome of a perfect fusion of Uchiha with Hashirama's cells. According to the original narrative, an Uchiha supplemented with Yin and Yang might be unable to awaken the Rinnegan, as they lacked the chakra of Ashura and Indra. As for Li Yuan himself, he had no intention of merging with any cells. After all, he practiced the Golden Light spell, which allowed him to gradually nurture his physical form, thereby enhancing his yang attributes. His Sharingan would undergo transformation, likely becoming known as the Golden Wheel Eye. Li Yuan felt that his current physical state rivaled that of the Little Immortal, and anyone in the village had a far weaker life force than he did. Having never encountered Hashirama, he found it difficult to compare, but he had met Kushina Uzumaki, whose life force paled in comparison to his own. What is this? Guang Shu lowered his hand from his eyes. He sensed a gentle force enveloping his eyes, alleviating the pain and restoring his clarity of vision. Li Yuan shook his head, signaling Guang Shu to refrain from displaying his relief. Understanding this, Guang Shu rubbed his eyes once more. Danzo, are you still going to fight? Li Yuan withdrew his hand and turned to face Danzo. In truth, Li Yuan had long since arrived nearby and sensed Danzo and his cohorts lurking. Danzo wished to ascertain whether Guang Shu had genuinely activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Li Yuan also wanted Guang Shu to reveal his Susanoo. The experience of hearing could not compare to witnessing it firsthand. The ninjas besieging Guang Shu possessed considerable strength, likely on par with ordinary jonin, and were probably elite members of Root. With several casualties, Danzo must be in great distress. Guang Shu's act of killing a fellow village ninja branded him as a traitor in Danzo's eyes, who clenched his cane tightly. Oh, who did he kill? Why was I not informed? Li Yuan queried, digging into his ears. The corpse lying on the ground was precisely what Danzo pointed to, veins bulging on his forehead. His gaze chillingly cold. Li Yuan approached and removed a ninja's mask. What fellow village ninja? I don't recognize him. Has the Hokage tower been logged? Li Yuan kicked at the body. As for the two struck by Amaterasu, only a trace of ash remained. You Uchiha are sheltering a traitor who has murdered fellow villagers. Is this not treason? Danzo accused, pointing his cane at Li Yuan. Sheltering? Treason? You lay an ambush for my clansmen outside the village. Do not think I am unaware. Today, we have slain your men. How does that sound? Li Yuan returned to Guang Shu's side, forming a golden sword in his hand. The other Uchiha clan members tightened their grips on their kunai, glaring fiercely at the opposing ninjas. The root ninjas mirrored the stance, gripping their kunai tightly as they faced their adversaries. The tension was palpable, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Just as both sides were on the verge of combat, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, suddenly appeared among them. Cease at once. His voice was deep and authoritative. A swarm of Anbu ninjas surged into the fray, separating the two factions. Several Anbu approached the onlookers, issuing a gag order. Danzo scoffed. Hiruzen, you must see clearly. The Uchiha are openly defying village regulations, shielding traitors. Hiruzen glanced at the lifeless bodies on the ground, then at Guang Shu, slowly stating, whether Guang Shu is a traitor will require further investigation. The events are evident. I am well aware of this partnership. Now is not the time to turn against the Uchiha. A confrontation between the village and the Uchiha would spell disaster. Their stance was clear. The new clan leader was quite formidable. Danzo, retract your people. Your ambush outside the village is improper, Hiruzen admonished, producing his pipe. Hiruzen, you. Danzo's face darkened as he stomped his cane. Return, he growled. Shadows shifted, and the ninjas from the battle retreated behind Danzo. Damn Uchiha. Danzo glared malevolently at the Li family before turning to leave. Did I permit you to depart? Li Yuan bellowed. With a rustle, numerous ninjas rushed in from the distance. Among them were members of various prestigious families from Konoha, as well as over 100 Uchiha clansmen. The figures swiftly split to either side, confronting each other. Danzo halted, astonished as he looked at Li Yuan. What do you intend? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also gazed at Li Yuan in disbelief. My clansmen were ambushed, unjustly branded as traitors. As their clan leader, is it not my duty to seek justice? Li Yuan grinned. Today, he also wished to gauge the village's stance. As the saying goes, kind-hearted people are often taken advantage of, gentle horses are often ridden. When you are strong, others appear weak. When you are weak, others become strong. What does clan leader Li Yuan desire? The third Hokage mused, rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He particularly longed for Fugaku. During his tenure as clan leader, there were far fewer complications, and he could impose his will as he pleased. Hand over the Sharingan in your possession. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Danzo. What? The third Hokage was taken aback. Danzo possessed a Sharingan? Hiruzen quickly regained his composure. That was entrusted to him by his companion, with the previous Uchiha clan leader's consent. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, aware that the Sharingan concealed by Danzo was likely that of Uchiha Kagami. I am not referring to that. I mean his right hand. Li Yuan asserted, clenching his fist. Do not think that merely wrapping it in cloth can conceal it. I can sense the aura of the Sharingan. Li Yuan's hand coalesced into another sword. The surrounding clansmen gripped their kunai tightly, tension mounting in the air. Chapter 14. Danzo unveils the cloth from his right hand. All eyes turned towards Danzo's right hand, which had been shrouded in cloth for an unknown duration. Aware of the scrutiny, Danzo merely snorted dismissively, remaining unfazed. The third Hokage, witnessing this reaction, felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing the gravity of the situation. Leader Li Yuan, let's leave it at this for now. The events of today have already stirred the entire village. We can discuss it another time, the third Hokage said, furrowing his brow. What do you mean another time? Is it a trivial matter to assassinate my clansmen and extract their Sharingan? Li Yuan exclaimed in outrage. With several clan leaders present, it was simply a matter of compelling Danzo to remove the cloth concealing his right hand. Li Yuan glanced at the onlooking clan leaders, who had arrived alongside the earlier group of ninjas. The Uchiha ninjas stood behind him, and the third Hokage was positioned between them and the common ninjas and small clans, maintaining a wary stance. Danzo and the root ninjas lingered not far behind the third Hokage, while the Hyuga clan, led by Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi, observed the unfolding drama with curiosity. The Yamanaka clan and the Inazuka clan had also arrived, standing by to witness the spectacle. Even the Nara clan, with Nara Shikaku and his ninjas, stood aside, intrigued. They had all witnessed the conflict between the Uchiha and Danzo. As long as it was not a genuine act of betrayal against the village, their interest remained piqued. The resentment towards Danzo was palpable. especially among those whose children had been taken by him, their fates unknown. The Hyuga clan, though somewhat spared from Danzo's machinations due to their branch family system, had not escaped the subtle exclusion orchestrated by Danzo and the third Hokage. Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Danzo's expression darkened considerably. He understood that if the truth came to light, he would undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. Without waiting for Danzo's response, Li Yuan directed his gaze toward Hinata Hizashi. Leader Hinata, if someone were to assassinate your clansmen and extract their Byakugan for transplantation, how would you respond? Of course, we would muster the full strength of our clan to retaliate. Hinata Hizashi began before hesitating. Danzo glared at him menacingly, while the third Hokage maintained a stern expression. That is not something that could happen to our Hyuga clan, Hinata Hizashi asserted. The Hyuga ninjas, possessing the Byakugan, displayed expressions of shock as they listened to Li Yuan's inquiry. A few clan members activated their Byakugan, casting their gaze towards Danzo's concealed hand. Hinata Hizashi shot a disapproving look at the branch family ninjas, activating his own Byakugan to scrutinize Danzo. Initially reluctant to engage, he felt compelled to ascertain the truth behind his clan's astonishment. If Danzo dared to steal Uchiha blood, he might well attempt to pilfer the Byakugan from his clan next. Through the layers of cloth, a hand of peculiar hue bore several crimson eyes that blinked intermittently. Upon counting, it became evident there were 8 Sharingan, each adorned with the iconic 3-tomo. Hinata Hizashi gasped, astonished. Danzo fixed his gaze on Hizashi, as if silently warning him to remain silent. Since transplanting Hashirama's cells and acquiring the Sharingan, Danzo had seldom revealed himself unnecessarily. What is it? Is there a problem? The third Hokage inquired, maintaining his focus on Hizashi. Hizashi closed his Byakugan and steadied his emotions. Lord Hokage, we should compel Danzo to unveil his hand, he stated, his voice strained but resolute. The third Hokage's countenance darkened, as he had hoped the Hyuga clan would provide a graceful exit from the situation. To his surprise, Hizashi's suggestion to unveil Danzo's hand further complicated matters. Hizashi did not wish for this. Danzo had crossed the line with the Bloodline clan, and yielding now was not an option. Observing the unfolding scene, several clan leaders engaged in hushed discussions amongst themselves. It appeared highly probable that Danzo's right hand concealed Sharingan, but the reason behind Hizashi's shock remained unclear. Perhaps we should unveil the cloth to ascertain the truth. As whispers circulated, the Uchiha clan transitioned from a state of tense confrontation, fearing an imminent conflict with the village, to one of simmering anger directed at Danzo, urging him to reveal his right hand. Realizing he could no longer remain, Danzo scanned the crowd, casting a menacing glance at the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Surrounded by root ninjas, he made his way towards the exit. Where do you think you're going? Li Yuan bellowed. Over 100 Uchiha ninjas activated their Sharingan, ready to charge at Danzo, a surge of fervor rising. Everyone halt. The third Hokage commanded, standing firmly between the factions. Danzo paused, as did Li Yuan and his followers, with over 100 crimson eyes fixated on Danzo. Leader Li Yuan, what exactly do you intend to do? The third Hokage asked, gripping his pipe tightly. Today, Danzo must reveal his right hand, for it harbored several Sharingan. Li Yuan brandished a golden sword, pointing it at Danzo. Danzo, unveil the cloth from your right hand. The third Hokage urged, looking sternly at him. You, Danzo muttered, tapping his cane against the ground. Danzo glared at the third Hokage, taken aback that even Hinata Hizashi demanded he unveil his hand. He cast a heavy stare at Li Yuan, surveying the Uchiha clan members. With a hesitant motion, he reached towards the bandages enveloping his right hand, gingerly touching the edge of the cloth. Yet, moments passed without him unveiling it. Danzo understood he could not reveal the truth. He doubted the Uchiha would genuinely resort to violence. Without further ado, Danzo fled, his root ninjas following closely behind. This sudden action left the surrounding onlookers momentarily stunned, as they had anticipated an unveiling of Danzo and Appo's right hand. The Uchiha, however, were not caught off guard. They had been intently observing Danzo with their Sharingan. Gripping their kunai tightly, they prepared to pursue him. Danzo, you! The third Hokage shouted in fury. Taken aback by Danzo's sudden retreat, the third Hokage recognized the pressing need to prevent a conflict. Danzo's escape was not without merit. The third Hokage surmised that Danzo's right hand indeed harbored Sharingan, and the priority was now to obstruct the Uchiha's advance. Ninjas, heed my command. Stop the Uchiha, but do not harm them. The third Hokage urged urgently. Ninjas surrounding the Hokage dashed towards the Uchiha, while the other clans, having witnessed the escalating chaos, joined the fray. The Hokage's command made restraint increasingly difficult. Both sides engaged in a restrained skirmish, with the Uchiha eager to confront Danzo and the village ninjas intent on containing them. The chaotic melee erupted, fists flying as each side exchanged blows. Formerly minor conflicts escalated, with both parties attacking indiscriminately. The ground soon bore witness to numerous fallen figures. While the third Hokage watched the scene unfold with a grim expression, his lips twitching in concern. He feared the situation would escalate further, unexpectedly. What began as a confrontation had devolved into a brawl. This marked the first large-scale conflict within the village since its establishment. Li Yuan refrained from joining the fray, observing as the situation began to stabilize. Everything unfolded as Li Yuan had anticipated. The third Hokage would support Danzo. Li Yuan had no desire for further escalation, as it would entangle him in the complexities of Konoha, jeopardizing his future plans. Lord Hokage, you must provide the Uchiha with an explanation, Li Yuan stated as he approached the third Hokage. I will conduct a thorough investigation. Tomorrow morning, all clan leaders are to convene at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage declared, surveying the crowd. I shall be there on time. We are leaving now, Li Yuan replied, turning away. Over 100 Uchiha, covering their faces and chests, departed in small groups, supporting one another as they exited. Chapter 15. The kaleidoscope unveiled in the Uchiha clan's grounds, at the central training field. Groups of clan members gathered, discussing whom they had confronted that day, having long harbored grievances against them. Li Yuan and his companions had returned to the clan's territory. In the center of the training field stood 5 elders, alongside Li Yuan and Guang Shu, as well as several elite jonin from the clan, with Shursui positioned behind Fugaku. Today's commotion, will it exacerbate tensions with the village? Shursui tugged at Fugaku's sleeve. Exacerbate tensions? Are our disagreements not already profound? Li Yuan cast a glance at Fugaku and Shursui. However, Shursui hesitated to speak. Is that what truly matters? The critical issue lies in Danzo's treachery against our clan and his pursuit of the Sharingan, Li Yuan interjected, cutting Shursui off. Danzo dared not reveal his right hand today. There is definitely something amiss, the eldest elder remarked, furrowing his brow. After a moment of reflection, the elders turned their attention to Li Yuan, awaiting his elucidation. As you know, I have been training in natural energy, which enhances my perception, Li Yuan began thoughtfully. Today, when I encountered Danzo, I sensed several auras of the Sharingan emanating from him. What? Several Sharingan? Impossible. Lord Danzo would not. Shursui exclaimed in disbelief. He had also been present at the village entrance earlier, but as a bystander, he had remained silent upon witnessing the situation involving his clansmen. Li Yuan regarded Shursui with a solemn gaze, lamenting the boy's naivety. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Shursui had been ambushed by Danzo, losing one of his Sharingan and ultimately taking his own life by jumping into a river. His misplaced trust in the third Hokage and Danzo led him astray. Glory be to our Uchiha clan, for another member has awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan. The elders rejoiced, their previous anger dissipating into jubilant excitement. Li Yuan, however, felt a twinge of concern. Today, Shursui has awakened the Mangekyō. Let us keep this matter confidential for now. You may all return to rest, he announced, observing the envious glances cast towards Shursui by the clan members as they departed. Fugaku, Shursui has been stimulated into awakening the Mangekyō. Take him home to recuperate, Li Yuan instructed, turning to Fugaku. The clan leader nodded, cradling Shursui as he left. Clan leader, what about tomorrow's meeting with the Leaf Ninja? The second elder inquired. I will attend with the eldest elder and Guang Shu. Do not worry, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You all should return and rest well, he added, gesturing for the elders to depart. Then I shall take my leave as well, Guang Shu stated. Go back. Since you were ambushed, Cozy has been quite worried about you. Hurry back to see her, Li Yuan encouraged. With that, Guang Shu exited, leaving Li Yuan alone in the training field, lost in contemplation. Shursui's awakening of the Mangekyō was unexpected. In the original story, it was triggered by his perception of the irreconcilable conflict between the clan and the village. This time, however, it was ignited by witnessing Danzo's betrayal of their kin. Li Yuan hoped fervently that Shursui would not become disillusioned with his own clan and align himself with the village. Guang Shu's strength needed to be bolstered. The cells of Hashirama left in Danzo's possession were being squandered. They could serve a far greater purpose in Li Yuan's hands. He pondered how to retrieve them effectively. Night fell in the Hokage's office. "You shouldn't attend the ninja conference tomorrow," the third Hokage remarked, puffing on his pipe. Danzo grunted in response, offering no rebuttal. "And do hand over a few pairs of Sharingan. I need them to manage the situation tomorrow," the third Hokage added, glancing at Danzo's right hand. "Ijan, you only know how to concede. The Uchiha will only become more emboldened," Danzo retorted, slamming his cane against the floor in anger. "Danzo, I am the Hokage." The third Hokage thundered, their gazes locking intently. After a tense moment, Danzo turned and kicked open the door, leaving with a resounding bang as it struck the wall. The third Hokage continued to smoke, exhaling clouds of vapor. Suddenly, he turned toward the window, his brow relaxing as he spoke. "Ah, you have arrived." Chapter 16. When to marry Kakashi, a figure leapt through the window, revealing a middle-aged man with white hair, adorned with a forehead protector. It was Jiah. "Old man, it's rare to see you so eager," he teased, crossing his arms. "I trust you are aware of the events from this afternoon?" The third Hokage regarded his apprentice with a furrowed brow. "Quite intriguing, though regrettably, I arrived too late to witness the grand chaos." Jiah stroked his chin, his expression tinged with regret. "Be serious. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha?" The third Hokage's face darkened at the mention of the clan. The day's earlier events weighed heavily on him. What began as an attempt to prevent a conflict between the Uchiha and Danzo devolved into a personal feud of epic proportions. This was the first time since his tenure as Hokage that Konoha might need to document such turmoil in its history. The Uchiha? As long as they refrain from insurrection. "It shall suffice," Jiah replied, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he met the third Hokage's gaze. He was aware of the pressure to marginalize the Uchiha. Yet now, with their strengthened capabilities and a new clan leader poised to retaliate, he felt disinclined to intervene. So long as Konoha remains stable and peaceful, I shall turn a blind eye to the rest. And what of the emergence of the Mangekyō Sharingan immediately after Minato's demise? How do you interpret that? The third Hokage inquired urgently. Jiah paused for a moment before responding. "It is unlikely that the Uchiha clan is behind this. As for the new clan leader, I intend to observe and engage with him." Jiah was aware of Minato's amicable relationship with Fujikawa, the former clan leader, and the Uchiha's unwavering support for Minato's ascension to Hokage. It would be illogical for them to turn against him now that he had succeeded. "You should remain in the village a bit longer. Will you attend tomorrow's meeting?" the third Hokage asked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I shall not. I am leaving." Jiah chuckled as he hopped out of the window. The third Hokage squeezed his pipe, pondering that Jiah was likely not off to engage in any serious matters, thus failing to alleviate his burden. In the dead of night, within the Uchiha clan's territory, an elder meticulously penned the final character. Satisfied with his written work, he placed the paper on the table, securing it with a weight. Rising, he retrieved a scroll from a cabinet, murmuring to himself, "This many explosive tags should suffice." He tucked the scroll away and stepped outside, casting a wistful glance back at a room before resolutely venturing into the darkness. In a secluded part of Konoha, the elder halted, announcing, "I wish to see Danzo-sama. I possess new critical information." Two shadowy figures emerged, masked ninjas who led him into the obscurity. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed through the darkness, the ground trembling slightly as a flicker of flame illuminated the scene. Silence fell, only to be broken by a figure materializing, shouting in fury, "Damn the Uchiha! The wicked Uchiha!" The morning in Konoha was as bustling as ever, and the Uchiha clan's compound was no exception. Numerous clan members rose early, training vigorously in the practice grounds. The sounds of exertion echoing. Li Yuan had also awakened early, enjoying breakfast at the home of Kakashi. Their families were intertwined, with his father and Kakashi's father being childhood friends, and their mothers shared a close bond. Following the passing of their parents, he frequently dined there. Kakashi's father had perished on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi War, while her mother, a commoner named Uchiha Yuin, was a gentle presence. "Yuin-san, I am finished," Li Yuan announced as he set down his bowl. Kakashi, seeing this, hurriedly shoveled the remaining rice into her mouth, cheeks bulging as she gulped it down. Hastily reaching for her cup of water. "Mother, I too have finished," Kakashi exhaled, relieved, having nearly choked moments earlier. "Yuin-san, we are leaving," Li Yuan said, rising and heading toward the door. "Be careful," a woman in her 40s, dressed in an apron with black hair cascading over her shoulders, called out as she began to clear the table. "Wait," KKO exclaimed, hastily finishing her breakfast and placing her bowl down as she rushed over to Li Yuan. She examined his collar closely. "Now that you are clan leader, you must pay attention to your appearance." KKO adjusted his collar earnestly. "Come, help me check mine. After all, it is the village assembly." KKO turned slightly. "You needn't bother. No one will notice you," Li Yuan replied dismissively. KKO shot him a glance. Slightly perturbed. "KKO, you have." KKO shot Li Yuan a discontented look before walking away. My KKO has learned to care for others," Yuan teased, casting a warm glance at Li Yuan. "When will you marry my KKO? Look at her, before she is even wed. She already knows how to be a good wife. Perhaps in a year or two, once KKO comes of age," Li Yuan replied, ruffling KKO's hair. "I am 16. I am already of age," KKO retorted, her face flushed as she looked down shyly. "It seems my KKO is growing a bit impatient," Yuan commented, her smile widening. KKO blushed even deeper, her head nearly steaming. "Be patient. I shall marry you once you turn 18, Li Yuan assured her, wrapping his arms around her. "Yes, I will wait." KKO nestled closer, responding resolutely. Moments later, Yuan called, "KKO, come wash the dishes." Sighing contentedly, she released Li Yuan's embrace. "I am heading to the kitchen," KKO said reluctantly as she departed. "Go on, learn all of your mother's culinary skills. Prepare delicious meals for me in the future," Li Yuan waved as she entered the kitchen enthusiastically. "KKO, let us depart." Li Yuan turned to KKO and Appo's brother, who had been waiting at the door. KKO's brother ignored him, snorting in annoyance as he stepped outside first. Li Yuan followed, aware that KKO was still sulking over her earlier refusal to adjust his collar. Li Yuan held a deep affection for KKO, having grown up alongside her as childhood sweethearts. At merely 16, KKO was still quite young, and Li Yuan preferred to wait until she reached adulthood before pursuing marriage. He contemplated relocating the entire Uchiha clan to Seagull Island for a fresh start before contemplating marriage to KKO. Even if he managed to oust the third Hokage and elevate the Uchiha to the position of Hokage, the clan's situation would not drastically improve. After all, he considered the Senju clan, whose two Hokage had been led to ruin by the third. The adage "a new ruler brings new subjects" resonated deeply. If I cannot progress, how can I expect to benefit? Moreover, should the Uchiha remain in Konoha, engaging in future endeavors would prove challenging. Having traversed into the world of Naruto, possessing great power, he yearned to experience the tailed beasts, to witness the God Tree, and to learn the ways of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Additionally, he was eager to explore the potential of the chakra fruit to aid him in mastering the sage arts. At the home of the fourth elder, Uchiha Jiah entered, pushing open the door. "Father, why are you still asleep at this hour?" he inquired, only to be taken aback by the empty room. In the center of the table lay a book atop a piece of paper filled with writing. Jiah picked up the paper, and his expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly dashed out. Chapter 17. The Conference. Dismissing Danzo as Hokage advisor outside the Hokage building, Li Yuan, accompanied by Guang Shu, and the elder came to a halt. The area was abuzz with chatter as clusters of individuals gathered to converse. It was evident that a considerable number of attendees had arrived. These small groups were likely the guards accompanying influential clan elders. After all, those present were the patriarchs of prominent families, none of whom wished to meet an untimely demise without understanding the circumstances. Moreover, many harbored little fondness for the third Hokage, having suffered exclusion much like the Uchiha clan. Notably, the Hyuga clan was represented here, with Li Yuan spotting a dozen or so standing nearby. This was hardly surprising. As with the Senju clan's disappearance, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans emerged as the most significant remaining factions within the village. As Li Yuan, Guang Shu, and the elder approached the Hokage building, an Anbu ninja appeared to block their path. "Uchiha clan leader, please proceed. Your clan is allocated a single seat. The others must wait outside." Li Yuan felt a twinge of disbelief. The vast Uchiha clan was afforded but one seat. Konoha had been founded by the Uchiha and Senju clans, utilizing Uchiha territory, yet the Senju now held no representation at all, which brought him a sense of resignation. "You may wait outside," Li Yuan instructed as he followed the Anbu ninja into the Hokage building. Under the guidance of the Anbu, Li Yuan entered the conference room. It was an expansive chamber featuring a large circular wooden table surrounded by numerous chairs. Many individuals were already seated, including the leaders of various ninja clans and several elite jonin. Clan leader Li Yuan, you have arrived. Many greeted him with a semblance of cordiality, while others cast knowing glances, their faces adorned with expressions of amusement, aware that this gathering had been instigated by the new Uchiha clan leader. Responding to each greeting, Li Yuan took his designated seat in the center of the table, which was of little concern to him, as he had little desire to remain within Konoha. Observing the room, he noted that a few individuals were still absent, with some of the prime seats remaining unoccupied. After a brief moment, the third Hokage entered. Li Yuan surveyed the room, noting that it was nearly full. As expected, Danzo had not arrived, nor had the other two from Konoha's F4. This was preferable, as it spared them from unnecessary verbal sparring. The third Hokage settled into his seat and began to address the assembly. I appreciate your attendance at this conference for Konoha. Li Yuan stifled a yawn, thinking to himself that this was the same old routine he had encountered in his past life, unavoidable regardless of location. Moments later, the third Hokage took a sip of water and noticed Li Yuan's disinterested expression. For the advancement of our village, I urge you all to set aside personal grievances. We must not act for individual gain. The will of fire. Li Yuan continued to yawn, barely resisting the urge to leave. Noticing Li Yuan's demeanor, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, realizing that the younger generation was perhaps too late in embracing the will of fire. He paused his speech, retrieving a pipe to smoke. Have you finished speaking? Hokage, I require an explanation. We sense the presence of the Sharingan, Li Yuan interjected. Clan leader Li Yuan. Our investigation concluded that Danzo did not ambush your clansmen, the third Hokage replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke. As for the Sharingan he possesses, it was taken by his subordinates from the body of your clansmen, but was not returned to you. The third Hokage produced a glass jar from his robes and placed it on the table. Inside were 2 pairs of Sharingan, 4 crimson orbs in total. The room erupted into hushed murmurs as attendees began to whisper among themselves. Li Yuan fixed his gaze on the third Hokage, refusing to retrieve the jar from the table. What more do you want? Danzo tightened his grip on the pipe. Fine, I have a memory extraction here. Let's take a look, Li Yuan said with a smile, producing a luminous orb from his possession. By simply probing with their mental energy, one can access the memories contained within. Li Yuan handed the orb to a nearby ninja. He had discovered yesterday that this world possessed extraordinary abilities. Ninjas wielded mental energy, and those who probed the orb could access the memories it held. The clan leader who received the orb was unfamiliar to Li Yuan and had not appeared in the original narrative. The third Hokage stared at Li Yuan in astonishment, uncertain of the implications of what he had presented. Did the orb contain something of significance? The ninja beside him probed the orb with his mental energy. Moments later, his expression darkened as he tossed the orb onto the table, casting a furtive glance at the third Hokage. Another ninja seated nearby picked up the orb and similarly probed it. Several perceptive ninjas in attendance began to delve into the memories contained within the orb. After a brief interval, Li Yuan addressed the assembly. You are all jonin and skilled in memory retrieval. Surely, you can discern the authenticity of this memory. The countenance of those who had viewed the memories turned grim as they glanced at the third Hokage. The ninja holding the orb passed it to the third Hokage. Observing the reactions of those present, the third Hokage's heart sank. He probed the orb with his mental energy, lowering his gaze to examine the memories. Moments later, veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his pipe tightly, the sound echoing ominously. Damn it, Danzo! Why couldn't Apos you carry out your tasks more thoroughly? This is a predicament. Wait a moment. Didn't Apos the root ninjas have seals placed on them? Were they not supposed to be unable to access memories? He pondered. Could this be a result of his Mangekyō Sharingan's ability? It cannot be mistaken. According to the records left by his master, the Mangekyō Sharingan possessed 3 abilities, 2 of which remained unknown and could vary from individual to individual, while the third was Susanoo. Guang Shu, with a single eye, recognized the black flames. Only one ability remained unaccounted for. Hokage, we now possess irrefutable evidence, Li Yuan said, a broad smile gracing his face as he regarded the third Hokage. According to village regulations, what course of action will you take? The third Hokage lifted his gaze, meeting the expectant stares of those present. Some looked curiously at the orb, while others cast disapproving glances in his direction. Go ahead and examine it, The third Hokage sighed heavily, reluctantly passing the orb along. To ambush a fellow village ninja warrants immediate dismissal and arrest. Danzo's career is over. Before long, the assembled ninjas had viewed the memories. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they awaited the third Hokage's verdict. Many harbored secret smiles within, their faces betraying a solemnity. This presented an opportune moment to bring Danzo down. They could not afford to let the third Hokage brush this aside. After Danzo's downfall, no children from the clans would be taken away again. Danzo is hereby stripped of his position as Hokage advisor. The root organization is disbanded, and he will be absorbed into the Anbu, the third Hokage declared, taking a deep drag from his pipe as he glared at Li Yuan. Shin, you are to escort Danzo to the Anbu prison. A masked ninja stepped forth and departed upon receiving the command. Many attendees let out a collective sigh of relief. Danzo had finally fallen from grace. Li Yuan understood that Danzo would ultimately evade severe repercussions, as Yuan Fei and Ri Zhan were in league with him. Nevertheless, this outcome was sufficient for now. Is there anything else? If not, this meeting is adjourned, the third Hokage said, casting a fierce glance at the assembly. Nothing further, Hokage. Many voices chimed in unison. Meeting adjourned, the third Hokage declared, forcefully pushing open the doors and leaving with a resounding bang. As the crowd gradually exited the conference room, Li Yuan stepped outside to find the elder, Guang Shu, and Jiah rushing towards him. Jiah clutched a paper filled with writing, his face a portrait of anxiety and fury. Chapter 18. The last words of the fourth elder. What is it, Jiah? Is something the matter? Li Yuan inquired, noticing Jiah's distressed expression as he set down the glass jar in his hand. Patriarch, something has happened to my father. Please take a look at this, Jiah urged, handing over a piece of paper filled with writing, his voice laced with urgency. What could have possibly happened to the fourth elder? Isn't he one of Danzo's people? My covert actions against him were in vain, Li Yuan remarked, perplexity washing over him as he accepted the note and scrutinized its contents. Jiah, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. Please take care of yourself and remain close to the patriarch. Do not seek me out. I am too ashamed to face our kin. It is all my fault, and I have betrayed the position of the fourth elder. I reflect on my life, and at over 40 years of age, I have contributed nothing to our clan, and my actions have led to the demise of many of our people. Some 20 years ago, during a mission, I unintentionally caused the death of a teammate, placing our entire squad in peril. It was Danzo's people who saved me, coercing me into providing intelligence on the Uchiha. They assured me that once he became Hokage, my transgressions would be overlooked and the Uchiha would no longer face ostracism. I was naive enough to believe them. For over 2 decades, I reported everything that transpired within the clan to him. Yet, every year, several clansmen would perish on missions, many of whom I had informed Danzo about. I once harbored doubts but quelled them, convincing myself that this was for the sake of the Uchiha. Perhaps I understood deep down that continued suspicion would be unbearable. Until yesterday, when the patriarch presented that memory orb, shattering my self-deception, I suddenly realized what I had done all these years. I have lived over 40 years in vain, bearing the weight of being an Uchiha sinner for more than 20 years. I can no longer face my kin. I must atone for my sins. The only regret I hold is not witnessing you, Jiah, marry and have children, nor seeing the birth of your grandchildren. I know my atonement may yield no results, but it is merely death. Do not grieve too much. I am simply going to reunite with your mother and elder brother ahead of time. Additionally, please deliver this letter to the patriarch. I have matters to discuss with him. Patriarch, there are certainly still Danzo's people within the clan. There are things I have not reported that he is aware of. You must lead the Uchiha to rise again. Though I regret I will not be able to witness it. The clan has produced 3 Mangekyō Sharingan. I can depart with a smile, having fulfilled my duty to our ancestors. Uchiha Fujikawa. After reading, Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. A typical Uchiha, too easily trusting. When that trust is broken, they resort to extremes. Such a pity, all his covert actions have been in vain. Jiah, it may already be too late, if Danzo is unharmed. Your father may have already perished, Li Yuan said, pinching the bridge of his nose. We must see the living and the dead, Jiah retorted, staring at Li Yuan before declaring, I will inquire with the third Hokage. Danzo has just been removed from his position. Li Yuan made his way back to the Hokage building. In the Anbu prison, Li Yuan remained silent, estimating that due to the relationship between the third Hokage and Danzo, The latter might not even be present in the Anbu prison. Hokage-sama, how does it feel? The third Hokage asked Jiraiya, who was holding a pipe. There is indeed no trace of chakra. It feels different from the Sage of the Toads. It should be pure natural energy. I must return to Mount my Boku to inquire, Jiraiya replied, stroking his chin. He must have sensed me. He glanced at my hiding place several times. That is not surprising. He can perceive the chakra of the Sharingan even on Danzo, the third Hokage remarked, puffing on his pipe. I must say, it's fortunate that Danzo has been removed from his position. He has always been a troublemaker, Jiraiya grinned. Yes, go ahead and consult at Mount my Boku. The third Hokage nodded. I'll take my leave now. Jiraiya formed a hand seal and vanished. The third Hokage watched Jiraiya depart, reflecting on how none of them liked Danzo. Without him, who would take care of the dirty work? At that moment, an Anbu ninja appeared. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Li Yuan has returned. It seems he wishes to see you. With that, the figure vanished. What does that rascal want now? The third Hokage sighed, adjusting his forehead. After 2 days as the Uchiha patriarch, he was already losing hair. He anticipated yet another issue arising. Knock, 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 came the sound of a knock at the door. Come in. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, resigned. Li Yuan entered, clutching the letter, and halted before the third Hokage. What is it this time? The third Hokage exhaled smoke. Take a look at this. I have a few questions regarding Danzo, Li Yuan said, extending the letter towards the third Hokage. You wish to see Danzo? Surely you do not intend to verify whether he has been apprehended? The third Hokage speculated, taking the letter and perusing its contents. After a moment, he inquired, what do you intend to do? The third Hokage's expression darkened as he raised his gaze. No wonder Danzo appeared agitated when he relinquished 2 pairs of Sharingan yesterday. He had initially thought Danzo was merely reluctant, but it now seemed this was the reason. Yesterday, there was a disturbance and flames at a root base in a corner of the village. It must be related to this. I seek a resolution. The dead must be seen, Li Yuan asserted, fixing his gaze on the third Hokage. Danzo is in the Anbu prison. You cannot go, the third Hokage replied, taking another puff. Yesterday, there was an explosion at a root base. He should be dead. The third Hokage exhaled slowly. There may be nothing left of him. Shinobu, go and inquire with Danzo in the Anbu prison, the third Hokage instructed, turning towards the window. At that moment, a figure darted past the window. Not far from the Hokage building lay a vast underground base, illuminated as if it were the surface. Danzo sat in a chair, examining a scroll, the record of today's meeting, while furiously exclaiming, Damn Uchiha! Those vile Uchiha! We are not finished. Yuan Fei, how dare you treat me this way? How could you possibly remove me from my position? While Danzo was supposedly imprisoned in the Anbu jail, he sat nonchalantly in the Anbu base. Just as Li Yuan had suspected, Danzo was utterly unscathed. At that moment, a cough interrupted the atmosphere. Lord Danzo, Shinobu, with a grim expression, appeared, clearing his throat. Danzo, fully aware of his relationship with his father, chose to feign ignorance. Danzo glanced at Shinobu, falling silent. Hokage-sama, may I inquire about the 4th elder of the Uchiha from yesterday? Shinobu pressed on. He's self-destructed, obliterating an entire base, Danzo replied, crushing the scroll in his hand. Seething with rage. The mere thought of it made veins throb on Danzo's forehead. An entire base destroyed, along with over a dozen root ninjas, vanished without a trace. Seeing Danzo's expression, Shinobu quickly turned and departed. He had no desire to endure Danzo's wrath. At the Hokage building, Shinobu jumped through the window. Li Yuan and the third Hokage turned to face him. Hokage-sama, it was indeed a self-detonation. It corresponds with the disturbance and flames we observed yesterday, Shinobu reported, lowering his head. Where did the explosion occur? Take me there, Li Yuan demanded. Send an Anbu ninja to escort the Uchiha patriarch. The third Hokage nodded. Li Yuan turned and exited the Hokage office. Chapter 19. Ancient sage arts stepping out of the Hokage building. Jiah, Guang Shu, and the elder were anxiously pacing at the entrance. What is the situation? Jiah inquired hastily. There was a detonation at one of the root bases. Soon, Anbu ninjas will take us to the scene, Li Yuan responded. Jiah staggered, nearly losing his balance, but Guang Shu and the elder quickly steadied him. At that moment, an Anbu ninja emerged from the Hokage building. Follow me. I will lead you to the site. Without waiting for a response, he strode off into the distance. Li Yuan hurried to keep up, while Jiah suppressed his sorrow, stabilizing himself and following closely. Guang Shu and the elder, relieved that Jiah was unharmed, gradually followed. In a secluded area of Konoha, the Anbu ninja halted and gestured ahead. This is the place. Before them lay a vast pit, evidence of a tremendous underground space that had collapsed. Jiah's eyes widened as he desperately sought any sign of life. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar color at the bottom of the pit. Before anyone could react, he dashed down, digging with his hands. Li Yuan and the others rushed over. Jiah unearthed a torn piece of fabric, no larger than a large leaf. He cradled it in his hands, kneeling silently in contemplation. His eyes, adorned with the three tomo, spun rapidly. The others remained silent, respecting the moment. After a long pause, he carefully tucked the fabric away, cast a glance at the gaping pit, and rose to his feet. After a final look at the Hokage building, he headed towards the clan grounds. Guang Shu and the elder, still worried, followed closely. What a pity. We didn't unlock the Mangekyō. We must have been so close, Li Yuan remarked, trailing behind Jiah. At the Hokage building, the Anbu ninja returned to report to the third Hokage. Did they exhibit any extreme reactions? The third Hokage inquired, inhaling from his pipe. No significant reactions. They might have anticipated it, the Anbu replied. You may leave. The third Hokage gestured dismissively. The Anbu bowed and departed. The third Hokage stood, moving to the window, gazing at the Uchiha clan grounds while continuing to exhale smoke. In the sage land of my Bokuzen, within a spacious hall, a large throne accommodated an exceptionally aged toad, who sat with eyes closed in slumber. Sage Toad, is it possible for someone to cultivate only natural energy without chakra? Jiraiya asked, looking up. Ah, little Jiraiya. You've arrived. The ancient Sage Toad opened his eyes. What was that you just said? Sage Toad, there is someone with no chakra. Yet I sense them absorbing natural energy, Jiraiya reiterated. Indeed, long ago there were many such practitioners. What were they called? I seem to have forgotten. The Sage Toad lapsed into thought. Ah, it was the ancient sage arts. Ancient sage arts? What is that? Jiraiya asked, intrigued. Ancient sage arts, let me think. The Sage Toad yawned. Do you see chakra emanating from me? The Sage Toad closed his eyes again. Is this absence of chakra what defines ancient sage arts? Jiraiya pressed eagerly. Long ago, they practiced the cultivation of natural energy, but then others came and began to cultivate chakra, causing the ancient sage arts to slowly fade away. The Sage Toad's breathing slowed. Please, I wish to sleep now, he murmured, drifting back to slumber, his breathing becoming rhythmic. Sage Toad, who are these others? What distinguishes ancient sage arts? Jiraiya continued to inquire, but received only the sound of snores in response. Reluctantly, Jiraiya exited the hall. Outside, two large toads leaped forth. Little Jiraiya, did you find out anything? One toad asked. No, the Sage Toad has fallen asleep again. Jiraiya replied with a sigh. No worries, you can ask again next time, the other toad reassured. I suppose that will have to do. By the way, do you know about ancient sage arts? And about those who began cultivating chakra afterward? Child, do you know? One toad inquired. The ancient sage arts refer to the cultivation of natural energy, without chakra, another toad clarified. Do you know if there are any specific characteristics? Jiraiya asked excitedly. I don't know, I only heard about it long ago. It was too long ago, the toad replied. Well then, I shall return, Jiraiya said, performing a hand seal and vanishing from sight. Little Jiraiya, see you next time. The two toads waved their front limbs. At the Hokage building, Jiraiya materialized, interrupting the third Hokage's contemplation. You've come. What transpired? The third Hokage turned to face him. It concerns the ancient sage arts, the practice that predates chakra, Jiraiya explained. What are its characteristics? The third Hokage pressed urgently. I'm not entirely sure. Jiraiya scratched his head, preparing to deflect. The third Hokage glared at him, his expression darkening. I assure you, I'll clarify next time. The Sage Toad dozed off mid-explanation, Jiraiya hastily assured. The third Hokage, not saying another word, returned to his office and handed Jiraiya a scroll. This contains the recorded will of the fourth elder. It is not the original text, but rather my transcription after reading it. Jiraiya accepted the scroll and began to read. Moments later, he chuckled. Ha, Danzo must be furious. He has done what I didn't. A hint of glee flickered across Jiraiya's face. This is more than just Danzo's affair, the third Hokage remarked, his brow furrowing. Old man, if you had removed Danzo from his position sooner, this wouldn't have happened. Jiraiya placed the scroll on the table. I say this, Uchiha. The third Hokage tapped his pipe on the desk. Tomorrow, I will pay a visit to this clan leader. Old man, I'm off. Jiraiya chuckled as he leaped out of the window. The third Hokage's brow furrowed deeply, gripping his pipe, watching Jiraiya's retreating figure. Jiraiya was not unreliable. He had rushed back, scouring the area for information. The situation was not as dire as it appeared. The Uchiha clan showed no signs of a coup, merely a struggle for power, which eased his concerns. Within the Maibokuzen hall, the sage toad opened his eyes. Little Jiraiya, he called. Little Jiraiya. What is it, sage? A small toad hopped forth. He has returned. I have seen a new prophecy, the sage toad said gravely. Then I shall summon little Jiraiya back, the small toad declared. No, let us wait until he comes again. The sage toad rubbed his head with a paw. I shall observe in the coming days to see if the prophecies remain consistent with today's. When little Jiraiya returns to my Bokuzen, he should come to see me. The sage toad closed his eyes, slipping into a deep slumber once more. Chapter 20. Jiraiya's test upon entering Huayuan Pavilion. Jiraiya confidently ascended to the second floor. Welcome, Lord Jiraiya, an attendant greeted with a bow. It had been 5 days since the passing of the fourth elder. Due to the Uchiha clan's relentless apprehensions and the diminishing rumors of the Nine Tails incident in the village, a sense of calm had gradually returned. Possibly due to Danzo's dismissal and the third Hokage's admonitions. With the fourth elder gone, Fugaku had ascended to that position, while Keiki was promoted to fifth elder and Shursui to sixth, marking a notable instance of youthful leadership within the clan. The security department was entrusted to the eldest elder, and Li Yuan perceived Fugaku's demeanor as overly lenient for the role of head of security. As for himself, he found the intricacies of such matters tiresome and preferred to focus on his own pursuits, spending his days in the Uchiha compound, where Huayuan Pavilion was located. Jiraiya had attempted to encounter Li Yuan casually on several occasions, but to no avail, prompting him to directly seek out the young man, ordering a signature dish to facilitate their meeting. This marked his third consecutive day of dining here at noon. Ascending to the third floor, Jiraiya surveyed the empty hall and the closed doors of private rooms, finding no patrons. On the third floor, in a hall by the window, a tea table was set, where Li Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, meditating. As Jiraiya approached, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and halted his practice. Ignoring Li Yuan's expression, Jiraiya plopped down into a chair at the tea table. Li Yuan was already aware of Jiraiya's arrival, but had not anticipated him coming to the third floor. In his previous life, Li Yuan had not been fond of Jiraiya, nor of the protagonist Naruto. Jiraiya had spent his life evading responsibility, escaping the village to turn a blind eye to its darkness, seeking out a destined child to avoid the horrors of war. For reasons unknown, Li Yuan found himself more drawn to the antagonists, Pain, Abido, and even Kaguya, whom he found endearingly intriguing. You are absorbing natural energy, aren't you? I can sense it, Jiraiya remarked, pouring himself a cup of water. Do we know each other well enough for this? Li Yuan retorted darkly as he rose. If we weren't familiar, how could I have visited for 3 consecutive days? Jiraiya took a sip of his drink. This is my private space. You are intruding upon my practice. Li Yuan crossed his arms, regarding Jiraiya with a frown. Since you are not a ninja, why place such importance on training? Jiraiya placed his cup down, focusing intently on Li Yuan. Li Yuan recognized this as a test. Withholding an answer would likely lead to further entanglement. I have no interest in being a ninja, he scoffed dismissively. In this world, lacking power can lead to an untimely demise. The presence of a weapon is one thing, the lack of one is another. As long as you wield a weapon, others will hesitate to act against you. Is that how you view ninjas? Jiraiya's expression darkened as he scrutinized Li Yuan. Jiraiya understood his point, yet Li Yuan remained indifferent. Being a ninja is an honor. Protecting comrades contributes to the village's peace and prosperity, Jiraiya stated earnestly. I do not dispute that, but I cannot accept being stabbed in the back by my own village, Li Yuan retorted, taking a seat opposite Jiraiya at the tea table. Jiraiya fell into silence. I do not wish to be a ninja. I cannot bear the thought of being betrayed while on a mission, Li Yuan continued, pouring himself a cup of water. I practice natural energy. My perception is quite acute. I sensed something amiss years ago. Besides, my business endeavors also contribute to the prosperity of Konoha. That was merely Danzo's doing. It should not happen again. Danzo has been dealt with, Jiraiya said, casting his gaze elsewhere. Do not place all blame on Danzo. Would you care to review Uchiha's annual reports on ninja losses? Li Yuan exclaimed. No need. I merely meant that such incidents will not occur again, Jiraiya replied, somewhat defensively. Will not occur? That's laughable. Danzo's dismissal is merely superficial. Given his nature, this issue is far from resolved. Furthermore, the third Hokage may not take action against him, possibly even providing covert support, as both were pupils of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who taught the Uchiha from a young age. I understand your purpose in coming here, to observe how the Uchiha's newfound strength will unfold, Li Yuan said calmly. Well, yes, that is indeed my intention, Jiraiya admitted, turning his attention back to Li Yuan. At that moment, an attendant called from downstairs, Lord Jiraiya, your meal is ready. Please bring up several more dishes. I shall partake as well, Li Yuan said as he cleared the tea table. Moments later, 5 dishes and 2 bowls of rice were arranged on the table. Li Yuan retrieved a bottle of wine from a cabinet and resumed his seat across from Jiraiya. Allow me to be candid. Should I become the clan leader, I will not be complacent like Fugaku. Li Yuan poured a glass of wine and pushed it toward Jiraiya. I hold a great deal of respect for you, Lord Jiraiya. To be forthright, if Fugaku were the clan leader during Danzo's recent actions, he would likely have turned a blind eye. I will not. Furthermore, convey to the Hokage that as long as the village does not trouble us, the Uchiha clan shall remain as before. Should there be malicious rumors against us, the security department's ninja will continue to act. Should incidents akin to Danzo's arise again, the Uchiha will not shy away from confrontation. Do not ostracize us as in the past. My temper is volatile, and I may resort to violence. The position of Hokage holds little appeal. Being Hokage is exhausting. I do not even wish to be a ninja. I am quite content as I am, Li Yuan concluded, downing his glass of wine and gazing at Jiraiya. Jiraiya met Li Yuan's gaze and, upon hearing his words, drained his own glass. After a brief moment of silence, Jiraiya remarked, "This is quite agreeable," as he sampled the dish. I will speak with the old man, urging him not to marginalize the Uchiha as in the past, and to maintain peace in Konoha. Jiraiya poured himself another glass of wine and drank it in one go. One more thing, why do you not practice chakra? He inquired curiously. I am not a ninja, so why should I practice chakra? Li Yuan replied, enjoying his meal. There are far superior options. It is the foolish who focus on chakra. Cultivating natural energy is far more beneficial for self-cultivation and longevity. Is that your sole reason? Jiraiya paused in his drinking. Li Yuan, his expression dark, poured himself another glass and drank it down. I fear death. Being a ninja requires undertaking dangerous missions. Practicing natural energy allows for self-cultivation and a longer life. A fact you should be aware of. Indeed, Jiraiya conceded, setting down his cup. Consider the sage of the frogs, who has practiced natural energy for untold years. I must take my leave. We shall drink again another time, Jiraiya declared as he gathered his cup and descended the stairs. Watching Jiraiya depart, Li Yuan reflected that neither Danzo nor the third Hokage would be at ease. A period of tranquility would suffice for now. Chapter 21. Why don't we leave Konoha in the Uchiha clan territory of Konoha village at the South Shrine? Li Yuan surveyed the 6 elders before him. During this period, he had refrained from sending clan members on missions, and there had been no complaints. This was yet another clan meeting, attended solely by Li Yuan and the 6 elders. 2 months had passed since the last tumultuous battle, and Jiraiya had departed Konoha half a month ago. No complaints at all. In fact, everyone is quite eager to test their strength, the second elder remarked with a smile. Li Yuan had elevated the bloodline limits of the clan's members to the Sharingan level, although he had not promoted those to 3 Tomo. Today, let us discuss the future development of our Uchiha clan, Li Yuan proposed. Future development? Naturally, we aim to strive for the position of the 5th Hokage. Konoha was established by our Uchiha clan and the Senju. It is high time for our Uchiha to produce a Hokage. Is that truly attainable? Who would contend for such a position? Li Yuan scoffed. Why not? The 3rd and 4th elders, Fugaku, leaped to their feet. The 4th elder had passed away, and Fugaku had assumed the role of the 3rd elder. The 1st and 2nd elders remained silent. Only Shursui understood Li Yuan's intentions and chose to remain quiet. Allow me to elaborate on the lineage of the Hokages, Li Yuan said. The 1st Hokage founded Konoha, and the 2nd was the brother of the 1st. Our 3rd Hokage was a disciple of the 2nd, while the late 4th Hokage was the grand disciple of the 3rd. Thus, it follows that the future 5th Hokage will undoubtedly be either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Are we, the Uchiha, not direct descendants of the Hokage lineage? Li Yuan cast a glance at the elders. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering, and all fell silent. Surely, you must have sensed it these days. Although no one has openly spoken of the rumors, the villagers still regard us with disdain. Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. Over the past 2 months, the security department had been apprehending villagers who spread rumors, and they had begun to see results. It was unclear what measures Danzo or the third Hokage had employed, but the villagers looked at them with contempt, making matters exceedingly difficult. After all, one could not arrest someone merely for casting a disapproving glance. Li Yuan had no intention of engaging in political strife. Such pursuits seemed trivial in a world endowed with supernatural powers. These ungrateful villagers. We have been far too lenient. It is time they faced some hardships. The elder clenched his fists. We must not act too harshly, for that will only breed further resentment. Shursui interjected hastily. Then what should we do? The elder bellowed. I trust that the Hokage will handle it. Shursui replied quietly. Trust the Hokage? After all these years, why has nothing been done about our tarnished reputation? It is likely he is the source of our troubles. The elder furrowed his brow, glaring at Shursui. No, it cannot be the Hokage. Shursui hurriedly retorted, though a flicker of doubt crossed his expression. Over the years, our clan has not committed any grievous offenses that would warrant such disdain, have we? Li Yuan turned to the elder. None that I am aware of. The clan has merely exhibited a sense of pride in our dealings with the villagers, the elder conceded after a moment's contemplation. If that is the case, then the villagers' disdain toward us must be a result of some external manipulation. Li Yuan scanned the room, locking eyes with Shursui. Indeed, we had suspected as much before. But the matter was never pursued with such seriousness, the second elder remarked. Since the village does not welcome us, and we cannot attain the Hokage position to rectify our standing, I believe it is best for us to leave Konoha, Shursui suggested, prompting astonished looks from the others. That is not feasible, is it? Where would we go? Joining another great nation? Isn't that tantamount to betraying our village? Why should we join another great nation when we could establish our own small country? Shursui retreated slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Another silence ensued. The clan had never considered such a course of action, always focusing on avoiding exclusion and seeking fair treatment. That could be a viable option. The elder's eyes brightened. The clan's current strength is considerable, with 3 Mangekyō Sharingan among us. This proposal merits further consideration. This may not be wise. It would amount to defection from the village. Shursui cautioned, trailing off. What is there to fear? This would resolve the village's hostility toward our clan, the elder interrupted. However, the Hokage will not allow us to leave. And there are no guarantees of a suitable place to go, the third elder interjected gravely. A suitable place, you say? I do know of one, Li Yuan declared. Where? The elders inquired eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. It is a deserted island, far removed from the 5 great nations, over 100 kilometers from the nearest water country. It was discovered by my summoning beast, Li Yuan explained. What is the environment like? How large is it? The second elder pressed, urgency in his tone. It boasts a primitive forest spanning several kilometers, with beaches encircling it. The environment is quite pleasant. Li Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. That sounds appropriate. But are there sufficient resources on the island? The third elder raised a concern. My summoning beast has surveyed the area. There are freshwater lakes and a variety of edible flora and fauna. Moreover, as adept practitioners of fire release, cultivating the land for agriculture should pose no challenge for our Uchiha clan, Li Yuan replied confidently. The elders exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope beginning to shine in their eyes. Nonetheless, this matter requires careful deliberation as it pertains to the future of our entire clan. The elder spoke slowly. Can we not visit first? My summoning beast currently resides there. We could go and see for ourselves, Li Yuan suggested, producing a summoning scroll and placing it on the table. The elders looked at one another before signing their names on the scroll. Reverse summoning technique. In an instant, the group vanished, leaving the shrine in silence. When the elders reappeared, their faces were alight with excitement. The island is magnificent. It is perfect for our settlement, the second elder exclaimed. The elder nodded in agreement. Leaving Konoha is a monumental decision, but there we can truly develop independently as the Uchiha. However, Shursui wore a troubled expression. But if we leave like this, won't it cause trouble for Konoha? After all, we are still part of Konoha. Li Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Shursui's shoulder. We have made every effort to integrate, yet we continue to face exclusion. Now that we have found a better place, it represents hope for us. I understand your respect for the third Hokage, but this is a pivotal moment for our family. I urge you to side with the clan. Do not report this to the third Hokage. Our departure from Konoha is for the best. If you wish to remain in Konoha, you are free to do so, but the clan seeks to distance itself from conflict and live a life of tranquility. Do not hinder us. I will not, clan leader. This resolution alleviates our strife with the village, Shursui stated firmly, though a hint of hesitation lingered. My only concern is that after we leave, other villages may provoke war. That will not be a problem. All nations have just emerged from the Third Great Ninja War and are in a weakened state. It is unlikely they will instigate the Fourth War so soon. If necessary, we can assist Konoha if the need arises, Li Yuan reassured him. Elder, choose 10 or so clan members to depart Konoha tomorrow. I will have Yakumo transport them. Li Yuan instructed the elder. Understood. And what about the third Hokage? The elder inquired, frowning. We shall say that we have business with the summoning beast from the Cat Kingdom, and we can gauge the village's reaction, Li Yuan replied, tucking the summoning scroll away. Then it is settled. We shall await the third Hokage's response tomorrow, Li Yuan declared as he turned to exit the shrine. Chapter 22. The intentions of Uchiha in the serene morning of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan's territory, at the central training ground. Li Yuan gazed at the 12 clan members before him, 6 ninjas and 6 ordinary individuals. The elder approached Li Yuan and remarked, we have 4 fire release ninjas, 1 earth release, 1 medical ninja, 3 carpenters, 1 chef, and 2 skilled in agriculture. Quite impressive. As always, your foresight is commendable. Li Yuan scanned the 12 clan members. What about the supplies? He inquired. Fear not, clan leader. The 6 ninjas have brought numerous scrolls. Should anything be lacking, we can utilize the summoning technique to deliver more. The elder replied, his face relaxed. Alas, the summoning technique cannot transport individuals across space, the second elder lamented. Space abilities, Li Yuan thought. Recalling that Abido's eyes possessed spatial properties, they remained in the village. It was essential to retrieve them when possible. Acquiring both pairs was currently unrealistic. It would have to wait for another time. The elder has briefed you on everyone's tasks, I presume? This marks a significant transformation for our Uchiha clan. I hope you all exert yourselves, Li Yuan announced to the 12 clan members. We understand and will accomplish the task. They chorused in unison. Guang Shu, you will lead them away from Konoha and summon a giant eagle to transport them to Sea Eagle Island, Li Yuan instructed, glancing at Guang Shu. Everyone, follow me. Guang Shu stepped out of the crowd, casting a glance at the 12 clan members as they proceeded towards the training ground's exit. The 12 arranged themselves, protecting the ordinary individuals in the center, and followed Guang Shu's lead. At the entrance of Konoha, 2 ninjas stood guard as usual. Guang Shu and the group approached the gate. Guang Shu, what brings you here? One of the gate ninjas inquired. We accepted a construction task for the clan and are taking them to assess it, Guang Shu greeted. Please register. What task is it, and who is accompanying you? One of the gate ninjas produced a ledger. Your numbers have increased, and there are ordinary people among you? The other ninja scanned them with a device. The summoning beast from the land of cats has assigned a construction task to our Uchiha. I am leading them there. Guang Shu explained, quickly writing in the ledger. All set, the gate ninja concluded, storing the ledger away. One of you stay behind. I will deliver this to Lord Hokage. The ninja said as he took the ledger and dashed towards the village. Li Yuan observed this scene from a distance before vanishing from sight. Indeed, it was no easy feat for the Uchiha to leave Konoha. To have the entire clan, close to 1,000, depart was a formidable challenge. Space abilities were essential. The Flying Thunder God could transport only 1 or 2 individuals at a time, and Sea Eagle Island lay far from Konoha, necessitating numerous jumps. For now, they would attempt to fly over with the group. Meanwhile, in the Hokage and Appo's office, an Anbu ninja bowed before the third Hokage. The third Hokage set down his documents and placed a pipe in his mouth. Did the Anbu follow them? He inquired after taking a deep breath. Yes, but without close surveillance, the Anbu replied. That will suffice. You may leave. Oh, and summon Shursui. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. The shadow vanished. The third Hokage approached the window, gazing towards the entrance of Konoha, one hand resting on his forehead, lost in contemplation. What are the Uchiha planning? A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, he called, turning around. Lord Hokage, this is the registration from the Uchiha's departure. One of the gate ninjas entered, placing the ledger on the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage returned to his desk and opened the ledger, his brow furrowing deeper. Surely, they aren't truly undertaking a construction task. That is improbable. The proud Uchiha would never stoop to such work. Return to me if there are any further anomalies regarding the Uchiha. With you in Konoha, all shall be well. The third Hokage closed the ledger and dismissed the ninja. Yes, Lord Hokage, the gate ninja replied excitedly, bowing as he exited. Moments later, Shui entered the office. Shui, do you know what Guang Shu is up to? The third Hokage fixed his gaze on him. Oh, the elder mentioned a construction task from the land of cats, but beyond that, I have no information, Shui replied, bowing his head. Very well, you may go. The third Hokage sighed, taking another drag from his pipe. Shui bowed and departed. The third Hokage watched him leave, letting out a heavy sigh. Since the last assembly, after Danzo's dismissal, he had not shown himself publicly. Over 2 months had passed, and Danzo was once again free, residing in a base of the root organization. Danzo sat in a chair, extending his right hand over the table. At that moment, his right hand was unwrapped, revealing a grayish hue, densely covered with Sharingan, emanating a crimson glow that occasionally shifted slightly. A ninja, holding a surgical knife, swiftly extracted a dim Sharingan from Danzo's hand. The eye appeared grayish-white, with only faint red markings. Another ninja quickly retrieved a Sharingan from a glass jar, its green light flickering as it was placed into the vacant socket. All done, Lord Danzo. The ninja withdrew his hand, still glowing green. Danzo clenched his fist, flexing his right hand with satisfaction. Since he had transplanted Hashirama's cells, he had suffered from their corruption, and only by transplanting Sharingan could he resist it, though the power of the Sharingan would gradually fade, necessitating further replacements. Orochimaru approached, assisting Danzo with his bandaging. Lord Danzo, there is new information regarding the Uchiha. Guang Shu has led 12 clan members away from Konoha for a task, a ninja reported. Kneeling before him and presenting a scroll, Danzo took the scroll, opened it, and upon reading, furrowed his brow. What are the Uchiha truly up to? Shall we take action, Lord Danzo? Orochimaru inquired. Not yet. Inform Orochimaru of the Uchiha's unique Mangekyō Sharingan and see if he is interested, Danzo paced the room. And tell him that a financial reward will be offered upon success, he concluded. Understood, Lord Danzo, Orochimaru acknowledged before departing. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Li Yuan was entirely oblivious to his schemes, and even if aware, would remain indifferent. As night fell, Li Yuan had changed his attire, transforming into an ordinary citizen of Konoha, not an Uchiha, but a short-haired youth in his 20s from the Yuan clan. He concealed himself in a dark corner of a house, patiently awaiting his target. With Li Yuan's sensory abilities, he anticipated that soon, his target would traverse a nearby alley. He had strategically placed several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique throughout the corner of the alley, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, just as he had done with the fourth elder previously. Step, step, step. A ninja emerged from the shadows, engrossed in a book as he walked. He gradually approached the alley, his features becoming discernible under the dim light. Li Yuan remained calm, closing his eyes to focus intently, biding his time. At last, the moment arrived. He sensed the chakra of his target overlapping with one of the kunai and Appo's coordinates. In an instant, Li Yuan vanished and reappeared behind the man, delivering a decisive blow. Chapter 23. The Eye of God. As Kakashi felt an imminent threat, he prepared to perform a substitution jutsu to evade the danger, only to be struck in the head and lose consciousness. Observing Kakashi's limp form, Li Yuan hurriedly caught him and dragged him into the shadows. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan noted that the surprise attack had been successful. The Flying Thunder God technique had proven effective. It was essential to resolve this matter swiftly within the village to avoid complications. In the shadows, Li Yuan leaned Kakashi against a wall and crouched beside him, gently lifting his mask. Kakashi's youthful and handsome visage bore a scar that ran from his brow to beneath his eye, where a crimson Sharingan gleamed ominously. A red glow enveloped Li Yuan's right hand as he examined the condition of Kakashi's left eye. Suddenly, he sensed 2 ninjas approaching from the street. With urgency, he lifted Kakashi and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from sight. They materialized in a secluded area near the cemetery, surrounded by trees. Li Yuan positioned Kakashi against a large tree, maintaining his grip over Kakashi's left eye. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, revealing a crimson eye nestled in his palm. Kakashi's left eye appeared hollow, devoid of any blood. Li Yuan carefully placed the Sharingan into a glass jar, stowing it away, then retrieved another Sharingan from a second jar. Once again, his hand glowed red as he inserted the new eye into Kakashi's vacant socket, pressing his palm over it, as the light intensified. After a brief moment, Li Yuan produced a bottle of liquor, uncapped it, and poured its contents into Kakashi's mouth. Due to the complete control exerted over Kakashi's physical form, the eye transplant would be painless, ensuring he remained unconscious. After disposing of the empty bottle, Li Yuan's right hand radiated blue light, which he pressed against Kakashi's forehead. Soon after, he vanished, having inserted a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique into a nearby corner. Not long after, Kakashi stirred, rubbing his forehead as he rose and walked away, unaware of any irregularities. From a distance, Li Yuan watched, exhaling with relief before disappearing once more. To avoid detection, Li Yuan had replicated Abido's ocular condition during the eye exchange, ensuring that any discrepancies went unnoticed. Kakashi, currently unable to utilize the power of the Sharingan, remained oblivious. At the Uchiha clan compound, within the South He Shrine, the clan leader awaited the arrival of the elder. Did something happen to the clansmen who went to the new territory? The elder inquired, pushing open the door. They are safe, Li Yuan replied, turning to face him. That's a relief. I was preparing to use the reverse summoning technique to check on them, the elder said, his brow relaxing as he stroked his goat-like beard. Perhaps you should refrain from that for now. You have other matters to attend to, Li Yuan suggested. What matters could be more pressing than ensuring the safety of our clansmen? The elder questioned, puzzled. Would you desire a Mangekyō Sharingan? Li Yuan inquired. Leader, can your abilities elevate the 3 Tomo to a Mangekyō? The elder's face lit up with excitement, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, I am willing to be the first to try, he exclaimed eagerly. What are you thinking? Is such a miraculous ability truly possible? Li Yuan responded, observing the elder's fervent anticipation. In truth, Li Yuan possessed the capability to assist his clansmen in awakening the Mangekyō, but it was perilous, and he had chosen to forego it. Reflecting on his previous attempt with Kei, he concluded that luck had favored him. Ah, no, wait. The elder's smile vanished abruptly. Leader, are you asking if I wish for a Mangekyō Sharingan? I meant to inquire if you would like to implant this Mangekyō Sharingan, Li Yuan said, producing a glass jar from within his robes. Whose Mangekyō is this? The elder scrutinized the jar, puzzled. Do not concern yourself with whose it is. It possesses spatial attributes. Do you wish to implant it? Li Yuan stroked the jar thoughtfully. Li Yuan was reluctant to disclose Abido's involvement to the clan, as he hoped Abido would continue to stir trouble in the future. However, he also needed to devise a plan to borrow the eye for his use, returning it afterward. Spatial attributes. Could it be? The elder reached out to touch the jar. Do you wish to try it? You shall find out once you implant it. Li Yuan chuckled. Is it not an eye of a clan member? The elder asked, his expression serious. It is not, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. Leader, I will implant it, the elder declared after a moment's contemplation, staring at the glass jar. Li Yuan guided the elder to sit on a chair, instructing him to close his left eye and extending his glowing right hand to cover it. In an instant, Li Yuan withdrew his hand, revealing a Sharingan nestled within his palm. The elder was taken aback. He felt no pain, only the absence of sight in his closed left eye, without any discomfort. His left eye had been removed. Before the elder could regain his composure, Li Yuan placed the elder's Sharingan into the glass jar. He then produced the Mangekyō Sharingan, his hand aglow as he enveloped it and inserted it into the elder's left eye, pressing his palm over it as the light intensified. All right, elder, give it a try, Li Yuan said, retracting his hand. Is it really that simple? The elder blinked, opening his left eye. How can this be? He exclaimed, astonished as he touched his left eye. To his surprise, he felt no discomfort. Instead, he sensed chakra flowing into his left eye. The 3 Tomo spinning rapidly as he received a surge of information. Test its abilities, Li Yuan suggested, placing a mask on the table before them. The elder infused chakra into his left eye, focusing on the mask. In an instant, the object vanished, swallowed by the distortions of space. How does it feel? Li Yuan inquired, observing the elder's left eye. It possesses spatial attributes. I feel as though my left eye is connected to a subspace. Quite expansive, the elder replied, feeling the contours of his eye. Take me inside. I wish to see if it can accommodate our clansmen, Li Yuan urged, grasping the elder's arm. Very well, I too wish to ascertain its capacity, the elder responded eagerly. In the next moment, space twisted, and the two vanished. Within an alternate dimension, Li Yuan and the elder appeared. The atmosphere was dark and foreboding, illuminated only by faint, eerie glimmers. Sunlight did not penetrate this realm, rendering the outlines of their surroundings barely visible. The ground was uneven, with numerous boulders scattered about. Li Yuan expanded his perception, noting the vastness of the space, though distortions occasionally obstructed his awareness. Elder, we should return, Li Yuan suddenly declared. What is the matter? The elder asked, momentarily taken aback as he led Li Yuan away. A figure suddenly materialized, witnessing the departing forms of Li Yuan and the elder. Who are you? Abido bellowed. With a flick of his hand, a black mask flew into his grasp. Upon noticing it, Abido's expression shifted, tightening his grip on the mask. Chapter 24. Call me when you borrow eyes. Abido clenched his fists, realizing that the two individuals he encountered were certainly not Kakashi. For there was no trace of Kakashi's chakra. In this realm of Kamui, only his own eyes could unlock such a space. With his left eye in Kakashi's possession and the appearance of Kakashi's mask, could it be that something had befallen him? Abido emerged from the Kamui dimension, finding himself in a dense jungle in the land of rain. Zetsu, come out. He called out loudly. What is it? A carnivorous plant rose from the ground, splitting open to reveal a figure, half black and half white. Is there any movement in Konoha? Abido tightened his grip on the mask. No, only the disturbances from over 2 months ago, as you are well aware. Currently, there is nothing amiss, Zetsu replied. I need to make a trip to Konoha. Keep an eye on things here, Abido said, brushing his fingers over his left eye. Going to Konoha? At this time? Aren't you supposed to have a discussion with Nagato? Zetsu's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Abido. Yes, but that is not the only reason, Abido responded, his voice resolute. I sensed a stranger entering my Kamui space. So I must investigate Konoha. You're not simply going to check on Kakashi, are you? Zetsu smirked. Such deep bonds of friendship. Shut up. I'm not concerned about that bastard. He can die for all I care. Abido's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. I instructed him to protect Rin, yet he failed and allowed her to be killed. That was his promise to me. I want to reclaim my left eye. A complete Sharingan will significantly enhance my power, making my future plans more secure. Abido turned his gaze toward a distant direction in the land of rain, where Nagato resided, his hope and aspiration. All right, it's indeed about finding your left eye. And while I'm at it, I'll check on Kakashi's condition. If Kakashi isn't dead, I shall still seek to kill him. Abido clenched his fists tightly. How could my left eye, which I worked so hard to protect, be taken away so easily? It's utterly useless. I'm leaving now. Keep a close watch here and inform me promptly if anything arises. Abido's form twisted and vanished. In Konoha, Uchiha clan grounds, South He Shrine. The space warped as the elder appeared alongside Li Yuan. Where were we just now? The elder asked, covering his left eye with his hand as he looked at Li Yuan. The owner of the other eye, both Sharingan are connected. Li Yuan's right hand glowed red as he reached toward the elder's concealed eye. A trace of blood appeared on the elder's hand covering his left eye. Li Yuan pressed his glowing hand against the elder's, and the red light seeped in. The elder immediately felt a refreshing sensation as the pain in his left eye subsided. Is it possible to recover the lost clan members? He inquired, releasing his hand from his eye. Not likely. He harbors little affection for the clan. Li Yuan retracted his hand. Ah, I see. The elder's face fell. Is there no way to resolve this? I can return the eye to him, he said, looking at Li Yuan with hope. Not really. The Nine-Tails incident was his doing. Li Yuan rubbed his temples. Ah, he was responsible. The elder's fists tightened in anger. Don't overthink it for now. Avoid using that Sharingan until I can borrow the other one. Once we have both, we can lead our clan away from Konoha, escaping the turmoil of war to live a peaceful life. Li Yuan patted the elder's shoulder. Borrow the eye? The elder looked at Li Yuan with confusion. Of course it's a borrow. After all, we are clan members, no matter what. Li Yuan chuckled, clenching his fists. The elder's face darkened as he grasped the implication, borrowing an eye with fists. All right, if you wish to see the clan members heading to the new settlement, go ahead. Li Yuan turned to leave the shrine. Call me when you're going to borrow the eye. The elder gritted his teeth. With Minato as Hokage, the Uchiha clan placed heavy bets, only to be betrayed by their own kin, leading to suspicion and exclusion from the village. Now, they were left with no choice but to devise a plan to leave Konoha. The elder wished to deliver a severe beating to this clan member. You've wasted our hard work. All right. Li Yuan waved as he exited the shrine. Originally, Li Yuan had no intention of taking the elder along. According to the original narrative, Abido bore the Flying Thunder God seal left by Minato. It was possible that upon witnessing the fourth's death, Abido had not eliminated it. If he could devise a surprising strategy, he might strike as decisively as Kakashi. The elder's words reminded Li Yuan that if Abido did not possess the Flying Thunder God seal, capturing him would be challenging. With the elder present, his left eye could restrain Abido, ensuring success in their endeavor. In the land of rice, in a secluded underground location, this was a vast base. Within a well-lit spacious hall, a ninja held a letter, gazing at the tightly shut door. Creak. The door swung open from within. A figure emerged. With long black hair cascading down, golden vertical pupils, and clad in a white robe. Lord Orochimaru, I have a letter from Danzo. The ninja bowed respectfully, presenting the letter. Danzo, it appears he has acquired more funding. Orochimaru mused as he opened the letter. Interesting, a Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru's golden pupils morphed into serpentine eyes, his long tongue flicking across his lips. The new evolution of the Sharingan is worth my visit. Reply to Danzo. I accept this mission. However, the funding must be doubled. 2 million is an insult. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I shall respond immediately. The ninja bowed and departed. Orochimaru, now alone, contemplated the letter. It should be recorded in the village. Eyes akin to Uchiha Madara's. How exciting. New material. I can't wait to begin my research, not wanting to delay even a moment. A body with a Mangekyō Sharingan would be quite splendid. Orochimaru tucked the letter away and entered an equipment room, shedding his experimental white coat. Donned in battle gear, Orochimaru exited the base without a single subordinate. Presently, he lacked the resources he possessed in the original timeline, having defected from Konoha less than a year ago. Key figures from the original narrative, like the Sound Four, including Kimimaro, were absent, and the base had not been established for long. As for the recent changes in Konoha, Uchiha clan leadership and Danzo's dismissal, Orochimaru was aware, yet these matters held little significance for him. If the Uchiha could oust the elder from the Hokage position, that would indeed be fascinating. Chapter 25, The New Clan Land. Far from war amidst a vast expanse of azure ocean, a solitary island emerges, roughly 10 kilometers in diameter. The island is lush with vegetation, dominated by a large primordial forest at its heart, bordered by sandy beaches on one side and majestic peaks rising 100 meters on the other. A cry of an eagle pierces the air as a colossal eagle, measuring over 10 meters, descends onto the sandy shore. Several individuals leap from its back, exhaling breaths of relief. Among them are 13 members of the Uchiha clan, who, after departing from Konoha, summoned the mighty eagle for their journey. After 3 days of flight, they have finally arrived at Eagle Island. Kei gently caresses the eagle's feathers, and the majestic creature emits a long, resonant call, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. The clan members gaze around, their curiosity piqued. Had they not just disembarked from the giant eagle, they would have eagerly explored the island. Moments later, Li Yuan, accompanied by the elder and the second elder, appears before them. The clan leader, the elder, and the second elder bow respectfully to the newcomers. Have you all observed your surroundings? Li Yuan inquires, casting his gaze upon the 12 clan members. This will be our new clan land, the Uchiha and Appo's sanctuary. Please take some time to explore. Yes, clan leader, the 12 members respond in unison, pairing off to venture deeper into the island. After an hour, they return with their findings. Clan leader, this place is rather splendid. It has everything we need, though it is quite desolate, one reports. I observe that we could cultivate crops here, although I am uncertain about the seasonal climate, another adds. There is a vast clearing near a freshwater lake, suitable for constructing wooden dwellings, a third member chimes in. Li Yuan listens attentively as the clan members relay their discoveries. Excellent. You are the first to arrive here. Your mission is to establish a solid foundation for the subsequent arrivals, he instructs. Are you not weary of residing in Konoha? Tired of the endless conflicts and sending loved ones to become shinobi? This place shall be our new home, where you will contribute to the establishment of our ancestral land. I intend to bring every clan member here, away from the strife of ninja warfare and the turmoil of various nations, to lead a life of peace and tranquility. The struggles of the outside world will no longer concern us. Clan leader, can we truly escape the wars of the shinobi? One clan member asks hesitantly. Of course. Do you not desire this? Li Yuan responds, observing their expressions. How could we not want it? It may be a bit late for some of us. My son died as a shinobi at just 13. My brother also. The elder and second elder cast their gazes toward the distant sea, a hint of shame evident in their demeanor. Li Yuan understands the desires of the ordinary clan members, having lived among them for 6 years. They despise war, often losing loved ones and yearning to escape its clutches, yet find themselves powerless to do so. Meanwhile, the higher-ups among the clan's shinobi are preoccupied with avoiding ostracism from the village, indifferent to the thoughts of the ordinary members. Second elder, lead them to gather timber and construct shelters. The third and fourth elders will come to relieve you shortly. Li Yuan instructs the second elder. You three will rotate shifts, ensuring that your time here remains manageable while also maintaining our presence in the village. Yes, clan leader, the second elder replies, turning to the others. Follow me. We shall commence the construction of our new clan land. The 12 clan members eagerly follow him into the forest. As they traverse the island, Li Yuan turns to and inquires, what do you think of the relocation of our clan? Collapses onto the sandy beach, exclaiming, this method of relocating the clan is impractical. It's too far. After 3 days of flying, each day consisting of 12 hours in the air and 4 hours of rest, he strokes the eagle's feathers. With nearly 1,000 clan members to bring here, I would have to make countless trips. This is unfeasible. We need to devise a better plan. He reclines back on the beach. Perhaps it is a first to carry so many over such a distance. Li Yuan muses, approaching the eagle. There is no need for so many trips. I have a plan in mind. What plan? Is it convenient? Jumps to his feet, intrigued. Quite convenient, indeed. It is merely a preliminary plan, and we shall see the results in a few days, Li Yuan replies, stepping toward a large rock on the beach. The eagle emits a sharp cry and ascends into the sky. Li Yuan beckons to and the elder, who takes a seat atop the stone. That sounds promising. I would prefer not to make dozens of trips. Clan leader, are you certain he will come to Konoha? The elder asks, settling beside them. He will come. Have no worries. If he does not, I have contingencies, Li Yuan responds with a mischievous grin. Li Yuan prepares to see if will arrive. If he doesn't come to Konoha, I will retrieve some of his belongings and stash them in the Kemui space. Let us see if he still dares to come. If he continues to avoid us, I shall bury some of his items in the Kemui space. What are you suggesting? Asks, bewildered, as he listens to Li Yuan and the elder. It is a new plan for relocating the clan, Li Yuan explains, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What can I do to assist? How shall we proceed? Inquires eagerly. You will remain here for a day, then venture to the country of cats to explore before gradually making your way back to Konoha, Li Yuan contemplates. He senses that may arrive soon. Given the proximity of the rain country to Konoha, shall we create a facade for the village to observe? Suggests. That is partially true. The elder and I have our plans. You should delay your return until we have completed our tasks to prevent distractions, Li Yuan states seriously. When you return to Konoha, you may encounter ambushes. If you encounter root shinobi, eliminate them and leave their bodies behind. If you see Jiraiya, engage him in combat without worrying about the ocular powers. If it is Orochimaru, attempt to use Jinjutsu. It may yield surprising results, and if not, engage him in battle. For any unfamiliar shinobi, eliminate them as well and leave their bodies behind. If there are no ambushes, that would be even better. Understood, clenches his fists. The elder also furrows his brow. His hands balled into fists. It is prudent to be cautious, even if it is merely a possibility. Li Yuan regards earnestly. Furthermore, if you encounter Orochimaru or Jiraiya, summon the eagle or the eagle's kin to assist. Should you face Orochimaru, after your battle, have the eagle reveal its eyes. He communicates the implication clearly. Understood, responds. Rubbing his forehead. What do you mean by the eagle revealing its eyes? The elder inquires, looking up at the circling giant eagle. Nothing significant. It is merely a unique ability of the eagle, hastily replies, casting a glance at Li Yuan. Elder, we must return. He is likely approaching soon. And we cannot afford to miss him, Li Yuan declares, rising from his seat. Indeed, we must not miss this opportunity, the elder concurs, also standing. With a swift motion, Li Yuan performs the reverse summoning technique, and a cloud of smoke envelopes them, causing both he and the elder to vanish. As witnesses their disappearance, he exhales deeply. He is well aware of Li Yuan's intentions. If the elder were to discover the truth, it would spell disaster. After all, himself had struggled to accept it at first. Who could fathom that a summoning beast could possess bloodline abilities, especially one tied to their own Sharingan? As night falls and the moon rises, casting its silvery glow upon the earth, a distortion in space occurs amidst the trees not far from Konoha. Materializes, gazing at the Konoha barrier, lost in memories. Chapter 26. The dual goddess I acquired several hundred meters away. A figure plunged a kunai into the ground, and with a resounding thud, a cloud of smoke erupted. engulfing it entirely. In the next moment, Li Yuan appeared, draping an arm over the elder's shoulder. It turned out that Li Yuan, anticipating Abido's imminent arrival, had created several shadow clones to disperse around Konoha, allowing him to sense Abido's presence. Abido's aura was rather distinctive. It bore the essence of the Uchiha Mangekyō Sharingan, intermingled with a certain vitality, creating a complex atmosphere. To think, you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, the elder exclaimed in astonishment. When did you acquire such a skill? It has been some time since I learned it, but now isn't the moment for explanations, Li Yuan replied, leaping onto a tree branch to scan the surroundings. Is he there? The elder joined him atop the branch, gazing intently in that direction. A figure donned in a tiger-striped mask and a flowing black cloak stood at a distance, seemingly entranced by Konoha's barrier. Proceed as planned, Li Yuan instructed, casting a glance at the elder before swiftly drawing a kunai and closing the distance. Acknowledging the elder and Appo's focus on Abido, he nodded and unsheathed a kunai from his waist. Li Yuan sensed the Flying Thunder God mark upon Abido, and with the elder's presence, he deemed it unnecessary to employ the technique just yet. He hurled several kunai at Abido, his body crackling with lightning as he charged forward. Is this a lightning release chakra mode? The elder wondered, slipping into the shadows. Astonished at Li Yuan's speed, a whoosh echoed through the air as Abido snapped back to reality, evading the kunai just in time, only to be confronted by a lightning-enshrouded figure barreling toward him. How swift! This is the lightning release of Kumogakure. How could it manifest here in Konoha, targeting me? Abido thought as he deftly sidestepped a punch aimed at him. Li Yuan, pivoting quickly, unleashed another punch toward Abido. Too quick. I can't react in time. Abido's right eye, adorned with 3 tomo, began to spin rapidly, forming an enigmatic pattern. Li Yuan's punch passed through Abido's chest as he felt his form coalesce once more, glancing toward the shadowy woods. How did you know? Abido gasped, a searing pain erupting in his chest, blood gushing forth. Without waiting for Abido's response, Li Yuan retracted his strength and struck Abido's head with a glowing fist. With a dull thud, Abido's vision darkened, and he was sent flying backward. Li Yuan quickly caught him to prevent a collision with a nearby tree. 100 meters away, a white figure emerged from the tree. Witnessing Li Yuan hurling kunai at Abido, dispatching him in mere moments. This is disastrous. Abido has been ambushed and eliminated. I must report to Kagaya, the white figure thought, sinking into the ground, oblivious to the kunai that had embedded itself nearby. Li Yuan materialized beside the kunai, delivering a powerful punch to Kagaya. With a resounding crash, the ground splintered. Kagaya, partially submerged, was sent flying from the earth, rendered unconscious. Li Yuan scanned the vicinity, exhaling a sigh of relief. The immediate threat had been neutralized. There were no other Kagaya in the vicinity for several miles, though a few were located further off, posing no significant risk. As Li Yuan appeared, he sensed Kagaya's presence, which was likely drawn by the elder's aura, seeking to rendezvous with Abido. However, Li Yuan's presence remained undetected, as he had perfected the art of concealing his energy. The kunai he had previously thrown was intentionally aimed at Kagaya. What is this? The elder emerged from the shadows, holding the blood-stained kunai. Your ally, Li Yuan stated, lifting Kagaya from the ground and moving toward Abido. Shall we borrow his eyes, or return them? The elder inquired, approaching the unconscious Abido. Kneeling beside Abido, the elder reached for the tiger-striped mask. Perhaps it is best not to unmask him. It remains uncertain who he truly is, Li Yuan cautioned, stepping closer with Kagaya in hand. The elder hesitated for a moment, then decisively lifted the mask. Why does this face seem familiar? He pondered, examining the unblemished half of Abido's visage, his brow furrowing in recognition. Could it be him? The elder gasped in disbelief. The apprentice of Minato Namikaze. How could he instigate the Nine-Tails rampage, leading to his teacher's demise? I cannot fathom why he would do this. The elder turned to Li Yuan, seeking clarity. I told you not to look, Li Yuan sighed, shaking his head. It is quite simple. He has succumbed to darkness. Our Uchiha clan is often referred to as the cursed clan, and there is some truth to that. The depths of love can lead to profound hatred. After enduring the excruciating loss of a beloved, our clan can easily attain power, yet can also succumb to incomprehensible darkness. But the elder clenched his fists. The Namikaze family treated him with great kindness. I am aware of this, the elder lamented. And what of it? Can that alter the harsh reality he refuses to confront? Li Yuan countered, one hand lifting Kagaya while the other enveloped him in blue light. The harsh realities of the world? The elder rubbed his forehead, lost in thought. Indeed, the harsh realities of existence. There are times I, too, wish to avoid facing this world. Thankfully, our clan members will soon distance themselves from it. What are you doing? The elder snapped back to attention, turning to Li Yuan. I am erasing his recent memories, Li Yuan replied. Is this another one of your abilities? When did you learn the Flying Thunder God and Lightning Release Chakra mode? That is not for you to know. Just be aware that I can, Li Yuan chuckled. He preferred not to divulge too much to the elder, as he had committed numerous questionable acts. Very well, let us first return to the clan's shrine, Li Yuan declared. The blue light dissipating from his hand, replaced by a red glow that enveloped Kaguya. The elder lifted Abido from the ground. And as the red light faded from his hand, Li Yuan seated Kaguya against a nearby tree. Approaching the elder, Li Yuan grasped his shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished. Shortly thereafter, Kaguya groggily awoke, rubbing his head as he slowly sank into the earth, disappearing from sight. In Konoha, at the Uchiha clan's southern shrine hall, Li Yuan and the elder materialized, the elder still clutching Abido. Li Yuan guided the elder into a secluded chamber within the side hall. Shall we commence now? The elder inquired, placing Abido onto a single bed. Indeed, let us begin. We must swiftly relocate our clan members to the new site, Li Yuan instructed, gesturing toward a chair beside the bed. Very well, we must act quickly, the elder agreed, taking a seat. Li Yuan brought over another chair, situating himself between the two. A red glow emanated from his right hand as he covered Abido's right eye, while his left hand glowed red, enveloping the elder's right eye. In the next moment, both hands withdrew simultaneously, revealing a Sharingan in each palm. Li Yuan pressed the Sharingan, enveloped in red light, into the elder's right eye, amplifying the crimson glow. After a moment, he retracted his right hand, placing the elder's original Sharingan into a glass jar. The elder opened his right eye, chakra flowing into it, as the three tomo rapidly spun, forming an enigmatic pattern. And what of him? The elder asked, glancing at the unconscious Abido. We'll confine him here for 2 days, while we expedite the relocation of our clan members from Konoha. Furthermore, once we are done with the Kamui, it must be returned to him. If he wishes to alter this world, let him attempt it, Li Yuan stated, as the red light from his right hand penetrated Abido's body, ensuring he would remain asleep. Li Yuan understood Abido's intentions, but refrained from revealing them to the elder, as returning the eye and erasing his memories would likely lead Abido to behave as he did in the original narrative, should he not cause a ruckus. Do you expect me, Li Yuan, to take action myself? He mused. Returning it is wise, it cannot truly belong to him. His desire to change the ninja world is his own, the elder pondered, touching his own eyes. But how he chooses to enact that change is no concern of the Uchiha, Li Yuan concluded. Let us proceed, clan leader. We must take action, the elder proclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 27, New Prophecy, a thought of gods and demons in the land of soup, within a grand bathhouse. Several young and beautiful maidens frolicked in the water, not far from the edge of the bathhouse, behind a cluster of large stones. A middle-aged man with white hair peered through binoculars, occasionally chuckling to himself and wiping his mouth. Suddenly, his expression shifted. The lewd grin vanished as he retracted the binoculars, biting his fingertip to form a seal. In an instant, he vanished using a forbidden technique. In the spacious square of Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya appeared beside an ancient toad. Little Jiraiya, you've arrived. Come, let us meet the great sage, the aged toad spoke. This particular toad, adorned with white whiskers and eyebrows, was none other than Fukasaku. Fukasaku sage, did the toad sage summon me because a child of destiny has a new prophecy? Jiraiya asked, his face aglow with anticipation. Not exactly. It seems there is a new prophecy, but it has been delayed until your arrival. Let us hasten to the great hall, Fukasaku replied, leaping forward. Ah, a new prophecy. Is it good or ill? Jiraiya quickly followed. I know not, but the great sage is eager to see you. It likely does not bode well, Fukasaku said. Jiraiya's smile faded, and a serious expression took its place as he hurried alongside Fukasaku into the grand hall. This hall was vast and empty, with a large chair at its center. An exceedingly old toad reclined upon it, eyes closed in meditation. Great sage, little Jiraiya has arrived, Fukasaku announced, leaping from the hall. Toad sage, Jiraiya bowed respectfully. Little Jiraiya, you've come, the toad sage said, slowly opening his weary eyes. Toad Sage, Fukasaku mentioned you had a new prophecy that required my urgent attention, Jiraiya remarked. Indeed, there is a new prophecy, the Toad Sage replied, fully awakening and fixing a solemn gaze upon Jiraiya. I have seen the original fate distorted by a figure radiating golden light with golden eyes. The child of destiny may not appear again. The visions of the future remain in constant flux. I foresaw that in a decade or so, the ninja world will undergo significant upheaval. It could be a land ravaged with wounds, littered with corpses, a sea of blood. Alternatively, it may shine with golden light, a scene of peace. Regardless, it signifies a great transformation. She will emerge, and they shall also arrive. The Toad Sage's voice trailed off into a whisper. A snore escaped him as he succumbed to slumber once more. Toad Sage, do not sleep yet, Jiraiya exclaimed, rushing forward to shake the large toad. Little Jiraiya, you've come. The Toad Sage awoke sluggishly, eyes barely open. I have glimpsed the new future fragments. The future I once saw has changed. I beheld a golden-eyed figure, emanating a golden glow. The fate of good and evil rests within his thoughts. The earth may shatter, a world devoid of life, or it may flourish in prosperity. A low groan escaped the Toad Sage as blood trickled from his mouth, and he closed his eyes. Fainting again. Toad Sage, are you all right? Jiraiya shook him once more. How could this be? The Toad Sage stirred awake, his eyes wide open, free of drowsiness. Toad Sage, what troubles you? Jiraiya asked, concern etched on his face. Nothing is amiss. I have seen all that I can. Consider it yourself. Prophecies of the future are taxing. I must rest now, the Toad Sage said, his eyes fluttering closed. Toad Sage, I shall take my leave. Please rest well, Jiraiya declared as he exited the grand hall. The Toad Sage watched Jiraiya depart, curling into a ball, closing his eyes, muttering to himself, impossible. How could he harm me? No matter, let Jiraiya find out for himself. The changes in the world concern us, the summoning beasts, not at all. A world that remains unchanged is merely stagnant. A bit of change is welcome. As the Toad Sage drifted into sleep once more, Jiraiya rubbed his forehead, frowning as he exited the grand hall. A lone toad leaped onto his shoulder. How goes it, little Jiraiya? Fukasaku inquired from his perch. Not well. The child of destiny is lost, distorted by a figure radiating golden light and golden eyes, Jiraiya replied gravely. Moreover, the future lies within his thoughts. I must find him swiftly and guide him towards a favorable outcome. If that fails, I shall endeavor to eliminate him. Jiraiya clenched his fists. The critical question remains, how to locate him. The red eyes he recognizes. The Sharingan belongs to the Uchiha. But the golden-eyed figure, glowing with golden light, who could that be? He does not even know his birth. How to search? Scratching his head, Jiraiya released his clenched fists, exhaling deeply. It seems I can only rely on luck and search slowly, much like seeking the child of destiny. Little Jiraiya, the child's father, I have prepared a magnificent feast of insects. Come, let us dine. A toad leaped onto Jiraiya's other shoulder. This was a green old toad, with long eyelashes and pink eyeshadow, wearing a red flower on its head. Jiraiya recognized it as Shima. No, I must seek the new prophet. Jiraiya stiffened, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he quickly waved his hands in refusal. Just a little. It's quite delicious, Fukasaku urged. Not now. It is best to find the prophet soon. I must take my leave, Jiraiya insisted. Fukasaku, Shima, I shall accept your hospitality another time. Very well, little Jiraiya. Do come again. I shall prepare a grand feast, Shima replied, leaping off his shoulder. It is truly delectable. You must try it next time, Fukasaku added, licking his lips. Next time. Indeed, I know not when I shall return, Jiraiya said hurriedly as he completed the final hand seal, his figure vanishing from sight. Outside the bathhouse in the land of soup, Jiraiya appeared, exhaling a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I made my escape swiftly. It seems I cannot visit Miyaboka Mountain for some time. The thought of the insect feast made him clutch his chest, suppressing the churn within. After a moment, as his heartbeat steadied, Jiraiya recalled the Toad Sage's prophecy, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a brief pause, he gazed at the sky and turned to leave. In Konoha, within the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan is holding a clan meeting tonight. All ninjas are required to attend. An Anbu ninja reported, bowing respectfully. Anything else? The third Hokage set down the documents in his hands, placing a pipe in his mouth for a deep inhale. None. The Uchiha clan leader just notified me, and I rushed to report, the Anbu ninja replied. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, and the Anbu ninja bowed and departed. New Jiraiya. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. Hokage-sama. A ninja leaped through the window. What news from Light Tree? The third Hokage asked as he inhaled deeply. Since leaving Konoha, Light Tree has been untraceable after the failed surveillance. Yesterday, a scout reported seeing Light Tree near the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Fire, but the 12 Uchiha have vanished. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, continuing to exhale smoke. What is the Uchiha clan up to? Have they sent the 12 clans away? What movements from Danzo? Danzo has mobilized several root ninjas and seems to be planning to collaborate with someone, the Anbu ninja informed. The third Hokage stood and approached the window, gazing pensively at the Uchiha compound. With whom could Danzo collaborate? It must be his own disciple, Orochimaru. The third Hokage was well aware of Danzo's entanglement with Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's assistance, they should be able to eliminate an Uchiha. That would be beneficial. If they fail, no, they will not fail. A pure novice, currently unable to achieve 2 chapters of 4,000 words daily. At times, it may only reach 2,000 words. I will strive to improve. Chapter 28. The ambush of Uchiha Hikari once more at the border of the Land of Fire, within a lush, sprawling jungle. A group of masked ninjas was scattered about several towering trees, either seated or standing. One ninja, reclining against a great tree with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke up. Captain, I sense the chakra of Uchiha Hikari rapidly approaching. He will likely arrive here in approximately 5 minutes. Understood. Continue to monitor closely and report any changes immediately, commanded the oil woman, Toryun, extending her hands. A swarm of minuscule dots swiftly dispersed from her palms, revealing tiny, nearly invisible insects under magnification. Prepare yourselves, Toryun instructed, glancing over her dozen subordinates. The ninjas drew their kunai and spread out into the surroundings. Toryun observed them disperse before moving toward a tree 100 meters away, where a lone figure stood, arms crossed, watching intently. The figure, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders and clad in a white robe, was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Orochimaru-sama, I rely on you for assistance. Toryun bowed respectfully. You may act first. I wish to witness the power of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Orochimaru replied, his face alight with anticipation, his long tongue flicking out to taste the air. Such fascinating material. I look forward to recording the data. Uchiha Hikari, do not disappoint me. Very well, Orochimaru-sama, Toryun responded, her expression betraying her unease at Orochimaru's demeanor. The target has arrived. With that, she drew her kunai and melded into the jungle. The parasitic insects she had released sensed a figure perched atop a 3-meter eagle, soaring toward their location. Orochimaru too vanished into the foliage. Moments later, a piercing cry echoed through the air. The majestic eagle, flying low at a height of 100 meters, approached with a rider clad in a black ninja outfit, adorned with a Konoha flak jacket, and possessing short black hair. Hikari, seated atop the eagle, gazed lazily at the rushing landscape below. Initially, the thrill of soaring high above the earth exhilarated him. Who wouldn't relish the freedom of flight? Yet, after several days of this aerial journey, he found himself yearning for the solid, reassuring ground beneath his feet. Suddenly, a multitude of dark specks erupted from the surroundings, converging upon Hikari. As they drew close, shadows began to coalesce around him. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Hikari leaped to his feet, weaving hand seals and unleashing a barrage of fireballs that struck the encroaching shadows. The sound of sizzling filled the air as the swarm of insects ignited and fell to the ground. With a flurry of swooshes, kunai rigged with explosive tags hurtled toward Hikari. As they neared him, explosions erupted, enveloping the area in smoke. With a cry, the black eagle dove toward the earth, its golden eyes glinting with fierce determination, targeting the ninjas below. The sharp beak unleashed a stream of wind blades aimed at the exposed ninjas. Although the previous explosions had not harmed him, they had certainly been discomforting. As kunai and shuriken continued to rain down, Hikari anchored himself to the eagle's back with chakra, deftly countering the incoming projectiles. He was determined to practice the techniques that Li Yuan insisted he master, aiming to reach the proficiency of Itachi from the original narrative. After a year of training, he could now perform 7 or 8 hand seals in a single second with one hand. He unleashed a series of fireballs, which, propelled by the eagle's wind blades, grew larger and sped toward the ground. Thunderous explosions ensued, sending plumes of smoke into the air. The earth bore 6 smoldering craters, devoid of any targets, as the ninjas had successfully evaded the onslaught. As the eagle descended, Hikari leaped gracefully to the ground, landing firmly. The eagle, having struck several trees, extended its beak like lightning, piercing through a nearby dead branch, yet the ninja had evaded with a substitution technique. With a fierce cry, the eagle ascended once more. Hikari rushed toward the remaining ninjas, the sounds of clashing weapons echoing in the air, punctuated by the crackle of flames and the rumble of thunder. The eagle circled overhead, unleashing wind blades upon the ninjas who were preparing to unleash their techniques against Hikari. In the midst of this chaotic clash, several hidden ninjas observed intently, their brows furrowed in concentration. Orochimaru-sama, can you summon a summoning beast to restrain that eagle? Toryun approached Orochimaru, noting the stalemate in the battle. This Uchiha possesses considerable strength and a solid foundation, Orochimaru remarked with a gleeful smile as he surveyed the battlefield. Very well. I have yet to witness the powers beyond the 3 Tomo Sharingan. You must all elevate your efforts, he added, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Performing the summoning technique, Orochimaru bit his fingertip and formed hand seals. A billowing cloud of smoke erupted, revealing a 20-meter-long white serpent. Orochimaru pointed toward the eagle in the sky, and the serpent swiftly coiled, its head raised as it lunged upward, mouth agape, aimed at the soaring eagle. With a cry, the eagle soared higher, evading the serpent's strike, which crashed into the jungle below, creating a cacophony of snapping branches and billowing dust. The eagle, circling high above, unleashed wind blades toward the serpent, while the massive white serpent slithered through the underbrush, occasionally rising to hiss threateningly. The air filled with the sounds of the eagle's cries and the serpent's hisses, as the 2 summoned beasts remained locked in a standoff. Observing the eagle's departure, 3 more ninjas emerged. One ninja began forming seals, clearly a student of Danzo's, with 2 others standing ready. Shadows extended from him, linking swiftly to the shadows of his comrades, encroaching upon Hikari's own shadow. This is troublesome, Hikari furrowed his brow. The last ambush had exploited this very technique, which he found particularly insidious, as one had to remain vigilant not to allow their shadow to be ensnared during battle. Otherwise, they risked being controlled, which, while brief, posed a significant danger. The clinking of weapons echoed as Hikari evaded the shadow's grasp, narrowly avoiding a kunai that grazed his chest, drawing a trickle of blood. Amaterasu. A black flame erupted before one of the ninjas, who screamed in agony before collapsing, lifeless. Hikari turned to glare at the ninja from the Nara clan. Quickly retreat. The 3 distant ninjas, sensing the dire situation, hastily pulled the Nara ninja away. A scream pierced the air as the Nara ninja ignited in black flames. The 2 supporting ninjas swiftly utilized substitution techniques to vanish. With the immediate threat neutralized, Hikari exhaled a sigh of relief. He was no longer inclined to engage in a drawn-out battle. Li Yuan had assured him that he need not fear wasting his ocular power, as he possessed methods of recovery. With Danzo's reinforcements already present, and the summoning serpent being Orochimaru and Appo's, it was time for Hikari to unleash the full might of the Mangekyō Sharingan, allowing them to witness the true power of the Uchiha. Ha ha ha, come witness this. Behold the ultimate power of the Uchiha, Hikari exclaimed, his face alight with exhilaration as a radiant green light enveloped him, coalescing into a towering figure of a warrior, reaching a height of 100 meters. Chapter 29, Orochimaru. The clan leader wishes to collaborate. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at the towering green warrior, 100 meters tall. This was the Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan, wielding an astonishing power that evoked a deep yearning within him for such a sanguine legacy. What a monstrosity! Is it not larger than the 9 tails? He pondered, recalling the mere skeletal frame from before, which had only been a few meters in height. Meanwhile, the root ninjas surrounding him stared agog at the colossal Susanoo. Standing atop the forehead of the massive warrior, Keiki felt a sharp pain in his eyes, a sensation that suggested he had exceeded their capacity to bear. Have I pushed my eyes beyond their limits? He murmured softly. This was his first time manifesting such a gigantic Susanoo, a complete form, and he was eager to witness its capabilities, having only gleaned knowledge from the information accessed during the activation of the Mangekyō. The 100-meter warrior drew its immense blade and slashed downward at an angle. Danger! Take cover! The attack's range was far too extensive to evade. 7 or 8 ninjas employed various techniques to flee into the distance, but the ground trembled violently with a thunderous roar, splitting open to reveal a fissure over 50 meters long, 10 meters wide, and several meters deep. Those few unfortunate ninjas caught in the onslaught were obliterated without a trace. Observing this, a white serpent more than 20 meters long narrowed its eyes, enveloped in a cloud of smoke before vanishing. Eagle, too, witnessing the disappearance of his adversary, let out a cry and soon followed suit. Kei felt a throbbing pain in his eyes and instinctively reached to shield them, but suppressed the impulse. His gaze fixed upon the gaping chasm, his excitement turned to a frozen expression of disbelief. Is it not akin to cleaving vegetables with a colossal cleaver? The power is impressive, yet such wastefulness is disconcerting, and my eyes ache so. The towering green warrior swiftly diminished, transforming into a 2-meter-tall green skeletal figure that enveloped Kei within its grasp. The remaining 3 ninjas hastily retreated into the thicket. Lord Orochimaru, it is your turn, urged White Ninja Torian anxiously. Indeed, such perfect bodies are marvelous to seize, Orochimaru said, extending his long tongue to lick his lips. Kei, observing the remaining ninjas fleeing, hesitated momentarily before retracting his Susanoo, intent on pursuing them. The sound of footsteps echoed. Orochimaru emerged from the woods, his gaze burning intensely upon Kei. Orochimaru, you have finally appeared. Kei paused in his pursuit, turning to face Orochimaru, his eyes flashing with mysterious patterns that vanished in an instant. How curious that you recognize me, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips with intrigue. The clan leader estimated that if there were an ambush, you would likely be among them. He wishes to meet you. Kei fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. I am here solely to find you. The clan leader seeks you. I know not your whereabouts. My interest lies not with him, but with you. Orochimaru's eyes transformed into serpent-like slits as he extended his tongue once more. Shadow snake hands. Suddenly, Orochimaru thrust out his right hand, unleashing numerous serpentine shadows from his sleeve that coiled around Kei. With a slight exertion, a puff of smoke erupted, and Kei vanished. At what moment did he employ the shadow clone technique? Orochimaru frowned, surveying his surroundings. Shadows flickered within the thicket, revealing Kei's figure. Orochimaru surged into the forest in pursuit of Kei. Focus, focus. Shadow snake hands. Orochimaru extended his right hand once more, the serpentine shadows ensnaring Kei tightly. A loud crash echoed as he transformed into a wooden effigy over a meter tall. A substitution technique, Orochimaru grimaced. Scanning the vicinity, he charged back into the thicket. Boom, boom, boom. 3 successive attempts ensnared figures that morphed into wooden constructs. No, this is an illusion. Orochimaru's face darkened, his expression turning grim. A surge of chakra erupted, altering the scene before him. He turned his gaze toward the fallen wooden figure, which was not a mere log, but rather a root ninja, White Ninja Torian, now sprawled on the ground, breathing shallowly. Orochimaru, you. Torian gasped, bewildered that Orochimaru had suddenly turned on him without warning, leaving him critically injured. Excellent. Marvelous. Kei emerged from the thicket, bloodied kunai in hand. Orochimaru, with no one else present, we can finally converse. He hurled the kunai down at Torian. Orochimaru made no move to intervene as the weapon struck true, embedding itself in Torian's chest. With a muffled groan, he succumbed to silence. Do not mistake my previous misstep for an opportunity to dominate me, Orochimaru said darkly. The power of the Sharingan truly is formidable. What a magnificent vessel. Orochimaru, shall we not converse? Kei inquired once more. Converse? First, I must subdue you before we engage in leisurely discussion, Orochimaru declared, biting his fingertip to form seals. Summoning technique. Kei quickly followed suit, biting his fingertip to perform the same seals. Twin plumes of smoke erupted and swiftly dissipated, revealing 2 colossal beasts, one markedly smaller than the other. One was a giant serpent over 40 meters long, known as Manda, while the other was a massive eagle measuring several meters. Identified as Ike. Orochimaru, what do you require of me? I demand 100 sacrifices. Manda raised its head to the sky, addressing the enormous eagle. No issue, go ahead. Orochimaru replied, casting a glance at the eagle, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact with Kei. With a resounding cry, Ike soared into the sky, carrying Kei aloft. The eagle circled around Manda, its sharp beak dripping with saliva as it let out piercing cries. Curse that massive eagle. How dare it regard me as a meal? Manda roared in outrage. Keiki and Orochimaru exchanged astonished glances at the eagle's proclamation. Ike, be cautious. This is the renowned Manda, and we remain uncertain of whether we can prevail, Keiki cautioned, stroking the eagle's back. Fool, you shall perish. Manda reared back, leaping toward Ike. The eagle executed a graceful roll in midair, evading Manda and Appo's strike, and retaliated with a sharp peck aimed at Manda and Appo's vulnerable spot. Manda countered with a sweeping tail, attempting to strike Ike once more. The eagle deftly maneuvered away, launching another assault at Manda's weak points. The air filled with thunderous sounds as the battle raged on. After a moment of respite, the two colossal entities remained locked in a fierce stare. Manda bore several significant wounds, while Ike had shed feathers in the melee. Orochimaru, where did you acquire such a formidable opponent? This is futile. Eagles are our natural adversaries. Manda bellowed in frustration. I must depart. It channels natural energy. I shall report to the White Snake Sage, Manda declared before vanishing from sight. A thunderous cry echoed as Ike circled majestically in the sky. I recognize your prowess. Do take care and refrain from spinning in circles, Keiki advised the eagle, which began to descend gracefully. Now, shall we converse? Keiki fixed his gaze on Orochimaru as Ike lowered its altitude. What is there to discuss? Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued. The clan leader wishes to collaborate with you. Your pursuit of knowledge, combined with the clan leader's abilities, could forge an extraordinary world, Keiki declared, gracefully dismounting from Ike's back to stand 3 meters away from Orochimaru. The Uchiha clan leader and Appo's abilities? What abilities might those be? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed. Li Yuan, the Uchiha clan leader, I have heard of him and possess some information. He lacks a chakra signature, indicating he may be training in natural energy. Beyond that, I am uncertain. Ike, reveal your eyes, Keiki commanded, raising his gaze toward the eagle. What is this? Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Ike's gaze. Impossible. Have I fallen victim to another illusion? He swiftly began forming seals, his chakras surging forth. Chapter 30. The eagle in the sky unleashes the blood wheel. However, the scene before him remained unchanged. Could it be that this was not an illusion? Orochimaru murmured to himself. Soaring high in the air, the eagle's golden eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, with 3 tomos swirling above. Orochimaru stared blankly at the eagle's eyes, licking his lips. How is this possible? It could not be an implant. Who possesses eyes of such magnitude? Orochimaru touched his own eyes. The immense eagle, dozens of meters high, had pupils as large as bowls. Moreover, it could control the opening and closing of its eyes. Previously, they had been normal golden eagle eyes. Orochimaru was well aware of the side effects associated with the transplantation of the blood wheel eye. Once activated, it could not be turned off, and a transplanted eye would remain in its initial state. Yet, this gigantic eagle could freely control the activation of the blood wheel eye, appearing as though it had grown naturally. Was it possible that the Uchiha had interbred with eagles? That seemed implausible. Being proficient in biology and having conducted numerous experiments, Orochimaru knew that the cells of humans and eagles could not possibly merge. They were not of the same lineage. How could they fuse? This left only one possibility: perfect control over cellular mastery, with a precise understanding of the bloodline power within the cells. Only then could one achieve the seamless absorption of bloodline power into another individual, which had always been Orochimaru's pursuit. It had to be of the same species to succeed. Yet, this eagle before him had flawlessly assimilated the Uchiha's bloodline power. Orochimaru recognized the immense difficulty of this feat, thus he dared not believe it. Did your clan leader accomplish this? Orochimaru's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on the eagle, licking his lips. Indeed, that scoundrel did it. I still find it hard to accept, Keiki replied, covering his face, unwilling to look at the eagle's eyes. It was only 2 months prior that Keiki had discovered this. Upon first seeing the eagle's eyes, he had felt an urge to punch Li Yuan. How could you do such a thing? You actually took to the skies with an eagle and produced one adorned with the blood wheel eye. Later, he pondered. Some common knowledge informed him that this was impossible. It must have been a biological experiment. Recalling that Li Yuan had raised a plethora of small creatures that mysteriously perished over the years, Keiki began to piece together the circumstances and sought out Li Yuan for clarification, leading to several heated arguments. After several attempts, he found that the eagle, as a summoning beast, was indeed remarkable, capable of soaring freely in the skies with considerable strength. Given the situation, Keiki accepted the reality of their possession of the blood wheel eye. After all, it could be summoned at will and did not need to be displayed unless necessary. And the elders must remain unaware. However, when the eagle revealed its blood wheel eye, Keiki could not shake the feeling of unnaturalness. It always felt as though it belonged to the same lineage as a mere beast. Why cover your face? Such a perfect creation is nothing short of a miracle, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at Keiki while continuing to gaze intently at the eagle. Is it truly that impressive? Keiki withdrew his hand from his face, astonished as he looked at Orochimaru. Most certainly, after years of research, I have yet to achieve the transfer of bloodline power within the human body. Yet your clan leader has accomplished interspecies transfer, Orochimaru retorted, casting a disparaging glance at Keiki. Can it descend? I wish to closely observe how your clan leader achieved this. Orochimaru approached Keiki. Oh, very well. Eagle in the sky, please descend. Keiki called out to the majestic bird. With a resonant cry, the eagle slowly descended before Keiki. Seeing this, Orochimaru hurried toward the eagle. With another cry, its massive wings flapped, and the three tomo of the blood wheel eye fixated on Orochimaru. A gust of wind rushed toward him, halting Orochimaru in his tracks. He recognized this as a warning from the giant eagle. Keiki quickly approached the eagle. It's all right, I am here. We are no longer enemies. He merely wishes to observe you. Keiki gently stroked the eagle's feathers. After the recent battle with the myriad snakes, the eagle had lost several feathers, revealing sparse patches that appeared somewhat disheveled. The eagle emitted a low sound, slightly tilting its head. Its eyes remained locked on Orochimaru. But the crimson hue faded back to gold. Indeed, it could control the activation of the blood wheel eye at will. Orochimaru mused as he drew closer to the majestic creature. He intended to examine the eagle's eyes more closely when a sudden cry from the eagle interrupted him. The eagle raised its beak defiantly. Orochimaru retracted his hand and circled the eagle, attempting several times to reach out and examine it, only to be interrupted by another cry. Finally, he stopped and turned to Keiki, eyes burning with intensity. Could you procure a small sample of blood from this magnificent eagle? I wish to study it further. Just a drop will suffice. That may not be feasible. I cannot harm it. Otherwise, it would retaliate. Keiki hesitated, gently patting the eagle. Only the clan leader may draw its blood. By the way, Orochimaru, how have you considered the clan leader's proposal for collaboration? Keiki inquired. Having observed Orochimaru's reaction to the eagle's eyes, Keiki surmised that the matter was likely settled. He found it perplexing why Li Yuan understood Orochimaru's character so well, even knowing that Orochimaru feared illusions. Though a figure of renown in Konoha, Orochimaru's weakness had never been publicly associated with illusions. Are you unable to extract blood? Orochimaru's disappointment was evident as he fixed his penetrating gaze on Keiki. Of course, I am willing to collaborate. I must see how he accomplished this, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips. What are the terms of collaboration? The clan leader did not specify. It seems he wishes to discuss this in person. However, he mentioned that collaborating with you could yield some rather intriguing results. He also stated that he lacks much knowledge and requires your expertise. I understand. I shall visit Konoha. It is a pity, Orochimaru lamented, continuing to gaze longingly at the eagle. Visiting Konoha? No need for that. I may not be there in a few days. Keiki chuckled. Not in Konoha? Orochimaru questioned, perplexed by Keiki's words. The clan leader of the Uchiha not being in Konoha, where could he possibly be headed? Regardless of where he goes, that is an issue for the old man to address. The most pressing matter is to devise a method to study this giant eagle. The clan leader mentioned meeting at the Valley of the End, Keiki said, producing a kunai from his pocket and handing it to Orochimaru. Oh, is this the flying thunder god kunai? Orochimaru examined the kunai in his hand closely. Indeed, it is. When you arrive at the Valley of the End, channel your chakra into it, and the clan leader will know of your arrival. To think he has mastered the flying thunder god technique. The old man likely wouldn't allow Uchiha clan members to learn it, Orochimaru mused, toying with the kunai while licking his lips. What an intriguing clan leader. I shall make it a point to meet him. Furthermore, Keiki added, the clan leader instructed me to give you this as a trade for something. He produced a small sealed vial containing a crimson liquid. What is this? Orochimaru inquired, perplexed as he gazed at the vial. It is the blood of the eagle. The clan leader anticipated that you would desire this and prepared it in advance. Orochimaru eagerly accepted the vial, scrutinizing its contents with delight. What does your clan leader wish to exchange for this? Opening the vial to inhale its scent, he quickly sealed it again. No doubt about it, This is blood. Whether it belongs to that giant eagle remains uncertain. Given our current collaborative relationship, he should not deceive me. Chapter 31. How could it fail? I wish to obtain the cells of the Senju and some of your research data, spoke Hikaru to Orochimaru. Did he also desire to merge with the Senju cells? Akin to this eagle? No, it should be. Orochimaru glanced at Hikaru and laughed maniacally. Oh, how I look forward to this. I possess the Senju cells. I shall present them to you now. With that, Orochimaru produced a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, a small vial materialized, containing a half-filled reservoir of grayish-white liquid. As for the research data, I did not bring it with me. I shall provide it to you when we meet again at the Valley of the End. At that moment, he also wished to examine his research data. Very well, I shall report this to the clan leader, Hikaru replied, accepting the vial and tucking it away. Is there anything else? If not, I must take my leave to resume my studies. Orochimaru's gaze remained fervently fixed on the vial in his hand. No, nothing else. You may discuss other matters at a later time, Hikaru stated. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting at the Valley of the End, Orochimaru remarked before hastily departing. Hikaru approached the bodies of the root ninjas, sealing them one by one within scrolls. At that moment, a shadow dashed toward him from a distance, causing Hikaru to pause in astonishment. Lord Orochimaru, is there something else? He inquired, bewildered. I nearly forgot this valuable material, Orochimaru exclaimed, swiftly collecting feathers that the eagle had shed. In a brief moment, a small pile of feathers lay before him, which he gathered into a scroll. These should contain sufficient cells for numerous experiments, Orochimaru murmured, before racing off again, paying no heed to Hikaru. Hikaru tidied up the battlefield and conducted a final inspection before leaping onto the eagle's back. With a single cry, the eagle soared into the sky, leaving behind a scarred landscape and countless fallen trees. As night descended, the moon rose, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. In a secluded corner of the Leaf Village, an underground base was alive with tension. Is there still no news? Danzo paced back and forth, addressing Yamashiro. None, Lord Danzo, Yamashiro replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It may have already failed. I had arranged for updates every 2 hours with the oil girl, but it has been over 4 hours now. A bunch of useless fools. With so many of them, they couldn't even take down one individual. Danzo slammed his cane against the ground, shattering it into pieces, leaving only the handle gripped in his hand. What of Orochimaru? What did he say? He demanded, casting the handle aside. Orochimaru has not responded, and the situation remains unclear, Yamashiro said cautiously, glancing at Danzo. Is he no longer in need of funding? Danzo roared in anger. After a moment, Danzo composed himself. Continue to send messages to Orochimaru. Ascertain what has transpired. You may leave now, he commanded, gesturing dismissively. Yes, Lord Danzo, Yamashiro replied with a bow before departing. Danzo resumed his seat, exhaling a heavy sigh. The losses incurred were grave. Even the oil girl's elite guards had perished. Under the dim light, Danzo appeared to age several years in an instant. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, the third Hokage received a report. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan meeting is about to commence. How shall we monitor it? An Anbu ninja inquired, bowing respectfully. This is the first clan meeting since Li Yuan became the leader, and over 2 months have passed since the last one. After the previous meeting, Li Yuan expelled the Anbu ninjas from the Uchiha territory, threatening to kill any who dared return. The third Hokage mused. Dispatch 2 highly skilled ninjas to observe the Nanga Shrine closely. The others may monitor from outside the Uchiha territory. He took a deep puff from his pipe, contemplating the implications of the meeting. Do not stand too close. He may indeed resort to violence. The Anbu ninja bowed and took his leave. Shin, have there been any updates from Danzo? The third Hokage inquired. A shadow slipped through the window, bowing before him. None of the dispatched ninjas have returned, and Yamashiro appears troubled. Their operation likely failed. Additionally, Danzo seems to be in a state of despair. The third Hokage rose, moving to the window to gaze upon the Uchiha territory, exhaling clouds of smoke. After a moment of silence, he commanded, send someone to detain Danzo and place him in the Anbu prison. Notify Jiraiya to return swiftly. He clenched his pipe tightly, gritting his teeth. Also, deploy additional Anbu ninjas to stand by outside the Uchiha territory. Understood, Shin replied, bowing before departing. The third Hokage watched him leave, rubbing his temples, continuing to smoke. Danzo and Appo's failure could lead to severe consequences. He hoped it would not come to that. Danzo had intentions of taking action, and with two Mangekyō Sharingan emerging from the Uchiha, he remained restless. Eliminating even one Uchiha Mangekyō would be beneficial, but he had not anticipated failure. With such a formidable lineup, they could have overwhelmed the leaders of rival villages. How could they have failed? In the Uchiha territory, at the Nanga Shrine, the atmosphere was electric as the meeting was set to begin in approximately 10 minutes. The spacious hall buzzed with voices as ninjas adorned with headbands entered one after another. The prominent seats at the head of the hall remained unoccupied, while familiar clan members gathered in small groups, engaging in hushed discussions. "Do you know why this clan meeting is being held?" one asked. "No idea. Could it be that we might finally be assigned missions?" "Still missions? Aren't you afraid of ambushes? Be careful, or you may not return." "Could it be that the clan leader is seeking the position of Hokage? That could be interesting. I would support that. Regardless, I will support whatever the clan leader decides." "Yes, I support everything the clan leader says. Thanks to him, our Sharingan has evolved to a new level." "Haha, I'm still a Ch-Nin, yet I now possess the 3-Tomo Sharingan. I can apply to become a J-Nin. It's a pity the clan leader doesn't want us to reveal ourselves. But you're right, I support whatever the clan leader decides." As time passed, the discussions among the clan members coalesced into a singular refrain: "We support whatever the clan leader decides." As Li Yuan, accompanied by Elder Fuyue, Elder Shursui, and Elder Taka, approached the entrance of the shrine, the clan members bowed in deference. Upon their arrival, the discussions abruptly ceased, and the crowd parted to create a path leading to the central seats. "Is everyone nearly present?" Li Yuan surveyed the hall, glancing at the third elder. "There are approximately 300 attendees, spanning various ages, though there are few in their 20s or 30s, the third elder estimated. They should all be here. The first and second elders are delayed due to tasks I assigned them. Let us commence the meeting," Li Yuan chuckled. Clearing his throat, he commanded silence, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting his address. Chapter 32. The speech. Li Yuan extended his perception, discovering that no one was monitoring nearby. A mile away, however, there were two sources of chakra, which alleviated any concerns. He could now proceed with his speech in peace. "Dear clansmen," he began, "I have gathered you all today to discuss a matter of great significance for our clan's future. This issue has been deliberated among several elders, and we believe it is feasible. Before I elaborate, I wish to hear your thoughts. Do you desire to distance yourselves from the ravages of war, to ensure that your loved ones need not wield kunai or succumb to the cold embrace of death? Do you wish for your children to grow up joyously, to marry peacefully and raise families? Indeed, we long for that," shouted over 300 clansmen in unison. After a moment of silence, they turned their gaze towards Li Yuan, their faces etched with curiosity. Is such a dream attainable? The establishment of Konoha was also intended to escape the horrors of war. "It is possible," Li Yuan proclaimed, his voice resonating with conviction. "My summoning beast has discovered an uninhabited island overseas, modest in size, merely a few kilometers in diameter. Several elders and I have visited it, and it is replete with essential resources. Recently, a dozen clansmen departed Konoha under the leadership of Elder Guang Shu to conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the island. We have discussed the prospect of relocating our entire clan there to live a tranquil life, free from conflict." A murmur of discussion rippled through the assembly, with small groups whispering amongst themselves. Isn't it too bold? To leave Konoha? Perhaps it is not such a bad idea. We would merely perform our tasks elsewhere. With so many of us, can we not thrive in a new homeland? Surely, Konoha would not permit our departure. Since the clan leader has proposed this, and the elders have not opposed, I believe there must be a way to ensure our safe relocation. I trust our leader." Another voice chimed in. "But if we suddenly vanish from the village, won't Konoha retaliate? Why should we fear Konoha? Have we not contributed enough? Yet, we have lived here for so long. The thought of leaving is difficult to bear." "Difficult to bear? Would you prefer to be ostracized and targeted?" "Certainly not. I shall heed the clan leader's guidance." "Yes, we will follow the clan leader," others echoed. Li Yuan observed the clamor below, allowing the clansmen to deliberate on the concept of relocating. After a few minutes, he cleared his throat and rapped on the table. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned to him. "I understand that the notion of uprooting our entire clan from Konoha may be hard for you to accept. After all, many of you have spent a significant portion of your lives here. Reflect on how much we have sacrificed for Konoha and what we have received in return. The village has existed for 50 years, and during this time, how many of our kin have perished in its name? I can tell you, the number exceeds 2,000. Look around you and consider how many of those are your relatives. Li Yuan took the thick clan register from Elder San and presented it to a nearby elite shinobi, who was closest to the stage. The audience began to murmur again, exchanging glances and whispers. Is it truly that many? One exclaimed. I had only heard of the high casualties, but I never imagined the toll was so great. Every year, we lose dozens of clansmen in battle. And with 3 great shinobi wars, the losses have accumulated significantly. Not to mention, the Third War left many of us with uneven numbers of young and old. Indeed, there are many orphans and widows within our clan. I was raised in such a manner. So was I. A sudden cacophony erupted. The 300 clansmen ceased their discussions, their attention riveted on Li Yuan. He bellowed, What have we gained for the countless sacrifices of our kin? We have faced ostracism and scorn. Recently, the villagers of Konoha have regarded us with disdain. Surely you have felt it? How can we integrate into such a village? Leaving is our only path forward. I recognize that amidst this turmoil, some of you still cling to hope that Konoha may change for the better. Let me assure you, it is a futile expectation. Konoha has long ceased to accommodate us Uchiha. Moreover, I must inform you, some of our fallen each year have met their end by the hands of villagers. You need only to observe the evidence. Li Yuan retrieved the memory orb from earlier and passed it down. Surely not. How could they strike down their own comrades? By probing the essence within. One can witness the memories, he declared loudly. Instantly, the assembly huddled together to view the memories, while others awaited their turn, murmuring quietly. This situation may indeed be real. I never imagined the village could stoop so low. Let us wait and view the memories first, then discuss further. Half an hour later, elite, jounin, and special jounin alike erupted in furious exclamations. Clan leader, we must seek justice for our fallen kin. This cannot go unaddressed. Li Yuan raised his hand, commanding silence as he gazed at the clansmen, while others continued to view the memories in small groups. How do you propose we seek justice from the village? Shall we wage war against them? Calm yourselves. Do you truly wish to engage in battle with the village? I have presented this to you to enlighten you about our dire situation within Konoha, so you may relinquish any remaining hopes for reconciliation. As for revenge, most of those responsible for our losses are now deceased. The remaining culprits are likely only the upper echelons of Konoha. We cannot afford to engage in a full-scale war, as we have hundreds of ordinary clansmen to protect. Thus, I propose we depart Konoha. Now, I wish to hear your opinions. Li Yuan glanced at a few young jounin. Since Konoha no longer welcomes us Uchiha, we shall leave its confines. We will disregard the conflicts of the shinobi world and seek a life of peace and tranquility. Yes, let us depart Konoha and distance ourselves from war. I have long desired to escape the ravages of battle. My father and brother perished for Konoha, as did my younger sibling. My son also fell for Konoha at the tender age of 12. My son too. I recall my father stating that Konoha was established to prevent children from being thrust into battle. Yet, tragically, children are sent to war at the age of 10. Clan leader, I support leaving Konoha and distancing ourselves from warfare. I do not wish for my grandson to face the same fate. Let us leave Konoha and evade the horrors of war. The jounin, after viewing the memories, fell silent for a moment before raising their right hands in unison and shouting, Let us depart Konoha and embrace peace. We support our clan leader. Let us leave Konoha and live a tranquil and harmonious life. Upon witnessing the fervent support of his clansmen, Li Yuan's face lit up with a smile, and he exhaled deeply. Before the clan meeting, he had harbored concerns that the villagers' indoctrination might sway the clansmen against leaving Konoha, which would have posed a significant challenge. Thus, he had proactively presented the memory orb to all clansmen, a decision that proved to be astute. At that moment, Li Yuan turned his gaze to the entrance of the shrine, the smile on his face broadening. Creak. The door swung open, startling the shouting clansmen, who turned to look at the entrance. What is the duty of the night watchman to disturb our clan meeting? Chapter 33. The evacuation from Konoha. 2 elderly gentlemen, both in their 50s and clad in the armor of elite shinobi, entered the room in succession, revealing themselves as the eldest and second elders. The clan leaders promptly parted to create a pathway, offering their respects as they greeted the elders. Upon reaching the stage, the eldest and second elders bowed respectfully behind Li Yuan. Rest assured, the matters you entrusted have been taken care of, the eldest elder stated. The 3 accompanying elders opened their mouths as if to inquire, yet hesitated. Good. There are no objections from the clan members, I trust? Li Yuan exclaimed with exuberance. No. The clan members are quite thrilled at the prospect of leaving Konoha. They are merely reluctant to part with their possessions, the eldest elder replied, rubbing his eyes. A broad smile gracing his face. A crimson glow emanated from Li Yuan's right hand as it rested upon the eldest elder's shoulder, the light seeping into his being. Instantly, the elder felt a gentle energy envelop his eyes, alleviating the discomfort he had been experiencing, and he discreetly withdrew his hand from rubbing his eyes. It is this matter that has delayed us for so long, the second elder chuckled. The second elder, now devoid of the gloomy demeanor he had exhibited over 2 months prior, was all smiles. Once a proponent of appeasement, he had resigned himself to the reality that their clan could not contend with the village, necessitating a compromise. Each day, he had suppressed his inner fury and urged the clan to do the same, engaging in quiet negotiations with the village, which had taken a toll on his mental state. Now that their plan to depart Konoha was well underway, a weight had finally been lifted from his heart. The eldest and second elders had arrived to utilize their Sharingan to facilitate the transport of ordinary clan members away from Konoha. The clan meeting was to be held at night, when the watchful Anbu would be distracted by the shrine, making it the optimal moment for their escape. All is well. Then, Li Yuan chuckled, glancing down at the clan members. Since we are all in agreement to leave Konoha, to distance ourselves from war and embrace a life of peace and tranquility, let us commence. The ordinary clan members have successfully departed Konoha and reached the new clan territory. The clan members below were taken aback, voices rising in astonishment. Ah, are we leaving now? I have important belongings at home. My mother has already left Konoha. She was still at home when I came. How did they leave? The efficiency is astonishing. The sound of palms striking the table echoed throughout the hall. Silence, everyone. You will soon understand. Li Yuan called out. Do not resist, and you will swiftly reunite with your loved ones. As for your important belongings, we can arrange for the returning clan members to retrieve them later. Eldest elder, it is your turn, Li Yuan said, turning to the eldest elder. All eyes in the room turned toward him. The eldest elder stepped forward, his eyes swirling with the tomo of his Sharingan, forming a mysterious pattern. In an instant, the space around him distorted, and dozens of clan members who had been in close proximity vanished without a trace. Is that the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Or a spatial technique? When did the eldest elder awaken such power? The remaining clan members gazed at him with admiration. Gather closer. I can minimize the effort required. The eldest elder urged as he rubbed his eyes. Very well, eldest elder. The remaining members complied, clustering around him. After a brief pause, the space warped once more, and another group of figures disappeared. This occurred 4 times, and the eldest elder, shielding his eyes, breathed heavily. Only Li Yuan and a few elders remained in the shrine's hall. You may go now. We need elders at the new territory, Li Yuan instructed the remaining elders. Isn't Hikari there? Shui inquired. I had him explore the borders of the land of fire. What do you think happened? Li Yuan replied, casting a glance at Shui. Oh no, he hasn't fallen into an ambush, has he? Shui asked, a look of concern crossing his face. Not likely. Wasn't Danzo removed from his position? He was ambushed by a dozen elite shinobi alongside Orochimaru, Li Yuan revealed. Ah, this can't be. The third elder clenched his fists. Fear not, he is unharmed. I had anticipated this, otherwise, I would not have sent Hikari out, Li Yuan chuckled. Shui, Danzo and the third Hokage are still allies. His removal was merely for show. Behind the scenes, nothing has changed, Li Yuan said, patting Shui on the shoulder. That can't be true. The third Hokage is a decent man. Shui began. But Li Yuan interrupted. Shui, can you still hold such thoughts? What about our clan? Li Yuan retorted, pulling out a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, 10 corpses materialized, falling to the ground. Look at these. They are the ones who ambushed Hikari. Are they not from our village? Li Yuan pointed to the bodies. Several elders approached to examine the corpses closely. One of them is from the Yamanaka clan. There are parasites within him, the eldest elder noted, pointing at a body. This one must belong to the Yamashiro clan. It has. This one should be. Shui murmured. Clan leader. Let the eldest elder transport us to the new territory. Leaving Konoha seems beneficial, the fourth elder, Fugaku, urged, pulling Shui aside. Shui raised his head to see the frowns of his fellow clan members directed at him, prompting him to fall silent. Perhaps departing Konoha is indeed wise. It will prevent further conflict with the village, and we may avoid bloodshed, he conceded. Eldest elder, please take them to the new territory. I shall remain behind. Li Yuan instructed the eldest elder. In the next moment, the space warped again, leaving only Li Yuan and the eldest elder in the shrine. Go now. Li Yuan waved his hand. Reverse summoning technique, the eldest elder declared, biting his fingertip to form a seal. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed and dissipated, and the eldest elder vanished. As Li Yuan observed the elder's disappearance, he opened his arms wide and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, splendid. Finally, we have evacuated Konoha. Now I can wreak havoc across the shinobi world without reservation. Since awakening his latent abilities, Li Yuan had struggled to adapt to this world. He had witnessed countless children, barely 11 or 12, thrust into the battlefield, many of whom were his peers, while he had narrowly escaped due to his lack of ninja talent. This world was sickly and in dire need of upheaval. Throughout his life, the Uchiha clan had treated him well. Had they not remained in Konoha, he would not have dared to unleash chaos. As for the lives of others, what concern was it of his? A tumult would undoubtedly claim numerous lives. Yet that bore no weight on his conscience. He had never considered himself a virtuous person. There were still 2 items of value left to collect from Konoha: the remains of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, which would be a travesty to leave in Danzo's possession. Originally uncertain of their location, the task had just become simpler. Li Yuan approached the corpse of a Yamanaka, his hands glowing blue as he pressed them to its forehead. 10 minutes later, he retracted the blue light, his face alight with excitement. Found it. Excellent. I shall retrieve it soon. At that moment, the space wavered, and the eldest elder appeared beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan quickly stifled his triumphant laughter, adopting a serious demeanor befitting a clan leader. Have all the members been sent off? How are you holding up? He inquired of the eldest elder. I am a bit fatigued, the eldest elder replied, rubbing his eyes and exhaling deeply. Noticing the bloodshot appearance of the elder's eyes, Li Yuan extended his glowing red hand to rest on the elder's shoulder. The red light coursed into the eldest elder's body, mending the damage to his eyesight. Indeed, without my own eyes, the burden is immense, the eldest elder sighed, lowering his hands from his eyes. Clan leader, I can return the eyes to him now. I still feel my own are better, the eldest elder stated, retrieving a glass jar from his robes. First, assist me in obtaining something, and then we can make the exchange. Li Yuan waved dismissively, sealing the corpses into a scroll. What is it you wish to retrieve? The eldest elder asked, puzzled. You will find out soon enough, Li Yuan chuckled, placing his hand on the eldest elder's shoulder, and together they vanished. Meanwhile, in the jungle outside the shrine, a ninja furrowed his brow. Over 10 minutes ago, he sensed the chakra within the shrine gradually diminishing, and now, there was not a trace of it left. I must report to the captain immediately. There is no chakra presence within the shrine. The ninja glanced at his companion. No chakra presence? His companion was taken aback and swiftly dashed out of the Uchiha compound. Chapter 34. How did they all disappear? Beside the Uchiha clan grounds, a lush forest stands, acting as a colossal barrier that divides Konoha from the Uchiha estate, leaving only a narrow path connecting the two. A dozen masked Anbu ninjas perch atop the treetops, their eyes fixed intently on the Uchiha territory. The captain, Ling, reports that there is no chakra presence in the shrine, and we have not observed anyone exiting, one ninja hurriedly announces. Indeed, there is no chakra and no sight of anyone leaving? Another ninja leaps down from the branches. Yes, Captain, they have certainly not emerged. The Anbu captain strokes his chin, gazing at the Uchiha estate. No chakra presence in the shrine indicates that there may be no one inside. And with no one seen leaving, could they have gone to summon a spirit beast? Yet that seems implausible. Still, we must send someone to investigate and ascertain the truth of the matter. The captain gestures to a few individuals. You three, accompany me with shadow clones to examine the shrine beside the Uchiha estate. The selected ninjas leap down from the trees, forming hand seals. In the next moment, the Anbu captain, along with 3 subordinates, enters the Uchiha territory. They cautiously approach the shrine, reaching the entrance without encountering any resistance. The captain places his hands on the large doors and takes a deep breath. Since all 4 of them are shadow clones, their real bodies remain outside the clan grounds. They should not dare to act within the village. With a creak, the doors swing open. The group quickly looks inside, momentarily stunned. The spacious shrine hall is completely vacant. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. All Uchiha ninjas have vanished. The Anbu ninja commands urgently. Also, check the nearby residences for any signs of life. 2 subordinates promptly depart. The Anbu captain leads 1 subordinate into the shrine. Moments later, he emerges with a frown. Captain, I checked 3 nearby houses, and they are all uninhabited. A ninja rushes over. Moreover, I've noticed numerous everyday items are missing, as if they have all left collectively. Quickly send a signal for the others to enter and conduct a thorough investigation, the Anbu captain instructs, glancing behind him. A small flare explodes in the air, summoning the Anbu ninjas hidden within the forest to converge upon the Uchiha estate. Hokage building, Hokage's office. Lord Hokage, all Uchiha clansmen have disappeared. An Anbu ninja rushes in, bowing to report. Disappeared? The third Hokage is momentarily taken aback. What on earth is happening? Please explain clearly. They have vanished completely. A brother just reported that the Uchiha estate is entirely empty, not a soul in sight. We also discovered that many household items are missing, suggesting they left with their belongings. We must head to the Uchiha estate. The third Hokage urgently rises, striding to the window and leaping out of the Hokage building. Outside the south shrine at the Uchiha estate. Lord Hokage, the Anbu captain greets the third Hokage with a bow. What are the findings from the investigation? It is nearly complete. Every household is empty, and several items are missing. We suspect that the entire clan has departed from Konoha. What is perplexing is that our watchful ninjas did not see them leave. You should continue your investigation. The third Hokage waves his hand, placing his pipe to his lips and taking a deep drag. The Anbu ninja bows and departs. The third Hokage feels a headache coming on. Why did the Uchiha clan suddenly leave Konoha? This weakens the village significantly, diminishing its combat strength by nearly 1/5. If other ninja villages learn of this, it may ignite another ninja world war. Sighing, he reflects on their reasoning. Konoha offers a favorable environment. Was it merely due to some slight exclusion and the removal of a few troublemakers that they chose to abandon the village without even informing me, the Hokage? Exhaling a plume of smoke, the third Hokage is taken aback by the Uchiha's departure, which he had not anticipated. He initially believed that the Uchiha would retaliate after the ambush, and by capturing Danzo, he could politically concede and gradually negotiate to restore the previous state of affairs. But it seems the Uchiha have opted not to play along. Are you Uchiha incapable of enduring? Lord Hokage, the Anbu captain approaches as he completes his investigation, bowing to report. What are the results? The third Hokage inhales deeply from his pipe. Based on the evidence in the houses, there are no signs of disturbance outside. And considering the chakra presence reported earlier, it appears they utilize spatial abilities to relocate in several phases. Indeed, that aligns with my estimations. The third Hokage tightens his grip on the pipe. Upon arriving, he quickly assessed the situation and deduced it must be the work of spatial abilities. Konoha's entrances and exits are all guarded by their own, making it improbable for so many Uchiha to leave without consent. It is now clear that among the 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, at least one possesses spatial abilities. Return and rest. Do not disclose tonight's events for now. The third Hokage waves his hand dismissively. The Anbu ninja bows and departs with his comrades. Shino, instruct the Anbu to disperse and investigate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan members. The third Hokage inhales deeply from his pipe. They cannot have fled far with so many people. We must avoid any conflicts. If you discover anything, inform me immediately. A ninja appears suddenly, bowing before leaving. The third Hokage continues to gaze at the Uchiha shrine, lost in contemplation, hoping to find a means to retain them. Konoha is too fragile to collapse under its own weight. When the time comes, negotiations can be made. It would be best if they could return. Even relinquishing the position of Hokage could be an option. They must not join another ninja village, for that would spell doom. However, given the Uchiha's past behavior, it is unlikely they would join another village. They are more likely to establish a new force of their own. That too is unacceptable. Such a significant issue arising during my tenure is troubling. After a moment, the third Hokage puts away his pipe and turns to leave. In a secluded area of Konoha, Li Yuan and the elders suddenly materialize out of thin air. This is a remote location, surrounded by scattered dilapidated houses. Chief, where are we headed? The elder inquires, looking around. Just ahead, Li Yuan replies, orienting himself and moving toward a more secluded area, away from the houses. The elder hastily follows him into the sparse woodland. Moments later, beside a large tree, Li Yuan halts, gazing at a massive stone 200 meters away. According to the memories of the oil woman, beneath that stone lies the entrance to Danzo's laboratory, where the body of the first Hokage, Hashirama, rests, along with several researchers who continue their experiments. Danzo has never abandoned his wood release experiments, though progress has been stagnant for many years. Elder, use Kimui to take me into this base. There are valuable items inside. Li Yuan looks at the elder. Li Yuan could breach the place himself, but he fears they might conceal Hashirama's corpse, making it difficult to locate later. With the Kamui present, it would be a tremendous convenience. In the next moment, the space distorts, and Li Yuan along with the elder vanish from sight. Chapter 35. The acquisition of Hashirama's corpse. This vast base features a spacious hall, illuminated by flickering yellow lights that barely penetrate the thick surrounding darkness. In the center of the hall stands an enormous cultivation tank, filled with a viscous green liquid. Within it, the lifeless body of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, floats in serene suspension. Countless tubes of varying sizes connect to the tank, their other ends linked to several monitors of different dimensions. Two figures clad in white lab coats engage in idle conversation. How tedious it is to watch this machine day in and day out. If not for this, would you wish to conduct experiments? One remarked, shaking his head as he glanced at the distant doors. Indeed, as ordinary individuals, our role is merely to observe the machine and maintain the vitality of that corpse and Oppo's cells, replied the other. At that moment, a distortion rippled through the space behind them, and two phantoms materialized. Bang bang. Each received a swift strike to the neck, tilting their heads as they lost consciousness. Li Yuan sensed the presence of numerous individuals behind a few nearby doors, comprising both ninjas and ordinary folk. This hall solely housed Hashirama's remains, and the machines were employed to monitor and sustain the corpse's vitality. What extraordinary cells! Despite being dead for so many years, they still possess life, mused Li Yuan as he approached the cultivation tank, extending his right hand to touch it. Upon entering the hall, he immediately sensed a peculiar vitality emanating from Hashirama's corpse. This vitality was unlike that of a typical living person, nor did it carry the faintness of an aged individual. Instead, it presented a paradoxical essence, intertwining both life and death. The elder followed Li Yuan's gaze and gasped in astonishment. This is the body of the first Hokage. Danzo, how dare he defile the first Hokage? What is there to fear? He has been dead for over 30 years. Li Yuan circled the cultivation tank. However, the first Hokage the elder began, but Li Yuan interrupted. Enough. I understand your reverence for the first Hokage. Now, assist me in removing these interconnected machines. Li Yuan stepped closer to the elder. Oh, the precious item you speak of cannot possibly be the body of the first Hokage, the elder exclaimed, staring at Li Yuan in disbelief. Indeed, you have seen the first Hokage, haven't you? Quite formidable, wouldn't you agree? Li Yuan inquired. Yes, incredibly strong. The first Hokage single-handedly quelled the chaos of his time and established Konoha. The elder reminisced with deep respect in his eyes. Compared to the current third Hokage, who claims to be the strongest Hokage, Li Yuan chuckled. How dare he compare himself to the first Hokage? The elder scoffed. The first Hokage is revered as the god of shinobi. This pretender merely boasts. Only the youth might believe him. Those of us who are older merely chuckle at such arrogance. He has no shame. Enough with the derision. Quickly, help me gather these items. If you understand the power of the first Hokage, you will recognize their value, Li Yuan urged, gesturing toward Hashirama's corpse. Very well, the elder replied, stepping into the cultivation tank. In the next instant, a distortion enveloped the tank and its connected machines, making them vanish without a trace. Excellent. Let us depart, Li Yuan exclaimed, elated. With another distortion, the two vanished, leaving behind an empty hall. Shortly thereafter, the blaring sound of alarms echoed, and figures began to swarm. At the Uchiha clan's estate, Li Yuan and the elder appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing his disheveled home, Li Yuan frowned. It appeared the third Hokage had already discovered the disappearance of the Uchiha clan and had rummaged through his residence. Truly, the Anbu ninjas were indeed elite. And the third Hokage's response was impressively swift. Elder, please transport the first Hokage's body and the equipment to the new clan location. I shall not return just yet, Li Yuan said, patting the elder on the shoulder. After securing Hashirama's corpse, inquire about our clan members and any significant items left in Konoha. Once you have completed these tasks, meet me at the shrine. Infuse chakra into the kunai I will provide, and I will arrive promptly. Li Yuan drew a kunai from his waist and handed it to the elder. Then I shall take my leave. Clan leader, ensure your safety and return quickly to the new clan location. The elder waved and vanished. Li Yuan closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the surroundings before disappearing as well. In a narrow alley, Li Yuan materialized and made his way toward a residential area. Moments later, he paused, blending into the darkness between two houses, gazing at a three-story building 100 meters away. He sensed a vibrant life force within. Only Naruto Uzumaki, the child of the Sage of Six Paths, could possess such vitality in Konoha. Li Yuan prepared to investigate the Sage's child and collect a sample of the Uzumaki clan's cells, while also checking on the Nine Tails. Although he had acquired Hashirama's corpse, it was still the remains of a deceased individual, one that had been lifeless for over 30 years. Despite their remarkable nature, the cells of the dead could not compare to those of the living. It was crucial to utilize living cells from his own clan members for safety and efficacy. Moreover, the Uzumaki and Senju clans were closely related, with negligible differences. As for Hashirama's extraordinary strength, it was likely due to the influence of Ashura's chakra. Being of a Six Paths level, it would be best for him to avoid engaging with it directly at this moment. Perched on a branch near the building, Li Yuan detected the presence of chakra, likely from a monitoring Anbu ninja. One ninja was not a significant threat. As long as he remained cautious and avoided detection, he would be fine. They typically did not monitor the interior of homes unless there were signs of the Nine Tails rampaging or missing persons. There was no need for overt actions. Subtlety was the best approach. Li Yuan carefully attuned himself to the surroundings and stealthily approached the three-story building. Minutes later, he found himself in the shadowed corner of the wall, hearing voices emanate from within. Wah wah wah. That monstrous child is crying again. It's so annoying. Go check on him, a male voice complained. Why don't you? I have no desire to see that creature. It looks like a fox. A female voice retorted. You're a woman. You should know how to soothe a child. If he is hungry, you can feed him. Go on now, the man urged. What are you saying? Do you think I want to raise this monster? The woman replied. What are you talking about? Do you not want the money? Hurry and check. The man exclaimed, raising his voice. Fine, I'll go now. The woman conceded with resignation. Li Yuan silently awaited in the darkness, poised for the moment when the ninja would grow careless. In an instant, he would slip inside unnoticed. Naruto had been born for nearly 3 months, and they had been under constant surveillance. Even with shifts in duty, 3 months without incident meant they could not remain fully focused on their tasks. Suddenly, Li Yuan's eyes brightened. Now was the time. In an instant, he leapt through the window. Chapter 36, Drawing Your Blood Cells, Granting You a Good Family. On the second floor, in a modest bedroom of approximately 5 to 6 square meters, a single bed cradled a peacefully sleeping child. Li Yuan glanced over and discerned that the child was not Naruto, but presumably the couple's own offspring. A powerful life force emanated from the adjacent room, accompanied by the sounds of a child's wailing and a woman's exasperated voice. Cautiously, Li Yuan pushed open the door to the hallway. There, he spotted a young man in his 20s, clutching a notebook and muttering curses. That bothersome creature, making a ruckus every day? If it weren't for that child support payment. In an instant, Li Yuan appeared behind him, delivering a swift strike to his neck. The young man's head tilted, surrendering to unconsciousness as he collapsed onto the sofa in the hallway. Li Yuan draped a nearby blanket over him. Forming hand seals, a puff of smoke dissipated, revealing Li Yuan in the guise of the man. It was prudent to ensure the windows in the room were closed. Why was that creature still making such a fuss? Li Yuan proceeded to the room. How infuriating, the woman exclaimed. You take him out, I want to see. Li Yuan responded, very well. Moments later, the door swung open as the woman emerged, cradling a child in her arms. How maddening. This bothersome creature, she remarked, handing the child to Li Yuan. With his right arm, Li Yuan took hold of the child, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. The windows were quite distant and securely shut. The Anbu ninja should not be able to see this scene. With his left hand, he delivered a precise strike to the woman's neck, rendering her unconscious as well. He quickly supported her, moving her to the sofa beside the man. Finally, he examined the child in his right arm. The tiny figure was swaddled in a thin blanket, wisps of fine golden hair peeking from beneath. The cherubic face was rosy, and on each side of his cheeks, 3 delicate tufts of hair resembled whiskers. He appeared peculiar, akin to a fox, which perhaps explained the young couple's disfavor. At that moment, the little one was wailing loudly. Li Yuan, feeling somewhat vexed, extended his glowing left hand and placed it against the child's face. Instantly, little Naruto gradually ceased his cries, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Li Yuan gently set Naruto on the sofa and retrieved a syringe from his garments. He pierced the needle into Naruto's arm, slowly extracting blood. After a brief moment, he withdrew the needle, revealing a vial brimming with fresh blood, approximately 100 milliliters. Li Yuan tucked the syringe away and placed his right hand upon Naruto's chest. In the next moment, a series of small runes materialized, swiftly embedding themselves within the child's body, disappearing without a trace. Indeed, Li Yuan had marked Naruto with the Flying Thunder God seal, a precautionary measure. This was his modified version. Even if the fourth Hokage were to be resurrected, he would need to conduct a thorough investigation to sense the mark. This coordinate was uniquely formed by Li Yuan's energy, rendering it imperceptible to ninjas using chakra. With this coordinate in place, he could extract Naruto's cells whenever necessary in the future. Li Yuan carefully unfurled the thin blanket, revealing the entirety of little Naruto. The earlier Flying Thunder God seal left no trace, and Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. On Naruto's abdomen, a cluster of runes depicted a bagua pattern. Li Yuan recognized this as the 8-trigram seal, which confined the Nine Tails. He reached out, contemplating whether to take the Nine Tails now. He possessed the capability to ensure Naruto's survival while extracting the beast. However, taking it now seemed futile. The Nine Tails was merely a weapon, and without the Mangekyō Sharingan, controlling it effectively would be challenging. It might be best to leave the Nine Tails within Naruto for the time being, allowing for future retrieval. As for Naruto's growth, should he become formidable like in the original story, Li Yuan was unperturbed. He had matured 16 years prior. If he couldn't oppose, he surpassed Naruto by that time. He would have no hope of causing chaos in the ninja world or challenging the Tsutsuki clan, nor could he dream of the chakra fruit. Ultimately, he decided against taking the Nine Tails now, reasoning that he could return later. It would not escape in the meantime. Presently, he estimated his strength to be at the level of a Kage and recognized the need for further consolidation. If he were to extract the Nine Tails, he would undoubtedly attract attention from the entire ninja world, which would be disadvantageous. The cells he had acquired could be integrated into his clan's body, potentially enhancing their strength to a level comparable to that of the younger Uchiha Madara. Li Yuan retracted his right hand, gently caressing Naruto's face, murmuring softly, "If you weren't causing such a ruckus, you'd be quite an adorable child. I've taken a bit of your blood. Allow me to grant you a small favor. I'll provide you with a life of an ordinary child, free from the discrimination of your foster parents. How long that lasts? Well, that depends on fate." A bluish glow enveloped Li Yuan's hands as he extended them toward the couple, the light swiftly vanishing into their foreheads. Shortly thereafter, the glow dissipated, and he pinched Naruto's cheek once more. "When they awaken, they will embrace you as their own child, allowing you to enjoy a few years of a loving life. We shall meet again, and when we do..." Li Yuan swaddled Naruto securely and placed him beside the couple. In an instant, he turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving behind the trio on the sofa, appearing as a family. Soon after, the couple rubbed their eyes and stirred awake. Upon seeing little Naruto peacefully slumbering beside them, the woman cradled him tenderly. "What a good boy, he fell asleep with us. Let us place the second one next to the eldest. We'll retire to the bedroom," the man suggested after glancing over. "All right, I'll do that," the woman replied, carrying the child into the bedroom. Li Yuan observed this scene from the corner of the room, using the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear. The memory and perception modification he employed on ordinary individuals was quite powerful. However, such modifications would gradually restore over time. Thus, how long Naruto could enjoy a peaceful existence relied entirely on fate. Li Yuan surmised that Naruto would likely develop as in the original tale. For the third Hokage was destined to be the only light in his eyes. Yet, how would he become that beacon amidst the bitter days of exclusion? These matters were now irrelevant to Li Yuan. He felt no nostalgia for Konoha. As dawn broke, soft light illuminated the sky, gradually dispelling the surrounding darkness. The third Hokage paced anxiously in front of the window in his office, having spent the night without sleep. How could he rest? Konoha had suddenly lost about a fifth of its combat strength. Has there been any sign of the Uchiha? The third Hokage turned to address Shino. None. The Anbu, aside from those on missions, have been dispatched to search, but there have been no reports thus far. Shino bowed in response. "Hokage-sama, you should rest for a while. If there is news, I'll wake you," he suggested. Alas, how could this happen? Did they escape the land of fire overnight? The third Hokage inserted a pipe into his mouth, taking a deep drag. As dawn approached, villagers would soon discover that the Uchiha clan had vanished. Alas! He exhaled a plume of smoke. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The third Hokage's eyes lit up as he quickly called out, "Come in. Is there news?" A masked ninja entered the office, and the third Hokage paused, taken aback by the expression on the newcomer's face. Chapter 37. The Hokage wishes to speak with you. Have you dispatched the root ninjas as well? The third Hokage inquired, directing his gaze toward Shino. Hokage-sama, no. I am unable to mobilize them, Shino replied. Hokage-sama, I must speak with Danzo-sama. There has been an incident at Root, Yamashita expressed anxiously. What has transpired at Root? The third Hokage rubbed his forehead in contemplation. The body of the first Hokage has been stolen, Yamashita hurriedly informed him. The report regarding the theft of Hashirama's corpse reached him, and he understood that Danzo was confined within the Anbu prison, only able to report to the third Hokage. Oh, the body of the first Hokage? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Shino, have someone escort him to see Danzo. Additionally, release Danzo and send Anbu ninjas to the scene of the theft. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shino bowed and departed. The third Hokage approached the window, gazing outside. Bathed in soft light, Konoha appeared to be awakening from slumber, with fleeting shadows of villagers casting a picturesque scene. However, his mood was somber. Dawn was approaching, and he pondered how to communicate the Uchiha matter to the villagers. How could he convey to the other ninja villages that Konoha's strength remained intact, and that it was still the foremost ninja village? As the sun rose, Konoha bustled as usual, teeming with life. Groups of villagers gathered to enjoy breakfast, preparing to commence their daily tasks. Hey, where are the wicked Uchihas? Indeed, I haven't seen them either. It's rather strange. Could they all have overslept? Lazy pigs. Yes, just a bunch of lazy pigs, haha. A robust man in his 30s dashed past, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, come see. The wicked Uchihas have vanished, and their clan grounds are deserted. Let us go take a look." One person tugged at their companion. Instantly, a throng surged towards the Uchiha clan grounds. As they traversed a cluster of leaves, a series of houses came into view, all doors tightly shut, devoid of any presence. Ah, they really have disappeared. Good, those wicked Uchihas deserved it long ago. I was detained by the guards twice and had to pay fines to get out. Yes, I've been caught 3 times, too. At that moment, a group of masked Anbu ninjas materialized. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere instantly charged with tension. Return to your homes. The Uchihas, due to discord with the villagers, have relocated en masse from Konoha. This area will be sealed off for preservation, one Anbu ninja announced, stepping forward to plant a wooden notice into the ground. The crowd murmured and dispersed, returning to their breakfasts while continuing their hushed discussions. Several Anbu ninjas swiftly erected wooden barriers, enclosing the entrances and exits of the Uchiha clan grounds. The Anbu captain nodded slightly and pointed to a few individuals. You 3, with heightened sensory abilities, remain here to monitor for any chakra signatures. There are still many items inside. They may return. If any chakra appears, find a way to delay them and prevent their escape. The Hokage wishes to speak with them, understood? Yes, Captain, the 3 ninjas replied. Go, the Anbu captain gestured. The trio leaped into the Uchiha clan grounds, disappearing from sight. The Anbu captain surveyed the area before leading his ninjas away. As night fell and the moon rose, a figure suddenly appeared within the Uchiha clan's shrine. The elder held a notebook filled with scribbled notes, frowning as he murmured to himself, so much to deal with. How troublesome. A ninja atop the shrine's roof froze in surprise, sensing a chakra presence materializing within the shrine. He quickly signaled with a flare and shouted, Uchiha, the Hokage wishes to speak with you. The figure did not hesitate, leaping down from the roof and swiftly entering the shrine through a window. The elder blinked in shock. Someone. As the space warped, the figure vanished. Upon the arrival of the Anbu ninja in the shrine, it was already empty. Damn it, they left so quickly. He clenched his fists. Where could they have gone? He dashed out of the shrine, heading towards a nearby building. Upon entering, he found it vacant once more. The other 2 sensory ninjas arrived promptly, but after several attempts, they still found no trace of anyone. The trio grew increasingly frustrated. All we wanted was for you to meet with the Hokage. Why are you hiding? The elder was equally vexed, rubbing his eyes in the space of the Kimui. This won't do. I can only use Kimui once per family, and there are so many families to visit. My eyes are already straining. As the space warped again, the elder appeared in a street in Konoha. He drew a kunai and infused it with chakra. In the next moment, Ritsugen materialized before the elder. What is this? Have you concluded your clan matters so swiftly? He inquired, eyeing the elder. Not yet. I returned to gather the clan's belongings, but was interrupted by Anbu ninjas. The elder explained while rubbing his eyes. They claim the Hokage wishes to see us. Will you go? Ah, they want to see us, Ritsujin chuckled, extending his glowing red hand toward the elder's eyes. After a moment, he declared, then I shall go meet him. You should continue collecting the items. Ritsujin withdrew his hand and placed it on the elder's shoulder. Initially, Ritsujin had no desire to meet the third Hokage. He found the Hokage's ideals tiresome and merely a means to manipulate others. However, since he had interrupted the elder's efforts, he decided it wouldn't hurt to meet the Hokage himself. In the next instant, the two vanished from sight. Within the Uchiha Shrine, the two reappeared, making their way outside. The three Anbu sensory ninjas rushed toward them. Both parties halted at the shrine's entrance, exchanging glances. Did you not wish to meet me? Come, let us converse, Ritsujin remarked, glancing at the three ninjas as he stepped outside. The Anbu ninjas parted, allowing Ritsujin and the elder to exit the shrine. Ritsujin settled at a stone table not far from the shrine's entrance, directing his gaze at the three ninjas. As clan leader, I will wait here for the Hokage. My companion will retrieve clan belongings. Do not interfere. The three exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The elder turned to head towards the building, while one of the Anbu ninjas moved to follow him. Should you interfere, we shall take our leave and not meet the Hokage, Ritsujin warned, glaring at the Anbu ninja. The ninja hesitated, then halted, keeping a watchful eye on the elder as he departed. Now that's more like it, Ritsujin chuckled. When will the Hokage arrive? How long must I wait? I have already informed Hokage-sama. He should arrive shortly, one Anbu ninja replied. Very well, I shall wait, Ritsujin said, closing his eyes in meditation. After a brief moment, Ritsujin opened his eyes, gazing toward Konoha. He sensed a chakra presence rapidly approaching, accompanied by several others. This chakra belonged to the third Hokage, followed by the Anbu escort team. Moments later, a figure dashed forward, halting 2 meters in front of Ritsujin. Chapter 38. Am I truly so incompetent as Hokage? Hokage-sama. There is still one person over there, reported a sensory ninja, bowing respectfully. You wished to see me, did you not? Please, take a seat. Li Yuan gestured towards the stone chair opposite him, glancing at the third Hokage. The third Hokage cast a fleeting glance at a nearby building before settling onto the stone chair across from Li Yuan. An Anbu ninja turned to leave but was halted by Li Yuan's intense gaze. Well, then I shall take my leave, Li Yuan stated, fixating on the Anbu. Never mind. There is no need to go. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. The Anbu halted, bowed, and stood behind the third Hokage. Is it possible for you to return? The third Hokage inquired softly, placing the pipe between his lips and inhaling deeply as he regarded Li Yuan. It is not possible, Li Yuan replied resolutely. Are you aware that your departure from Konoha could potentially instigate the Fourth Shinobi World War? The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, tightening his grip on the pipe. It could lead to Konoha's defeat in the Fourth War, or even its destruction. What concern is that to us Uchiha? Li Yuan retorted indifferently. How can it not be a concern? Are you not citizens of Konoha? The third Hokage shouted, his voice rising in anger. Konoha was established by your clan alongside the Senju. Only now do you remember that we Uchiha are villagers, elders of Konoha? Li Yuan clicked his tongue in disdain. The third Hokage drew a deep breath from his pipe, his gaze fixed on Li Yuan, lingering in silence for a moment. Those matters were orchestrated by Danzo. I was unaware and did not intervene. It was my negligence. I have since removed Danzo from his position and confined him within the Anbu prison. Stop. You previously removed Danzo, yet things remain unchanged. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The root ninjas only heed Danzo's orders. This time, they acted on their own accord. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. Enough. You may deceive others, but I shall not be fooled. Li Yuan placed his right hand against his forehead. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe, succumbing to another silence. If you return, I can announce that you will be the fifth Hokage, he stated. His voice tense as he took another deep puff from his pipe. Haha, the fifth Hokage? Li Yuan scoffed, casting a glance towards the nearby building. He sensed that the elder had completed his tasks and was disinclined to engage in further charades with the third Hokage. He was a politician, after all, and did not wish to partake in such games. Like the fourth Hokage, a mere puppet to be played with until his demise, the third Hokage's temples throbbed with anger. The fourth Hokage was no puppet. I simply did not entrust the Anbu to him. And how is his death my fault? Was it not your Uchiha clan that caused the Nine Tails to rampage? Isn't the fourth death a product of your clan's actions? The Nine Tails can only be controlled by the Mangekyō Sharingan. The third Hokage shouted in fury, clenching his fists. How absurd. We Uchiha supported Minato's ascension. We placed significant bets on him. Li Yuan smirked coldly. And then, you claim we sought his death? Truly not you? The third Hokage expelled a plume of smoke, striving to regain his composure. Do we have a problem? Is that how we operate? Li Yuan rolled his eyes. What must happen for you to return? The third Hokage implored, inhaling deeply from his pipe. While you remain in power, it is impossible. Li Yuan cast a glance at the third Hokage. Cough. What do you mean by that? The third Hokage coughed, tightening his grip on the pipe. I mean it literally, Li Yuan replied. Am I truly that incompetent? The third Hokage's voice dropped, filled with despair. Indeed, if another Hokage were in power, we would not have left Konoha, Li Yuan stated dismissively. What are my shortcomings? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, his tone somber. The illustrious Senju clan, in mere decades, was led to extinction by your mismanagement. If we Uchiha do not flee, we too may face annihilation, Li Yuan remarked. The Senju pursued their experiments with wood release, compounded by the merciless nature of war. And the third Hokage began to explain hastily. What of Kakashi Hitaki, a powerful jonin who, due to mere rumors, took his own life in despair? The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, a sign of mounting frustration. Deceiving ordinary villagers is one matter. Do you truly believe I would fall for such tales? Li Yuan scoffed. Another silence enveloped them. Moments passed. It is my failure as Hokage. Can you truly not return? The third Hokage gazed at Li Yuan with a hopeful intensity. Your departure from Konoha could indeed spark the Fourth War. We are in Konoha's most vulnerable period, Li Yuan reiterated. Stop. I have already stated. This has nothing to do with us Uchiha. He waved his hand dismissively. Another silence fell. You would not consider joining another ninja village, would you? The third Hokage sighed heavily. Rest assured, we have lived here for 50 years, Li Yuan surveyed the surrounding buildings. For the next decade, we shall remain inconspicuous. Having suffered tremendous losses during the Third War, our clan is in a state of disarray and requires recuperation. He caressed the stone table thoughtfully. As for what lies beyond 10 years, naturally, we shall emerge with our elite clan members to explore. By then, the events of the original series and Appos, Shippuden and Appos, will commence, marking the most thrilling era of the ninja world. At that time, my own strength should be sufficient to stir up the ninja realm. That would be splendid. The third Hokage sighed in relief, the best news he had received that evening. You have seen me. Let us conclude for today. Li Yuan stood to depart. Is there truly no possibility? What if I were to abdicate immediately? The third Hokage rose, gazing intently at Li Yuan. Impossible. I am leaving. Li Yuan waved his hand. In the next moment, he vanished without a trace. The third Hokage stared at the spot where Li Yuan had stood, murmuring to himself, such spatial abilities. Akin to flying thunder god, they truly have departed, leaving no room for negotiation. Is my tenure as Hokage truly so inadequate? As the silver moonlight bathed the night, the third Hokage appeared unusually despondent, his visage aging in an instant. Meanwhile, in Konoha, at the Hyuga clan's residence, a spacious hall hosted a gathering of several figures seated around a conference table. It has been confirmed that the Uchiha clan has entirely relocated from Konoha, and their whereabouts remain unknown. Hayashi Hyuga addressed the assembly, looking at the gathered individuals. What are your thoughts on this? How should our Hyuga clan proceed? Patriarch, this is a fortuitous event. We Hyuga are now the foremost clan in the village. How can this be a good thing? With the Uchiha gone, we Hyuga stand out even more. Previously, the Uchiha faced the brunt of exclusion. Now that they have departed, it is likely that we will suffer as well. Indeed, the village has never favored us. It will only worsen now. Can we not, like the Uchiha, depart from Konoha? Tell me, how would we leave? Following this incident, the village will be even more vigilant towards us. Furthermore, the evidence suggests that spatial abilities were employed to facilitate their silent exodus. Do we possess such spatial abilities? How could we leave Konoha? Patriarch, for now, our Hyuga clan must maintain a low profile in Konoha and await subsequent developments. Yes, that seems the only course of action. Hayashi Hyuga rubbed his temples, feeling a deep sense of unease. As fellow prominent clans of Konoha convened, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clan leaders gathered to discuss. Let us also adopt a low profile. May this upheaval not lead to the Fourth War. Everyone, please return. Nara Shikaku gestured for dismissal. The gathered individuals departed, each expressing their own resignation. Similarly, various clans across Konoha engaged in their own meetings. As Hayashi Hyuga exited the conference room, he hurried homeward, eager to see Niji. He paid little heed to the preceding discussions. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, he would follow the lead of the main family regardless. At the mere thought of the division within the Zong family, Hinata Hisashi clenched his fists tightly. He feared that his own son, Niji, would inevitably be destined for a life akin to that of a caged bird. As he stepped into his courtyard, he instinctively gazed towards a certain direction, his fists tightening with resolve. Chapter 39. The desire to free your child from the cage in the living room of a house. A figure cradled a child in his right arm while gently pinching the chubby cheeks of the little one with his left hand. Dressed in casual black attire, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his dark hair and eyes accentuated his youthful and handsome appearance. This individual was none other than Li Yuan. After concluding his conversation with the third Hokage, Li Yuan utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, materializing in a narrow street of Konoha. Spotting a member of the Hyuga clan passing nearby, he was reminded of his intent to delve into the mysteries of the Byakugan. In the original narrative, the Byakugan could evolve into the Rinnegan, a power on par with the Sharingan. Such an extraordinary ability warranted thorough investigation. The Hyuga clan had squandered their potential, transforming the splendid Byakugan, a heritage from the esteemed Kagaya clan, into mere tools for close combat and reconnaissance. A once great clan, they had fractured into two branches. The main family, shielded by the branch family's protection, had grown complacent, believing themselves superior while exploiting the branch family to assert their dominance. Meanwhile, the branch family tirelessly trained, yet the restrictions of the cage sealed their lineage's brilliance. Consequently, the Hyuga clan continually failed to produce formidable individuals. In the original story, the past Hokage, Yundo, lamented that if Niji were not constrained by the cage, he might have transcended such limitations. Li Yuan resolved to offer Niji an opportunity to attempt to break free from these constraints, while also studying the Byakugan bloodline himself, which led him to this moment. The child he held was indeed Niji, just over a year old, peacefully slumbering in Li Yuan's embrace. Uchiha clan leader, what brings you here? Hyuga Hisashi's gaze fixed intently on Li Yuan's hands, his fists clenched. Did you not lead your clan away from Konoha? Why are you here, holding my son Niji? Is this a threat? Hisashi pondered, realizing he was merely the head of the branch family, and such a threat held little weight. Oh, you're back. Your son is quite adorable, Li Yuan remarked as he extended his right hand to pass the child to Hisashi. Hisashi quickly accepted Niji, cradling him in his arms, and activated his Byakugan for a thorough examination. Moments later, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards the child. I merely extracted a small sample of blood, Li Yuan stated as he stepped further into the hall. No, my wife. Hisashi hurried into the hall. I let him sleep for a while. Li Yuan gestured towards the sofa. A young woman lay on the sofa, her rhythmic breathing evident as she slept. Hisashi approached, halting before the sofa. He gently pinched Niji's cheek, placing him beside the woman, and reached out to touch her forehead. She bore no forehead protector, but instead had a mysterious seal upon her brow, the cage seal of the branch family. Observing this, Hisashi understood that Li Yuan had removed the forehead protector. His wife, like him, loathed this mark and would never have removed it herself. Uchiha clan leader, are you here to mock me? Hisashi's left hand tightened into a fist as he picked up the forehead protector to cover his wife's seal. No, I studied it for a while. I'm not here for mockery. Li Yuan shook his head. The cage seal is indeed a formidable binding. For centuries, none have managed to break it, and I, too, am at a loss. Hisashi took a deep breath, calming himself as he moved to sit by the table in the hall. The Uchiha clan leader appeared to mean no harm. His wife and child were unharmed, and he posed no threat. Please, sit. What brings you to me? I am but a mere head of the branch family, lacking status within the clan. Hisashi gestured to the chair opposite him. Li Yuan sat down, shaking a syringe filled with crimson liquid in his hand. There's not much at stake. I merely intended to leave and collect a few things, he replied, tucking the syringe away. Since you've collected the blood, and the cage seal has been examined, why wait for my return? Hisashi scrutinized Li Yuan. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Li Yuan glanced at young Niji, a grin spreading across his face. What matter? Is it related to Niji? Hisashi swiftly reached for a kunai at his waist, eyeing Li Yuan warily. Would you not desire your son to escape the fate of bearing the cage seal? Li Yuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Hisashi. What? Hisashi rose, staring incredulously at Li Yuan. You can break the cage seal? Impossible. No one has succeeded in centuries. You must be deceiving me. Calm yourself. There are others in the adjacent room. It is not a matter of breaking it, Li Yuan quickly clarified. Having observed the cage seal moments earlier, he believed that with sufficient mastery over both body and soul, he might be able to unravel it after years of study. However, it would be an endeavor fraught with difficulties, a classic case of exerting great effort for little reward. Hisashi inhaled deeply several times, striving to compose himself. If there were indeed a way to prevent Niji from being branded with the cage seal, he would willingly do anything. What must be done? Why choose Niji? Hisashi clenched his fists, urgently questioning. Li Yuan stepped closer to Hisashi, leaning in to whisper. We can. After a moment, he paused. Returning to his seat across from Hisashi, who was now visibly shaken, his gaze fixed on Li Yuan. Are you certain this plan is feasible? It won't fail? Hisashi pressed. Rest assured, with both Mai and Orochimaru's collaboration, it cannot fail, Li Yuan chuckled. However, you must prepare for the possibility of not seeing your son for an extended period. Hisashi approached his wife and child, caressing Niji's face while placing a hand on his own forehead protector. Why choose Niji? You have yet to answer me. The concentration of his Byakugan bloodline is quite substantial. He may one day surpass the limits of the Byakugan, Li Yuan remarked, touching his own eyes. Hisashi, will you agree or not? Hisashi gently stroked Niji's forehead, then lifted his gaze, determination in his eyes as he stared at Li Yuan. I agree. If there is a chance to escape the fate of the cage seal, I will do whatever it takes to try. Excellent. Fear not. If the plan succeeds, he shall become my student, and I will ensure he is well cared for. Li Yuan assured, reaching forward to stroke Niji's cheek. When shall we implement this plan? Hisashi withdrew his hand from Niji's forehead. There is no rush. I must first confer with Orochimaru to ensure the plan is foolproof. Li Yuan waved dismissively. At what age do children of the Hyuga clan typically receive the cage seal? Generally around 3 or 4 years of age. That affords us ample time. It should be more than sufficient, Li Yuan replied with a relaxed smile. Take this. Should you need me, infuse it with chakra, and I will know. Li Yuan produced a kunai from his robe and handed it to Hisashi. The flying thunder god kunai? Hisashi stared at it, astonished. How did you learn this? The third Hokage would never have taught you. Ha ha ha. You need not concern yourself with that. Should you require assistance, simply seek me out. Farewell. Li Yuan stood, waving as he departed. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Hisashi cradled his child, gently stroking Niji's forehead, murmuring to himself. Father will ensure you are not branded with the cage seal. You shall soar freely through life, unbound by the main family's control. Should this succeed, I may never see you again. If not, then so be it. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, Yuan Fury returned in a daze, instinctively placing his pipe between his lips as he indulged in a cloud of smoke. Leave me. I wish to be alone. The third Hokage waved his hand. A group of Anbu ninjas bowed respectfully before departing. Alone in the Hokage's office, Yuan Fury continued to smoke, murmuring to himself. Am I truly a poor Hokage? Time slipped by unnoticed. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from the window. Chapter 40, Jiraiya. You should be Hokage. The sound of tapping against the window roused Yuan Fury from his thoughts, prompting him to turn and gaze out. A middle-aged man with white hair, adorned with a forehead protector, stood with arms crossed, observing him. You've arrived. The third Hokage set down his pipe. I've been here for quite some time, old man. Why were you so despondent just now? Jiraiya asked, a look of concern crossing his face. You are aware that the Uchiha clan has withdrawn from Konoha, correct? The third Hokage picked up his pipe again. I just wandered around the village and heard the news, Jiraiya frowned. The old man was aware of the Uchiha clan's exclusion, but did not anticipate their sudden exodus. Only recently, clan leader Li Yuan had assured him that the Uchiha would maintain their status quo. The abrupt departure of the entire clan likely stemmed from some matter instigated by the old man. Given the current fragile state of Konoha, the threat of a fourth great ninja war loomed large. Old man, have you done something again? Jiraiya inquired. Yes. Danzo sent individuals to ambush Kei a few days ago, but it ended in failure. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. You mentioned before that you wouldn't and oppose. Take such actions again. Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling overwhelmed. It was no wonder the Uchiha had fled. Moreover, wasn't Danzo supposed to be dismissed? Hadn't Root been assimilated into the Anbu? How could he still dispatch ninja to ambush the Uchiha? Have you sent someone to find him? I could speak with Li Yuan. If necessary, we could hand Danzo over. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage with expectation. We found him and spoken to him. He stated that as long as I remain in power, he will not return. The third Hokage replied, exhaling a cloud of smoke, his tone somber. Am I truly that inadequate as Hokage? He asked, lifting his gaze. Well, it's not that bad. Jiraiya scratched his head. Indeed, you also believe I haven't performed well. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. It's not that bad. Occasionally, there are issues. Jiraiya turned to look out the window. Jiraiya, I wish to pass the position of Hokage to you. I hope you will not refuse this time. The third Hokage fixed his gaze intently on Jiraiya. I can't. I still need to find the prophesied one. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands. You still intend to search for the prophesied one? Konoha needs you now. The third Hokage's left hand clenched into a fist, his voice rising. Old man, please don't be angry. The Sage of the Toad has a new prophecy. It foretells a great upheaval in the future, a figure radiating golden light with golden eyes, who may bring destruction to the ninja world. I must find him swiftly to avert this fate. Ken and Appo's, do you remain in Konoha? The Sage and Appo's prophecy pertains to the future. Konoha requires your presence now. The third Hokage sighed, exhaling another cloud of smoke. The Uchiha's departure could trigger the fourth great ninja war, and you still wish to leave. Well, I understand. I'll stay in Konoha for now. Jiraiya's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware that the Uchiha's exodus would provoke the other ninja villages to send their shinobi to test Konoha's defenses, potentially igniting the fourth great ninja war. Can you truly not accept my position? The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. I am not cut out to be Hokage. Perhaps you should let Tsunade try. Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head. Tsunade, huh? The third Hokage pondered for a moment, releasing a plume of smoke. She might not agree, but you could see if she would. He knew that Tsunade held significant reservations about him. The Senju clan has perished, and the demise of the clan is likely attributed to my actions. His prolonged absence from Konoha was a clear indication of his perceived failures. It appeared that his tenure as Hokage had been rather inadequate, as none of his three disciples were willing to assume the role. I shall give you 3 days to persuade Tsunade to return. After 3 days, the other ninja villages will likely take action. The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. Very well, I shall go. If there are any updates from the Uchiha, I will speak with them. Jiraiya declared as he leaped down from the windowsill. Old man, regardless of whether Tsunade returns within 3 days, I will be back. The third Hokage watched as Jiraiya departed, pinching his brow with his left hand while placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth, continuing to smoke. Outside Konoha, within a dense forest, a white figure rose from the ground, slowly revealing its form. How strange. Abido has been inside for 2 or 3 days, and yet I have not received any news. White Zetsu murmured, observing the Konoha barrier. Moreover, the Uchiha have all vacated Konoha, and I failed to notice how they departed. No matter. These matters are Black Zetsu's concern. I merely need to report. White Zetsu vanished back into the ground. Not far off, atop a tree branch, Li Yuan watched White Zetsu leave, stroking his chin in contemplation. It is time to return Abido's eyes. They cannot remain unreturned any longer. Earlier, Li Yuan had intended to intercept White Zetsu, but reconsidered and halted his actions. His plans had been executed flawlessly, and Black Zetsu's awareness of these developments mattered little. Additionally, not transmitting any information to him could potentially escalate issues. Given that he had deployed White Zetsu throughout the ninja world, might Black Zetsu come to investigate the vicinity of Konoha? Should I meet him then? I am rather curious about that. However, it is best not to meet him just yet. Li Yuan shook his head. He felt that his strength was still insufficient and that the timing was premature. It wasn't yet the era of the Shippuden. Even if they met, it would serve little purpose. His plans couldn't commence until more than a decade later. Jiraiya is about to leave Konoha. Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the Konoha barrier. He sensed a familiar chakra swiftly approaching from the direction of the forest. He is no longer in Konoha. What could he possibly be doing? This no longer pertains to me. Li Yuan chuckled, his figure vanishing entirely. In the next moment, he materialized within the Uchiha Shrine, scanning his surroundings and revealing a smile. He detected no chakra signatures nearby. The third Hokage had withdrawn the Anbu shinobi. Li Yuan seated himself at a table within the shrine, closing his eyes to rest, patiently awaiting the return of the Grand Elder. Before long, the space around him distorted. The Grand Elder appeared seemingly out of thin air, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat beside Li Yuan. It has been over a day since we successfully relocated to Sea Eagle Island. Have the clan members expressed any opinions or sentiments? Li Yuan opened his eyes and inquired. Most of the clan members are quite pleased, though a few have expressed some reservations. Most of them are shinobi. They are reluctant to remain on the island indefinitely and wish to venture out occasionally, the Grand Elder reflected. Li Yuan stroked his chin, deep in thought. It is indeed unwise to confine the shinobi clan members to a life of tranquility. Without activity, they may lose their combat capabilities in just a few years. Upon your return, you might inform them that anyone wishing to venture out must attain the rank of Jonin. I will take them out for trials, Li Yuan proposed. That sounds quite reasonable. The Grand Elder stroked his goatee. Have the clan's trivial matters been resolved? Li Yuan looked at the Grand Elder. Yes, all matters are settled. It is time to return to our comfort. The Grand Elder rubbed his eyes. Chapter 41. It is best to let Abido retain the Kamui. Have you made up your mind? You won't hesitate to part with Li Yuan, he chuckled softly. The elder paused for a moment, touched his eyes, and then spoke in a low voice. To be honest, I feel a slight reluctance. These eyes are incredibly useful. However, each time I use them, my eyes swell painfully, causing great discomfort. It's best to switch them back soon, or I might truly find it hard to let go. The elder retrieved a glass jar from his robe. Inside the jar was a vibrant green liquid, within which floated a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan. Wait for me a moment. I will fetch Abido, Li Yuan said as he stood up and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Abido had originally been placed in the shrine. But after the Uchiha clan had left, Li Yuan, fearing discovery by the third Hokage, had hidden him in a common household in Konoha. Moments later, Li Yuan returned. Holding Abido. Let us go to the room. It will be more convenient, he remarked, leading Abido towards a wooden door. The elder hurriedly followed with the glass jar in hand. Upon opening the door, they entered a small room, approximately 7 to 8 square meters in size, furnished with a table and chairs and a single bed in the corner. Li Yuan placed Abido on the bed and gestured for the elder to sit in the chair nearby. The elder sat down, closed his eyes, and handed the glass jar to Li Yuan. Li Yuan accepted the jar with his left hand, while his right hand glowed a crimson hue as he pressed it against the elder's right eye. Moments later, he withdrew his hand, revealing a blood-red eyeball nestled in his palm. The elder's right eye appeared hollow, devoid of any blood. Li Yuan swiftly inserted the eyeball into Abido's vacant right eye socket, causing the red light to surge. After a moment, Li Yuan retrieved another eye from the glass jar, enveloped it in red light, and placed it into the elder's right eye. He then withdrew his hand again, contemplating the elder's left eye. Should he return the left eye to Abido, or keep it for himself? It cannot be returned. Otherwise, Abido with 2 Kamui eyes would be too formidable, nearly on par with the Rinnegan. With dual Kamui, Abido would undoubtedly soar, which does not align with my interests. Handling Abido later would also become a significant hassle. What's wrong? The elder opened his eyes, puzzled. Do you wish to retain 1 Kamui eye? Li Yuan inquired, stroking his chin. Why? The elder touched his left eye. After using Kamui for a while, how do you find it? Li Yuan observed the elder's left eye. It is quite effective, truly powerful, the elder replied, contemplating. Exactly. If he possesses 2 Kamui eyes, how would you contend with him? Could you possibly win? Li Yuan pressed. Absolutely not. If I were unaware of his abilities, I would likely be defeated in an instant, the elder admitted, stroking his goatee. Even if I knew his capabilities, I would still struggle to handle him. This is precisely the issue. We are not allies, Li Yuan stated as he handed the glass jar to the elder. It is inevitable that we will confront him. It is better if he retains only 1 Kamui eye. But didn't you mention that he intends to wreak havoc among the shinobi and alter this cruel world? The elder hesitated. Is 1 Kamui eye sufficient? He possesses not only the Kamui but also the power of Hashirama's cells, Li Yuan revealed, producing a syringe from his robe. Ah, the first Hokage's power. Can he utilize would release? The elder gazed in astonishment at Abido. He is not as strong as the first. He merely employs the Mangekyō Sharingan without suffering the same discomfort as you. He can utilize it freely, Li Yuan explained, inserting the needle into Abido's right arm. Li Yuan filled a vial with Abido and Appo's blood and collected some cells in smaller containers. No swelling, no blindness. The elder rose. Indeed, It possesses no drawbacks whatsoever. It can be used at will, Li Yuan confirmed, gathering his vials. Such a single Kamui, do you believe you can handle him? Li Yuan asked, looking at the elder. Well, I cannot manage that, the elder admitted after a moment of silence. Then, you shall keep the left eye for now. His weakness lies in our hands, Li Yuan chuckled. When the time comes for confrontation, we can swiftly subdue him as we did before. The elder shuddered at the thought of Abido wielding unlimited Kamui. That would be overwhelmingly powerful. I am all too familiar with that. You're not contemplating experimenting on our clan members, are you? The elder recalled Li Yuan's earlier actions. You said it, Li Yuan chuckled. Absolutely not. Look at his condition. Our clan members cannot be subjected to such a fate. The elder exclaimed, pointing at Abido's body, which was a disturbing blend of yellowish white and gray, forcibly fused together with writhing gray tendrils. Enough jesting, why wouldn't he do that? I am merely curious and wish to conduct some research. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Li Yuan indeed yearned to experiment. He now possessed Hashirama's remains, cells from the Uzumaki clan, and white Zetsu cells. He felt compelled to investigate further. With mastery over his own flesh, he believed that within a few years, he could seamlessly integrate these cells into his clan's bodies. In that case, the Uchiha clan would no longer suffer from a lack of chakra. Their Mangekyō Sharingan could regenerate their ocular power. Li Yuan did not aspire for the Uchiha to become divine beings. He simply wished for his subordinates to be strong. He envisioned that in a decade or so, during the chaos among the shinobi, he would need at least 7 or 8 elite shinobi at the level of Kage among his ranks. Ideally, there would be a few young versions of Madara, equipped with Mangekyō and Sage Mode, capable of operating without the risk of blindness. When that time came, what would it matter if the 5 shinobi villages joined forces? This world would belong to him, invincible. He longed to kick Madara and confront Kageyatsuki while savoring chakra fruits. What shall we do with him now? The elder inquired, glancing at Abido. Simple, Li Yuan replied. Lifting Abido with one hand while placing the other on the elder's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish. Outside Konoha's barrier, within a dense forest, Li Yuan and the elder appeared out of thin air. Li Yuan immediately extended his perception, confirming that no other chakra signatures or white Zetsu were present. Indeed, there were not many intelligent white Zetsu, and it was unlikely that so many could be stationed around Konoha. The mindless white Zetsu typically remained within Konoha, accustomed to their surroundings. Li Yuan released his grip, causing Abido to fall to the ground. He placed his right hand on Abido's chest, and tiny runes quickly sank into his body, vanishing without a trace. Li Yuan inscribed his Flying Thunder God mark onto Abido, ensuring a failsafe. Having 2 Flying Thunder God marks on one person, one his own and another belonging to someone else, would stand out distinctly in Li Yuan's perception. This way, he would always be aware of Abido's whereabouts. Li Yuan extended both hands, one glowing red and the other blue, and swiftly infused them into Abido's body. Moments later, he withdrew his hands, placing one on the elder's shoulder, and the 2 vanished once more. Shortly thereafter, Abido stirred awake, rubbing his forehead. The next instant, the space around him warped, and he vanished without a trace. Chapter 42. Where's my left eye? Li Yuan and the elder stood atop the treetops not far away, observing Abido's departure. Chief, you didn't do anything just now, did you? The elder turned to Li Yuan. No, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin and shaking his head. He was acutely aware of the limitations of his duality hand technique. Once the soul's memories were altered, they would gradually self-repair and even develop resistance. According to Li Yuan's plan, Abido must remain active in the ninja world for several more years. Thus, it was unwise to tamper with his soul at this juncture. Abido's objective in coming to Konohagakure would persist, and he still recalled being ambushed. Of course, Li Yuan had made a few subtle adjustments. The task in Konoha is complete. You should return to the new clan grounds, Li Yuan suggested to the elder. Yes, it is time to return to the new clan grounds, the elder replied, gazing at the Konoha barrier. A sense of reluctance washed over him, yet he felt a newfound freedom ahead. I will wait a while before returning. I wish to take one last look. What's the matter? Are you a bit reluctant to leave Konoha? Li Yuan turned his gaze towards the Konoha barrier. Having lived here for over 50 years, thinking back the elder sighed. Chief, I shall return now. You should return to the new clan grounds as well, the elder said, turning to leap down from the treetops. Yes, with my Flying Thunder God technique, returning is easy, Li Yuan waved his hand. Once you return, ensure the clan members adapt swiftly to their new life. If anything is lacking, inform me. I will, the elder replied, biting his fingertip to form a seal. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted and quickly dissipated. A 3-meter-tall eagle materialized, and the elder leapt onto its back. With a resounding cry, the eagle soared into the sky, circling above Li Yuan several times. Go! Li Yuan waved farewell. The eagle let out a loud screech before carrying the elder away. As Li Yuan watched the elder depart, he fell into contemplation, stroking his chin. Abido had likely just entered the village, and he must have discovered the disappearance of the Uchiha clan by now. He would probably deduce something. But that is of no concern. My objective has been achieved, and I estimate we won't have to engage with him for about a decade. Li Yuan murmured to himself. In the next moment, Li Yuan vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. In Konoha, Uchiha clan grounds, the space warped, and Abido appeared at the entrance of the shrine. His face darkened with fury as he growled. They all vanished. Damn it. It must have been them who ambushed me. Those who entered the Kamui space before were undoubtedly involved. To relocate so many clan members so swiftly, they must have utilized my Mangekyō Sharingan. But how did they know the capabilities of my eye and its weaknesses? Abido touched his right eye. And why didn't they take this eye as well? Right, Kakashi. He clenched his fists. In the next moment, the space warped again, and Abido disappeared. Outside a house in Konoha, the space twisted, and Abido suddenly materialized. The structure spanned several hundred square meters, composed entirely of classical wooden architecture. There's Kakashi's chakra presence, Abido noted, directing his gaze toward a specific area. In the next instant, Abido walked through the wall and entered the house. Inside a spacious room with simple decor, Kakashi lay on the bed, fast asleep. Abido clenched his fists, glaring at Kakashi in silence. Damn you, Kakashi. Not only did you fail to protect Rin, but you also lost my eye. How can you still sleep soundly? Suddenly, Kakashi stirred awake, his eyes snapping open. The 3 tomo of his left eye rapidly spinning as he glanced to the side. How strange. I felt someone just now, Kakashi mused, rubbing his forehead before lying back down. In the Kamui space, Abido pondered, touching his left eye. My left eye still possesses the Sharingan. Is it mine or someone else's? How can I confirm this? Abido furrowed his brow. Does Kakashi know? No. Someone entered the Kamui space before I came to Konoha. Coupled with my ambush and 3 days of unconsciousness, the entire Uchiha clan has vanished. Kakashi's left eye is likely not his own. How infuriating. I should find Zetsu. He can help me locate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. In the next moment, Abido disappeared once more. In the land of rice, within a secluded underground base, Orochimaru, clad in a white lab coat, was engrossed in his microscope, muttering to himself, this time it will definitely succeed. I've already failed over 100 times. After a moment, Orochimaru's face broke into a grin as he picked up a glass test tube. Ha ha ha, splendid. The preliminary design is successful. The next step is experimentation. Someone, bring in another eagle, Orochimaru called out towards the door. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, a ninja answered, entering the laboratory while holding an eagle and expertly placing it in a cage. Beside this cage, there were 7 or 8 others, each containing a dead eagle. The corpses displayed various peculiarities. Some had large lumps on their bodies, others had hollow eyes, and each exhibited different signs of death, clearly the result of Orochimaru's experiments. Oh, take those away, Orochimaru instructed, pointing to the other cages. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the ninja complied, opening the cages and removing the eagle corpses one by one. Lord Orochimaru, this is the last one. Should we capture more? Have so many been used up already? Orochimaru glanced at the empty test tube on the table, which had contained the extracted eagle cells. No need. The materials are exhausted, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with his long tongue. Leave. Organize the latest information. I want to review it shortly. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The ninja bowed respectfully and exited with the eagle corpses. Orochimaru picked up a syringe from the lab table, drawing the liquid from the test tube into it. He approached the birdcage and injected the serum into the eagle's body. This time it won't fail. It should succeed, he said, stepping back and fixing his intense gaze upon the large eagle. After a moment, the eagle screeched loudly, crashing around the cage. With a bang, the eagle exploded, scattering blood and flesh everywhere. Orochimaru quickly dodged, yet a few specks of blood splattered onto his white robe. Why did it fail this time? What went wrong? Orochimaru rubbed his forehead, slowly making his way out of the laboratory. Any significant news? He asked upon exiting, discarding his gloves at the door. The entire Uchiha clan has moved out of Konoha, and there has been no trace of them since, a ninja reported with a bow. Orochimaru froze momentarily, licking his lips. Interesting. The new Uchiha clan leader has managed to relocate the entire clan from Konoha, and the old man didn't discover and stop it in time. I must go see how you accomplished this. What is happening in the village? What is the third Hokage doing? Orochimaru inquired, directing his gaze toward Konoha. Nothing notable. But someone saw Jiraiya return briefly before he left again. Anything else? Orochimaru asked, idly playing with a kunai in his hand. There is nothing else. However, Danzo has been inquiring about the ambush on the light tree. Just send a message back stating that the mission failed. Don't concern yourself with him. Orochimaru instructed as he walked toward the exit of the base. He felt a surge of anticipation, eager to meet this new Uchiha clan leader. What an intriguing individual. Chapter 43. Only fools aspire to be Hokage in the land of fire, in a tavern on Shao Street. Jiraiya and Tsunade sat across from each other in a private room, a bottle of sake and 2 cups placed on the table between them. Having left Konoha 2 days prior, Jiraiya finally located Tsunade in this renowned gambling city. Speak, what brings you here? Your presence seldom heralds good news, Tsunade remarked, pouring herself a glass of sake. Well, the old man wishes for you to return and assume the role of Hokage. Jiraiya scratched his head, gazing out the window. Hokage? Tsunade scoffed, curling her lips in disdain. Let him remain in that position. Only a fool would want to be Hokage. He has been somewhat disheartened lately. Jiraiya turned to face her. Disheartened? Why should I care? Tsunade raised her cup and drank it down in one swift motion. There have been some upheavals in Konoha. The entire Uchiha clan has left the village, and their whereabouts are now unknown. Jiraiya poured himself a drink. Indeed, they chose to depart. Relinquishing their claim to the Hokage position, Tsunade paused, then seized the sake bottle once more. The old man must not have realized the implications in time. How laughable. Do you comprehend the potential impact? Konoha is now vulnerable. A 4th great ninja war may ensue. Jiraiya downed his drink. Yet, that does not concern me. Tsunade hesitated before continuing to drink from the bottle. Pray tell, what has the old man to be so disheartened about? Is it merely the Uchiha's departure? After the Uchiha left, he attempted to meet with them to discuss matters. Jiraiya set down his cup and glanced at the sake bottle in Tsunade's hand. But during their conversation, they expressed that it was only due to his position that they felt compelled to leave. Haha, how amusing. Tsunade paused her drinking, bursting into laughter and pounding the table. I can only imagine the old man and Appo's expression at that moment. It and Appo's quite delightful. However, it is curious. Fugaku would not possess the audacity to say such things. The Uchiha clan has had a new leader for 3 months, a youth no less. Jiraiya turned his face away, wishing to avoid Tsunade's boisterous laughter. Precisely. There is something refreshing about youth. I would relish the opportunity to meet him. Tsunade poured Jiraiya another cup of sake. So, the old man wishes to pass on the Hokage mantle. He wants you to take it, but I will not be thrust into that role. Jiraiya raised his cup. Well, I am still on a quest to find the destined one. Jiraiya drained his glass. The Sage of the Toads has issued a new prophecy, stating that in a decade or so, an individual emanating a golden light and possessing golden eyes may either bring ruin to the ninja world or usher in unprecedented prosperity and peace. I must locate him swiftly, guiding the ninja world towards a brighter future. If that fails, then I shall find a way to eliminate him. Thus, I have no time to be Hokage. TCH. You can keep your grand aspirations. Go ahead and take the position if you wish. I refuse to be Hokage. Tsunade stood up, cup in hand. Shizune, let us depart. A girl cradling a pink piglet entered and bowed to the two. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Don't leave. If you refuse to be Hokage, a return visit is still feasible. Jiraiya quickly rose, calling out. Return for what? To witness the old man's folly, or to retrieve the Uchiha? Tsunade halted. Right now, a 4th great war may ignite. Your return would lend Konoha more weight, Jiraiya urged. I shan't go. If a war is to occur, it shall happen regardless. It is inevitable. Tsunade resumed her exit from the room. But if a war breaks out, Konoha will suffer tremendously. Jiraiya hastened to follow. Let it unfold. It has not begun yet. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. You cannot leave. You must return with me. Jiraiya sprinted to the tavern's main hall, positioning himself before her. Jiraiya, Are you seeking a fight? Tsunade glared at him, her fists clenched. Then let us fight. If I incapacitate you, I shall take you back, Jiraiya said, forcing bravado. Very well. Let us test our strength outside the city. Tsunade shot him a sidelong glance and walked toward the tavern's exit. Moments later, outside the city, the ground trembled and resonated with thunderous sounds, dust swirling into the air. After 20 minutes, tranquility gradually returned. Will you return or not? Jiraiya clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Tsunade's punches remained as painful as ever. She was indeed a violent woman. I will not return. My decision is final. Tsunade turned her back and walked away toward Shizune. Why must it be this way? What would it take for you to return? The old man has aged significantly. Jiraiya called out. Tsunade spun around, her eyes blazing. It would be better if he were dead. Can Hashirama be revived? Do not bother me again. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Leave. After her furious outburst, Tsunade took a few deep breaths and sprinted off toward Shizune. Shizune, we depart. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shizune, still holding the pink piglet, hurried to follow. What has happened? Jiraiya scratched his head, murmuring in dismay. They cannot blame the old man for their troubles. After a long pause, Jiraiya sighed, glanced at the sky, and turned back toward Konoha. By nightfall, Jiraiya had returned to Konoha. At the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, Jiraiya leaped through the window. Old man, I have returned, he announced. Tsunade has not returned, I presume, the third Hokage remarked, placing his pipe in his mouth. Well, she said. Jiraiya looked at the third Hokage and stopped, changing his words. She said only a fool would want to be Hokage. She will not come back. Sigh. I had anticipated such. The third Hokage inhaled deeply on his pipe. You might as well take this position. I wish to retire. Ah, old man. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Jiraiya waved his hand, jumping out the window. Sigh. The third Hokage watched Jiraiya's retreating figure, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and sighed deeply. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End, a vast gorge lay before two monumental stone statues facing each other, those of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Weathered by decades of wind and rain, they retained their imposing majesty. A figure emerged in the moonlight, gracefully leaping onto the head of Hashirama's statue, clad in a black cloak and white robe, with a cord tied around his waist. It was none other than Orochimaru. Standing atop Hashirama's statue, Orochimaru surveyed his surroundings, producing a kunai from his robe. He toyed with it in his hands before scrutinizing it closely. How did he learn the flying thunder god technique? The old man could not have taught him. He murmured, pondering. And what of that colossal eagle? How was that achieved? In the next moment, Orochimaru extended his tongue to lick his lips, channeling chakra into the kunai. He scanned the area with keen eyes. After a brief moment, a figure emerged from behind the opposite statue, strolling forward. Upon reaching the top of Uchiha Madara's statue, he came to a halt, locking eyes with Orochimaru. Dressed in a black casual outfit, with short hair and striking features, the young man appeared exceptionally handsome and youthful. Chapter 44. Collaboration with Orochimaru. Uchiha clan leader Li Yuan observed Orochimaru, who was licking his lips, keenly fixated on a shadowy figure. Ah, Orochimaru, at last we meet. Li Yuan acknowledged with a nod. You are quite cautious, not appearing at this coordinate, Orochimaru remarked, playing with the kunai in his hand. In this ruthless world of shinobi, one misstep can lead to an unforeseen demise, Li Yuan shrugged. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Orochimaru. Indeed, you possess the flying thunder god technique. How did you acquire it? Orochimaru inquired, turning to face Li Yuan. You'll find out in due time. For now, let us discuss our collaboration, Li Yuan replied with a sly grin. Very well, I am particularly intrigued by your experimental data, Orochimaru stated, retrieving a scroll. Here are the experimental data on Hashirama's cells. All my records are contained within. Li Yuan accepted the scroll, tucking it into his robe. After a moment of hesitation, he produced a small notebook. This is what you requested. I am not a professional and lack the habit of extensive documentation. Orochimaru took the notebook, flipped through a couple of pages, and then crushed it in his grip, his golden vertical pupils morphing into slitted snake eyes as he glared at Li Yuan, gripping the kunai tightly. Is this what you call data? Do not be upset. To demonstrate my sincerity, I present you with this, Li Yuan said, pulling out a test tube containing a golden liquid. What is this? Orochimaru asked, eyeing the vial. It is a substance I extracted from cells, when injected into a human. Combined with my abilities, it can grant them Uchiha bloodline traits. Orochimaru eagerly took the vial, scrutinizing it with intense fervor. This gene fluid was derived from his clan and Appo's lineage and required the use of his unique technique to function safely. Without it, injecting the fluid could result in immediate death due to genetic mutation or even catastrophic bodily explosion. Do not rejoice too soon. This must be used in conjunction with my abilities, Li Yuan noted, observing Orochimaru's expression, which had begun to lift. Upon seeing Orochimaru, Li Yuan sensed a fragmentary essence within his soul, likely indicative of a past reincarnation. Such a fractured soul would find it challenging to self-repair when subjected to Li Yuan's memory-altering technique. Once the technique was applied, Orochimaru would undoubtedly become an unwavering ally. The gene fluid served as bait. Should Orochimaru choose to use it on himself, he would need to employ Li Yuan and Appo's technique. If he opted not to use it, there was no immediate rush. It was still 50 years until the establishment of Konoha. Your abilities? What are they? Orochimaru asked, glancing at Li Yuan. My specialized ability allows me to control the gradual fusion of cells, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin. A remarkable ability. Is it derived from your Sharingan? Orochimaru queried, his tongue flicking across his lips as he gazed intently at Li Yuan. It was no wonder he could enable a hawk to grow a Sharingan. If he possessed such powers, many of his previous experimental hypotheses might have succeeded. This ability seems somewhat wasted on you. It is no surprise you seek my collaboration. Orochimaru mused, looking once more at the vial in his hand. So, this too was extracted using your abilities? Indeed. Feel free to examine it. My expertise is insufficient. Li Yuan replied. Moreover, the extraction process is quite complicated. Do not squander it. I have attempted it before, and without my technique, death is certain. Intriguing, a half-finished product? Orochimaru smirked. He carefully stowed the test tube away and turned his gaze to Li Yuan. Shall we visit my base? There is much knowledge you lack, and I would like to see your abilities. Of course, a visit would be beneficial for me as well, Li Yuan smiled. Excellent. Orochimaru has taken the bait. Whether or not he utilizes this reagent is of little consequence. Opportunities will abound in the future. Once he becomes more familiar, I can even claim that my abilities can assist in harmonizing his physical and spiritual dissonance. After all, time is on our side. Let us proceed. Keep close, Orochimaru commanded. Leaping down from the stone statue, Li Yuan promptly followed suit, sprinting closely behind him. By the way, how did you manage to relocate your entire clan from Konoha without the old man noticing? Orochimaru continued, his pace unwavering. Spatial abilities, Li Yuan responded, keeping up with his swift strides. The Flying Thunder God? That seems impossible. Not the Flying Thunder God. It's the ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Ah, indeed. The power of your Uchiha Sharingan is truly enviable, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips. You too can possess it. With that gene fluid, you can awaken a single Tomo Sharingan. As for the Mangekyō, that depends on your own efforts. No rush. Let us conduct experiments and gather data, Orochimaru said, stroking the test tube in his robe. As you wish. Next time I acquire a sufficient quantity of gene fluid, I shall remain in the new clan territory for several years. Li Yuan sighed, slightly disappointed. New clan territory, huh? I can only imagine the old man's expression when you departed from Konoha. I would love to witness it. By the way, Jiraiya has returned and hurriedly left again. I suspect he is seeking Tsunade. There may be movements from the other ninja villages. Won't you check on things? Li Yuan asked with a chuckle. What is there to return for? Change is preferable, Orochimaru replied with a smirk, gazing towards Konoha. Tsunade will not return unless that old man truly passes away. If the fourth great ninja war commences, it would be preferable for the old man to perish in battle rather than simply wither away in the Hokage's seat. Only then will Konoha experience a new dawn. And perhaps I shall return to witness it myself. You seek Hashirama's cells, you wouldn't intend to. Orochimaru suddenly recalled, raising his voice in excitement. Indeed, I wish to integrate the sage body of the first Hokage into my clan's lineage, Li Yuan affirmed. Excellent. I too am curious to see what perfect integration of Hashirama's cells would yield. Orochimaru grinned, his appetite for knowledge rekindled. The sage body of the first Hokage was a concept Orochimaru had only heard of. He was eager to witness it firsthand. After conducting numerous experiments with Danzo without success, perhaps this time, with Li Yuan's abilities, they might finally achieve it. The challenge had always been the devouring power of Hashirama's cells. But with Li Yuan's control over the process, success was all but assured. His ally Tsunade's medical ninjutsu seemed to inherit a part of the first Hokage's sage abilities, proving to be remarkably effective. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Orochimaru exclaimed, suddenly doubling his speed as he dashed ahead. Li Yuan had no choice but to quicken his pace to keep up with Orochimaru. In the land of wind, Sunagakure, Lord Kazekage, we have new intelligence from Konoha. A ninja rushed into the office, bowing to report. What news? Raza inquired, lifting his head. The entire Uchiha clan has vacated Konoha. Their whereabouts unknown. Raza paused, astonished, as he stared incredulously at the ninja. What did you say? Are you certain this information is accurate? I have verified it multiple times. The scouts have returned with consistent reports. There is no mistake, the ninja confirmed. Ha ha ha, splendid news. Raza exclaimed, striding to the center of the hall, gazing at the map before him. Chapter 45 Reactions from various ninja villages. Contemplating with a hand on his forehead, Raza shook his head, murmuring to himself, what a pity. Our sand village is too weak. Lord Kazekage, this is a splendid opportunity, a chance for our village to rise again, an eager ninja exclaimed. Indeed, it is an opportunity. Have our scouts closely monitor the changes in Konoha and pay attention to the movements of other ninja villages. Let them test the waters first, Raza instructed, glancing at the ninja. Also, dispatch some shinobi to investigate the whereabouts of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Kazekage, the ninja replied, bowing excitedly before departing. Raza continued to scrutinize the map, stroking his chin, deep in thought. After a moment, he turned and leapt from the window, soaring towards the vast desert. He intended to gather some gold sand to prepare for the potential conflict, allowing for the acquisition of additional equipment. In the land of Earth, in the Tsuchikage's office, Lord Tsuchikage, we have new intelligence from Konoha, a ninja reported with a bow. The Uchiha clan has vanished entirely. It seems they have left Konoha, and their current whereabouts are unknown. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, paused in surprise, fixating intently on the ninja. Is this information accurate? Has it been confirmed? It has been confirmed. All scouts have reported the same, the ninja replied excitedly. Ha ha ha, splendid news. Anoki exclaimed, rising from his seat and pacing back and forth. After a moment, he halted and gazed at the map affixed to the wall. Go summon Kuratsuchi, Anoki commanded, looking at the ninja. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, the ninja responded, bowing and exiting in haste. Anoki studied the map, drawing a kunai and hurling it with precision. The weapon embedded itself firmly into the map, puncturing the wall at the border of the land of fire. Moments later, a robust middle-aged man clad in a vest entered. Lord Tsuchikage, you summon me? Look at this, Anoki said, handing over a scroll. Kuratsuchi accepted the scroll and opened it. Lord Tsuchikage, do you intend to? Yes, this is an opportunity. Konoha has suddenly lost 1/5 of its combat strength, Anoki declared, his gaze fixed on the kunai on the map. However, the third great ninja war ended less than a year ago. We have yet to recover from our weakened state, Kuratsuchi interjected hastily. They are also quite weak now. Even more so, Anoki chuckled. But at this time, the brothers are reluctant to engage in battle. Who said I want to initiate a conflict immediately? We shall observe the situation first, Anoki replied, looking at Kuratsuchi. Then what shall we do? Kuratsuchi asked, momentarily perplexed. You fool, just follow orders, Anoki sighed, rolling his eyes with a serious expression. Kuratsuchi, you will lead a force of over 1,000 shinobi to the border of the land of fire. Stand by for my orders. You may engage in minor skirmishes to probe their reactions, but do not escalate to a full-blown battle. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi bowed and departed. Come here, Anoki called. A masked Anbu shinobi appeared. Keep a close watch on the latest developments in Konoha and the movements of other ninja villages. Dispatch scouts to locate the Uchiha clan. Understood, Lord Tsuchikage. The Anbu ninja bowed and left. What a tremendous opportunity. I doubt that the Raikage can resist, Anoki mused, smiling at the map of the land of lightning. In the land of water, in the Mizukage's office. Mizukage, we have received new intelligence from Konoha. A ninja bowed to report. The entire Uchiha clan has disappeared. They must have relocated from Konoha, and their current status is unknown. Kagura Yagura also paused in surprise. Regarding the ninja with intrigue. Is this information accurate? Mizukage, it has been confirmed. There is no mistake, the ninja replied, brimming with excitement. Yagura rose and approached the map on the wall, lost in thought. After a moment, he returned to the present and looked at the ninja. Continue to monitor news from Konoha. Send Anbu to search for the Uchiha clan and Appo's whereabouts near the Land of Water. Mizukage, should we not investigate further? No. Just keep an eye on the situation. Yagura waved dismissively. Yes, Mizukage. The ninja bowed and left. Yagura watched him depart, massaging his temples. The situation in the village is quite unstable. Otherwise, this would be a prime opportunity. Why can't these bloodline clans behave and simply obey? He muttered, clenching his fists in frustration. Every one of them is opposing me, causing unrest in the village. Such a splendid opportunity, yet no way to capitalize on it. In the Land of Lightning, in the Raikage's office. Raikage, we have new information from Konoha, a ninja reported with a bow. The entire Uchiha clan has vanished. They must have left Konoha, and their current whereabouts are unknown. The fourth Raikage, erupted into laughter, slamming his palm on the table. With a resounding crash, the 2-meter-long desk split in half, scattering papers across the floor. Darui, summon the others for a meeting. I intend to strike Konoha, declared, clenching his fists and gazing at the map on the wall. Raikage, wait a moment. Let us allow Shur to analyze the situation first. Darui interjected hastily. Very well. Let Shur provide his assessment, the fourth Raikage replied, resuming his seat. Go fetch Shur, he instructed. Yes, Raikage. Darui sighed in relief and quickly left. Moments later, a robust man with dark skin entered, accompanied by a golden-haired figure. Shur, analyze this intelligence for me. Can we attack Konoha? The fourth Raikage urged, handing over the scroll. Shur accepted the scroll with both hands, examining it intently. Bring out the previous intelligence regarding Konoha, Shur requested, looking up at the fourth Raikage and Darui. All right. They quickly retrieved a stack of documents from a cabinet. The fourth Raikage glanced at the broken desk and chuckled softly, leading the way to the adjacent office. Let us move to the next office, he said, and the trio entered the new space, placing the documents down as Shur sat to review them swiftly. Before long, Shur raised his gaze to the fourth Raikage. Raikage, what are your intentions? This is an opportunity. I want to attack, A replied, excitement evident on his face. Raikage, we have just emerged from the third Great Ninja War. Our village has suffered immense losses, Shur remarked, rubbing his forehead. Are we to simply surrender? A's fists loosened and then tightened again. We could probe the waters, see if other ninja villages are inclined to engage. If it's just us, it's best to avoid conflict, Shur suggested, stroking his chin. Our village's combat strength is severely diminished. Even if we defeat Konoha, the losses would be substantial. Oh, must we concede? A lamented, sinking into his chair, appearing disheartened. We could initially send some personnel to the border of Konoha to assess the situation, Shur proposed. Very well. Sure, you shall lead a force of over 1,000 shinobi. Whether or not we attack is up to your discretion, A declared, standing once more and clenching his fists. Yes, Raikage, Shur bowed and departed. Darui, you should go as well, A said, watching Shur's retreating figure. Yes, Raikage, Darui bowed and quickly followed after Shur. Chapter 46. Konoha's response in the Fire Country. Within the Hokage's office of Konoha, an Anbu ninja bowed respectfully as he reported, presenting a scroll. The third Hokage took the scroll, opened it, and began to read. Summon Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku, he commanded, gripping his pipe tightly, his expression grave. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja replied, bowing before departing. A moment later, in the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku entered, bowing as he spoke. Old man, what has happened? Jiraiya leaped in through the window. Take a look at this, the third Hokage said, handing the scroll to Shikaku. The borders with the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth have increased their station personnel. Suchikage has dispatched Inoki, while Kumogakure has sent Darui and Kishi. The third Hokage placed the pipe in his mouth and took a deep puff of smoke. Indeed, they are making moves. How many have they increased? Jiraiya inquired. A look of concern on his face. Not many, just over 1,000. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke. Just over 1,000? What does that mean? Jiraiya asked, momentarily taken aback as he turned to Shikaku. In Jiraiya's estimation, Kumogakure and Suchikage were most likely to seize this opportunity to launch a major offensive against Konoha. As for Sunagakure, they lacked the strength to challenge Konoha, while Kirigakure was preoccupied with its own troubles, having isolated itself. The deployment of over 1,000 personnel at the borders, was it an intention to fight, or merely a test? Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, it is likely a test, Shikaku concluded, placing the scroll on the desk. It has been less than a year since the Third Shinobi War ended. everyone is still recovering. The last Hokage had to rally 10,000 shinobi to take down the strongest Hokage. The losses they suffered were greater than ours, so Inoki is unlikely to act first. Shikaku pointed at the map, indicating the land of Earth. As for Kumogakure, it is uncertain and requires close monitoring, he said, gesturing towards the land of lightning. Moreover, the fourth Hokage is a reckless individual, but his advisors might restrain him somewhat. The strongest Hokage perished in the last war, and they eventually reached a ceasefire with the Tsuchikage, indicating significant losses. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, our focus should be on Kumogakure. If they do not initiate conflict, the fourth shinobi war will not commence, Shikaku suggested, looking at the third Hokage. Yes, my thoughts align with yours, the third Hokage replied, taking another deep puff of smoke. Jiraiya, take over 1,000 shinobi to the borders of the land of lightning. Understood, old man, Jiraiya said, clenching his fists. As for the land of earth, I will rely on you, Shikaku, the third Hokage said, looking at him. Yes, Hokage-sama, Shikaku bowed. Go quickly, the third Hokage waved his hand. Jiraiya-sama, we need to demonstrate our strength to Kumogakure, showing them we are not weak and can engage in battle. They must understand that only they are inclined to fight. Shikaku urged. Understood, I will do just that, Jiraiya replied, waving as he jumped out the window, disappearing from sight. Hokage-sama, I too shall take my leave. Shikaku bowed and departed. The third Hokage watched their retreating figures, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth, massaging his temples as he continued to puff smoke. Damn Uchiha, you've caused such trouble. Ninjas, find Uchiha's whereabouts. The third Hokage commanded as a ninja leaped in through the window and bowed. Have you found any trace of Uchiha? The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe. None. It seems as if he has vanished from this world, the ninja reported. Sighing, the third Hokage stood and walked to the window, gazing down at the streets of Konoha. Reassign some ninjas from the clan back to Konoha, and recall those who are on missions. Understood, the ninja bowed and left. The third Hokage sighed again, placing the pipe at the corner of his mouth as he continued to smoke. I hope Shikaku's analysis is correct. It would be best to avoid the fourth shinobi war. Konoha cannot withstand another conflict. Reflecting on Konoha's former glory, capable of taking on 4 nations, to now struggling against just one, Kumogakure. Was it truly his fault for holding the Hokage position? Now that he wished to hand it over, no one was willing to take it. No, it is certainly not my fault. Everything has been for Konoha, the third Hokage murmured to himself, gripping his pipe tightly. Without my oversight, they would lead Konoha astray. In the land of rice, within a secluded underground base, I can't take it anymore, Li Yuan exclaimed as he rubbed his eyes. Emerging from a laboratory and collapsing into a chair in the hall. Don't leave. One more experiment, Orochimaru called out. Since joining Orochimaru at this base, Li Yuan had spent over 20 hours in the lab. Orochimaru had been conducting experiments for a full day, and Li Yuan had utilized his Sharingan abilities numerous times. He truly was a scientist of the shinobi world. Now, Li Yuan could barely endure any longer, pretending to use his powers, fearing he might go blind. Before Orochimaru, he had been disguising the ability of his Sharingan as the powers of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Given the second Hokage's wariness of the Uchiha clan, the village should have records of the Mangekyō. Orochimaru, with his position in Konoha, must have seen them. Do you wish for me to go blind and lose this ability forever? Li Yuan shouted from outside the laboratory. Fine, go rest, Orochimaru replied helplessly from within the lab. Make sure to recover well. Such a valuable ability must not be lost. Li Yuan smiled slightly. I might need to rest for 10 days given how frequently I've used it. Isn't your ability supposed to have healing effects? Orochimaru paused, looking towards the entrance of the lab. Are you kidding? Can I use my own abilities to heal myself? Li Yuan said with a frown. What do you mean by bug? Orochimaru asked, bewildered. Just a loophole. Oh, I see. One cannot recover in that manner. Orochimaru turned back to his experiments. Then go rest. You can freely explore the space. I'm not worried about you causing chaos. Is there really nothing here? It's only been established for less than a year, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Indeed. There isn't much, Orochimaru replied without turning his head. Are you really not planning to use that vial of genetic liquid on yourself? If you want it next time, you'll have to wait at least 2 years, Li Yuan suggested. No, if I wait 2 years, I'll wait 2 years. Such rare materials should not be wasted without further study. Orochimaru licked his lips. Very well, I shall take my leave to rest. Once you finish your experiments, We can discuss our future collaboration, Li Yuan said, standing and heading towards the exit. Sure, when I'm tired from my experiments. We can enjoy some tea and chat leisurely, Orochimaru called out. A ninja entered the hall, standing before Li Yuan. Sir, please follow me, this way to the resting area. Li Yuan followed him, quickly departing. Inside the laboratory, Orochimaru continued his work, licking his lips as he murmured, such an incredible ability. It's a pity I cannot use it frequently. Nevertheless, it's sufficient. I look forward to our long-term collaboration. Chapter 47, The Temptation. Who will strike first? At the northeastern boundary of the Land of Fire, a camp was established atop a mountain, surrounded by wooden fences, with watchtowers soaring beside them. In the center of the camp stood several wooden cabins, and not far away, there was an open training ground where figures occasionally moved. Jiraiya led over 1,000 ninjas. Halting at the foot of the mountain, a ninja approached and bowed respectfully. What is the situation now? Where are the ninjas from the village of Cloud? Jiraiya inquired hastily. Lord Jiraiya, please follow me. They have already stationed in the Land of Water, the ninja replied, guiding Jiraiya into the camp. Upon entering, the various squads quickly found places to set up camp, maintaining vigilance at all times. Jiraiya waved his hand and followed the ninja deeper into the camp. Over 1,000 ninjas, grouped in hundreds, made their way into the camp. Upon entering, they ascended the tall watchtower. Jiraiya, look over there. A ninja pointed towards the direction of the Land of Iron, offering a telescope. Jiraiya took the telescope and gazed into the distance. A few kilometers away, amidst lush greenery, there lay a newly cleared area bustling with activity. They have actually crossed from the Land of Thunder to the Land of Water, and are so close to the Land of Fire. How dare they? Jiraiya clenched his fists. Observing the twilight sky, he relaxed his grip. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall head to the Land of Water to confront the forces of the village of Cloud, Jiraiya proclaimed loudly. It is Lord Jiraiya. The crowd echoed. At the northwestern boundary of the Land of Fire, Narashikaku led over 1,000 ninjas into the border camp and immediately turned to the camp leader. The 1,000-man force from the Land of Earth is currently stationed there. A ninja stepped forward and reported with a bow. Indeed, that is good news, Shikaku sighed in relief. As long as the ninjas from the Earth Shadow Village have not entered the Land of Grass, it indicates they truly do not wish to fight. Now we shall see what Jiraiya is up to. If my predictions are correct, the ninjas from the Village of Cloud are likely in the Land of Water. Regardless of how it develops, a minor skirmish is inevitable. As night descended, the moon rose in the east. Within a camp at the border of the Land of Earth, a ninja reported, Lord Ohitsu, I just sensed a report from a ninja. Over 1,000 from the Leaf Village have arrived at the border. Should we leave the Land of Earth and head to the Land of Grass? Do you wish to ignite the 4th Great Ninja War, or do you feel the 3rd war was insufficient? Ohitsu questioned. I have no desire to engage. We just concluded the 3rd war, and our village is already short on manpower. I do not wish for another conflict. The ninja vehemently shook his head. Then it is settled. We shall remain stationed here. Ohitsu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The following morning, the camp was bustling as over 1,000 ninjas swiftly assembled. Let us depart for the Land of Water. Jiraiya stood at the forefront of the crowd, calling out loudly as he led the way into the forests of the Land of Water. After a brief moment, Jiraiya and his 1,000 ninjas halted, gazing ahead. A mile away, over 1,000 ninjas from the Village of Cloud stood in formation, armed with kunai and staring intently toward them. The atmosphere grew tense, as if a grand battle would erupt at any moment. Jiraiya stepped forward, fixing his gaze on the 2 leaders of the Cloud ninjas, and shouted with clenched fists, Darui. Ki, are you leading the Cloud Village into the Land of Water to provoke war? Return to the Land of Thunder, or we shall consider this a provocation. He glanced at Jiraiya's ninjas, frowning slightly. He recognized many renowned ninjas and sensed a formidable chakra presence, which made him uneasy. The Land of Water is not your Land of Fire. We are merely conducting training. Is that unacceptable? He replied, rubbing his forehead. You are provoking us. Instead of training in the Land of Thunder, you come to our doorstep, Jiraiya retorted. If you wish to fight, then let it be. If not, return to the Land of Thunder. He exchanged glances with Darui. Jiraiya, I wish to test my strength against you. If I lose, we shall retreat to the Land of Thunder. Darui stepped out of the crowd, advancing towards Jiraiya. Very well. Let the rising star of the Cloud Village witness the might of this sage. Jiraiya responded, moving forward. The 2 stopped 3 meters apart, locking eyes. In the next moment, Darui drew his sword and charged at Jiraiya. Jiraiya instantly responded, rushing forward with kunai in hand. Clang after clang resounded as their weapons clashed. In an instant, they passed each other, Jiraiya's kunai narrowly grazing Darui's chest. Quite impressive. You are indeed strong among the elite Genin, Jiraiya noted, flicking the blood from his kunai. Darui touched the bloodstain on his chest, his body crackling with lightning as he charged at Jiraiya once more. Truly a legendary Sannin. You come at me with full force, Jiraiya remarked, his expression growing serious as he observed Darui's lightning chakra mode. In an instant, the two were engulfed in combat again. Thunderous booms echoed, accompanied by the crackling of lightning and the roar of flames as dust swirled around them. After some time, the two ceased their fierce exchange. I concede, I have lost. Darui wiped the blood from his lips, sheathing his sword as he turned to Ki. Darui, are you all right? Ki rushed to Darui's side, his hands glowing with green energy as he placed them on Darui's chest. It's nothing, just a hit. No need for treatment. Darui waved him off. Ki's green energy flowed into Darui, circulating through his body, and he sighed in relief. Ki glanced at Jiraiya before turning to rejoin the crowd. Ki stood at the forefront of the crowd, addressing a ninja. There is no new information from the land of Earth. It seems Ohitsu is still stationed at the border of his country. A ninja stepped forward to report. Are we merely waiting for the Cloud Village to make the first move? That rascal Ohitsu. If you won't act first, neither will we. Let us see who can endure the longer. He clenched his fists, whispering in anger. But, Lord Raikage, if he wishes to act, will he not be the one to break the silence? Darui murmured softly. The Raikage should be able to persuade him. No matter what, we cannot act now. We will discuss it later. He released his fists, calming his emotions. Withdraw. Let us return to the border of the Land of Thunder. He glanced at the opposing ninjas before heading in the direction of the Land of Thunder. Over 1,000 ninjas from the Village of Cloud followed closely behind. Lord Jiraiya, they are retreating. Is this the end? A ninja inquired excitedly. Not yet. It may lead to a standoff for some time, Jiraiya replied, furrowing his brow. Let us return to the border camp. Jiraiya turned and led the 1,000 ninjas back. In the Land of Rice, within Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan sat across from Orochimaru at a table, with a pot of tea and 2 cups placed between them. Chapter 48. The Power of the Six Paths. Are you interested in the current situation? Do you think Konoha and the Village of Cloud will engage in battle? Li Yuan picked up his teacup and gazed at Orochimaru. I doubt it. Let us not dwell on such matters. They lack significance. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. All right. I'll be straightforward. Li Yuan brought the teacup closer and drank it down in one go. Your scientific knowledge combined with my abilities may enable one to harness the power of the Six Paths. The Six Paths power, the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru looked at Li Yuan with a puzzled expression. Yes, one could say it is the power of the Sage of Six Paths. Li Yuan set the teacup down. Isn't that merely a legend? It is no legend. It genuinely exists. Our Uchiha clan has records of it, Li Yuan said with a sly smile towards Orochimaru. According to the clan's records, the Sage of Six Paths had 2 sons. One possessed the Sage Body, while the other wielded the Sage Eye. The descendants of the Sage Body are the Senju and Uzumaki clans, while the descendants of the Sage Eye are the Uchiha clan. By combining the Sage Eye and the Sage Body, one might grasp a fragment of the Six Paths power. Though it may not grant immortality, it can bestow longevity. Are you interested? Li Yuan fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. These were mere illusions Li Yuan painted for Orochimaru. He was well aware that unlocking the Six Paths power required the chakra of Ashura and Indra. How can you prove your claims? Orochimaru licked his lips, staring intensely at Li Yuan. There is no way to prove it. The family stone tablet can only be read with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Li Yuan shrugged. Even if it were false, don't you want to witness the effects of a person with multiple bloodlines? I certainly do, Li Yuan replied. That is indeed true. With your abilities, many of my theories may come to fruition, Orochimaru said, his gaze unwavering on Li Yuan. I truly wish to extract your eyes and implant them in myself. You are wasting their potential. If I were to implant them in you, you wouldn't be able to utilize them. You lack Uchiha blood. Li Yuan said darkly. How about we engage in a simple spar to determine our collaboration? Forget it. You possess Flying Thunder God, and I don't wish to waste time on experiments. Orochimaru shook his head. He had witnessed the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze and knew it was futile to spar with Li Yuan. What you just implied is that a single individual could gather the powers of both the Senju and Uchiha clans to unlock the Six Paths power. Orochimaru's eyes remained fixed on Li Yuan. It's merely a possibility. After all, over 1,000 years have passed, and the bloodlines have thinned considerably. Li Yuan shook his head. Even without unlocking the Six Paths power, one could still become significantly stronger. Are you interested? However, the Senju clan has been exterminated, and the Uzumaki clan is also gone. Orochimaru touched his forehead. I still possess a bit of the first S cells, though not much. Do not use the first S cells. I have seen them. They are dead cells and have mutated. Li Yuan interrupted hastily. Oh, is that so? Orochimaru paused, astonished at Li Yuan's words. Indeed, I cultivate pure natural energy and can sense the mutations in the first S cells, Li Yuan said gravely. So, only Tsunade remains of the Senju clan, and as for the Uzumaki clan, there is likely only one left, the child of Minato Namikaze, who is also not pure. Orochimaru sighed. I know where there are Uzumaki remnants. There might be two. I will seek them out in a few days, Li Yuan stated. Are there any purebloods among them? Orochimaru licked his lips. I must hurry. Otherwise, there may only be one left, and it won't be pure blood. Li Yuan pressed his fingers to his temples. Li Yuan recalled the girl, Xiangling, from the grass village. She may have been born less than a year ago, and her mother is likely still alive. If there are pure-blood Uzumaki, you must go quickly. They may truly vanish, Orochimaru urged. I shall depart at once. Li Yuan rose and walked towards the door. Suddenly, Li Yuan remembered the individuals around Orochimaru in the original story. Many had ties to the Mist Village. Now, with all of Orochimaru's focus on experiments, he likely wouldn't venture into the Mist Village, which would be a significant loss. I will seek out the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru. You should keep an eye on the bloodlines from the Mist Village. I suspect the fourth Mizukage will take action against his own clan's bloodlines. And you might seize a few. Li Yuan halted and looked at Orochimaru. Do you need other bloodlines as well? Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. All bloodline clans contain the Six Paths power, though the quantity and manifestation differ. Li Yuan continued walking towards the door. I shall take my leave. The more bloodline powers we acquire, the more we can research. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru watched Li Yuan's disappearing figure, pulling out a vial of genetic fluid, examining it closely as he murmured to himself. What a peculiar potion. I cannot fathom its principles, nor can I replicate it. When applied to a human, it seems to enable the growth of Uchiha bloodline abilities. The fusion of Uchiha and Senju bloodlines may indeed lead to the emergence of the Six Paths power. How intriguing. Orochimaru licked his lips. I must continue my research, he thought, clutching the glass vial as he returned to the laboratory. Orochimaru was indeed eager for Uchiha blood, but Li Yuan's repeated reminders made him feel somewhat impatient. It would be wise to conduct further research before hastily applying it to himself. As for Li Yuan's mention of the Six Paths power, he found it fascinating. Yet he knew he must first integrate the Uchiha bloodline. For Li Yuan, this was merely bait and a cunning scheme. Orochimaru would eventually compel him to utilize his abilities. After all, there were still over a decade until the events of Shippuden unfolded. Time was on their side. In the land of Earth. At the Tsuchikage's office. Tsuchikage-sama, we have received new intelligence. A masked Anbu ninja bowed as he presented a scroll. Inoki took the scroll, opened it, and began to read. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity squandered. Inoki sighed, then muttered in frustration. How could they engage in just one round and then retreat to the land of lightning? Where did the fighting spirit of those lightning brutes go? After a moment, Inoki took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Send word to the Yellow Earth. If there is no change at the borders of the land of Earth after half a month, return. Inoki glanced at the map, resigned. If it weren't for the heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War, he would have desired to launch a direct assault on Konoha. Now, he could only lament the loss of this golden opportunity. At the border encampment in the Land of Lightning, within a wooden hut, is there still no news from the other ninja villages? She looked at a masked Anbu ninja. None. The mist and sand villages have shown no movement. And that Tsuchikage's forces remain stationed at their own border camp. Go, and if there is any news, inform me at once. She waved his hand. The Anbu ninja bowed and departed. Darui, it seems this battle may not transpire. No one is willing to make the first move, she said as he picked up a blank scroll and began to write swiftly. That may be for the best. We suffered heavy losses in the Third Great Ninja War. Yet the Reikage. Darui sighed. I will persuade the Reikage through this scroll, she concluded as he sealed the scroll. Deliver this to the Anbu to return. And the rest is up to the Reikage. She handed the scroll to Darui. Indeed, It seems we have no other choice. Darui took the scroll and exited the wooden hut. Chapter 49. Xiangling and her mother in the rain country. Amidst a dense jungle, the space twisted, revealing the figure of Abido. Zetsu, have you yet located the whereabouts of the Uchiha? Abido inquired into the emptiness before him. In the next moment, a pitcher plant emerged from the ground, revealing a half-white, half-black silhouette within. I have searched throughout the ninja world, yet I have not seen them. I suspect they might be on some isolated island in the ocean, or perhaps in a unique space akin to that of summoning beasts. Damn it. My left eye must be with them. Abido clenched his fist. Forget about your left eye for now. How did your discussion with Nagato go? What about the plan? Zetsu asked gravely. It went well. He agrees with our plan, Abido chuckled. With the Uchiha leaving Konoha, what changes will occur in the ninja world? Zetsu laughed heartily. Everyone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to assault Konoha, yet they are all hesitant to make the first move. Zetsu continued with a grin. Should we let Karatsuchi lead the charge and ignite this powder keg? Not yet. Our strength is insufficient to gain much from this situation, Abido mused, stroking his chin. Deep in thought before shaking his head. Zetsu, keep a close watch on Nagato. I will go and see for myself. Abido glanced towards a nearby structure, and in the next moment, the space distorted again, and he vanished. Inside the building, in the darkness, a gaunt figure sat in a wheelchair. Pieces of paper swirling around him until they formed the silhouette of a woman. Nagato, are we truly going to collaborate with him? Conan approached from behind the wheelchair, grasping the handles. Much of what he says is valid. A partnership could expedite Yahiko's dream. Nagato raised his head. Of course, I will not trust him entirely. With that set of eyes, even if he is indeed Uchiha Madara, it poses no threat. Nagato touched his own eyes. Very well. I will push you out for some fresh air, Conan said as the wheelchair slowly rolled away from the darkness. As night fell and the moon rose. In the land of grass, outside the grass ninja village, a figure named Li Yuan appeared atop the treetops, gazing towards the village with a furrowed brow, murmuring to himself. Why is there only one vibrant presence? Has Xiangling's mother perished, or is her vitality waning? Regardless, I must locate them first. Li Yuan leaped down from the treetop and infiltrated the grass ninja village. Without any Byakugan users and devoid of chakra signatures, Li Yuan moved as if in a desolate realm. He darted swiftly at times and melted into the shadows of houses, finally halting beside a dilapidated thatched hut. The presence he sensed earlier was nearby. Now that he approached, he detected a feeble aura, as if life itself was about to extinguish. Fortunately, she is still alive. Li Yuan sighed in relief. Surveying the surroundings and finding no one else, he entered the thatched hut. The interior was sparsely furnished, almost bare. Near the entrance, a large, flat stone held a bowl containing a blackish-yellow substance emitting a foul odor. In the corner, a woman huddled tightly, cradling a baby against the wall. She was gaunt, her disheveled hair resembling dry grass, devoid of luster. Li Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, extending his hand instinctively to cover his nose. At that moment, the woman heard his footsteps and looked up. Her pallid face emerged from her unkempt hair, and she instinctively recoiled. Wawawa, the baby in her arms, disturbed, awoke and began to cry. Upon hearing the cries, she halted her retreating motion. If you must bite, do it quickly. Just do not harm the child. She is still so young. She extended her right hand toward him. Li Yuan noticed that her hand was covered in bite marks, with no unblemished skin remaining. Seeing that Li Yuan made no move, she spoke through her sobs. There is truly no place left. All have been bitten. Li Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling an urge to lash out. After spending 7 or 8 years in this world, he had witnessed countless tragedies yet remained unable to find peace, struggling to adapt. I do not wish to harm you. I only want to take you away. Li Yuan finally managed to compose himself and spoke gently. Oh, you mean to take me back to bite? The woman shrank further into herself. Li Yuan rubbed his forehead, deciding to act. In an instant, he approached the woman, striking her neck with a swift motion. Her head tilted, and she lost consciousness. A crimson glow enveloped Li Yuan and Appo's right hand as it entered their bodies. The child, Xiangling, ceased her cries and gradually fell into a deep slumber. The red light coursed through the woman's body, causing Li Yuan to frown in contemplation. The woman before him was on the brink of death, sustained only by the last remnants of her essence. His own abilities could not restore her vitality. It was up to her to heal herself. Li Yuan felt this was unlikely, as her condition resembled that of Hashirama after battling Madara, who could not recover. Let alone her. What a waste in this grass ninja village. A member of the Uzumaki clan reduced to a mere blood bag, he thought. Regardless, I will take her back and allow her to recuperate slowly. Perhaps she could live for another 8 or 9 years to see her child grow. Li Yuan reached out to cradle the child, but finding the woman holding her tightly, he retracted his hand and grasped her shoulder instead. In the next moment, he vanished with both of them. On Sea Eagle Island, on the beach, Li Yuan appeared, holding the woman. Above, eagles soared freely, emitting a chorus of calls as they circled above him. Li Yuan waved his hand, and they reluctantly departed. Moments later, figures flickered into view, and a dozen individuals appeared on the beach. Li Yuan waved again, and they dispersed, leaving only the elder. What you have there is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Or rather, a mother and daughter, the elder inquired, looking at the woman Li Yuan held with curiosity. I give her to you. You can take her back as part of your clan, Li Yuan offered, extending the woman to the elder. Leader, will you not go and see how the new clan grounds are being constructed? The elder asked, cradling the woman. Not now, in due time. I will spend several years at the clan grounds, Li Yuan replied, waving his hand. Ah, and here is something for you. Let the clan members study it. They can set up a barrier near Sea Eagle Island. Li Yuan produced a scroll from his robe. What is this? The elder questioned, puzzled as he received it. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It can be utilized, though it is not bloodline related, Li Yuan replied with a grin. Leader, how did you obtain this? You didn't steal the sealing book, did you? The elder gazed at Li Yuan in astonishment. Cannot say. It is not the sealing book. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were retrieved by Li Yuan along with the Flying Thunder God from the memories of Minato Namikaze, and he had always felt they might not be of great use. Today, returning to Sea Eagle Island, the eagle calls in the sky reminded him that it would be wise to set up a barrier for enhanced safety. At the border camp of the Land of Lightning, within a wooden cabin, a masked Anbu ninja bowed, presenting a scroll. Lord Shi, Lord Darui. This is the response from the Reikage. Chapter 50. The negotiation of Yuang village. She received the scroll and opened it, skimming through its contents swiftly. What did Lord Reikage say? Are we still going to fight? Darui inquired eagerly. Here, take a look for yourself. She handed over the scroll and began pacing thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Lord Reikage wants us to find a way to bring back the blood of Konoha. How can we achieve that? Darui exclaimed in astonishment. He understood that each village's bloodline abilities were closely guarded, as they represented the village's military strength. But it's not impossible to try, she remarked as he resumed his seat beside the chair. How do we even attempt that? Darui looked at Shi with curiosity. We can. She leaned closer to whisper in Darui's ear. Is that feasible? It seems rather unlikely, Darui replied hastily. Even if it doesn't work out, there's no loss. Konoha wouldn't dare to confront us, initiating the Fourth Great Ninja War, she said with a cold smile. Moreover, the very essence of Lord Reikage's message is to incite conflict, providing him with a reason for war. All right, I shall convey the message and put our plan into action, Darui declared, rising to exit the cabin. Let us wait a few days to create a valid reason for our scheme. I will also respond to Lord Reikage, informing him of our strategy, she said as he produced a blank scroll and began writing swiftly. Moments later, Darui took the scroll and exited the cabin. At the border camp of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya-sama, this scroll was just delivered by Yuang village, a ninja bowed in report. What do they intend to do? Jiraiya scratched his head, accepting the scroll and perusing its contents rapidly. Please pass it on to the Hokage. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief and returned the scroll. It seems they won't be fighting after all. This crisis appears to have passed. Yuang village has indicated a desire for peaceful discussions with Konoha. He pondered the identity and whereabouts of the prophesied individual. Golden eyes, glimmering gold. Why does that seem so familiar? Jiraiya paused, realizing that Orochimaru possessed golden eyes. Could it be him? That seems unlikely, as I know he lacks the ability of golden light. Regardless, I'll seek out Orochimaru in a couple of days during the official negotiations to ascertain if it is indeed him. Whether it is or not, he must be brought back to Konoha. I recall his last known whereabouts were in the Land of Rice. I shall investigate there first. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. The ninja bowed and took his leave. At the Hokage building in Konoha, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama has sent over a scroll. The third Hokage stated as he opened the scroll and scanned its contents hastily. Yuang village wishes to negotiate. It seems the fourth great ninja war will not commence after all. The third Hokage smiled, setting down the scroll. Since Uchiha left Konoha, a burden had finally been lifted from his heart. He understood that as long as Yue did not desire war, other ninja villages would hesitate to initiate conflict during this time. Commission Nara Shikaku to return to Konoha. He will be responsible for the negotiations with Yue. The third Hokage instructed. He took a puff from his pipe, contemplating, why has Yue village chosen Konoha as the negotiation site? What are their true intentions? They claim they wish to observe Konoha's prosperity to improve Yue village upon their return. They also wish to inspect the Uchiha clan's territory, curious about how an entire clan could vanish from Konoha overnight without a trace. While the third Hokage felt pleased that Yue village wanted to see Konoha's progress, he was also conflicted, wanting to showcase the village's achievements while fearing ulterior motives. Negotiations could have been held in the land of water, conveniently situated between the two nations. How perplexing. He resolved to remain optimistic. As long as they refrained from initiating the fourth great ninja war, negotiations in Konoha would be acceptable. As long as there are no unexpected incidents, all shall be well. Nara Shikaku is in charge. He is reliable and should ensure nothing goes awry. At the border of the Land of Fire, Darui led a group of ninjas into the Land of Fire. Jiraiya, accompanied by several ninjas, halted before them. Do you truly insist on negotiating in Konoha? Jiraiya asked, his brow furrowed. We aim to seize this opportunity to learn from Konoha, so we can enhance Yue village upon our return, Darui explained, looking at Jiraiya. Besides, your Hokage has already consented. Very well. I will send some of my men to accompany you back to Konoha for your safety, Jiraiya replied, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Yama no Kage, Akimichi Choza. Take 10 elite ninjas and accompany the Yue contingent back to Konoha to ensure their safety, Jiraiya instructed, glancing at his comrades. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, the two responded. Stepping forward to bow, Darui smirked, thinking, ensuring our safety is merely a form of surveillance. However, it's understandable since they are entering the Land of Fire. Friends from Yue village, I shall escort you to Konoha, Yama no Kage announced, approaching the Yue ninjas. We will follow you, Darui waved his hand, moving toward Yama no Kage, while Akimichi Choza and a few others trailed behind. Jiraiya watched as they departed, exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as no unforeseen events arise, they shouldn't suddenly reconsider war. I can now leave to find Orochimaru in the Land of Rice. Sarutobi, I leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to, Jiraiya said, looking at a middle-aged ninja. Ah, Jiraiya-sama, you're leaving now? The situation is not yet settled, the ninja exclaimed in astonishment. It should be fine. They likely do not wish to fight. If something arises, have the old man contact me. Jiraiya waved his hand, walking away. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. The ninja bowed and led the remaining ninjas toward the camp. In the Land of Rice, at Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan materialized in a hall, surveying his surroundings before releasing his sensory abilities. Orochimaru was presumably in the laboratory, likely attempting to decode the genetic liquid he had provided. Should I take a few days to wander outside? He drags me into his experiments daily, insisting I assist him with my red hands, making me his assistant. Li Yuan mused. Orochimaru often claims that my knowledge is lacking and that my abilities are wasted on him, urging me to review his records and literature. The problem is, whenever I encounter those books and experimental notes, I feel overwhelmed and drowsy, akin to a high school student struggling with university dissertations, baffled and unable to comprehend. In his previous life, Li Yuan was merely an ordinary science student at a second-tier university, possessing only basic knowledge. Just as he contemplated using the Flying Thunder God technique to leave, someone entered the hall and addressed him. Li Yuan-sama, Orochimaru-sama has instructed that upon your return, you should assist him in the laboratory. Fine, I'll check on him. Li Yuan and Appo's expression stiffened as he pressed his forehead and made his way to the laboratory. I can only assist Orochimaru for a few days. Once he is finished with the bait, I shall demand he work me to the bone, 16 hours daily, with the medicine he provides. Chapter 51. The target, Byakugan outside the gates of Konoha. Yamashiro Hachi led a dozen ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds to the entrance. The two gatekeepers bowed respectfully to Lord Hachi. Please present your registration book so they can sign in, Hachi instructed, gesturing towards the cloud ninjas while observing the two guards. Oh, their forehead protectors belong to the village hidden in the clouds. How did they come to Konoha? One of the gatekeepers exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at Hachi. Proceed with their registration. They are here for sightseeing and negotiations. Do not keep our guests waiting, Hachi said, patting the guard on the shoulder. Very well. Konoha is indeed a splendid place. Even the Cloud Village wishes to visit, remarked the guard, retrieving a registration book to meticulously record their details. His companion utilized the device to scan the chakra signatures of the Cloud Ninjas. After a brief moment, Hachi guided the Cloud Ninjas into Konoha. As the sun began to set, he proposed, I will take you to an inn first. It is already dusk. You should rest well before our discussions tomorrow. Hachi turned to Darui. That sounds agreeable. I wish to explore Konoha before we commence our talks, Darui replied, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Whatever you prefer, Hachi responded, casting a glance at the gathering of Cloud Ninjas. As they traversed the bustling streets, the lively atmosphere enveloped them, filled with the sounds of conversations and vendors calling out. What a vibrant and bustling Konoha, Darui exclaimed, finally understanding why the other 4 ninja villages coveted this land. The geographical advantages of the Land of Fire were unparalleled. Although the Cloud Village had made commendable progress, its location was disadvantageous, perched on steep cliffs with access reliant on narrow paths and aerial tramways. The Land of Lightning, dominated by mountainous terrain and plateaus, presented its own challenges with treacherous peaks and deep valleys. In contrast, the Land of Fire was primarily flat, abundant in resources, and well-connected by convenient transportation routes. Previously on missions, Darui had visited the Land of Fire but had not delved as deeply as he did on this occasion, allowing him to truly appreciate the stark differences. If he were the Raikage, he would certainly be tempted to seize a piece of this land for himself. Stopping in front of a well-appointed inn, Hachi pointed to the entrance. You shall stay here. This establishment is among the finest in Konoha, catering specifically to guests. The 3-story building, covering several hundred square meters, exuded an air of luxury, clearly indicating its high prices. Darui nodded in approval and entered the inn. Innkeeper, we have guests from the village. Please reserve the entire 3rd floor, Hachi announced as he stepped into the lobby. A staff member promptly emerged to escort the Cloud Ninjas to the staircase. Darui, I will return to report to the Hokage, Hachi stated. Understood, Darui waved his hand, following the innkeeper upstairs. As Hachi exited the inn, a ninja at the corner beckoned him. Recognizing him as Shikaku, Hachi hurried over. How did they seem on the way? Did they mention anything? Shikaku inquired, draping an arm over Hachi's shoulder as they walked toward a nearby establishment. They appeared fine, no unusual behavior. Are you in charge of this matter? Hachi replied. Indeed, the Hokage has entrusted this to me. Let us sit and have a meal first, Shikaku suggested, guiding Hachi to a table already adorned with 4 dishes and a bottle of sake. Meanwhile, in the inn's lobby, Darui watched the innkeeper's figure vanish up the staircase, then turned to a fellow ninja. There has been continuous surveillance. Ever since we approached the gates of Konoha, several chakra signatures have appeared around us, the ninja reported. Let us venture out tonight to gauge their monitoring strength and identify potential weaknesses, Darui mused, stroking his chin. Should we also consider targeting the Uchiha? Another ninja interjected eagerly. The objective is set on the Byakugan. We must assess the situation, Darui replied, giving the ninja a stern look. As night enveloped the land and the moon ascended, Darui led a group of Cloud Ninjas out of the inn. Darui, what are you planning? One ninja questioned. We're going for a stroll to appreciate the nocturnal beauty of Konoha. You are welcome to accompany me, Darui replied, waving toward the lively streets. The ninja glanced at Darui and Appo's retreating figure, then signaled for an Anbu ninja to depart swiftly. Soon, dusk fell on the following day. Thank you, Shikaku, for accompanying us and guiding us through Konoha, Darui said as they re-entered the inn. Naturally, what about the negotiations? Shikaku inquired. We have explored Konoha today. We shall commence discussions tomorrow, Darui responded, waving his hand as he ascended the stairs. Very well, I shall prepare, Shikaku said, heading toward the inn's exit. Stepping outside, Shikaku nodded into the darkness before hastily departing. On the 3rd floor of the inn, Darui turned to a middle-aged ninja. How do you perceive the situation? Are we ready to act? I apologize for the inconvenience. I have gathered sufficient information. We can proceed. I am of no consequence, merely a failed ninja. Over 40 and still a chunin, with family lost to Konoha during the 3rd Great Ninja War, the ninja replied, clenching his fists. Yinfeng. Apply a simple sealing technique to diminish his chakra signature. We cannot afford to be detected before reaching our destination, Darui instructed another ninja. Understood, Lord Darui. The young ninja affirmed, leading the middle-aged man into a room. Truthfully, Darui was not entirely supportive of this operation, but the Raikage's wishes were paramount. As night descended once more, Darui, accompanied by a dozen cloud ninjas, stepped out of the inn, exchanging greetings with a Konoha ninja outside the inn. They ventured back into the streets. In a densely populated and bustling area, one individual discreetly slipped away from the group, vanishing from sight. The Konoha Anbu, monitoring closely, remained oblivious, fixated on Darui. Border of the land of rice. On a towering mountain, a white-haired, muscular middle-aged man stroked his chin, gazing contemplatively into the land of rice, murmuring to himself, Orochimaru, I have come for you. I must ascertain whether you are the one foretold. Regardless of the truth, I shall bring you back to Konoha this time. In the next moment, Jiraiya regained his composure, biting his fingertip to form a hand seal. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke erupted and quickly dissipated. A diminutive, emerald green toad appeared before Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, what is your command? The toad, Gamakichi, inquired, gazing at Jiraiya. Do you remember the chakra signature of that snake-like fellow, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, his tone tense. Ah, that snake-like guy? I recall. His chakra is quite distinct, Gamakichi replied, scratching his head. Then assist me in locating him, please, Jiraiya implored, joining his hands in prayer, eyes filled with anticipation. Very well, I shall search for him, Gamakichi said, scanning the surroundings before pointing in a direction. Master Jiraiya, this way, follow me, Gamakichi instructed, leaping down the mountain, with Jiraiya hastily following suit. Descending the mountain, Gamakichi led Jiraiya deep into the heart of the land of rice. Chapter 52. How did he die? The encounter in the depths of night, within a quaint inn. Darui returned to the third floor accompanied by a dozen cloud shinobi. He cast a glance at a fellow ninja. The shadow clone can be dispelled now. Relay the message to Shi. The plan has commenced, and preparations for the fourth great ninja war can begin. A ninja dispelled his shadow clone and summoned a dog, with a pre-prepared scroll strapped to its back. In an instant, a plume of smoke enveloped the space, and the dog vanished without a trace. Outside the Hyuga clan's territory in Konohagakure, a shadow stealthily infiltrated the area. This ninja, adept in sensory techniques, was well aware of his surroundings. He alternated between swift movements and shrouded himself in darkness, relying on the Hyuga clan's Byakugan for detection. As long as they did not activate their Byakugan, they would find it challenging to perceive his presence. Having arrived at this point, he mused that even if discovered, it bore no consequence. After all, death awaited him regardless, and it would serve Lord Raikage well. Shortly thereafter, he reached the heart of the building, feeling incredulous. Am I truly at the core of the Hyuga clan's territory? Their defenses are rather lax, or perhaps I am simply formidable, and they are inept? Regardless of the reasoning, he decided to proceed. He cautiously approached the most opulent and spacious room. Not far away, a ninja in his 40s, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, stroked his chin, furrowing his brow as he silently observed the unfolding scene. Is the target the main house? Should I raise the alarm, or is it better to refrain? The shadow edged closer, unwittingly arriving at the courtyard entrance. At that moment, the door swung open, and Hinata, the daughter of Hayashi, emerged, stepping into the courtyard. With her birth just over a month prior, Hayashi took on a protective role, hoping to leverage familial ties to delay Niji's actions in executing the plan. Upon reaching the courtyard's entrance, Hayashi's brow knitted in concern as he glanced nearby, noticing the veins around his eyes bulging ominously. Who goes there? Hayashi assumed a gentle fist stance. The figure rushed towards him, and Hayashi struck out with a palm. 8 trigrams, empty palm. The intruder did not evade, taking the blow squarely to the chest. His body recoiled and crashed to the ground, lifeless. Hayashi was momentarily stunned, staring at his own hands. How could I be so weak? Didn't he even dodge and just died? What transpired? Why are there sounds of a struggle? A cadre of Hyuga ninjas, donning forehead protectors, rushed towards the scene. Hayashi, what just happened? Why are there sounds of fighting? Hayashi's brother, Hizashi, emerged from the building, moving towards the courtyard. The clan leader and the gathered ninjas bowed respectfully as they approached Hizashi. Clan leader, I stepped out and sensed someone nearby, so I struck out. Now, this person lies dead. Hayashi indicated the motionless figure on the ground. The group turned to examine the corpse, and one ninja stepped forward for a closer inspection. Upon noticing the forehead protector on the fallen ninja's head, he froze and glanced back at Hisashi. Clan leader, this is a Cloud Village ninja. Likely one of those who arrived yesterday. Hisashi approached the body, confirming the identity with a furrowed brow. What business did a Cloud ninja have here? Moreover, they came for negotiations, and now we have killed one of their own. What shall we do? He rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the edge of the clan's territory. Several Cloud ninjas attempted to breach the entrance, but were halted by a few members of the Hyuga branch family. Let us in. We are searching for our comrade. A group of masked Anbu ninjas emerged, advancing towards the crowd. What is the situation? Questioned an Anbu captain. Turning to Darui. You have arrived just in time. Allow us to enter and find our companion, a Cloud ninja implored. This is the Hyuga clan's territory. It is impossible for your comrade to be here, an opposing Hyuga ninja replied. Our teammate has gone missing. When we entered Konoha, his chakra signature was recorded, wasn't it? Darui asserted. Wait a moment. You go fetch the instruments at the gate to check which chakra signature it is, the Anbu captain instructed an underling. Never mind. That will take too long. We will handle it ourselves, Darui dismissed, glancing at a companion. Darui-sama, my dog has detected the scent inside. A Cloud ninja holding a small dog pointed towards the Hyuga territory. Tell them to step aside, or we will force our way in, Darui directed the Anbu captain. The captain furrowed his brow, eyeing the Hyuga clan members. Let them through. Do not obstruct them. But a Hyuga ninja began to protest. There are no buts. Step aside. Darui crackled with lightning and swiftly entered the Hyuga territory, followed closely by a dozen Cloud ninjas. Captain, an Anbu ninja called out. You report this to Lord Hokage and Lord Kakashi. The rest of you, follow me. Do not let the Hyuga ninjas hinder our progress. It will be disastrous if a fight breaks out, the Anbu captain ordered, casting a glance at his subordinate before hastening towards the Hyuga territory. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Hisashi halted at the boundary of the clan's territory, turning to observe. A dark-skinned youth, crackling with lightning, charged towards them, unmistakably a Cloud ninja. Behind him, more figures followed swiftly. Hisashi's heart sank with foreboding. This is bad. How will I explain this? We've just killed a Cloud ninja, and now their comrades are arriving. How can I justify this? This intruder trespassed and was accidentally killed? That seems implausible. The Cloud village was notorious for their lack of reason and reliance on strength. At this point, it was too late for explanations. All he could do was rely on the village and the Hokage. Darui halted at the forefront of the crowd, scanning the onlookers and focusing on the ground. Clenching his fists, the group of Cloud ninjas behind him mirrored his actions, observing the lifeless body. Who are you? The Cloud ninjas glared at Hisashi and his companions. The Anbu ninjas also came to a stop beside the figures. The Anbu captain surveyed the scene, his heart sinking. This is a grave situation. A Cloud ninja has been killed within the Hyuga territory. Regardless of their intentions, this is now a serious issue. Quickly report to Lord Hokage. A Cloud ninja has been slain in the Hyuga territory, the Anbu captain instructed, glancing at a nearby subordinate. One Anbu ninja bowed and swiftly departed. We came to Konoha for sightseeing and negotiations, and this is how you treat your guests. A Cloud ninja bellowed. That is not true. It was an accident. Hisashi interjected hastily. Does it matter? You have killed our comrade. What further discussion is needed? We will report this to Lord Raikage. Yes, inform Lord Raikage. Konoha has shown us blatant disrespect, killing our envoy without provocation, and seeks to ignite war. They boisterously proclaimed their strength, declaring, we, the Cloud village, are the strongest. Let the battle commence. Darui remained silent, clenching his fists as he stood aside. He was not particularly supportive of this operation. But following Lord Raikage's wishes left him with no choice. Now, the situation had escalated. Lord Raikage had a pretext to declare war, and the reasoning was intolerable for the village. Konoha had no grounds to refuse war unless they surrendered the culprit. Darui pondered, shaking his head. That is impossible. It seems the one responsible is Hisashi, the brother of the clan leader. He will never hand him over. The mission was accomplished. Stability was secured. Chapter 53. The Will of Fire. In a fleeting moment, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hurriedly arrived, pausing at the edge of the crowd. The villagers of Konoha bowed respectfully to the Hokage. Hokage, you have arrived just in time. Your villagers have slain one of our comrades, and we demand an explanation, otherwise we will declare war, a Cloud ninja shouted, glaring at the third Hokage. Indeed, We require an explanation, otherwise, we will go to war, echoed another. Darui, instruct them to cease hostilities for the moment. I will ascertain the details and provide you with a response, the third Hokage said, tightening his grip on his pipe and frowning at Darui. Stop. Carry his body. We are leaving and returning to the inn, Darui commanded, raising his hand. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Darui. Is this how it ends, Lord Darui? One individual questioned, lifting the fallen comrade's body. That will not happen. I trust Reikage will seek justice for him, Darui replied, striding towards the Hyuga clan grounds. He halted 2 meters away from the third Hokage, fixing a stare on Sarutobi. I have already reported to Lord Reikage. You had better provide an explanation within 2 days. With that, Darui led the cloud ninjas away in haste. What on earth is happening? The third Hokage waved towards the shadows, turning to face Hyuga Hayashi. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Given Reikage's temperament, war seemed imminent. Hayashi, you explain what transpired, he urged, looking to Hayashi. Hokage, it unfolded like this. Hayashi stepped forward among the crowd, standing before the third Hokage. I had just exited the courtyard when I sensed someone nearby, so I activated my Byakugan. The figure charged at me, and I struck out with my palm. He did not evade. He collided directly with my right palm. The result was his death. Hokage, I assure you, it was not intentional. I did not apply much force. It felt as though he was seeking death. Moments later, the clan members arrived, and the cloud ninjas invaded the clan grounds. Enough. I understand now. The third Hokage inserted his pipe into his mouth and inhaled deeply. A typical accident, the perfect excuse to ignite war. No wonder they sought to visit Konoha for negotiations. It was a ploy to create this incident. It seems Reikage desires war, yet fears the villagers' aversion to conflict, which may hinder him. His head throbbed. Konoha's current strength could not withstand a war against the Cloud Village. More critically, if Konoha engaged in battle, the troublemaker Inoki would likely interfere, as his unit remained stationed at the Land of Earth's border. Konoha could not afford war. They must find a means to negotiate. The third Hokage glanced at Hyuga Hayashi and then surveyed Hayashi's brother. He contemplated whether they might acquiesce. A little pressure could gauge their response and serve as a lesson for the Hyuga clan. Hayashi, this incident occurred within your clan's territory. Accompany me to the Hokage office for a meeting. The third Hokage exhaled a cloud of smoke, observing Hayashi. Yes, Hokage, Hayashi bowed respectfully. Then let us proceed. We shall converse en route. The third Hokage turned and walked towards the clan grounds exit. Understood, Hokage. Hayashi quickly followed, maintaining a half-meter distance behind the third Hokage. The Anbu ninjas melted into the darkness, vanishing from sight. Hayashi, what is your perspective on this matter? The third Hokage took a deep breath of smoke. Hokage, that individual was clearly intentional, Hayashi replied promptly. Continue, the third Hokage urged, not breaking his stride. The Cloud's visit to Konoha was likely for this very purpose. Reikage now possesses a legitimate reason to declare war. Indeed, I share your thoughts. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, halting his steps. Do you believe we can withstand a war against the Cloud Village? Certainly. Konoha is the strongest ninja village, Hayashi exclaimed earnestly. Not to mention the presence of the Stone Village. The third Hokage regarded Hayashi closely. They likely will not. Hayashi hesitated, his conviction wavering. They will. I know that old Coot Inoki well. Should Reikage go to war, he will undoubtedly involve himself. The third Hokage resumed walking. Regardless of the outcome, the Hyuga clan will fight with all their might, Hayashi asserted resolutely. Konoha cannot contend with 2 villages. We may face annihilation, the third Hokage cautioned. Oh, then what if there is a way to avoid conflict? What are your thoughts? The third Hokage halted once more. What method? If there is a way to avoid war, that would be splendid. Hayashi responded eagerly. Let us hurry. The elders should have arrived, and we must discuss this matter thoroughly. The third Hokage cast a penetrating gaze at Hayashi before suddenly declaring. The third Hokage began to run, swiftly departing. Hayashi quickened his pace, his expression shifting uneasily. Could the Hokage be considering a way to avoid conflict? Surely not. He is the Hokage. If so, what would become of the Hyuga clan's honor? Moreover, although Hayashi is of the branch family, he is my own brother. Moments later, the third Hokage and Hayashi entered the Hokage office. Inside sat 2 individuals, Mito Kamizumi and T-Rune Kamachi. What's going on? Such a significant incident has occurred. Mito rose to speak. The third Hokage cast a glance at the 2 before taking his seat. Hayashi, please sit. Elders, I invite you to share your insights. The third Hokage inserted his pipe into his mouth and inhaled deeply. Undoubtedly, this incident was orchestrated by the Cloud Village to create a legitimate pretext for war. The critical point is that Konoha is currently too weak to engage, Mito asserted promptly. Indeed, war is not an option. The Cloud Village is formidable. They are not like the Sand Village. Moreover, with Inoki lurking, as long as the Cloud Village declares war, he will certainly become involved, which poses a threat to all of Konoha. If the third Hokage truly seeks battle, Konoha might very well face ruin, T-Rune warned, gazing at the third Hokage. What then should we do? The third Hokage inhaled deeply. Mito and T-Rune exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Hayashi. Hayashi, Konoha is too weak at present. We cannot afford to engage. Perhaps we should consider offering up Hayashi's brother, Mito suggested. Hayashi's face darkened, his hands clenching tightly within his sleeves. It is as I feared. The Hokage's implication is clear. This would be a disgrace to the Hyuga clan. This is for Konoha's benefit. Consider the consequences of a war. Your clan may lose more than just one Hayashi. Sacrificing one member could prevent the war from igniting. After enduring 3 wars, the Cloud Village will also suffer, without justification. Reikage would hesitate to engage now. Indeed, sacrificing one Hayashi could save all of Konoha. But he is my brother, Hayashi murmured. Embrace the will of fire, everything for Konoha. Mito insisted. Yes, for Konoha, I would do the same, T-Rune added earnestly. Reflect on the essence of the will of fire. Knock, knock. Very well. We shall pause here. Let Hayashi return to ponder this. I trust in his will of fire, the third Hokage declared, tapping his pipe against the table and casting a meaningful glance at Hayashi. Hokage, esteemed advisors, I shall return, Hayashi murmured, unsteadily exiting the Hokage office. His expression lost in thought. Chapter 54. A resolution for Yueying village. As the sun dipped low, Rizu stumbled back to the clan's territory, entering the confines of his home. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, he appeared unusually pale and frail. Brother, how did it go? Nichi hurriedly approached him. He had not left the courtyard, feeling a sense of unease about the recent events. Nichi, why haven't you returned yet? Riza hesitated, avoiding direct eye contact. He walked over and embraced him tightly. Brother, what happened? What did Lord Hokage say? Nichi stiffened, a look of confusion crossing his face. The bond between the two brothers was generally strong. Yet the incident concerning the caged bird had created a subtle rift between them, though not as pronounced as depicted in the original narrative. This was largely because Niji had not yet been marked by the caged bird seal, allowing their relationship to remain relatively intact. Nichi summoned the clan elders for a meeting. In return to accompany Niji, Rizu urged, striving to mask his emotions as he released Nichi from his embrace. Understood, I will do that at once. Nichi took a step back, casting a questioning glance at Rizu before heading out of the courtyard. Once Nichi had departed, Rizu dashed into the training grounds. He drew a kunai from his waist and hurled it at a wooden post, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. The sounds of impact echoed, thuds, clangs, and occasional thunderous roars, interspersed with low growls of anger. Damn the will of fire. Everything for Konoha, he shouted. For Konoha? Huh. After all these years, I have yet to see you on the battlefield. Even our own clansmen are seldom sent. And yet, it's all for Konoha? After a moment, silence enveloped the training ground as Rizu emerged, fists clenched, making his way towards the meeting room. Inside, the room was illuminated, resembling broad daylight. Several men in their 40s sat in chairs, engaged in heated discussions. They were the elders of the Hyuga clan, survivors from Rizu's father's generation. Clan leader, why have you summoned us at this late hour? One elder inquired. Is it about the incident with the Cloud Ninja? Did Lord Hokage propose anything? Urufei Hizashi has gone too far, demanding that I hand over Nichi to appease Yueying village. Rizu clenched his fists and struck the wall with one powerful blow. What? How can I do this? What do they take our Hyuga clan for? To trample our dignity into the dirt. Moreover, Nichi is the clan leader's own brother. If he is truly sent away, how shall we ever face others again? I called you here to seek your opinions on how to resolve this matter, Rizu said, loosening his fists as he sat down at the table, gazing at the elders. A heavy silence fell as the elders exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. What if we follow the Uchiha's example and leave Konoha? One elder suggested with a sigh. Leave? With nearly 1,000 clansmen and no space-time jutsu, that's impossible. Another elder countered. Furthermore, Our strength pales in comparison to the Uchiha. Indeed, our power is lacking, another elder admitted. The room once again fell into silence. The elders frowning deeply as they clenched their fists. We cannot leave, nor do we have the strength to resist, one elder hesitantly remarked. Rizu, it seems we have no choice but to comply with Urufei Hizashi and the others, he continued. We will remember this slight and seek to reclaim our dignity in the future. Do you share this sentiment? Rizu cast a sharp glance around the room, his gaze penetrating each elder. One by one, they averted their eyes, speaking in low tones. Alas, there seems to be no alternative. None of us desire this outcome. The room fell silent once more, enveloped in a heavy quiet. Let us adjourn for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning, Rizu said, taking several deep breaths and waving his hand dismissively. Rizu, you, one elder began but sighed deeply, leaving the meeting room with a sense of defeat. The remaining elders followed suit, and soon, Rizu was left alone, his brow furrowed and fists clenched, his Byakugan bloodshot under the harsh yellow-white light. His demeanor was one of profound despondency. Time passed swiftly, and before long, dawn began to break. Rizu exited the meeting room and ambled towards his home, where he could already see several clan members engaged in morning exercises. He approached one of the practitioners, waving to them. Clan leader, what is it? The practitioner asked, rushing over and bowing. Nothing. Please gather all the elders for a clan meeting. Rizu managed to suppress his emotions, maintaining a calm visage. Yes, clan leader. The practitioner replied and hurried off. Rizu wiped his face, regaining his usual composure before returning to the meeting room. Soon, several clan members began to arrive. Nichi, as always, entered alongside the elders. The atmosphere in the meeting room quickly grew chaotic, filled with heated arguments and occasional shouts. An hour later, the noise gradually subsided. Leaving the room cloaked in silence, the elders wearing grim expressions. Nichi, we find ourselves without options. We can only. An elder began. Nichi glanced around at the elders, then turned to Rizu, his mouth opening as if to speak, but he hesitated. I understand. I will spend more time with Niji and return tonight to provide a response to Yueying village, Nichi said, clenching his fists and speaking in a low tone. With those words, he rose unsteadily and made his way toward the exit of the meeting room. The elders watched Nichi's retreating figure, many letting out resigned sighs. Some of the branch family elders exchanged furtive glances at the main family members. Rizu remained silent until Nichi's silhouette disappeared from sight, revealing a face full of helplessness and anguish. Let us disperse, elder. Please send someone to the Hokage building, Rizu instructed, pinching the bridge of his nose and gesturing dismissively. Understood, clan leader, the elders replied, bowing before departing. Nichi slowly returned home, where he found his wife cradling Niji at the doorway. He approached her, embracing her tightly as he gently caressed Niji's cheek. What happened? What did the clan meeting conclude? She asked. Nothing significant. Please prepare breakfast. I wish to hold Niji a while longer, Nichi replied after a moment of silence, his voice soft. All right, here is Niji. I will go make breakfast, she said, passing the child to Nichi before heading to the kitchen. With Niji in his right arm, Nichi watched his wife's retreating figure. After a brief hesitation, he stepped inside the house. Entering the main hall, Nichi activated his Byakugan, scanning for any signs of surveillance. He retrieved a scroll, infused it with chakra, and produced a kunai inscribed with intricate runes. Gently stroking Niji's face, he murmured softly, Father will not witness your growth. All I can do now is this. I shall ensure you leave Konoha, leave the Hyuga clan, and never bear the caged bird seal. Nichi touched his forehead protector, lamenting, Father, am I truly so powerless? After a brief pause, he gripped the kunai tightly in his left hand, channeling chakra into it. Chapter 55, taking Niji away from Konoha in the land of rice. At Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan, who was conducting experiments alongside Orochimaru, suddenly paused, his attention drawn towards Konoha. What is it? Are you uncertain again? Orochimaru inquired, turning to face him with a countenance as dark as a soot-covered pot. After spending so many days together, Orochimaru had come to realize the extent of Li Yuan's knowledge deficiency. The magnificent creature he had crafted, the eagle, was a testament to his ability and a stroke of luck. Such a remarkable talent was being squandered on him. At times, Orochimaru felt an overwhelming urge to extract Li Yuan's eyes and implant them in himself, or even to be reborn in his body. Yet, there was one aspect of Li Yuan that he found commendable. His occasional suggestions were remarkably insightful, often providing him with clarity. No, it seems something has occurred in Konoha. Li Yuan remarked, his brows furrowed in concern. Konoha? What could possibly happen there? Orochimaru replied, his own brow knitting in contemplation. I provided Hinata Hayashi with a flying thunder god kunai. He activated it, Li Yuan stated, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Why is Hayashi seeking me? Wasn't it said that the caged bird seal could only be placed on those at least 3 years old? You're collaborating with Hayashi. Orochimaru paused his work, intrigued. Yes, I intend to take a Byakugan for further research, Li Yuan confessed. A Byakugan? And what use is it to take away Hayashi's child? Orochimaru shook his head dismissively. Orochimaru, can you clone? Li Yuan asked, looking intently at him. I was thinking of having you clone a child, substituting it for Hayashi's offspring for gradual study. Cloning? Yes, I can do that, but the subjects often suffer severe side effects and rarely survive beyond 2 years, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with a hint of intrigue. However, your idea has merit. If memory serves me, Hayashi's child is not yet 2 years old, and likely has not yet been marked with the caged bird seal. I had only considered the main branch before. You should investigate, and it would be best to bring back a Byakugan that hasn't been sealed yet. With your capabilities involved, it could possibly live for 5 to 6 years without raising suspicion. Very well, I shall see to it. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. How interesting. It seems I may soon acquire a Byakugan from the main branch, Orochimaru mused, licking his lips before returning to his experiments. In Konoha, at the Hyuga clan estate, within the residence of Hayashi, Li Yuan materialized out of thin air, casting a sweeping glance around as he extended his senses. This was a small tea room adjacent to the main hall, where Hayashi was seated with Niji in his arms. His expression far from pleasant. A teapot and 2 cups lay on the table, indicating that Hayashi had been waiting for some time. What is the matter? Isn't it still a bit early? Li Yuan asked, directing his gaze towards Hayashi. Sit. Hayashi gestured to the chair across from him. Can you take Niji away now? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. That poses no issue, but what will you do if I take Niji? Li Yuan inquired, lifting a cup from the table. I am about to die. What does it matter? Hayashi responded after a brief silence. Li Yuan was taken aback, halting his drinking. What has happened? Why are you on the verge of death? He looked at Hayashi in shock. I killed a ninja from the Cloud Village who came to Konoha. The village demands my surrender, Hayashi explained, stroking Niji's cheek gently. Li Yuan instinctively touched his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. The incident Hayashi described was supposed to happen years from now, likely during the Uchiha massacre as chronicled in the original narrative. It seemed that the Cloud Village had heard of the Uchiha clan's demise and had dispatched ninjas to Konoha to gauge the situation and seek justification for war. With the Uchiha clan fleeing, for other ninja villages, it was hardly different from a massacre. The Cloud Village's rakeage had sent ninjas to Konoha early, and Hayashi had killed someone prematurely. It was all becoming less surprising. All right, I can take Niji today. What do you wish to do with him? Li Yuan asked, glancing towards the hall. The caged bird seal. I cannot break it at this moment. I am powerless against that, Hayashi replied, looking towards the hall. Come in, Hayashi called, and a woman entered the tea room, walking slowly to his side. As long as Niji can leave Konoha, depart from the Hyuga clan, and avoid the caged bird seal, I will have no regrets, the woman said, gently caressing Niji with a resolute gaze. It is just a pity that you have not lived a good life, Hayashi embraced her. It matters not, as long as the child is well. The woman held on to Hayashi and Niji tightly. Please, do not display such affection before me. Perhaps it would be best if you lingered a while longer. And I shall take Niji later. Li Yuan turned his face away. No, take him now. Otherwise, it will only become harder to part. Hayashi hesitated before insisting. It would be prudent to leave a note or a farewell message. Otherwise, you may be coerced back to the village later, Li Yuan suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Oh, leaving him a note would indeed be wise, Hayashi mused, stroking Niji's hair. Yes, I need to pack the clothes I prepared for him as well. I will fetch them. The woman quickly exited the tea room. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Once I am finished, you may infuse chakra into him again. Li Yuan waved and vanished using the flying thunder god technique. In the next moment, Li Yuan found himself on a secluded street in Konoha, gazing at the bustling village under the morning sun. The atmosphere was as lively and clamorous as ever, with people bustling about. Li Yuan opted against using transformation techniques and directly strolled into the vibrant streets. After perusing the area for a while, he entered a small shop. "Welcome. What flavor of Ichiraku ramen would you like?" A man in his 30s approached him. "I'll have a bowl of your signature ramen." Li Yuan settled onto a chair. Coming right up, the man hurried towards the kitchen. Li Yuan scanned the shop. There were not many patrons, suggesting a quieter morning business. Soon, the chef returned, placing a steaming bowl of ramen before Li Yuan. "Please enjoy your meal," he said. Li Yuan picked up his chopsticks, lifted some noodles to his lips, and savored the taste. Despite having been in this world for many years, he had never tried Ichiraku ramen. He rarely ventured out to dine, having eaten communal meals in his clan during childhood, and later often dining at Kagaya and Appo's home or his own establishment. After a few bites, he found the flavor of Ichiraku ramen rather mediocre, lacking any distinctive qualities. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking echoed from outside. Li Yuan glanced over to see a figure enter, cradling a dog. "Boss, 2 bowls of your signature ramen, please," the newcomer announced, taking a seat at the table next to Li Yuan and placing his dog on another chair. Right away, the chef called as he rushed back to the kitchen. Li Yuan observed the dog, lost in contemplation. Should he acquire a couple of small dogs from the Inuzuka clan to bring back to his own estate? Their dogs were quite useful, particularly adept at tracking and finding people. If he were to bring back a few pups and enhance their abilities, would that not be even more advantageous? For instance, extracting Byakugan cells from Niji and integrating them into a dog's physiology. A dog with Byakugan would possess both scent and vision capabilities, making it an exceptional tracker. Yet, would that not result in redundant abilities, rendering it ineffective? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this idea was indeed worthwhile. If all else failed, keeping them as companions for the clan children would also be delightful. Feeling optimistic about the prospect, he lifted his bowl and moved to sit across from the man at the next table. Chapter 56. His return to Konoha, and what he has set his eyes upon before us, stands a young lad, roughly in his teenage years. Woof, woof, woof. The dog bared its teeth, fixating its gaze upon Li Yuan. "Calm down, don't bark. Just continue enjoying your meal," the boy quickly reassured, stroking the dog's head. Once the dog settled and resumed eating its bowl of Ichiraku ramen, he turned to Li Yuan and inquired with curiosity, "Who are you? Do we know each other? What brings you here?" "We are not acquainted, but we can be now. My name is Li Yuan," he replied, placing the bowl he held onto the table. "I am Inuzuka, the boy said. "Let me be frank. Your Inuzuka family dogs are quite fascinating," Li Yuan remarked, his eyes drawn to the white dog. The dog was seated at the table, devouring the ramen as if it were human. "Of course, our clan's ninja dogs are the finest," Inuzuka exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks with excitement. "Indeed, they appear splendid. I wish to raise 2. Does your Inuzuka family sell them?" Li Yuan nodded, looking at Inuzuka. "Sell them? They are our cherished companions," Inuzuka said, petting the dog with a disapproving look directed at Li Yuan. "My apologies, I misspoke. I simply wish to adopt 2. If that is not too much trouble," Li Yuan sighed, a look of disappointment crossing his face. "Well, it's not impossible. We don't sell them, but we do occasionally gift a few." Inuzuka hesitated, stroking the dog's head. "May I adopt 2 then?" Li Yuan asked. "Do you reside in Konoha permanently?" Inuzuka scrutinized Li Yuan. "No, why does that matter?" Li Yuan replied, puzzled. "We occasionally gift them to dog lovers and regularly check to ensure they are not mistreated." Inuzuka explained, shaking his head while petting the dog beside him. "You don't live in Konoha. It's simply not feasible." "Oh, I see. Then I suppose that's that," Li Yuan said, shaking his head and picking up his chopsticks to continue eating his ramen. After a moment, Li Yuan finished his bowl of Ichiraku ramen and looked at Inuzuka. "Inuzuka, I must take my leave. It's a pity I cannot adopt such a delightful dog." Li Yuan stood and began to walk towards the door. The boy waved goodbye as he continued to enjoy his ramen. Li Yuan stepped out of Ichiraku and wandered through the streets of Konoha. He planned to explore Konoha first, and in the afternoon, he would pick up Niji, intending to visit the Inuzuka clan in the evening to acquire a couple of puppies. Meanwhile, in a small shop on the second floor, a ninja peered through an open window towards the street. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and he tugged at the teammate beside him, who was eating breakfast. "Look at that person. Isn't he the Uchiha clan leader?" He pointed towards the street. "Yes, the Uchiha clan leader. Weren't they all supposed to have left?" Another ninja quickly leaned over to glance outside. "It's definitely him. The Hokage has issued a search for them. You stay here and keep an eye on him. Report back to the Hokage," he instructed, quickly rising and dashing out of the small shop towards the Hokage building. How bothersome. I've been spotted. Li Yuan halted, turning to gaze at a window on the second floor of a small shop. The ninja instinctively recoiled, diverting his gaze elsewhere. In the next moment, he turned back and was momentarily taken aback. Where did he go? He swiftly scanned his surroundings, leaping out of the window and surveying the street. Hokage building, Hokage's office. The third Hokage, after hearing the report, tightened his grip on his pipe, poised to speak. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted him. Come in. The third Hokage inserted the pipe into the corner of his mouth. Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan leader has vanished. The ninja who had just entered reported. You may return. I am aware. The third Hokage took a deep breath of smoke. Understood, Hokage-sama. The two bowed and exited. The third Hokage clenched his pipe, resting a hand on his forehead. What could Li Yuan be plotting upon his return to Konoha? Last time, the theft of the first Hokage's corpse from the root laboratory was attributed to him. No one else possesses the capability to abscond with the corpse and equipment so swiftly. Or has he set his sights on something else within Konoha? The third Hokage gripped his pipe, muttering in a low, furious tone, Damn it, it is because of your departure from Konoha that this conflict arose. Now you bring me more trouble. In the land of rice, atop a mountain peak, Jiraiya-sama, that person's chakra signature is just below, in the valley ahead. Gamakichi observed, gazing down at the valley. The valley, encircled by mountains, featured a river flowing through its center. A splendid location, surrounded by natural barriers and abundant fresh water. Jiraiya remarked, surveying the surroundings. No wonder Orochimaru has chosen to reside here. All right, Gamakichi, you've worked hard. You can return now, Jiraiya addressed the toad. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Gamakichi waved a front paw. In the next moment, a puff of smoke rose and dissipated, and Gamakichi vanished. Jiraiya gazed at the valley, stroking his chin in contemplation. After a moment, he clenched his fists and dashed down the mountainside towards the valley, shouting, Orochimaru, come out. I, Jiraiya, have found you. I know you are here. Show yourself. Inside the base laboratory, Orochimaru paused his experimentation upon hearing the voice, frowning as he looked towards the outside. This guy has come. I'll ignore him for now. Orochimaru continued with his experiment. A tremendous rumble echoed from the ground, vibrations coursing beneath. A stone dislodged from the ceiling, crashing onto the experimental apparatus with a loud bang. The clattering continued, shattering numerous instruments. Jiraiya, get out. Orochimaru clenched his fists, roaring with fury. Another thunderous sound reverberated as Orochimaru hurriedly rolled up some critical equipment with a scroll. In the next moment, he vanished from the laboratory. Outside the base, on the valley plains, Jiraiya stood atop the enormous toad, Fukasaku, surveying the area, yet still failing to spot Orochimaru. Fukasaku, jump again. Jiraiya chuckled. Jiraiya-sama still jumping? Fukasaku, pipe in mouth, scratched his head with a front paw. What purpose does it serve? Is anyone down there? Orochimaru is inside. Fukasaku, jump higher. Jiraiya continued to chuckle. That snake-like guy? Then I'll have some fun. Fukasaku leaped high, preparing to crash down onto the ground. At that moment, a voice echoed from nearby. Stop, Jiraiya. Are you intending to demolish my base? However, it was already too late, as Fukasaku landed heavily on the ground. A resounding crash erupted, creating a massive crater as the ground trembled. Jiraiya, you've destroyed my laboratory. I will settle this with you. Orochimaru, now visible not far away, shouted angrily. Orochimaru, you've shown yourself. Jiraiya exclaimed, looking towards Orochimaru. Come back to Konoha with me. Jiraiya, you've ruined my laboratory. I will. Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils fixated intensely on Jiraiya. Chapter 57. Orochimaru, return with me to Konoha. Jiraiya fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, murmuring softly. It should not be so. Orochimaru did not possess the golden gleam. Shaking his head, Jiraiya continued, Orochimaru, you have done well to ruin my laboratory. If you do not produce several 100 million today, we shall not be finished. Orochimaru bit his fingertip, forming hand seals and striking the ground. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, swiftly dissipating to reveal a colossal serpent, several dozen meters in length, coiled at Orochimaru's feet. Orochimaru, whoever you intend to battle today, I shall withdraw if it is a giant eagle, hissed the serpent. Your old rival, Orochimaru stated, his eyes locked onto Jiraiya. This time, I can forego the sacrifice, the serpent hissed, its tongue flicking as it fixed its gaze on Gamabunta. Several 100 million? Is your laboratory truly worth that much? Jiraiya regained his composure, his expression stiffening as he glanced at the gaping hole beneath Gamabunta's feet. Did you say so? Orochimaru's eyes bore into Jiraiya. Ah, come back with me to Konoha, and I will have the old man compensate you, Jiraiya murmured, scratching the back of his head, a hint of guilt in his tone. Humph, it appears you are not inclined to offer compensation, Orochimaru sneered dismissively. I do not possess such a sum, Jiraiya replied quietly. Vast serpent, attack! Orochimaru bellowed. It was about time to commence the battle. Why the incessant chatter? The serpent hissed again, charging towards Gamabunta. As the massive creature advanced, it left deep impressions in the ground. Gamabunta unsheathed his long blade and leaped to meet the serpent's charge. The serpent reared back, leaping upwards and opening its jaws wide to bite down on Gamabunta. With determination, Gamabunta swung his blade, aiming for the serpent's gaping maw. The serpent quickly closed its jaws, bracing for impact with its body, while its long tail lashed out towards Gamabunta. The blade struck the serpent's body, sparks flying as its scales shattered, blood trickling forth. The serpent retaliated with its tail, striking Gamabunta, sending him careening into a nearby mountain with a resounding crash, dust swirling into the air. The serpent let out a pained hiss, charging at Gamabunta once more. Amidst the dust, Gamabunta sprang forward to meet the serpent. At that moment, the two titanic beasts clashed fiercely, dust and thunderous sounds filling the air. After a brief tumult, silence gradually enveloped the valley. Both beasts bore numerous wounds, panting heavily as they stared intently at one another. The serpent exhibited several broken scales, blood seeping from its wounds, while Gamabunta displayed bruises in various shades. In the next moment, two plumes of smoke rose, and the beasts vanished from sight. Jiraiya and Orochimaru landed, their gazes locked in intensity. Orochimaru, shall we call off the fight? Jiraiya gestured in a conciliatory manner. Orochimaru surveyed the devastation around them, his grip tightening on the Kusanagi sword. The entire valley lay in ruins, the ground deeply scarred from the ferocious battle of the two beasts. It is finished. My entire laboratory is destroyed. Not a single item remains, Jiraiya lamented. You say we shall cease the fighting? Orochimaru's tongue flicked, his golden snake eyes fixated on Jiraiya. Jiraiya glanced around, scratching the back of his head once more. Regardless, your experiments were hardly virtuous. Their destruction may prevent further harm. Jiraiya's voice wavered with uncertainty. You. Very well, Orochimaru hissed, his temper boiling as he gritted his teeth, his golden pupils glaring at Jiraiya. In an instant, he tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, charging at Jiraiya once more. Hold on. I will compensate you. Jiraiya hastily raised his hands in surrender. How much? Orochimaru halted. 50 million, is that agreeable? Jiraiya murmured. Is that a pittance? I invested at least 500 million in this base, which took a year to establish. Orochimaru's frustration surged, his grip on the Kusanagi sword tightening again. I possess just over 100 million, Jiraiya quickly interjected. Bring it all to me. Orochimaru's fierce gaze bore down on Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression faltered. Over 100 million represented years of savings. Orochimaru, we were once comrades. Might you offer a discount? Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. Comrades, you have destroyed my vital laboratory. This sum is merely a token of our past friendship. After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya produced a scroll, looking intently at Orochimaru. Will you return with me to Konoha? I have further inquiries. Return? Do you truly think that possible? Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully. This is compensation for the destruction of my base. Do not negotiate further, just hand it over. Orochimaru gripped the Kusanagi sword, charging at Jiraiya once again. Today, I will not be calmed until I have settled this. Orochimaru thought, the devastation of his base weighing heavily upon him, knowing the arduous task of rebuilding lay ahead. I shall give you the payment. Stand down. Jiraiya quickly tossed the scroll towards Orochimaru, waving his hands. This is insufficient. We are far from finished. Orochimaru seized the scroll and stowed it away, continuing his advance toward Jiraiya. Still fighting? Jiraiya retreated, drawing kunai to defend himself. Orochimaru ignored him, swinging his sword toward Jiraiya once more. The clash of metal resonated in the air. Moments later, they stood facing one another. Orochimaru, will you not return with me to Konoha? Jiraiya pressed once more. Begone. Do not bother me. Orochimaru sheathed the Kusanagi sword, turning to leave. You must return with me today. Jiraiya dashed in front of Orochimaru, blocking his path. Do you wish to fight again? Orochimaru red-dripped his sword. Orochimaru, listen to me, Jiraiya implored. The Sage of Toads has received a new prophecy. He foretold that a being with golden eyes will bring significant change to the future. This entity may usher in light for the shinobi world, or it may bring about its destruction, rendering the land lifeless. You are the one with golden eyes. Come back to Konoha and stay for a few more years. That old toad's prophecy? Orochimaru scoffed. Golden eyes? You suspect it could be me? Leave. Orochimaru bellowed at Jiraiya. I also find it unlikely to be you. After all, there are missions to seek you out. Let us collaborate, Jiraiya offered, taking a few steps back and lowering his voice. Do not pester me. I shall not return to Konoha, Orochimaru reiterated, turning away. Orochimaru, you must accompany me back to Konoha today, Jiraiya shouted. Not going back, what can you do? Orochimaru continued. Not looking back. Then I shall unleash all my strength and knock you unconscious to take you back, Jiraiya declared loudly. Very well, I shall witness your full might. Orochimaru halted, licking his lips. Jiraiya pricked his fingertip and formed seals, slamming his right hand onto the ground. A cloud of smoke cleared to reveal two elder toads. Oh, are we entering Sage mode? I am eager to test this, Orochimaru smirked. Fukasaku, Shima, I call upon your assistance. Jiraiya clasped his hands together. Young Jiraiya, shall we fight Orochimaru? The two toads leaped onto Jiraiya's shoulders, gazing at Orochimaru. Indeed, incapacitate him and bring him back to Konoha, Jiraiya affirmed, his expression shifting with determination. Orochimaru awaited patiently, intrigued to experience Jiraiya's Sage mode for himself, curious about its power. Chapter 58. Let us return to Konoha moments later. Jiraiya's face was adorned with numerous toad spots, his pupils transformed into a vibrant orange, casting shadows around him. Orochimaru, let us continue, Jiraiya declared, releasing his clasped hands and clenching his fists as he gazed at Orochimaru. How intriguing. I have long wished to experience your Sage mode, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips and gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly. Very well, today you shall witness its true power, Jiraiya affirmed, charging towards Orochimaru. He refrained from employing ninjutsu, aware that the potency of such techniques in Sage mode would be challenging to control, particularly against an opponent like Orochimaru. Furthermore, with Tsunade absent, sustaining serious injuries would complicate any potential healing. In Sage mode, Jiraiya's speed, strength, and resilience were significantly enhanced. Upon seeing Jiraiya's advance, Orochimaru sheathed his Kusanagi sword and lunged forward to meet him. Multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru exclaimed as he extended his right hand, unleashing a torrent of serpent shadows that lunged at Jiraiya. Swiftly, Jiraiya evaded, the serpents whizzing past him while he closed in on Orochimaru, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Orochimaru sidestepped, countering with a strike towards Jiraiya's torso. The two exchanged blows in a fierce flurry. Moments later, Jiraiya landed a solid hit on Orochimaru's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Orochimaru swiftly expelled a large white snake, which coiled away from him before releasing its master. Indeed, Sage mode is formidable, Orochimaru remarked, brushing his chest and licking his lips once more. Once again, Jiraiya charged at Orochimaru, and soon enough, Orochimaru found himself propelled away, crashing against a rocky wall. Emerging from the snake's mouth once more, his expression darkened. He realized he was outmatched by Jiraiya's Sage mode. Their previous skirmish had left him at a disadvantage. Jiraiya still had numerous Sage techniques at his disposal, a fact not lost on Orochimaru. With a scowl, he charged at Jiraiya. The rapid exchange of strikes continued, echoing with the sounds of fists and feet colliding. Enough of this game, Jiraiya, Orochimaru shouted, and a massive snake burrowed swiftly into the ground. Jiraiya formed hand seals quickly, also descending into the earth. The ground trembled as the snake burst forth again, this time spitting out Orochimaru. Jiraiya emerged from the shattered terrain, once more tightening his fists and advancing on Orochimaru. You won't escape today. We are returning to Konoha together, Jiraiya declared resolutely. All right, enough, Orochimaru retorted, using the force of Jiraiya's punch to spring back 3 meters, reaching for the Kusanagi at his waist. Jiraiya halted, also grasping a kunai from his belt. He dared not block Orochimaru's Kusanagi with his fists. The two locked eyes, each sizing the other up. Such a fierce battle. You've practically demolished the base, a voice chimed in from a distance. They turned to see a young man in a black tracksuit with black hair and eyes approaching. Uchiha clan leader, Li Yuan, Jiraiya muttered, retracting his hand from the kunai. You've arrived. You didn't bring the others, did you? Orochimaru glanced at Li Yuan, releasing his grip on the Kusanagi. The thought of it irked Orochimaru. They had agreed to seek the Uzumaki clan, yet he had seen no sign of them. Instead, he was told they were too weak and sent back to the Uchiha territory to recuperate. One Uzumaki clan member, and you say they're too weak? Are you quite familiar with them? Of course, we are acquainted. Are you two not fighting? Li Yuan approached Orochimaru, turning his gaze to Jiraiya. You two are allied? Jiraiya asked in astonishment, observing the two standing together. Indeed, Orochimaru replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Why are you leaving Konoha now, Uchiha clan leader? Jiraiya pressed, fists clenched, and eyes fixed on Li Yuan. Leaving is simple enough, Li Yuan shrugged. Do you realize that your departure nearly incited the Fourth Great Ninja War? Jiraiya roared. And what does that concern me? Li Yuan waved dismissively. How can it not concern you? Konoha is. Jiraiya shouted, pointing at Li Yuan. Stop, stop. Li Yuan interjected, raising his hands to halt Jiraiya's tirade. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya steadied himself, eyes filled with anticipation. Is there a chance of returning? Do you truly believe that is possible? Li Yuan retorted. Come on, Jiraiya, don't play the fool, with that old man and the others around. Orochimaru chuckled. Jiraiya fell silent, contemplation washing over him. But Konoha, he murmured. Do not speak of Konoha. It doesn't concern me, Li Yuan dismissed, waving his hand again. Orochimaru, let us depart. Do not concern yourself with him, Li Yuan directed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru surveyed the chaotic surroundings, casting one last glance at Jiraiya before turning to leave. Stop right there. You will all return to Konoha with me today? Jiraiya bellowed. You wish to continue? The two halted, their expressions darkening as they faced Jiraiya. Indeed. I will bring you back to Konoha, even if I have to incapacitate you, Jiraiya declared fiercely. Orochimaru, take a breather. I will test Jiraiya's strength. Li Yuan stepped forward. Very well. I am curious to see how strong you truly are, Li Yuan, Orochimaru said, stepping back. I too wish to gauge my own strength. I have hardly engaged in battle, Li Yuan stated, focusing intently on Jiraiya, his body crackling with lightning. Lightning chakra mode from Cloud Shadow Village? How did you acquire this? Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished as he scrutinized Li Yuan. Intriguing. You can wield such power, Orochimaru noted, licking his lips. Do not concern yourself with how I obtained it. Let us see what you can do, Li Yuan declared, clenching his fists and charging at Jiraiya. Very well, I shall take you down today, Jiraiya responded, also lunging at Li Yuan. Li Yuan aimed a punch at Jiraiya's chest, but Jiraiya swiftly sidestepped, countering with his own strike. Li Yuan evaded, pivoting to avoid Jiraiya's blow. Jiraiya quickly turned, landing an elbow strike on Li Yuan's chest. Is your combat experience lacking? Li Yuan mused, rubbing his chest thoughtfully. Once more, Li Yuan charged at Jiraiya, only to be sent flying again after a brief exchange. In their recent encounters, Li Yuan recognized that while his attributes surpassed even Jiraiya's sage mode, he struggled to land a hit. Li Yuan's body shimmered with golden light, intertwining with the lightning as he charged at Jiraiya once more. This golden glow, is it? Jiraiya mused, eyes fixated on the radiant aura enveloping Li Yuan. Chapter 59, Is it you in the prophecy? Li Yuan dashed swiftly towards Jiraiya, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. With a resounding thud, Jiraiya was sent flying. Li Yuan momentarily froze, staring at his own fist. Was the combination of the golden light spell and lightning technique truly this formidable? It seemed unlikely. Jiraiya had suddenly been caught off guard and failed to evade. Steadying himself, Jiraiya wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, placing a hand on his chest, and fixed his gaze intently on Li Yuan. What is that golden aura surrounding you? Jiraiya demanded, clenching his fist. You need not know, Li Yuan retorted, charging at Jiraiya once again. Tell me, what is that golden radiance? Do you possess the golden eyes as well? Jiraiya bellowed. How do you know about that? Li Yuan halted, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Jiraiya, then glanced towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru had witnessed his golden eyes. Surely he wouldn't have disclosed that. Don't look at me. I haven't said a word, Orochimaru replied, licking his lips with a gleeful expression. He was intrigued by Li Yuan's future ambitions, especially since they had prompted the old toad to make such a polarized prophecy. Could it be that the power of the 6 paths he mentioned had indeed been successfully researched? How fascinating, especially with the impending upheaval in the ninja world. He remarked that the old toad had foreseen a figure radiating with golden light, destined to bring about significant changes in the ninja realm. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with fervor as he focused on Li Yuan. As a fellow contractor of the three great sage toads, Orochimaru was aware of the toad's abilities, which generally held a degree of accuracy. That toad would inevitably seek to eliminate him. Li Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Without hesitation, Li Yuan sprinted towards Orochimaru. Disregarding Jiraiya. Orochimaru, we must leave. You are the one, aren't you? Stop right there and return to Konoha with me. Jiraiya shouted as he lunged at Li Yuan. Senjutsu, hair needle thousand strikes. Jiraiya's white hair stiffened rapidly, transforming into a storm of needles that shot towards Li Yuan and Orochimaru. Li Yuan swiftly formed a golden shield, blocking the assault. The needles struck the shield, producing a relentless barrage of sounds. In the next instant, Li Yuan had already reached Orochimaru, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let us go? With that, Li Yuan invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two vanished from sight. Humph, Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya furrowed his brow as he stared into the empty space ahead. This complicates matters. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya bit his fingertip and performed a hand seal. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke erupted, swiftly dissipating to reveal a small, vibrant green toad, less than a meter in height. Master Jiraiya, whom are you seeking? The toad sage inquired, gazing at Jiraiya. Can you sense if another presence is nearby? Jiraiya looked at the toad sage with anticipation. The toad sage hopped around, occasionally croaking. Master Jiraiya, there is indeed a presence of natural energy nearby. Can you track him? Jiraiya asked eagerly. It's somewhat difficult. I will try, the toad sage replied, closing its eyes in concentration. Moments later, it opened its eyes and shook its head. Master Jiraiya, I cannot sense him. He is utilizing natural energy, which possesses a unique aura devoid of chakra. I see. Jiraiya pinched the bridge of his nose and looked back at the toad sage. Then let us focus on Orochimaru. All right, that one should be easier to find, the toad sage said, closing its eyes once more. After a brief moment, it declared, Master Jiraiya, this way. The toad sage leaped in a direction, and Jiraiya hurriedly followed. From Li Yuan's earlier reaction, Jiraiya was convinced that Li Yuan certainly still possessed the golden eyes. The figure foretold by the toad sage was undoubtedly him. Jiraiya was determined to find him, bring him back to Konoha, and guide him properly to ensure a favorable future. The prophecy must come to fruition, illuminating the land with golden radiance. If Li Yuan refused to return to Konoha, then he would have to find a way to eliminate him. The ninja world must not descend into destruction. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara's thoughts were interrupted as Li Yuan and Orochimaru appeared before him seemingly out of thin air. Let us take a moment here, Li Yuan said, retracting his hand from Orochimaru's shoulder. You must be the one from the toad sage's prophecy, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as he gazed at Li Yuan. Isn't it so? If I am not mistaken, it should indeed be me, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. In the next moment, a golden radiance emanated from his entire being, his eyes transforming into golden orbs, three black tomos spinning rapidly within. Orochimaru fixated on Li Yuan's current state, murmuring to himself, golden light, golden eyes. The prophecy Jiraiya mentioned must pertain to you. Did Jiraiya mention anything else regarding this prophecy? Li Yuan inquired as he retracted the golden light spell, his golden Sharingan reverting to its black hue as he directed his gaze at Orochimaru. Nothing at all, Orochimaru replied, touching his forehead and fixing his eyes on Li Yuan, his tongue flicking across his lips. What exactly are you planning that would lead to such a prophecy? What am I planning? Li Yuan chuckled, looking at Orochimaru. First, I intend to gather more bloodline ninjas and conduct some research together. Are you not intrigued? As for what comes next, that is still too far off to disclose. Li Yuan certainly would not reveal to Orochimaru his ambitions regarding the tailed beasts, his desire to encounter Otsutsuki, or whether he could acquire chakra fruits. As for the prophecy of the toad sage, foretelling the obliteration of the ninja world and a lifeless land, it likely indicated the god tree bearing chakra fruits. The idea of a golden radiance illuminating the earth was improbable. Was he truly such a benevolent individual? According to the toad sage's prophecy, should he pursue the chakra fruits? Although he was not a virtuous person, he would rather avoid the annihilation of the world. After all, there were many individuals he held dear in this world. For now, he would proceed step by step, adhering to his original plans. Indeed, it truly is the power of the six paths, he laughed heartily. This ninja world requires a change. Orochimaru, licking his lips, appeared exhilarated. As you can see, my strength is comparable to yours. Without harnessing some of the six paths' power, I lack the capability to stir the ninja world. I must acquire some bloodline powers. I cannot let myself be outdone by that underperformer, Orochimaru said. Placing a hand on his chest, his expression grave. You are not bringing the Byakugan, are you? You won't be heading back to your clan, will you? Orochimaru asked, narrowing his eyes at Li Yuan. Not at all. Something happened in Konoha. Hayashi is on the verge of death. So I asked him to spend more time with his children. I will fetch Niji this afternoon, Li Yuan noted, glancing at the sun overhead. It was now midday. The bright sunlight shining down on the earth. Something occurred in Konoha? Orochimaru inquired, puzzled. Hayashi killed a cloud ninja, the third Hokage, wishing to avoid war. Has demanded the Hyuga clan hand over Hayashi. Ah, that sounds like the old man's style, Orochimaru remarked, turning to face Konoha's direction. The atmosphere remains stagnant, just as it has been for years. The ninja world must undergo transformation. Perhaps the prophecy holds some merit after all. Orochimaru turned his gaze back to Li Yuan, licking his lips once more. Chapter 60. I want to use the gene liquid. The Taiyan's Higuo base has been destroyed. Do you still have a base? Li Yuan inquired of Orochimaru. Yes, but it is vastly inferior, Orochimaru replied, clenching his fists with a dark expression. The thought of it made him wish he could strike Jiraiya again. The base he had painstakingly built had been obliterated, costing him billions. He was determined to make Jiraiya cough up at least $1 billion in compensation. Otherwise, he would not let it go. Orochimaru rubbed his forehead, realizing that he might not be able to confront him again. Asking for more funds seemed quite a challenge now. I and Appos, I'll send you there, Li Yuan said, placing his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. There's a large base on a deserted island, but you probably can't reach it. Orochimaru shook his head and turned his gaze in another direction. Let's head to the land of grass first. There's a small base there. By the way, can you conceal your chakra presence? Li Yuan withdrew his hand from Orochimaru's shoulder. What's the matter? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. Jiraiya is likely to come looking for us. If you suppress your chakra signature, it will be much harder for him to locate you, Li Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Orochimaru clenched his fists again. This troublesome man could indeed pose a threat. If he finds me, one of my bases will be destroyed again. Wait a moment. I will seal a portion of my chakra, Orochimaru said, forming hand seals. Tiny runes appeared, rapidly sinking into his body, vanishing from sight. Li Yuan extended his perception and noted that Orochimaru's chakra presence had diminished significantly, likely undetectable at a distance. Let us go to the land of grass, Orochimaru said. Withdrawing his hands, Li Yuan placed his right hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and they vanished. In the mountains of the land of grass. Amidst dense jungle, Orochimaru led Li Yuan swiftly, stopping at a sheer cliff. We've arrived. It's right below, Orochimaru said, leaping off the precipice. Li Yuan quickly followed. Jumping down the cliff. After a 10-meter drop, they landed on a small protruding platform. Both Orochimaru and Li Yuan steadied themselves on the stone platform. Beside the platform, a natural cave adorned with vines beckoned. The cave was approximately 3 meters wide and high, shrouded in darkness, indicating its depth. This place is quite concealed. How did you discover it? Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. I stumbled upon it by chance, though it is rather small, Orochimaru remarked as he approached the cave. Indeed, if we excavated too much with ninjutsu, it could collapse. Li Yuan followed Orochimaru into the cave. They traversed through a 10-meter-long dark passage, emerging into a hall of about 100 square meters. Orochimaru approached a side wall and operated something. Instantly, the hall illuminated as if it were daytime, and sounds echoed from nearby. Li Yuan glanced around, observing that the ceiling was connected to several light bulbs by wires. Scattered instruments lay within the hall, and not far from the stone wall, 3 more passages awaited exploration. Orochimaru had presumably activated the generator, bringing the entire small base to life. This place is rather nice, albeit a bit cramped. Li Yuan surveyed the hall. It is indeed small. Many of my instruments cannot fit. Orochimaru retrieved a large stack of scrolls from his robe. After some deliberation, he kept 5, infusing chakra into them, causing several instruments to materialize within the hall. Orochimaru busily connected the instruments while Li Yuan continued to inspect the base. Before long, Orochimaru, I must head to Konoha. Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God mark. Very well, go swiftly and return quickly. I wish to use that gene liquid. Orochimaru continued adjusting the instruments, his hands never ceasing. Are you not going to continue your research? This is quite sudden. Li Yuan paused, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Heh, The prophecy has come to pass. Our research on the power of the Six Paths bloodline has likely succeeded, and I wish to test it soon. Orochimaru halted his work and produced a vial of gene liquid, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he caressed the vial repeatedly. All right, I shall return with the Byakugan. Li Yuan waved his hand and disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru gazed at the vanishing figure of Li Yuan, the fervor in his eyes dimming somewhat as he continued to mumble to himself while staring at the gene liquid. I hope you are truly cooperating with me, otherwise I shall test it myself. Even if it is a trap, it matters not. Moreover, the power of the Uchiha bloodline, a fragment of the six-path strength. How exciting! Orochimaru licked his lips, carefully stowing the gene liquid away. In the land of fire, at the Valley of the End, beneath the statue of Uchiha Madara, the Toad Sage opened his eyes. Lord Jiraiya, Orochimaru's chakra presence has vanished. Try again, Toad Dragon, Jiraiya said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lord Jiraiya, I have sensed it multiple times. The presence is indeed gone, Toad Dragon replied helplessly. It is likely that he has sealed his chakra, rendering it undetectable, Jiraiya sighed. Well, you should return for now. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Toad Dragon waved his claw. A plume of smoke rose and quickly dissipated, and Toad Dragon vanished from sight. Jiraiya clenched his fists, lost in thought. Where could Li Yuan and Orochimaru have gone? They likely ventured to one of Orochimaru's new bases. The ninja world is vast. Without a chakra presence, how can I find them? I shall return to Konoha for assistance. Perhaps the old man can help locate them. I refuse to believe they will remain hidden in the base, not making an appearance in the ninja world. Jiraiya glanced at the sky, orienting himself before leaping down from the statue and hurrying towards Konoha. In Konoha, at the Hyuga clan's residence. Within the hall of the Hinata household, a couple embraced a child. Before them lay a table stacked with a multitude of thick scrolls, accompanied by a kunai inscribed with runes. In the next moment, Li Yuan materialized before their table. Have you made all the arrangements? He inquired, looking at the Hinata couple. Yes, everything is set. It's all here, Hinata said, handing over the child while turning away, avoiding the gaze. That's good. The scrolls on the table aren't all for him, are they? Li Yuan accepted the child with his left hand while eyeing the table with a frown. Yes, they are all supplies prepared by his mother, Hinata replied, glancing at his wife. How can I carry so many scrolls all at once? Li Yuan extended his right hand, gesturing as if to grasp them. Then, let us only take one platter. The woman stood, pacing a bit before offering a platter of scrolls. That's much better. Li Yuan drew the platter closer to himself. Is there anything else? None at all. Hinata reached out, wanting to touch the child's face but hesitated. You should take him away quickly. I fear. Hinata covered his face with one hand, gesturing. Please hurry and take him. I too. Fear I won't be able to let go. The woman clung to Hinata, her face buried in his chest, softly weeping. Well then, I shall take my leave. Li Yuan waved at the Hinata couple. In the next moment, Li Yuan held Niji in his left arm and the platter of scrolls in his right, vanishing from sight. I must head to the Hokage building. Hinata patted his wife and gently pushed her away. Hinata, The woman clutched Hinata once more. All right, didn't we agree on this? Everything is for Niji. Hinata caressed his wife's hair. She released her embrace, sinking into a chair and murmuring to herself. Yes, everything has been agreed upon, all for Niji. Sighing, Hinata stepped outside. Hinata, I will be looking for you shortly, the woman whispered. Hinata paused for a moment before continuing on his way. The moment Niji was sent away, the woman's fate would be irrevocably altered. Chapter 61. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I am ashamed to be your shadow. In the land of lightning, at the border camp, within a wooden cabin, Lord Shi, this is a letter from the Reikage. A ninja bowed respectfully and handed over a scroll. She took the scroll, unfurling it to read quickly. The order was clear. Promptly expand the camp in anticipation of the incoming forces. He tucked the scroll away and addressed the ninja. Yes, understood. The ninja bowed again before departing. Shi, are we truly going to war? A dark-skinned, robust man approached. Indeed, we must prepare for battle. The Reikage is rallying troops to depart from the village tomorrow morning. She nodded. Sigh, it has barely been a year since the last great war. And we are faced with yet another. The ninja sighed deeply. Go observe the movements at the Konoha border camp, she instructed him. Of course. The ninja waved and exited the wooden hut. She glanced around the vacant cabin, letting out a sigh. Now is not the time to engage Konoha in war. We should at least wait a few more years. If the Reikage insists on immediate conflict, there is little we can do. In the land of fire, Konoha, at an inn, Darui, we need to discuss matters. Nara Shikaku entered the inn. Inside, a dozen cloud ninjas were gathered around 3 tables, enjoying their dinner. What is there to discuss? Either you hand over the murderer, or we go to war, Darui replied without lifting his head, shoving another rice ball into his mouth. It's that simple, there's nothing else to say. Nara Shikaku approached Darui's table and tapped on a cloud ninja's shoulder. Please make room. I need to speak with your captain. What is there to discuss? Don't think you can brush this aside. The ninja scoffed, raising his gaze. Let him speak. Darui waved dismissively. Fine. The cloud ninjas stood and moved to the adjacent table. Nara Shikaku sat down, placing a scroll on the table. Take a look at this. It contains Konoha's response to your village. He pushed the scroll forward. What is this? I've told you. Unless you surrender the murderer, there's nothing else to discuss. Darui set down his food and glanced at the scroll. Well, you'll see. It's precisely the response you requested, Shikaku said, resting his hand on his forehead. To be honest, Shikaku had not anticipated that the Hokage would demand the Hyuga clan hand over Hisashi. The fact that Hayashi had indeed surrendered his brother, who was his own kin, was a surprise. However, it was true that Konoha could not withstand another great war. Shikaku felt a twinge of resentment towards the third Hokage for this decision. Yet, there was a silver lining. This way, the fourth Great War would not commence, and his clan would remain off the battlefield. He did not express his discomfort, merely aiming to fulfill the Hokage's directive, thereby providing Cloud Village with no justification for war. Darui stared in disbelief at Shikaku, pointing at the scroll. You Konoha wouldn't actually give. Yes, indeed. You may take a look, Shikaku replied quietly. Darui took several deep breaths to calm himself, extending his right hand toward the scroll on the table. He picked it up, opened it, and infused it with chakra, causing a corpse to tumble out and land on the inn's floor. Darui observed the lifeless body of a young ninja from the Hyuga clan, his eyes a pale gray, confirming it was indeed Hyuga Hisashi. A collective gasp escaped the cloud ninjas present. It seems this was indeed the individual from yesterday. Konoha has truly surrendered him. Yes. The upper echelons of Konoha are quite lacking. One cloud ninja shook his head. Indeed, how fortunate we are to be from the cloud village. Shikaku clenched his fists, striving to maintain his composure. Stop. You two, verify whether this is the correct individual. Darui pointed to 2 ninjas. Yes, they replied, setting down their bowls. They approached the body, donned gloves, and began their examination. Moments later, they removed their gloves and looked at Darui. Darui-sama, it is indeed him, without a doubt. Understood. You may return to your meal. Darui waved them off. Darui, Konoha has handed you the murderer. Now, Shikaku glanced at the map displaying Hisashi's location. Speaking softly. Understood. I will report this to the Reikage, Darui sighed. You have received what you sought from Konoha, so I shall take my leave. Shikaku stood and exited the inn, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Very well, it seems war will not ensue. Darui waved, somewhat resigned. Watching Shikaku's retreating figure, Darui cast a long glance in the direction of the Hokage's office. The actions of the third Hokage left him feeling. Never mind. Let the Reikage bear the burden of this headache. Perhaps it is for the best that he finds no reason to initiate conflict. Darui sealed Hisashi's body back within the scroll, produced a blank scroll, and swiftly penned a message upon it. Moments later, he handed both scrolls to a ninja, instructing, deliver these to the Reikage. The ninja bit his fingertip to form a seal, summoning a dog. He tied the scrolls to the dog's back, and with a puff of smoke, the dog vanished. In the land of lightning, within the cloud village, the Reikage's office, Reikage-sama. We have received the latest news from Konoha. An Anbu ninja rushed into the office. Show me. It can't be that something has happened to Darui. The fourth Reikage. Grabbed the 2 scrolls. He examined them, letting out a sigh of relief. He opened one scroll, which contained a letter, quickly scanning its contents. In the next moment, took hold of the second scroll, infused it with chakra, and a corpse fell out. Clenched his fists, delivering a powerful punch to the desk. With a resounding crash, the desk split in half, documents scattering across the floor, creating a cacophony of noise. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am ashamed to be your shadow. A roared, disregarding the ruined desk. How could you act so? Are you not concerned about the Hyuga's reaction? Moreover, how can your esteemed Hyuga clan, known throughout the ninja world, be so spineless? With another powerful blow, it struck the wall, causing it to crack. He leaped from the cloud building, landing in an open area. With a series of forceful punches against a large rock, dust soared into the air, accompanied by thunderous sounds. After a moment, he ceased his assault, took a deep breath, and re-entered the cloud office. The Anbu ninja remained silently waiting nearby, clearly accustomed to AS outbursts. He inhaled deeply several times, regaining his composure, and approached the shattered desk, surveying the damage. Cancel tomorrow's troop assembly. Inform Shi and Darui to return. He rubbed his forehead. The Anbu ninja bowed and left. Remove this desk and bring in a sturdier one. 2 Anbu ninjas entered, deftly carrying away the broken desk and organizing the scattered documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I am ashamed to be your shadow, he continued to mutter in a low voice. In the land of fire, outside the gates of Konoha, within the forest, Jiraiya glanced at the barrier before stepping into Konoha. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's Bite in the Land of Grass. At Orochimaru's base, Li Yuan cradled Neji as they emerged onto the stone platform outside the cave, extending his senses. In the next moment, he proceeded towards the interior of the base. After traversing the stone cave, he entered the hall where Orochimaru was conspicuously absent, surrounded by an array of interconnected instruments. A familiar chakra presence emanated from deeper within the cave, indicating that Orochimaru was busy preparing something. Li Yuan gently placed Neji on a table and found a chair to sit down, closing his eyes to meditate. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru emerged from the stone cave and stepped into the hall. His gaze quickly fell upon the sleeping Neji on the table, prompting him to approach. You really brought him, Orochimaru remarked, gently touching Neji's forehead. Didn't you want to see him? Otherwise, I would have returned him to his clan, Li Yuan replied, opening his eyes. He is so small. He should be sent back to his clan to avoid any unfortunate demise. Orochimaru retracted his hand. Very well, I shall send him back. With that, Li Yuan lifted Neji and stood up. In an instant, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Orochimaru retrieved a vial of genetic fluid, examining it closely while occasionally licking his lips. A small snake slithered from his sleeve, darting underground and disappearing from sight. Soon after, Li Yuan re-entered the hall from the cave. Orochimaru, are you still here waiting for me? He inquired as he approached the same table. Indeed, I awaited your return. I intend to use this vial of genetic fluid, Orochimaru stated, shaking the test tube in his hand. Are we using it now? Li Yuan asked, regarding Orochimaru with curiosity. Yes, let us proceed to the small laboratory, Orochimaru replied, heading towards another stone cave. Li Yuan followed closely behind. They navigated through the narrow cave, emerging into a spacious chamber of approximately 100 square feet. Within the hall, a bed was positioned against the wall, surrounded by various interconnected devices. Orochimaru approached the equipment, initiating a series of operations that illuminated several screens. This vial of genetic fluid does not require so many instruments, Li Yuan interjected, waving his hands. Very well. We shall not use them, Orochimaru acquiesced, halting his actions. I am not particularly adept with these instruments, Li Yuan admitted quietly. Then how do we utilize this genetic fluid? Orochimaru queried, lifting the test tube once more. My ability will envelop it, injecting it into your body for a gradual fusion, Li Yuan explained, gazing at the test tube. Is it truly that simple? Orochimaru asked, taken aback. Yes, lie down on the bed. I will handle the rest, Li Yuan directed, moving to the bedside. Orochimaru glanced at the genetic fluid before complying and reclining on the bed. Is there anything else I should know? He inquired, offering the test tube to Li Yuan. When I use my ability, you will fall into a deep slumber, likely for at least a day, Li Yuan clarified as he accepted the test tube. Must it be this way? Orochimaru frowned. Shall we proceed? Li Yuan toyed with the test tube, observing Orochimaru. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru licked his lips and responded. There is no harm. Such an intriguing endeavor must continue. He was unperturbed by the thought of Li Yuan taking advantage of his slumber, having already prepared contingencies. Very well. I shall begin, Li Yuan declared, producing a syringe. Proceed, Orochimaru nodded. Li Yuan opened the test tube, drawing the genetic fluid into the syringe, discarding the empty vial. He enveloped the syringe in a crimson glow. His left hand rested upon Orochimaru, also emanating a red light, which merged into his body. Orochimaru offered no resistance, allowing the crimson energy to spread within him as he gradually succumbed to sleep. Li Yuan swiftly inserted the glowing syringe into Orochimaru's right arm, rapidly injecting the genetic fluid. In the following moments, both hands rested upon Orochimaru, the red radiance intensifying. After half an hour, the crimson light faded, and Li Yuan withdrew his hands, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Extending his senses, he detected no other presences nearby, although he sensed Orochimaru's soul had weakened further. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Li Yuan pondered, "He has left contingencies to guard against me, yet they are of no use. Your soul is far too fragmented. Your resistance to my abilities is too low, rendering any future fusion of other soul fragments futile. As long as I ensure that the fragments of your soul within this body do not dissipate, your plans are ineffectual. Furthermore, I harbor no intent to harm you. I merely wish to strengthen our bond." With a mischievous grin, Li Yuan extended his right hand, which glowed with a cerulean light, swiftly merging into Orochimaru's form. Moments later, the blue light dissipated, and Li Yuan exited the hall, his face alight with excitement. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya stood by the window, addressing the third Hokage. "Old man, you need to mobilize forces to help me locate Orochimaru and Li Yuan. What is the matter? Have they entangled themselves together?" The third Hokage inquired, momentarily taken aback as he lifted his pipe. "Yes, they have indeed intertwined, and Li Yuan is the prophesied individual I seek." Jiraiya clenched his fists. "Prophecy? What was that prophecy you mentioned? I didn't quite catch it." The third Hokage resumed smoking, taking a deep breath. Jiraiya inhaled deeply, his expression grave as he recounted. "The Sage of the Toad foretold that a figure with golden eyes will bring significant upheaval to the shinobi world. This could herald a golden age of prosperity or potentially lead to the annihilation of the shinobi realm, leaving the land lifeless. Old man, you must assist me in finding them, otherwise, our future may be truly dire." "Very well, I shall issue a bounty for their capture," the third Hokage replied, exhaling a plume of smoke, unperturbed. "Moreover, you must remain in Konoha and engage in some administrative duties," he added. "Old man, I still have matters to attend to," Jiraiya retorted, retreating toward the window. "I must be off. Remember to help me find Orochimaru and Li Yuan," he declared before leaping through the window and disappearing into the night. "That rascal, why is it so difficult to share the burden?" The third Hokage tightened his grip on the pipe, his brow furrowed. He dismissed Jiraiya as prophecy, finding it absurd. After all, the shinobi world had progressed for many years. The notion of its destruction was laughable. At the Hyuga clan's residence, within the Hizashi household, a ninja reported to the clan leader. "Hizashi, his wife has committed suicide, and Niji has vanished. We have the scroll at home." "Indeed, Hizashi." Hizashi rose abruptly, seizing the scroll and scrutinizing its contents rapidly. After a brief moment, he set the scroll down, his expression darkening. He paced back and forth before halting to gaze at the ninja. "Who else is aware of this matter?" "Only my wife. I lived next door, and when she went to comfort him, she discovered this," the ninja replied in a hushed tone. "Find a child of Niji's age, someone who is about to die. I do not wish for others to learn of today's events," Hizashi instructed, his gaze fixed intently on the ninja. "Yes, clan leader." The ninja bowed and departed swiftly. Hizashi glanced at the scroll once more, carefully tucking it away in his robe. He murmured to himself, "Hizashi, I hope you are right. There is little I can do about clan regulations. This is all I can manage." Chapter 63. Returning to Eagle Island in the depths of the stone cave hall of Orochimaru's base in the Land of Grass, Orochimaru gradually awakened and rose from his bed. He rubbed his eyes, sensing the changes within himself. His vision had significantly improved. He could now discern even the fine dust suspended in the air from a distance. "Orochimaru, you're awake. You've been asleep for a day." Li Yuan entered the hall. "How do you feel now? You can try injecting chakra into your eyes." With a mischievous grin, Orochimaru approached an apparatus in the hall, which featured a small mirror. Facing the mirror, he channeled chakra into his eyes. Instantly, his golden vertical pupils transformed into a striking red, with a spinning tomo appearing within. "How fascinating. I truly possess the power of the Uchiha bloodline," Orochimaru mused, touching his eyes and licking his lips with his elongated tongue. "Don't celebrate too soon. It's merely a single tomo Sharingan," Li Yuan remarked, stroking his chin. "That's all right. It can evolve gradually." Orochimaru retracted his chakra, and his eyes returned to their golden state. "It might be challenging to evolve." Li Yuan shook his head, stepping closer to Orochimaru. "Is there a side effect? Have I not fused well?" Orochimaru turned to face Li Yuan. No, your spiritual energy is simply too weak. Li Yuan sighed. Please clarify, Orochimaru urged. The evolution of the Uchiha Sharingan requires formidable spiritual strength, in addition to mental stimulation, Li Yuan explained, touching his own eyes. When I administered the fusion gene fluid, I discovered your spiritual energy was inadequate, only allowing you to awaken the single tomo. Is that so? Orochimaru mused, contemplating his eyes softly. Orochimaru, how did it come to this? How is your spiritual energy so? Li Yuan inquired, feigning ignorance while observing Orochimaru. Well, I will find a way, Orochimaru replied, gazing determinately at Li Yuan. He certainly would not disclose that he had split his own soul. That was his safeguard. Let us go outside and test the Sharingan, Orochimaru quickly suggested, interrupting the conversation. How do we test it? There is not much to experiment with a single tomo Sharingan. Li Yuan waved dismissively. True, Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. Shall we proceed to integrate Sage Body? Orochimaru inquired eagerly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Indeed, that is my plan. Li Yuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Shall we go with the Uzumaki clan or the Senju? I believe the Uzumaki would be better. We have a pure-blooded Uzumaki among us, Li Yuan chuckled. Furthermore, we cannot utilize the cells of Hashirama. They are from a deceased. Take me to see the pure-blooded Uzumaki. I am eager to commence new experiments, Orochimaru declared with excitement. Then let us head to my new Uchiha clan territory. We can establish a base there. Li Yuan placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder. First, let us evaluate your new clan territory and determine its suitability for setting up a laboratory. Orochimaru glanced around at the various instruments. The next moment, Li Yuan invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, and they vanished. At Eagle Island, the sun hung high in the sky, illuminating the beach. Li Yuan reappeared with his hand resting on Orochimaru's shoulder. The sky echoed with the cries of eagles as 3 or 4 of various sizes circled above them. Li Yuan waved his hand, and a gust of wind rushed toward them. The eagles descended gracefully, landing in front of Li Yuan and nudging him with their beaks. Li Yuan stroked the lead eagle. Do they all possess the Sharingan? Orochimaru scrutinized a few eagles, locking his gaze on Li Yuan. The 2 larger ones are first-generation eagles, possessing the Sharingan, while the others are second-generation. How intriguing. Your abilities are remarkable, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips in delight. Go play, Li Yuan said, patting the eagle. With a sharp cry, the lead eagle took to the sky, soaring in circles overhead before departing with several others. A moment later, a group of figures armed with kunai rushed towards them. Recognizing Li Yuan, they sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully before continuing on their way. The clan leader and the elder emerged from the jungle. Orochimaru, let us go. Li Yuan called out to the elder. Orochimaru scanned the island before hastening to follow Li Yuan. The elder halted, astonished as he regarded the figure behind Li Yuan. Why have you brought Orochimaru here, leader? It's nothing. We are allies now, Li Yuan replied, placing a reassuring hand on the elder's shoulder. Come, lead me to see how the new clan territory is developing. Follow me, the elder gestured, casting a glance at Orochimaru as he turned to lead the way into the jungle. Li Yuan and Orochimaru followed closely behind. As they traversed the dense undergrowth, a spacious clearing came into view. Numerous individuals were busily engaged in various tasks. Some were hauling large trees from the forest, others were sawing lumber, while yet more were transporting wood away. Following the path of the transported wood, they spotted rows of half-constructed wooden houses, with many clan members engaged in carpentry. Quite impressive. The wooden houses are already halfway completed, Li Yuan nodded approvingly. Leader, the clan members are quite enthusiastic. After all, this is their home, the elder said, stroking his goatee. Take me to see the Uzumaki clan members I brought last time, Li Yuan requested, glancing at the elder. This way. She is already integrated here and is helping with the cooking, the elder replied, leading Li Yuan toward a camp of tents. Along the way, several people greeted Li Yuan, who responded to each one warmly. Near a large tent, the elder paused. Li Yuan looked over and saw a group of women washing vegetables and preparing meals. Among them a familiar red-haired figure. Her once dull red hair now gleamed with renewed vitality. Though her frame still appeared gaunt, yet she exuded a hint of liveliness. It was hardly surprising. She had only been here for a few days since being brought, and now she was showing signs of recovery, thanks to the formidable prowess of the Uzumaki clan's sage body. Orochimaru, that red-haired woman is a pure-blooded Uzumaki, Li Yuan stated, turning to Orochimaru. She is a fake Uzumaki. Isn't she? How come I cannot sense her vitality? Orochimaru frowned. Her life essence has been depleted, so naturally, you cannot sense it. There is no saving her. Li Yuan shook his head. What a pity. Orochimaru lamented. What do you think of this place? Can we establish a laboratory here? Li Yuan scanned the surroundings. Looking at Orochimaru. This island is quite suitable. Orochimaru nodded, gazing toward a mountain peak not far from the open ground. Eagle Island is surrounded on one side by a beach and backed by a towering mountain over 100 meters high. I want to establish the laboratory beneath that mountain. Orochimaru fixated on the imposing peak. The laboratory should ideally be built underground or within the mountain range, Li Yuan suggested, scratching his head. That's unnecessary. It's just a habit, Orochimaru responded, momentarily taken aback before placing his hand on his forehead. It should be located in a concealed area for safety, Li Yuan affirmed, directing his gaze to the elder. Very well, beside that mountain peak, I will have the clan members assist with the construction, he said. Leader, I will make the arrangements. The elder replied, rubbing his temples in resignation. When the time comes, the clan will benefit as well, Li Yuan encouraged, patting the elder's shoulder. By the way, elder, should I bring some other ordinary people along? It would be best to bring a few. Due to the Third War, the population in the clan is somewhat unbalanced. The elder remarked with a furrowed brow. All right, Orochimaru, do you need anything else? Li Yuan asked, turning to Orochimaru. Let us go together. I'm afraid you might damage my expensive instruments, Orochimaru replied hastily. Very well, let us first retrieve your equipment. Li Yuan placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder and used the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish once more. The following morning, Li Yuan and Orochimaru returned to Eagle Island. Communicate with the elder regarding the construction of the laboratory, Li Yuan instructed Orochimaru. By the way here, see if you can make something of this. Li Yuan handed Orochimaru a glowing orb. What is this? Orochimaru asked, accepting the orb. It's a Barret, a type of weapon that can kill from nearly 2 kilometers away. Ah, so far away. Quite intriguing, Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to caress the corner of his mouth. You should give it a try when you have the time. I wish to remain on this island for at least a decade, focusing intently on the study of bloodline powers. What are your thoughts? Li Yuan replied. I have no objections, as long as there are experimental materials, Orochimaru said, toying with the luminous orb in his hand. Very well, I shall venture out to bring back some ordinary individuals. By probing this orb with my mental energy, I can extract information. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished once more using the Flying Thunder God technique. As Orochimaru observed Li Yuan's departure, he directed his mental energy into the orb. Moments later, he extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, murmuring softly to himself. What an interesting concept. It can be utilized in such a manner, providing me with ample inspiration. Additionally, I am quite eager about the power of the 6 paths through bloodline fusion. Chapter 1. 13 years on the 63rd year of Konoha, at Seagull Island, 2 youths faced each other in a spacious training ground. One, with black hair and eyes, donned the attire of the Uchiha clan. He was Uchiha Sasuke. The other, with long brown hair cascading down his back and eyes devoid of pupils, was Hyuga Neji. Adjacent to the training ground, on the second floor of a building, Li Yuan cradled a 5 or 6-year-old child and observed the scene below. Let the match begin. Regardless of the outcome, as the 2 strongest individuals from your clans, you shall receive rewards. In the next moment, both boys surged forward in unison. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, occasionally accompanied by the crackle of flames. Below the training platform, numerous children cheered loudly. Sasuke, go! Defeat Neji. Neji, go! Overcome that arrogant brat. Yes, defeat him. Neji, you can do it. A girl with flowing red hair shouted. Xiangling, who do you actually want to win? A boy beside her cast a sidelong glance, returning his focus to the match. Well, they can't both win. Xiangling hesitated, her expression torn. Is that even possible? A boy scoffed. Xiangling lowered her head, clearly troubled. Neji had been like an older brother to her, caring for her since their mother had passed away 2 years ago. But Sasuke was undeniably handsome. Sasuke, go! You're the best, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she raised her right hand. Neji, hearing her, shot her a dark look. Seizing this moment of distraction, Sasuke landed a punch on Neji's chest, sending him flying off the training ground with a thud. With the match concluded, Sasuke triumphantly leapt into the training area, where Li Yuan was still holding the child. Go play with your brother, he said, gently setting the little girl down. Okay, father, she replied, running towards a 7 or 8-year-old boy nearby. Li Yuan watched the two children scamper off together, a smile spreading across his face. In the 3rd year on this island, Li Yuan had married Guangzi, and these two were their children. Turning his gaze towards Sasuke and Neji, he said, Sasuke, here is the lightning release technique, Chidori for you. He produced a scroll and handed it to Sasuke, who eagerly accepted it. Neji, this weapon is for you, Li Yuan said, presenting a scroll to Neji. And this, he added, producing a glowing orb, is the instruction manual for its use. Neji stepped forward, accepting both the scroll and the orb. Li Yuan scanned the surrounding youths and addressed the gathering. This round of competition has concluded. You may disperse. Xiangling, stay behind, he called to the red-haired girl. As the children gradually departed the training ground in small groups, Li Yuan noticed his son and daughter among them. Xiangling, feel free to choose any of them, he said, glancing at the girl approaching the platform. Ah, really? Xiangling exclaimed, hesitating between the two boys. After a moment's indecision, she blushed and wrapped her arms around Sasuke's arm. Neji clenched his fists and shot an annoyed glance at Sasuke before turning away. Li Yuan placed his hands on both boys' shoulders, finding the scene rather amusing. Truly, in the world of Hokage, even 13-year-olds possess such mature thoughts. In the next instant, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking the 3 children away. In Orochimaru's laboratory, they materialized inside a spacious hall filled with interconnected instruments and several single beds. Is this Orochimaru's lab? Sasuke asked, casting a curious glance around. Neji and Xiangling shared his intrigue. They had heard many terrifying rumors about this place, but had never entered. Those rumors were not fabricated by me. They were merely tales spun by parents to frighten their children, Li Yuan clarified. He had not intervened much, as long as the tales did not become too exaggerated. After all, Orochimaru was indifferent to such matters, focused solely on his experiments. Yes, this is indeed a laboratory, and there's another benefit I wish to provide you here, Li Yuan said with a grin. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Orochimaru entered, clad in a white lab coat, accompanied by the youth Kabuto. You're all here. Quickly, lie down on the beds, Orochimaru urged, his gaze fixating on them, his tongue flicking across his lips. The 3 youths instinctively recoiled, eyeing him warily. Go on and lie down. Nothing will happen here, Li Yuan reassured them, gesturing towards the beds. The stories you've heard about this laboratory were merely fabrications to scare you. Gradually relaxing their guard, the trio exchanged glances. Sasuke, the boldest among them, huffed and approached a single bed, lying down. How handsome Sasuke is. Xiangling couldn't help but exclaim softly. Xiangling, what are you saying? Neji frowned at her. Of course, he is your little brother, your family, she replied, looking up at Neji and playfully clinging to his arm. But Sasuke is quite charming, she added, releasing Neji and darting to the adjacent bed beside Sasuke. With a sigh, Neji settled onto another bed. You all may rest now. When you awaken, a surprise awaits, Li Yuan said, his right hand glowing with crimson light as it surged towards the 3, enveloping them. As the light dissipated within them, they fell into a deep slumber. Let us commence. Orochimaru, Li Yuan stated, his hands glow fading as he looked towards Orochimaru. Very well, Orochimaru responded, moving to Sasuke's bedside, producing a pre-prepared syringe. He swiftly injected it into Sasuke's right arm, slowly administering the serum. Li Yuan's hand glowed bright red, swiftly entering Sasuke's body. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on sensing Sasuke's internal condition. Rather than aiding the serum's integration, he merely observed the process to avert any potential mishaps. This was not their first experiment. Each time, Li Yuan meticulously monitored and recorded the results for Orochimaru. Each individual was distinct, and if failure seemed imminent, Li Yuan would utilize his power to ensure the clan member's safety. The serum administered to Sasuke consisted of cells extracted from the Uzumaki clan, gathered from Xiangling. After a brief moment, Li Yuan opened his eyes, excitement painting his features. Orochimaru, this integration is nearly perfect. I did not intervene. Excellent, Orochimaru exclaimed, licking his lips as he laughed maniacally. Next, he moved to Xiangling, extracting another syringe and injecting it into her right arm, slowly infusing the serum. This particular gene serum had been extracted from the Uchiha clan and was similar to the one Li Yuan had provided to Orochimaru earlier. As before, Li Yuan's hand glowed red, merging with Xiangling's body. Moments later, he shook his head. The glow intensified, rushing into her. This is problematic. Indeed, there has been insufficient research. The Uzumaki clan is too scarce. Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Half an hour later, Li Yuan's hand's glow faded. Orochimaru approached Niji, retrieving a syringe and glancing at Li Yuan with a frown. You should handle this. The serum you provided has not been studied, he said, passing the syringe to Li Yuan. Also, are you truly convinced their bloodline powers are interconnected? I have not heard of such a thing, Orochimaru inquired. There should be a connection, Li Yuan replied, taking the syringe and stroking his chin contemplatively. Chapter 2. Returning to the ninja world, Li Yuan approached Niji's single bed, gazing contemplatively at the syringe in his hand. The genetic serum was extracted from the Kagaya clan. Indeed, during the Mist Village's Blood Mist project, Li Yuan had taken the opportunity to abduct several individuals, 3 from the Kagaya clan, including Junmaru and 2 infants, 3 from the Hozuki clan, comprising Hozuki Suigetsu and 2 infants, and 3 from the Yuki clan, namely Haku and 2 infants. He had successfully treated Junmaru and Appo's bloodline disease. Now, they all resided on this island. Perhaps having endured the agony of their annihilation, they chose not to participate in this youth competition. In his previous life, it was often said that both the Kagaya and Hyuga clans were descendants of the Feather Village, akin to the relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Thus, they could be seen as the sage eyes and sage bodies of the Feather Village lineage. Regardless, he decided to experiment for now. With himself present, nothing would go awry. Shaking his head, he pulled back his thoughts. A crimson glow emanated from his right hand, enveloping the syringe's contents as he injected it into Niji's right arm, slowly administering the serum. His left hand rested on Niji, the red light intensifying as he controlled the integration of the serum with the flesh. Half an hour later, the red glow dissipated from Li Yuan and Appo's hand, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. How did it go? Is there a match? Orochimaru inquired hastily. There is no match. The bloodline power traces back to a singular source. Li Yuan lifted his gaze towards Orochimaru. Yes, it all originates from the same individual. Orochimaru paused, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Li Yuan. Let us step outside to discuss. I will reveal everything, Li Yuan said, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. Do. Monitor them closely and record everything. Orochimaru instructed Do, who bowed respectfully and swiftly moved towards a piece of equipment. Let us go? Orochimaru led the way out of the room. Exiting, they entered a more spacious hall, half of which was filled with instruments, while the other half served as a resting area. Could it all stem from the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru extended his tongue, licking his lips. No, it is from his mother, Li Yuan replied, taking a seat in a chair in the resting area. His mother? Orochimaru exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief as he fixated on Li Yuan. It is not surprising you have not heard of her. The Sage of Six Paths erased all such information. Li Yuan gestured to the chair opposite him. Why is that? Orochimaru inquired as he sat down across from Li Yuan. I am not entirely sure. All I know is that the source of the bloodline power is she. However, let us not dwell on this. It is too distant for us. Li Yuan shook his head, unwilling to disclose too much to Orochimaru at this juncture. It was only the 63rd year of Konoha in the original narrative. Naruto and his peers graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. The Naruto Shippuden saga had yet to commence, leaving ample time ahead. Indeed, it is quite remote, Orochimaru murmured, stroking his chin. The most pressing matter remains the recreation of the Six Paths power. By the way, did you not mention that merging 2 bloodline powers could unlock Six Paths abilities? Orochimaru licked his lips again. Now that we have achieved this, where is the Six Paths power? It is slowly gestating within them. Your body is also included. Do you not feel it? Li Yuan observed Orochimaru. What I sense is merely a slight enhancement in vitality, Orochimaru replied dismissively, shaking his head. Your body and soul are misaligned, which may hinder effectiveness. Additionally, your mental strength is too feeble, Li Yuan noted. Is that so? Orochimaru lowered his head, falling into silence, pondering if his previous soul fragmentation had been a mistake, leading to his fear of illusions and a fractured soul that impeded his progress. Do not worry, we may find a solution in the future. Li Yuan gazed out the window towards the sky. Orochimaru remained silent, fully aware of the difficulty in mending a soul. I intend to return to the ninja world and stir things up. Do you have any thoughts? Li Yuan turned to face Orochimaru once more. The ninja world? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. Is the old man still in the Hokage position? Over the years, Orochimaru had been engrossed in his experiments, neglecting news from the ninja world. Yes, he is still there, seemingly around 70 years old. Li Yuan stroked his chin. He should be 69. It appears he wishes to die in that position. Orochimaru shook his head, a look of melancholy crossing his face. What about Jiraiya, that underachiever? What has he been up to all these years? It seems he has been searching for me, wandering throughout the ninja world. Li Yuan chuckled, stroking his chin. That certainly aligns with his style. He places too much emphasis on prophecy. Orochimaru sighed once more. You may go. I will remain here. As I have numerous experiments to conduct, Orochimaru stood and returned to the room they had just left. When you return to the ninja world, you could help me with the old man. Orochimaru paused, turning his back to Li Yuan as he spoke softly. Never mind. I will go myself in a few days. He shook his head and departed hastily. Li Yuan watched Orochimaru's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh. I have made so many changes, provided you with countless experimental ideas, materials, and work. Why do you still wish to orchestrate a plan for Konoha's downfall? Moreover, it is essential that the third Hokage remains alive. With them around, Konoha cannot thrive. This was also one of the reasons I refrained from disrupting Konoha 13 years ago. Li Yuan sighed again and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. In a wooden house courtyard, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air. He glanced at the sky. The sun had set, and evening was upon him. The two children had returned, playing in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Yuan, they hurriedly ran towards him. Father, hug, the little girl exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Li Yuan's leg. You're all grown up and still want hugs. How shameless. The boy teased, sticking out his tongue and touching his face. If you want a hug, then Father won't hug you. The little girl retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Only children would ask for hugs. The boy dashed into the wooden house. Come, let us go inside and eat. Li Yuan gently caressed his daughter's cheek as they entered the wooden house. You're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Coco emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl and chopsticks. Dressed in a white kimono, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, and an apron tied around her waist. She still looked as beautiful as ever, though she exuded a touch more maturity than youthful exuberance. Li Yuan carried his daughter into the kitchen to wash her hands, while his son had already seated himself at the dining table. Exiting the kitchen, they found the dining table laden with 4 dishes and a soup. Li Yuan placed his daughter in her seat and sat beside Coco. Picking up his chopsticks, the family began to eat, the only sounds being the clattering of utensils. After a moment, Li Yuan turned to his 8-year-old son, saying, Take your sister out to play. Your mother and I need to discuss something. TCH. It's probably something embarrassing. The boy made a face, pulling his sister out of the hall. Li Yuan shot him a glare before turning to Coco, who was about to clear the table. I plan to return to the ninja world tomorrow. I may not return for dinner. You can't not go. We've been quite well here. Coco set down the utensils and stepped towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, then spoke softly, I must go. There are matters that will only remain for 3 more years. All right, please be safe. Coco embraced Li Yuan from behind, resting her head against his neck. I will. You know my current strength, and I will bring a few formidable allies with me. Li Yuan stroked Coco's cheek. In the next moment, he stood and swept Coco into his arms, heading towards the bedroom. Wait, I still need to wash the dishes. Coco waved her hands in protest. It's fine. They can wait until tomorrow. We can always make another one. Li Yuan kissed Coco on the cheek. All right, Coco said, blushing as she spoke softly. The next instant, they entered the bedroom, closing the door behind them. Chapter 3 Kaleidoscope. Inner world. In the early morning, sunlight cascaded gently over Eagle Island like a delicate veil. Li Yuan stood on the sandy beach, quietly gazing at the horizon where the sky met the sea, as the orange-red sun gradually ascended. At that moment, several figures emerged from the dense foliage behind him. Li Yuan turned to look back, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized one of the silhouettes. 4 figures stepped out from the jungle, 3 robust men and a young man. Shursui, are you planning to go too? After 13 years of tranquility, are you still yearning for Konoha? Li Yuan said with a stern expression, directing his gaze at one of them. 13 years had passed, yet Uchiha Shursui had changed little, appearing slightly more mature. No, it's not me. Itachi wants to explore, Shursui replied, waving his left hand and nudging the young man beside him. Chief, didn't you previously state that upon reaching Jonin level, one could venture out? Itachi stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at Li Yuan. And I'm now of age. I wish to aid my father. The fourth elder, Uchiha Fugaku, had recently been away from Eagle Island, having been dispatched by Li Yuan to lead the Sound Village, where he could be referred to as the Sound Shadow. Indeed, Li Yuan had established the Sound Village, serving as a training ground for the clan's adult members. However, he had issued a strict order to minimize the use of the Sharingan, should it be used. It must be cleaned up afterward. Jiraiya was still searching for him, and being discovered would certainly lead to complications. Wasn't he Fugaku's dream to become a shadow? Now, he had realized that dream, albeit in a different location, which felt somewhat insincere. Well, your strength is sufficient. Let us proceed to the Sound Village, Li Yuan nodded, resting his right hand on Itachi's shoulder. Keiki, Junjia, come and take my hand, Li Yuan called to the two men, both clad in the traditional Uchiha attire, dressed in athletic or with chainmail overcoats. At that moment, another group emerged from the jungle, rushing towards them. Li Yuan looked up, momentarily surprised again. Orochimaru, are you also planning to go? Didn't you mention yesterday that you would wait a while longer? Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. Li Yuan-kun, I pondered through the night and decided it would be best to escort the old man sooner, Orochimaru replied, stopping before Li Yuan with 8 companions in tow. Li Yuan glanced at the individuals behind Orochimaru and sighed. He recognized Kimimaro, Suigetsu, Karen, and 3 others from his clan. These individuals, who were once his subordinates in the original narrative, had been entrusted to Orochimaru. Given their cooperative relationship, he couldn't leave Orochimaru entirely in command. Throughout subsequent interactions, Li Yuan found himself engaging with them less frequently, often neglecting their affairs. Truly, Orochimaru was a remarkable figure. Despite limited contact, he managed to rally them effectively. He had even managed to persuade 3 of his own clansmen, all of whom had now attained elite jonin status. Chief, the 3 young clansmen quickly bowed and turned their faces aside. It's nothing. It's just like working with Orochimaru. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I knew it. Li Yuan-kun wouldn't mind. Orochimaru licked his lips with his tongue. The 3 young clansmen then turned back, revealing broad smiles. With so many of you gathered, let us proceed together. I will utilize my spatial ability to transport you to the Sound Village, Li Yuan announced, surveying the group. In the next moment, everyone clustered together. Chief, I shall take my leave. Be cautious and return safely. Shursui stepped back a few paces, waving goodbye to Li Yuan. All right, it's good that you're going. Li Yuan waved in response. After 13 years of peaceful living, with 2 children already, how could he still be preoccupied with Konoha? Shursui turned and walked down the path into the jungle. Li Yuan watched Shursui's departing figure, lost in contemplation. In the initial years, he had instructed clan members to monitor Shursui closely. Any unusual movements were to be reported immediately, especially in his absence. After 2 years of scrutiny, during which Shursui committed no transgressions against the clan, Li Yuan ceased his oversight. Bringing his thoughts back, Li Yuan noticed the assembled group. In the next instant, space warped, and the dozen or so individuals vanished from sight. He glanced at Eagle Island before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear as well. What he had just demonstrated was not the God Tree's divine might, but rather the extraordinary capabilities of his own Mangekyō Sharingan. After 13 years of rigorous training in the Golden Light technique, Li Yuan's Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyō. Perhaps it was due to the refinement through the Golden Light technique that had purged the essence within his eyes. Li Yuan's Mangekyō Sharingan was truly unique. Its abilities harmonized with his inner vision, culminating in the creation of an inner world, a realm both surreal and tangible. Within this inner world, the assembled individuals curiously surveyed their surroundings. They stood on solid ground beneath a massive fireball overhead, akin to the sun, its rays illuminating the earth as if it were daytime. Looking around, the space was relatively small, with darkness shrouding the area beyond 100 meters. Interesting. Is this part of your ability? Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips as he advanced toward the encroaching darkness. Moments later, Orochimaru halted on the sunlit ground, gazing into the void ahead, which appeared as a realm of nothingness. He instinctively extended his right hand, his finger probing into the darkness. Orochimaru's finger met an invisible barrier at the edge of the light, unable to penetrate further into the void. He attempted this several times, each yielding the same result. Is this a spatial rule? Orochimaru mused, withdrawing his hand and stroking his chin. After a brief pause, the space warped once more. They departed from this realm. manifesting in a village within the land of rice. Orochimaru surveyed the surroundings before turning to Li Yuan. What was that just now? He inquired, licking his lips again. It's an inner world, a space I have cultivated through my training. Li Yuan replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Is that so? Does it possess potential for growth? Orochimaru and Appo's eyes gleamed with fervor. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. Does that mean it could? Do not get ahead of yourself. There will be no research permitted, Li Yuan hastily interjected. What a pity, Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head. At that moment, Fugaku, in his 40s, approached with 2 companions. Chief, what brings you all together? Fugaku inquired, glancing at the dozen individuals beside Li Yuan. You continue your role as Sound Shadow while we venture to stir up the ninja world a bit. Li Yuan waved his hand, chuckling. Fugaku, please have the Sound 4 ready for me. They can assist in setting up a barrier. Orochimaru directed his gaze toward Fugaku. Lord Orochimaru, whenever you require them. I will arrange it immediately, Fugaku nodded. Tomorrow will suffice. Also, prepare the intelligence from the past year regarding the ninja world. I wish to review it, Orochimaru said, striding toward a building. Understood, Lord Orochimaru, Fugaku bowed aside. Fugaku, your son has arrived. Take your time to chat, Li Yuan waved, leading Kei and Jiah toward a wooden cabin. Father, I'm here, Itachi exclaimed, rushing to Fugaku's side, his face alight with excitement. Come, let us go see your mother. Ask her to prepare more dishes, and we shall converse at leisure. Fugaku waved to Li Yuan, taking Itachi toward the wooden cabin. Perhaps it was the change in environment, free from the pressures of village and clan. The relationship between Fugaku and his son had transformed from the silence depicted in the original narrative into that of an ordinary family. Li Yuan observed this scene with a smile of satisfaction, guiding the 2 young men into the cabin. Chapter 4. The desire to join Akatsuki. The structure before them was a 3-story house, with the first floor housing a spacious hall. Let us convene and deliberate our plans, Li Yuan suggested, gesturing towards the tables and chairs within the hall. First, I must inquire about your progress in mastering Sage Mode. Li Yuan took a seat. Well, I have yet to achieve it. Perhaps I will soon, Jiah replied as he settled into a nearby chair. As for me, I am nearly there, Guang Shu declared, forming hand seals. Moments later, his eyes transformed into golden eagle-like pupils, surrounded by a shadowy aura. Excellent. Have you tested the potency of your ninjutsu? Li Yuan turned his gaze toward Guang Shu. He was not surprised by Guang Shu's attainment of Sage Mode, as he was the first to integrate the Uzumaki bloodline, having done so for a decade. Following this fusion, Li Yuan had instructed him to seek out Inkong to learn Sage Mode using his demonic energy. Guang Shu's current configuration was Sage Body plus Mangekyō Sharingan plus Sage Mode, effectively fulfilling Li Yuan's plan, a diminutive version of Madara. I have tested it, and the power has surged tremendously. I feel invincible now, capable of sweeping through the ninja world. Guang Shu exclaimed with exuberance. Hold on, you are not that formidable. There are still powerful adversaries in the ninja realm, Li Yuan replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. How can that be? I have grown several times stronger. Guang Shu retorted dismissively. Let us have a spar, Li Yuan insisted, fixing his gaze intently on Guang Shu. Indeed, I have been eager for this, Guang Shu replied as he moved forward, pulling Li Yuan along. Let us go and test our powers, so you too can witness the strength of Sage Mode. Li Yuan placed his hand on Jiah's shoulder. In an instant, the 3 vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, they reappeared, with Guang Shu collapsing into a chair, panting heavily. A sizable bruise marred his face, and his clothing was tattered. Jiah turned his head away, struggling to contain his laughter. Your abilities are a bit excessive. Guang Shu rubbed his face and exclaimed, What? Are you challenging me? Do you want to fight again? No, I concede. I cannot win. Guang Shu quickly waved his hands. Help me heal. How can I face others in this state? Guang Shu winced, touching his chest and face. No need for healing. With your Uzumaki physique, a good rest will suffice. Li Yuan shook his head. Oh, it has that effect? Guang Shu and Jiah exchanged surprised glances, their eyes alight with curiosity. Do not ponder too much. It would be best to avoid injuries. That Uzumaki woman in our clan perished before 30. She overexerted herself healing others, depleting her life force. If you both sustain too many injuries, it could affect you as well. Is that so? Well, that's somewhat reassuring. They shared a glance and touched their own chests. First, take a look at this information. Li Yuan produced 2 scrolls and handed them to the pair. What is this? They took the scrolls and quickly perused their contents. These two identical scrolls contained intelligence on the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain, as well as their objectives in collecting tailed beasts. It was now the 63rd year of Konoha, and the Akatsuki was almost complete, missing only Itachi from the original narrative. Li Yuan intended to select one of them to join Akatsuki, to take Itachi's place in the story and expedite their progress. Following the original storyline would be far too slow. As for the rationale, Li Yuan felt he had grown significantly stronger and a bit overconfident. With someone joining Akatsuki, he could observe from the shadows, comparing strengths. Rinnegan? Isn't that merely a legend? Both raised their heads, astonished at Li Yuan. Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Guang Shu, do you still consider yourself invincible? Li Yuan inquired, nodding toward Guang Shu. One must fight to know, Guang Shu mused, touching his eyes. Very well, you shall join them. Li Yuan said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yes, joining them sounds good. I wish to witness the Rinnegan for myself, Guang Shu declared, clenching his fists and standing with enthusiasm. I did not instruct you to engage in combat. We need to find ways to accelerate their progress. That is no problem. It is merely a matter of collecting tailed beasts. I have long wished to play with them, Guang Shu replied nonchalantly, gazing toward the Land of Rain. Li Yuan turned his attention to Jiah. Orochimaru intends to make a move against Konoha. If you still seek revenge, you may accompany him. Chief, are you not going? Jiah tightened his fists. I have little interest in Konoha. My focus will be primarily on Guang Shu, Li Yuan stated, reclaiming the two scrolls. All right, Chief, I shall find Orochimaru. Jiah rose to leave. Wait, take this, Li Yuan offered him a kunai. Report back to me promptly if anything arises. Understood, Chief. Jiah accepted the kunai, fastening it to his waist as he exited the hut. Li Yuan watched Jiah leave, letting out a sigh. After sending off all the clan members years ago, he had longed to return for revenge against Konoha, but was halted by Li Yuan, concerned about the potential impact on the storyline. And with his power still at a shadow level, he had refrained from reckless actions. Now, however, he felt confident. He possessed strength surpassing that of a shadow, along with a host of clan members and subordinates, several of whom were of shadow caliber. There was no issue with deviating from the original narrative. Come, let us head to the border of the Land of Rain. Li Yuan placed his hand on Guang Shu's shoulder. In the next moment, Li Yuan activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and the two vanished once more. Outside the Land of Rain, at the border of the Land of Grass, they materialized beside a towering tree. Li Yuan extended his perception to discern the direction, gazing toward the Land of Rain. Before him lay the mountains, just beyond which the Land of Rain was drenched in a gentle drizzle, while the Land of Grass basked in the bright sunlight, devoid of any clouds. This is the Rain Tiger's freedom technique. Guang Shu observed the light rain in the Land of Rain. It surely doesn't cover the entire territory, does it? No. It should be alternated, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. What then is our course of action to join them? Shall we simply walk in? Guang Shu queried, looking at Li Yuan. We cannot walk in directly. We would be attacked. Li Yuan shook his head. Then let us find a place nearby to stay and linger in the Land of Grass for a few days, Li Yuan suggested, turning toward the mountains leading to the Land of Grass. All right. Guang Shu quickly followed, eager to depart. Li Yuan intended to seek out White Zetsu, hoping to coax Black Zetsu out for a meeting. He wished to discuss their shared goals, which were not in conflict, and explore the possibility of collaboration. He aimed to resurrect Madara and free Kaguya, a venture he fully supported. As they approached the Land of Grass, Li Yuan extended his perception in search of White Zetsu. Perhaps he was near the base of the Land of Rain, where Pain's Rain Tiger technique hindered any detection of White Zetsu's presence. After walking for a kilometer, they spotted a small village. It was then that Li Yuan sensed White Zetsu nearby, blending into a large tree, observing passers-by with boredom. Due to his unique nature, the villagers remained oblivious to his presence. Li Yuan and Guang Shu approached, yet White Zetsu remained unmoved. Li Yuan halted, addressing the tree into which White Zetsu was merged. I wish to talk with you. Can you come out for a moment? White Zetsu continued to show no reaction, muttering softly to himself. A fool without chakra is talking to a tree. What are you saying? I am speaking to you, Zetsu. Li Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. You can see me? White Zetsu exclaimed, looking up at Li Yuan in surprise. Chapter 5. Eyes damaged as their gazes locked, White Zetsu shook his hand. Stop shaking. I can see you. Li Yuan rolled his eyes in response. Behind Li Yuan, The light tree glanced around the towering tree, scratched his head, and remained silent. The information provided to Li Yuan contained details about White Zetsu, and with a little thought, he grasped the situation. Strange, you can see me even without chakra. White Zetsu mused as he gradually materialized from the tree. Are you looking for me? One could say I am, but not entirely. Li Yuan shook his head. Looking for Black Zetsu, perhaps? White Zetsu scratched his head. Yes, precisely, Li Yuan nodded. Is there something you need? White Zetsu inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Yuan. You should relay this. I, Uchiha, wish to send someone to join the plan to resurrect Madara, Li Yuan said, stroking his chin. Uchiha? Wait a moment. I will contact Black Zetsu, White Zetsu replied, momentarily taken aback before swiftly sinking into the ground. Seeing White Zetsu vanish, the light tree tugged at Li Yuan, astonished. They want to resurrect Madara? Why didn't you tell me this? Stop, are you not interested? Li Yuan turned to face the light tree. Of course, I am interested. I want to fight him right now. The light tree exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement. Li Yuan shook his head. Ever since the light tree merged with the vortex bloodline and cultivated the sage mode, he had become somewhat arrogant. However, Li Yuan could hardly blame him, as he too felt a surge of ambition, eager to expedite the progress of Abido and the others. Can you truly defeat him? Of course. I'm quite strong now. The light tree replied incredulously, looking at Li Yuan. Are you serious? You're not deceiving me? Not at all. He possesses every ability you do, and even surpasses you. Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. Is that so? That sounds quite promising. The light tree's excitement remained, albeit slightly tempered, as he seemed to look forward to Madara's resurrection and the chance to test his strength. Li Yuan chose not to disclose the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to the light tree, as there was no need. The Mangekyō and the Vortex Sage mode were sufficient. They could achieve the ability to utilize their eyes without the risk of blindness. He did not wish for such knowledge to circulate within the clan, and even the stone tablet modified by Black Zetsu had been concealed by Li Yuan. The Eternal Eyes required a blood relative to awaken the Mangekyō, and extracting that was too detrimental to kinship. Moreover, in order for the light tree to awaken the Eternal Eyes, he would have to use the eyes of a photon, a notion Li Yuan would never permit. Oh, you're quite aware of our plans, aren't you? Another White Zetsu emerged from the ground where the previous one had vanished. Li Yuan turned to face the newly appeared White Zetsu, recognizing it as the same one, albeit with a different tone. Is it Black Zetsu? Yes, it is I. Why does your Uchiha clan know our plans so well? Black Zetsu scrutinized Li Yuan and the light tree. Of course, I learned from Abido. Li Yuan replied with a grin. Abido? You mean 13 years ago in Konoha? Black Zetsu stroked his chin, pondering. Indeed. I borrowed Abido's Sharingan back then, and took the opportunity to peruse his memories, Li Yuan thought cautiously, wary of revealing anything about Kaguya, fearing it would make Black Zetsu sensitive and turn him into a deadly enemy. You wish to resurrect Madara. Naturally, our Uchiha clan must support this endeavor, as he is our esteemed predecessor and former patriarch, Li Yuan remarked, fingers tracing his eyes. Furthermore, you aim to create a peaceful world. Such a grand ideal. How could I, Uchiha, not partake? Interesting. You must be the Uchiha patriarch, yet I sense no chakra, Black Zetsu observed, stroking his chin. Yes, I am the Uchiha patriarch, Li Yuan confirmed. Then, it is him who shall join us. Black Zetsu gestured toward the light tree. Why does he possess such a strong chakra? His vitality does not resemble that of an Uchiha, Black Zetsu frowned. He is a hybrid of Uchiha and Senju, Li Yuan interjected. You are the hybrid. I am a pure Uchiha. The light tree stepped forward, fists clenched, and roared. Do not be angry. You are somewhat of a hybrid now. He did not err. Li Yuan reassured the light tree. Why am I a hybrid? The light tree questioned, perplexed. After the fusion with that potion, you became one. Ah, in that case, I truly am a hybrid. The light tree relaxed his fists, murmuring. Is this an experiment? No wonder Orochimaru has been absent for years. Black Zetsu turned to Li Yuan. One could say that, with strength sufficient to join Akatsuki, there should be no issue, right? Li Yuan smiled mischievously. The strength is adequate. But Abido has been searching for you. He wants his eyes back. That cannot be returned. They are all ready. Li Yuan hastily waved his hand. Li Yuan had no intention of returning the eyes to Abido. Possessing the double Kimui made Abido exceedingly formidable. Although Li Yuan was not currently afraid of his double Kimui, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. What is happening? Black Zetsu inquired urgently. He too wished for Abido to grow stronger to facilitate his plan to save his mother. No matter how powerful Abido's double Kimui might be, it would not compromise his contingency. Behold, Li Yuan produced a gray-white eyeball from his pocket. This was a Sharingan that Li Yuan had prepared long ago, a family heirloom that had once been used in Izanagi. He intended to use this eye as a ruse. Whether Black Zetsu believed it or not was inconsequential. The bottom line was that Abido's Sharingan was gone. Shall we engage in combat? The light tree's strength has grown. He is no longer afraid of them. Do you think I would believe that? Black Zetsu shook his head. Forget it. Let Abido come find you himself. I shall speak with him in Nagato. Please wait here. Black Zetsu gradually closed his eyes. In the land of rain, within an underground base, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, addressing a figure. Abido, the Uchiha clan has appeared. Their patriarch seeks to have one join my plan. How did they become aware of our plans? Abido turned to look at Black Zetsu, who was nestled within a pitcher plant. The Uchiha patriarch claimed to have perused your memories. My memories? Then they must know everything. Abido clenched his fists, a serious expression crossing his face. Indeed, they know. Thus, they have approached me, wishing to join in resurrecting Madara. What do you think? What is their strength? At least at the level of a Kage, possibly more. Their chakra is quite potent. Abido pondered for a moment before responding. Let them join. Have they inquired about my eyes? They have. He stated they were damaged and even produced a gray-white Sharingan. Black Zetsu replied. That bastard likely does not wish to return them, Abido hissed angrily. After a brief silence, Abido sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. I will ask him myself later. You go report to Nagato. He is currently the leader of the organization. Understood. I shall seek out Nagato. Black Zetsu gradually descended back into the earth. In the land of rain, within the tallest structure, Black Zetsu re-emerged, addressing a silhouette. Pain. A formidable Uchiha wishes to join us. Shall we proceed? Uchiha? Pain turned to regard Black Zetsu. Yes, the same clan that vanished from Konoha 13 years ago. Black Zetsu confirmed with a nod. Bring him to me, Pain instructed, his gaze returning to the sky outside the window. Very well, I shall go. Black Zetsu sank back into the ground, disappearing from sight. Chapter 6 Guang Shu successfully joined Akatsuki. Baiju opened his eyes and gazed at Li Yuan. They agreed to let him accompany me to the land of rain to meet the leader. Come along, and if anything arises, notify me promptly, Li Yuan said, patting Guang Shu's shoulder. Also, be aware that the leader's perspective differs from yours. Do not speak out of turn. Understood, it won't hinder your plans, Guang Shu replied, not waiting for Li Yuan to finish before walking toward Jiah. Upon hearing this, Jiah cast a deep look at Li Yuan. Just then, another Baiju materialized beside him. Take him to the Rain Ninja village to meet the leader, Jiah instructed, pointing at Guang Shu. The Baiju nodded, glanced at Guang Shu, and proceeded toward the land of rain. Follow him, Li Yuan waved to Guang Shu. He exchanged a glance with Li Yuan before hastening to catch up with the Baiju. As he watched the two depart, Jiah fixed his gaze on Li Yuan. Even if you have seen Abido's memories, you shouldn't know so much, should you? Have you learned a bit too much? Li Yuan stroked his chin and replied, some things are revealed to me by my eyes, but rest assured, our goals align. He touched his own eyes, attributing some inconsistencies to them as a clever shield. Kuroju understood the Uchiha clan well and was aware that each person's Sharingan was unique. Whether it's a prophecy or analysis, it's impossible to know about my mother, Kuroju murmured softly. As for joining them in resurrecting Uchiha Madara, that would be even better. Uchiha clan leader, I hope so. Do you have any further matters? Kuroju withdrew his thoughts and looked at Li Yuan again. None, Li Yuan waved his hand. Then I shall take my leave. Kuroju slowly sank into the ground. As for where the Uchiha clan had been all these years and why they re-emerged in the ninja world, such matters were of no concern to him. As long as they remained unaware of his true intentions, it wouldn't affect his plan to save his mother. Li Yuan watched Kuroju depart and vanished using Flying Thunder God. A faint sound echoed underground. Is that Flying Thunder God? No chakra fluctuations, not masking his presence. It should be the pure natural energy cultivated. Kuroju had not ventured far, and Li Yuan was well aware of this, remaining indifferent. In the land of rain, at the Rain Ninja village, Jiah led Guang Shu to the highest structure and entered a grand hall. A figure stood with its back to them, gazing out at the drizzling rain. Leader, I have brought the person, Jiah announced. Pain turned around, scrutinizing Guang Shu. His chakra presence is quite strong. His strength should be considerable. Guang Shu stared intently at the circles within Pain's eyes, muttering to himself, "So this is the Rinnegan? I would love to test it." He suppressed the excitement that urged him to act on the spot. You wish to spar with a god?" Pain scoffed, emanating a formidable aura. "Do you wish to experience the power of a god?" Guang Shu quickly waved his hands. "Let's go. I will show you what divine power truly is." Pain leaped down from the windowsill. "Very well, this is for the best." Guang Shu laughed maniacally and followed suit. Moments later, a thunderous noise erupted in an open area. Soon after, the noise subsided, and Guang Shu was left panting on the ground, with Pain nowhere in sight. During their earlier skirmish, he had not employed Sage Mode, nor exerted his full strength. At this point, a flurry of paper began to swirl around, coalescing into the figure of a woman. She looked at Guang Shu and tossed him 3 items. "Wear this ring. Your code name in the organization will be Zhu Xiaonan." She assessed Guang Shu from head to toe. "I recognize this attire, but what is this small bottle?" Guang Shu queried, picking up one of the small vials. "Nail polish," Xiaonan replied skillfully. "Ah, but I and Apos am a man. What's the point of this?" Guang Shu's expression turned dark, and he tightened his grip on the bottle, preparing to throw it away. "Your hands must be painted. It's a rule." "Is it absolutely necessary?" Guang Shu paused mid-throw, looking at Xiaonan. "Absolutely." Xiaonan transformed into a flurry of paper and flew towards a building. "This." Guang Shu squeezed the small bottle in his hand, contemplating it closely, veins pulsating on his forehead. After a moment, he sighed deeply and muttered to himself, "Fine. For the sake of the plan, I shall paint them." Guang Shu picked up the black robe with red clouds and strode toward a building. Not far from the border of the Land of Rain, Li Yuan had waited long for news of Guang Shu, and finally exhaled deeply. He and Guang Shu had made an agreement. If any unforeseen circumstances arose, he would activate the Flying Thunder God seal. The lack of activation indicated that all was proceeding smoothly. An hour later, Li Yuan once again utilized Flying Thunder God to depart. In the Land of Rice, at the Sound Ninja Village, inside an office, Orochimaru quickly scanned the information on a scroll. After setting it down, he rose and looked out the window, realizing the sun was setting. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the wooden door and stepped outside. "Orochimaru-sama, I wish to accompany you to Konoha," Jiah said, bowing at the doorway. "Jiah, seeking revenge? Did Li Yuan send you?" Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. "Yes, the clan leader instructed me to accompany you to Konoha." "Very well, gather here tomorrow morning." Orochimaru continued walking outside the wooden hut. Outside, he gazed toward the land of fire, extending his tongue to lick his lips, murmuring softly, "Old man, I have returned to find you." On Seagull Island, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Sasuke slowly awoke, opening his eyes and sitting up on the single bed. "You are awake. How do you feel?" Kabuto approached from beside a monitor. "Feel what?" "Calm yourself and carefully sense your body," Kabuto advised. Sasuke closed his eyes and focused within. "My chakra levels have increased several-fold," he exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Any other sensations? Do you feel unwell?" Kabuto quickly grabbed a scroll to record the information. "No, I feel unprecedentedly well." Sasuke clenched his fists excitedly. "Now, let us test all your bodily data." Kabuto connected a series of instruments to Sasuke. After a moment, Kabuto set down 2 data sheets, murmuring to himself, "Identical. This time it is perfect." Just then, a noise came from the adjacent single bed. Xiangling sat up, rubbed her eyes, and looked around, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Sasuke. "Xiangling, try infusing chakra into your eyes," Kabuto urged. What's wrong?" Xiangling looked puzzled but proceeded to infuse chakra into her eyes. In the next instant, her dark pupils transformed into crimson, with a spinning tomo appearing. "How is this possible? Are you truly the clan leader's daughter?" Sasuke was taken aback and jumped from the bed. Upon realizing they were in a laboratory, he felt relieved. "Excellent, it worked. You truly are worthy of being the clan leader," Kabuto exclaimed, hurriedly applying various instruments to Xiangling. "What is this? Why is my vision suddenly so clear? I can see the tiny particles in the air." Xiangling touched her eyes in surprise. "You have awakened the Sharingan." Sasuke scrutinized Xiangling's eyes closely. "Yes, great. Sasuke and I are of the same clan. In the future." Xiangling cheered, raising her hands in laughter. Her face flushed as she turned away shyly. "Hold on. Do not move. I need to record your body data," Kabuto barked. "All right." Xiangling sighed in resignation, her gaze still fixed on Sasuke. "Is there anything else here? If not, I will take my leave." Sasuke stood and prepared to exit. "None. You may go," Kabuto replied without turning back, waving his hand dismissively. Sasuke, wait for me. Xiangling called out loudly. Don't move. Your brother hasn't awakened yet, and you cannot return now, Do shouted sternly. Xiangling glanced at Niji, who lay on the adjacent single bed, then closed her mouth, her eyes still fixated on Sasuke's retreating figure. Chapter 7. The Konoha Joint Ch-Nin exam. As Sasuke stepped out of the laboratory and returned to his home courtyard, the evening had already descended. The sun had set, and under the gentle glow of the silvery moonlight, the wooden house appeared particularly serene. Pushing open the door, Sasuke found the hall shrouded in darkness. Brother, I'm back. Why isn't the light on? He called out, but received no response. Skillfully locating the switch, he illuminated the room with a bright light. In the center of the hall, a scroll caught his attention. Where has my brother gone? Why hasn't he returned at this hour? Sasuke approached the scroll, picking it up and quickly scanning its contents. After a moment, frustration bubbled within him. Damn it, he left me alone at home. He muttered angrily, tightening his grip on the scroll. Just then, a growl from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. He hastily tucked the scroll away and made his way to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with a darkened expression, muttering to himself, what am I supposed to do? I'll go to Shirsue's house for a few days and then inquire about how to leave the clan's territory. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto was conducting a thorough examination of Xiangling, meticulously reviewing the data. At that moment, Niji slowly awakened and sat up. Niji, you're awake. Look at my eyes. I share the same bloodline as Sasuke, Xiangling exclaimed, pointing excitedly to her own eyes. Niji turned to her, his gaze fixed on her eyes, momentarily taken aback. You possess the Sharingan? How can this be? Are you truly the daughter of the clan leader? Mind your words, and do not tarnish his reputation, Kabuto interjected. Snapping back to focus as he set down the data he was analyzing and approached Niji. I heard it from those ants. What is Xiangling's condition? Niji scratched his head in confusion. This is your reward. You have it too. Pay close attention and sense what you feel, Kabuto instructed, bringing some instruments closer to Niji. Niji closed his eyes, concentrating on his own body. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and extended his right hand. A bone protruded from his index finger, only to retract again. He pointed his finger at the glass window of the room. In the next instant, the bone shot forth. The sound of shattering glass echoed as fragments scattered across the floor. Niji examined his right index finger, murmuring softly, this is the power of the Shikatsumiyaku, just like Kimimaro. Indeed, the power of Kagaya's bloodline flows within you. What else do you feel? I need to record this, Kabuto said as he applied some instruments to Niji's chest. As for my feelings, there is no discomfort. My physical strength has significantly increased, and my chakra has doubled. Additionally, I sense some changes in my eyes. You all take a look. Niji controlled the chakra in his eyes to observe Kabuto and Xiangling. Niji, your eyes have changed slightly, Xiangling exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, a small blue dot appeared in Niji's pale pupils, resembling a tiny eyeball. What has changed compared to before? Kabuto paused his actions, adjusting his glasses. I can see farther and with greater ease, Niji replied, his veins bulging as he scanned the surroundings, glancing at the two of them. Niji, please close your eyes. Xiangling retreated slightly and shouted. Don't be angry, I'll close them, Niji replied, touching his forehead and deactivating his Byakugan. Now, let us check your physical data, Kabuto continued, applying more instruments to Niji. After a brief moment, Kabuto examined the data with a look of astonishment. In the land of rice, in the Sound Village, a wooden house housed Fugaku and Itachi sitting across from each other at a table. Itachi, you've returned. Is Sasuke all right? Mikoto emerged from the kitchen, carrying dinner. Right. I actually forgot about him, Fugaku said, glancing at Itachi. He should be fine. Shisui is still in the clan, and there are many clan members around, Itachi quickly assured. True, he is already over 13. At that age, I was already on the battlefield, Fugaku remarked, picking up his chopsticks. Regardless, Itachi, let us eat. All right, father, Itachi replied, also picking up his chopsticks. Not far away, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, walking toward another wooden house. He pushed open the door and found Orochimaru staring intently at a scroll, lost in thought. Orochimaru, what are you planning? Li Yuan approached from behind, glancing at the scroll. It bore the inscription regarding the Konoha Ch-Nin exam, inviting all ninja villages to participate. Li Yuan-kun, has everything been settled in the land of rain? Orochimaru turned to look at him. That matter is handled for now. I just came to see what you were planning, Li Yuan replied, still somewhat uneasy. fearing that Orochimaru might get into trouble and be taken away by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Reaper death seal. It was best to inquire first and ideally accompany him to observe. The Nin exam could be an opportunity, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. After all, the fourth Kazekage isn't very strong. I could use his identity to enter without raising suspicion, especially since he sits next to the old man. Li Yuan shook his head in disbelief. So it is as I suspected. Very well, I will use my status as a high-ranking official from the Land of Fire to observe the event, Li Yuan declared. Glancing at the scroll, the identity of a high-ranking official from the Land of Fire is quite advantageous, Orochimaru mused, looking at Li Yuan with curiosity. You've been entrenched in the world of ninjas for so long that your perspective has become rather narrow, always focused on the ninja villages, Li Yuan commented, shaking his head. Indeed, it seems so. The funds you've used over the years have come from them, haven't they? Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yes. I've managed to control several daimyos, including the one from the Land of Fire, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod. Is that so? Orochimaru furrowed his brow, then murmured softly, perhaps my thinking has become stagnant? Tell me, what if I were to have the daimyos declare that Konoha is an unlawful organization, a band of criminals? What would happen? Li Yuan stroked his chin, chuckling at the thought. Well, that might cause Konoha some embarrassment for a time. Perhaps the daimyos would replace their leadership. Orochimaru mused, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, after all, the military strength of each nation lies outside the ninja villages, Li Yuan agreed. Are you sticking to the original plan? Yes, the plan remains unchanged, Orochimaru replied, gazing at the scroll. Very well, I shall take my leave. Until we meet in Konoha. Li Yuan waved as he exited the wooden house. Li Yuan also wished to witness the changes in Konoha compared to the original story. Additionally, he believed that Gaara, the one-tailed Jinchuriki, would be present, which might expedite progress for Abido and his group. In the Land of Fire, Konoha, in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat at his desk, exhaling smoke and wearing a pensive expression. The new generation of ninjas had grown. Yet he still could not find anyone suitable to take over his position. So far, only Kakashi and Irika had caught his eye, but even they seemed insufficient. Had he truly made a mistake? At that moment, a blonde-haired boy burst into the office, calling out loudly, Grandpa Third, give us another C-rank mission. Naruto, followed by Kakashi, Sakura, and Sai, entered the room. Naruto, make sure to rest well after completing your tasks, and remember that only the leading teacher can accept missions. The third Hokage replied with a smile, setting down his pipe. I see, Naruto said, dejectedly stepping behind Kakashi. Hokage-sama, here is the mission report. Kakashi presented a scroll. Very well, Kakashi. Take them back and let them rest properly. The third Hokage took the scroll and waved his hand. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed respectfully as he led the trio away. Nu, summon Jiraiya and have him return. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe. An Anbu ninja bowed and departed. Chapter 8. The collapse plan of Konoha begins in the blink of an eye. Several days had passed. On the main road outside Konoha, a carriage slowly approached and halted at the gates. Lord Jin, we have arrived at Konoha, a voice called from within the carriage. A middle-aged man stepped out, clad in formal attire and wearing an official hat. He was Li Yuan, taking advantage of his status as an official of the Land of Fire to attend the events. A servant promptly assisted him down from the carriage, leading him towards the Konoha gates. Your Excellency from the Land of Fire, what brings you here? Ganzi Tai inquired as he stood up to greet him. I came to watch the Chunin exams. Didn't I inform you? Li Yuan replied, casting a dismissive glance at him. You really came. Ganzi Tai murmured in surprise. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to come? Li Yuan frowned. Why is no one here to greet me? Does Konoha no longer desire funding? He surveyed his surroundings. Ganzi Tai glanced at Kamizuki Izumi and quickly bowed, saying, Please, this way, my lord. I shall notify the Hokage. Kamizuki Izumi swiftly picked up a device and scanned the crowd, signaling to Ganzi Tai before hastily departing. Li Yuan paid no mind to their little antics. For the attendants he brought were genuine. A moment later, Rikuju approached with others, bowing respectfully. Lord Jin, the Hokage is occupied. I am here to attend to you. Li Yuan snorted coldly and walked towards Konoha without acknowledging Rikuju. Rikuju hurried to keep pace, saying, The Hokage is indeed busy, entertaining the Kazekage. Forget it. Take me to watch the exams. Li Yuan halted and turned to Rikuju. Lord Jin, it's merely the elimination round now, lacking excitement. The main event is tomorrow. Allow me to take you for a meal first, Rikuju suggested, walking beside Li Yuan. Very well, lead the way. I will observe tomorrow, Li Yuan replied, patting his stomach. Please follow me, Lord Jin. Rikuju guided him toward the heart of Konoha. In a lavish restaurant, after a hearty meal, Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. You need not accompany me further. I wish to stroll around Konoha. Very well, may you enjoy your outing, my lord. Rikuju bowed and departed. Li Yuan rose, taking his attendants with him as he stepped out into the streets of Konoha. He wandered aimlessly for several hours, returning to the inn with a lackluster demeanor. Although Konoha appeared more prosperous than before, he hardly recognized anyone. Then again, he had not had many acquaintances during his previous visits. Perhaps this was for the best. It would make his future endeavors less complicated, sparing innocent bystanders. The next morning, Rikuju led Li Yuan into the Chunin exam arena. It was a spacious venue, reminiscent of a modern stadium. The circular ground was paved with stone, surrounded by spectator stands, a resting area for competitors and judges seating. At that moment, the stands were bustling with spectators as Rikuju guided Li Yuan to the middle section. After traversing a wide passage, Rikuju stopped beside a chair and addressed Li Yuan. My lord, this is your seat. All right. Li Yuan nodded, surveying the surroundings before taking a seat. Not far from his right, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in a quiet conversation with a figure wearing a straw hat. Li Yuan instantly recognized him as Orochimaru, despite his disguise and concealed chakra. His overall aura was unmistakable. It remained to be seen whether Hiruzen had noticed. He likely had. Orochimaru also caught sight of Li Yuan's arrival and glanced his way. Oh, that is an official from the Land of Fire. What was his name again? Jin, Hiruzen remarked, turning to look. Upon hearing the name, Orochimaru instinctively flicked out his tongue before retracting it. Seated in the same section were other officials from the Land of Fire, who greeted Li Yuan as he nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a ninja stepped onto the arena and announced loudly, "The second round of the Chunin exams is about to commence. Participants number 1 and 2, please take the stage." Two ninjas emerged from opposite sides, locking eyes. As the contestants took their positions, the referee leapt onto the platform and declared, "Begin." In an instant, the two competitors charged at each other, and the sounds of their clash echoed through the arena. Li Yuan stifled a yawn, glancing at Orochimaru once more before closing his eyes to rest. "My lord, is this not entertaining?" Rikuju inquired from beside him. "It's rather dull. You need not attend to me further. Feel free to attend to your duties." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "But my task is to serve you," Rikuju insisted. "Very well, but do not disturb me. I shall rest my eyes for a moment," Li Yuan replied. Rikuju glanced at him before falling silent and watching the match. Li Yuan closed his eyes and extended his senses, eager to ascertain how many individuals Orochimaru had brought with him, as well as to locate Danzo. Jiah had sealed most of his chakra, standing beside the Kazekage's bodyguard. The Sound Four, Kimimaro, Sakan, Taiyuya, were also present, blending into the crowd. He did not see Haku. Given his temperament, it was likely Orochimaru had left him in the Sound Village. Danzo and Appo's demise would not significantly hinder his plans. It was time to provide Jiah with an explanation and avenge his clan. Li Yuan's sensory range was now extensive enough to encompass all of Konoha. A short while later, he detected Danzo's presence underground within Konoha. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the area to confirm the location before closing them once more, awaiting Orochimaru's move. Time passed steadily, and before long, several hours had slipped by. Suddenly, fine white feathers began to fall from the sky, prompting the crowd to look up. In the next moment, one by one, the spectators in the stands succumbed to slumber. "This is not good. It's an illusion. Everyone, quickly form hand seals and unleash your chakra," Yamashiro Aoi urgently shouted, hastily forming seals. Many quick-reacting ninjas joined their hands, their chakra surging forth in an attempt to break the illusion. In the arena, the combatants Rock Lee and Gaara halted their movements, gazing at the descending white feathers. The next instant, they too collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. "This is bad. He's fallen asleep." Shikaku is about to emerge. Maki rushed toward Gaara, attempting to awaken him. "Step aside." A figure dashed forward, blocking Maki's path. It was a young man with white hair, green eyes, and 2 red dots on his forehead. "Get out of my way. If Shikaku emerges, it will be troublesome," Maki shouted, throwing a punch forward. "The one who should leave is you. Do not interfere with Orochimaru's plans." Kimimaro unsheathed his bone sword, slicing towards Maki. Maki swiftly leapt back to evade Kimamaro's strike, staring at him in astonishment. Kirigakure, Kagaya clan, were you not exterminated? None of your concern. Kimamaro tightened his grip on the bone sword. Meanwhile, a surge of sand erupted from the unconscious Gaara, enveloping him and forming a monstrous sand creature as he laughed maniacally. Haha, I have finally emerged. Get out of the way, it's not too late. Maki drew a kunai from his waist and charged at Kimamaro. In that instant, the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. On the central stand, Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, it is time for us to act. As he spoke, the sound leapt to the corners of the platform to form seals. 4 purple flames formation. In the next moment, a massive purple barrier rapidly materialized, enveloping the stands. Orochimaru, it is indeed you. Hiruzen clenched his fists, his eyes widening with fury as he stared at Orochimaru. Old man, you recognized me long ago? I had my suspicions. Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the entire arena. The grand melee has commenced, featuring sand ninjas, sound ninjas, and an array of unfamiliar faces. Chapter 9. The White-Eyed Hound. In the very center of the training arena, a guardian crane slowly emerged. Not far from the arena, a continuous rumble could be faintly heard, likely the destruction wrought by the spirit-summoning giant serpent. Orochimaru, do you intend to obliterate Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew his gaze and fixed his eyes intently on Orochimaru. Destroy Konoha? No, no, it cannot be destroyed, Orochimaru said, extending his tongue to lick his lips as he produced a scroll. Infusing it with chakra, the Kusanagi sword fell into his grasp. Old man, let us have a duel. If you defeat me, the barrier will vanish. Very well. Let us see if you remain in Konoha. The third Hokage inhaled deeply and bit his fingertip to form a seal. Summoning jutsu. A cloud of smoke erupted and swiftly dissipated, revealing an elderly monkey beside him. Old friend, we are to fight side by side once more. The third Hokage addressed the monkey, who grinned widely and emitted a resounding call. Instantly, its form transformed into a Vajra staff, landing firmly in the Hokage's hand. He tightened his grip and charged toward Orochimaru. In an instant, the two engaged in combat, their weapons clashing with a series of resonant sounds. Outside the barrier, on a nearby spectator stand, Li Yuan suddenly shouted, Jiah, Danzo is in the underground base of District. Summon the Hound of Heaven when you reach there. It will guide you to him. A figure not far from the central stand turned upon hearing this, rushing toward the arena's exit. Just as he was about to leap down and join the fray, Shikaka hesitated, gripping his kunai while glancing at Li Yuan. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Heh. Shikaku, long time no see. Li Yuan smirked, brushing his forehead to dispel his disguise. Ah, you are the Uchiha clan leader. Shikaku tightened his grip on the kunai, watching Li Yuan warily. What do you intend to achieve by coming to Konoha? What do you think? Orochimaru wishes to send off his master, so I came to take a look, Li Yuan replied, stroking his chin. Send off, Lord Hokage? Shikaku cast a glance at the central stand, while his shadow stealthily lengthened and crept closer to Li Yuan. Shikaku, this is becoming tedious. Do you not wish for him to descend as well? Li Yuan took a few steps back. Shikaku scanned the surroundings again, gripping his kunai and charging at Li Yuan. If you are going to provide support, then go. Li Yuan waved his hand and vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. Shikaku surveyed the area, hesitated for a moment, and then sprinted toward the chaotic melee. Amidst the confusion, Guy sent an enemy sound ninja flying and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, let us break the barrier together and support Lord Hokage. Kakashi dodged a beam of red light from afar and leaped to Guy's side. Guy, have faith in Lord Hokage. He is the strongest Hokage. Kakashi glanced at the central stand, avoiding eye contact. Indeed, Kakashi, let us see who can take down more enemies. Guy clenched his fists, beaming with enthusiasm. All right. Kakashi dashed back into the fray. Kakashi, this time I will definitely win. Guy's chakra surged as he swiftly plunged into the tumultuous crowd. Not far from the entrance of the training ground, Li Yuan appeared out of thin air, delivering a powerful punch that sent a ninja flying. Approaching Jiah, he placed his right hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, both vanished. In Konoha's district, atop a wooden house, Li Yuan reappeared alongside Jiah. Danzo should be within that underground base. Li Yuan pointed to a cluster of wooden houses ahead. Jiah moved slightly, eager to leap from the roof and charge forward. I will coax him out. You summon the Hound of Heaven and ensure Danzo does not escape. Li Yuan firmly grasped Jiah's arm. As he spoke, Li Yuan conjured a massive golden cleaver, towering over 40 meters, and struck down toward the wooden house. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled, and dust erupted into the air. A gaping chasm, over 50 meters long, 10 meters deep, and 3 meters wide, formed in the earth. Who dares? A furious roar echoed from the depths below. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan smiled, dispersing the golden light. His strike had aimed at Danzo's chakra. Beside him, Jiah had already bitten his fingertip to form a seal. A cloud of smoke surged and rapidly dissipated, revealing a 2-meter-tall white hound atop the wooden house. With a creaking sound, the roof buckled under the weight, threatening to collapse. The trio swiftly leaped from the roof, landing on the ground as the structure behind them continued to fracture and fall inward. Woof, woof, woof. The white hound barked a few times, wagging its tail as it approached Li Yuan, its enormous head nuzzling against him. Its eyes were pale blue, devoid of pupils, resembling the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, albeit larger. Stop. Don't. Li Yuan quickly extended his right hand, pressing down on the hound's head, his expression a mix of bemusement and annoyance. This hound was Li Yuan's creation, perfectly integrated with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Alongside it was a black hound, known as the Hound of Earth. Both were 2-meter-tall canines, stolen from the Inuzuka clan's pups. They should not have grown this large. They were much cuter as pups, Li Yuan muttered softly, pressing down with his right hand. Both hounds stood 2 meters tall, controlled by Li Yuan's red hand technique. Otherwise, they might have transformed into colossal beasts. At this moment, the Hound of Heaven turned to face forward, baring its teeth. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged. Li Yuan and Jiah looked on, recognizing the figure as Danzo. Dressed as always, but with fewer bandages on his right arm, revealing its healthy complexion, he touched his arm, veins bulging in anger as he roared, "Evil Uchiha! How dare you return to Konoha and attack me? Oh, you've replaced your right arm?" Li Yuan appraised Danzo. Stroking his chin, Li Yuan sensed no trace of Hashirama and Appo's cells within Danzo this time. It made sense. The entire Uchiha clan had been absent from Konoha for 13 years. Without the Sharingan, Danzo could not suppress the devouring nature of Hashirama's cells, forcing him to replace his arm for survival. At that moment, several figures leaped from the chasm, swiftly positioning themselves behind Danzo, fixating their gazes on Li Yuan and the two canines. "Attack! Eliminate the evil Uchiha!" Danzo commanded, pointing his cane forward, though he took a few steps back, attempting to distance himself from the scene. Danzo was not foolish. 2 Uchihas daring to attack him openly indicated that something had gone awry with the monkeys. Moreover, a cacophony of battle sounds echoed not far from the village. Danzo must die. Jiah gripped his kunai, charging toward the crowd. Li Yuan surveyed the root members, feeling a wave of relief. Their strength was considerably diminished compared to the past elite. This was only to be expected. After all, Danzo had been overthrown by Li Yuan, and he could no longer recruit children from various clans. Li Yuan had no intention of intervening personally. Most of them were merely chunin, with only 2 possessing jonin-level strength. Jiah alone would suffice. Out of heaven, keep your eyes on that old man. Li Yuan extended his right hand, ruffling the hound's head. In an instant, the great white hound, its eyes ablaze with chakra, charged toward Danzo.